Honored guests welcome. Please come inside. The attendant waiting at the door took one look at Lu Wei and the people behind him and immediately knew they were either wealthy or noble. After all, those who could bring along 2 servants when going out were anything but ordinary folk. At the very least, they belonged to affluent households or rich landlords. Noticing the bearing and temperament of Lu Wei, the attendant, who had seen countless people, immediately became even more respectful. Honored guests, please have some tea. As they entered the main hall and had just taken their seats, a maid came forward gracefully serving tea. Lu Wei nodded but did not touch the tea on the table. Instead, he asked directly, "I wish to purchase some maids and of good quality. Do you have any?" "Honored guest, you have come at just the right time. Our humble shop has just received a new batch. Shall I take you to have a look?" "Very well, let us go and see." The group came to the back of the establishment where there was a courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard stood a half-meter high wooden platform, and in front of it an 8 Immortals table had been placed. The attendant led Lu Wei to sit beside the 8 Immortals table, and a maid came up to serve tea and refreshments. After Lu Wei had sat waiting for a short while, the attendant approached again, this time bringing over more than a dozen people. At a single glance, Lu Wei raised his brows slightly. These were all young girls of about 13 or 14, their features not yet fully grown into maturity, and yet their figures and looks were already being counted into some sort of evaluation. In other words, if he wished for their scores to rise, he would have to wait at least 3 to 5 years. He dismissed the thought with a sigh. Since they were to be used as a reserve of human talent, being a bit younger would have to do. Casting his gaze over them, Lu Wei found that among the dozen or so, only 3 possessed cultivation aptitude, and even those were mediocre. After all their nurturing, at best, they could reach a 20-fold return. "These 3 stay. I do not want the others." Lu Wei kept those 3 behind. Several more batches were brought out afterward, and in total Lu Wei selected 12 people, spending 2,000 taels of silver. After finishing with this shop, he headed to the next. From then on, Lu Wei no longer intended to take those of ordinary aptitude. He would only accept those with good talent or great potential. However, such individuals were extremely rare. After spending an entire afternoon wandering through the human market, he found only 7 with aptitude that could be considered decent ones, who could be cultivated to yield a 50-fold return. As for those with exceptional aptitude and immense potential, they would have to be sought out slowly in the future. With these 19 people, at least for the time being, he no longer had to worry about having no one to bind. Taking these 19 people with him, Lu Wei made another round through the marketplace, purchasing various daily necessities and cultivation supplies, and then returned to the city lord's mansion. Seeing Lu Wei bring back so many women, Yang Xiaohu and Qin Qianyu were utterly stunned. Are you not afraid you'll work yourself to death?" Qin Qianyu stared wide-eyed at Lu Wei. At her words, Lu Wei reached out and tapped a finger against her forehead. "What nonsense is running through your head? These people are useful. They are the foundation I intend to cultivate." "Cultivate a foundation? Are you planning to establish a power of your own?" Yang Xiaohu's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Wei and asked. Lu Wei let out a sigh. "It is not that I desire it. It is just that we are already such a large family, and in the future we will possess so many resources that we cannot possibly use them all. It is inevitable that others will covet what we have. We cannot personally step forward every time trouble comes knocking on our door. With some people under our command, many matters will be less troublesome, and we can be at ease when sending them to act. More importantly, after the returns were triggered, the more people he had, the more resources would be returned. With such an abundance of supplies, his own family would never be able to consume them all. It would be better to cultivate more people who truly belong to him. Moreover, Lu Wei could see their favorability toward him. Anyone harboring divided loyalties could be removed at once. Most crucial of all, to level up, he had to have people bound to him. Otherwise, the pace of his advancement would grow slower and slower. Lu Wei entrusted all these women to Yang Xiaohu and Qin Qianyu to arrange, instructing that they were all to accompany them when they set out the next day. As for himself, he took a sword manual in hand and went to find Xiaoyu. Arriving at the courtyard where the orphans lived, Lu Wei discovered that even though night had already fallen, some of the children were still persevering in their cultivation. For these children, whether it was cultivation or the study of knowledge, both were incomparably precious opportunities. To be given such a chance, they were willing to devote 100-fold, 1,000-fold effort without hesitation. It was just a pity that apart from Xiaoyu and the short-haired girl, the others' cultivation aptitude was very ordinary, some of them possessing no aptitude at all. Even if they were to cultivate their entire lives, it would be difficult for them to break through the third realm of martial practitioners. Yet Lu Wei did not disdain them, on the contrary, their tireless effort filled him with comfort and relief. Lu Wei did not mind giving them a chance. Lacking aptitude was not a problem as long as they did not give up. He had ways to help them improve. "Xiao Yudian, come here," Lu Wei called out to her. "Yes, young master." Practicing her sword alone in a corner, Xiao Yudian heard Lu Wei's voice and without the slightest hesitation immediately walked over. After these days of cultivation, Xiao Yudian's progress had been remarkable. She had also grown far more confident, no longer the self-abasing timid child she once had been. "Xiao Yudian, this is for you." As he spoke, Lu Wei took out the sword manual and slipped it into Xiao Yudian's hands. "Young master, what is this?" she asked in puzzlement, looking down at the manual. "It is a sword manual. When you have free time you can practice it together with everyone." "Thank you, young master. I will practice diligently. There is no need to rush. You are still young. Take your time and advance step by step." I understand, young master." "Good. Go and play. Do not spend every day only on training. Balancing work and rest is the proper way." "Yes. Go on," Lu Wei said, then turned and walked away. 2 days earlier, after the system upgraded, the special reward had been an increase of 1 additional binding slot. Previously, each level up had granted only 1 additional binding. This time he obtained 1 more than usual. Thus Lu Wei bound both Jin Shenyu and Xiao Yudian. As the only little girl with a perfect score of 100 and a 100-fold return, Xiao Yudian's returns were astonishingly generous. For the first return, when Lu Wei gave her a single spirit stone, he received 100 in return. The second time he gave her a yellow grade cultivation art, and in return he received a heaven grade art. Lu Wei immediately handed this technique over to the children to cultivate, for the dragon elephant suppressing hell art was truly too difficult to practice. This new technique, while not as powerful as the dragon elephant suppressing hell art, was far easier to cultivate. Most importantly, its requirements for aptitude were not so high, allowing even children with poor talent to progress step by step. This was also why, despite its comparatively weaker power, the technique could still be ranked among heaven-grade arts. Of course, this so-called weaker power was only relative, since it was classified as heaven-grade. Its might could not be lacking. Today marked the 3rd return. Lu Wei had given Xiao Yudian a profound grade sword art. It was not that he was unwilling to give something higher, rather sword arts above profound grade were simply far too difficult to obtain. Even among the great sects, such manuals were exceedingly rare. Even if Lu Wei had money, there was nowhere for him to buy them. Within the city lord's mansion's treasury, this profound grade sword art was already considered top tier. Ding! The host has gifted the return target Xiao Yudian the profound grade sword art. Sparks ignite the prairie, triggering a 100-fold return. Reward obtained spirit grade sword art blazing sun sword technique. Lu Wei returned to his room and chose to receive the Liang sword art. In an instant, a vast torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. By the time he had fully absorbed it, he had already grasped just how formidable this Liang sword art truly was. To cultivate this sword art, one must draw upon the true fire of the sun. At the beginning, one can only refine using the morning sun's nascent flame, and only through gradual cultivation can it be tempered into true solar fire. The might of the true solar fire needed no further elaboration, especially against sinister spirits and demonic arts upon which it inflicted devastating destruction. Without another word, Lu Wei entered the skill training space and began cultivating. He drove the Liang sword art directly to the minor completion realm before he finally paused. He had ample time ahead and was in no hurry, within 5 days reaching the Grandmaster realm, and this art would pose no problem at all. After finishing his sword practice, Lu Wei washed up, straightened himself, and went directly to Qin Xinyu's room. They had been married for so long, yet the most crucial step between them had still not been taken tonight, no matter what it had to be made up for. "You. It's so late, why did you come?" Seeing Lu Wei walk in, Qin Xinyu felt a flutter of panic in her heart, tinged with a hint of expectation, and an unconscious blush spread over her delicate face. Lu Wei walked over to the bedside and sat down, smiling with narrowed eyes. "You're my wife, married to me in broad daylight with proper rights. Isn't it perfectly natural for me to come? Then why don't you go to Yang Xiuhu instead?" "What? Are you afraid?" "Who's afraid? I'm not afraid at all." Not far away, Yang Xiaohu, reading in her own room, heard the voices coming from Qin Xinyu's chamber. She let out a displeased snort and directly sealed off her hearing. In Lu Ruyan's room, Wu Xiaoya watched her mother's 2 legs rubbing against each other under the quilt and asked in puzzlement, "Mother, what's wrong with you? Is it itchy somewhere?" That night hardly anyone slept well. They had originally planned to depart at dawn, yet they did not manage to pack up and get ready to leave until the sun was already high in the sky. The caravan scale this time was still considerable, even larger than when they had come. In addition to Yang Xiaohu's original escort guards, there were also Qin Xianyu's guards. Qin Feng had given all 500 guards from the former city lord's mansion to his beloved daughter Qin Xianyu. Since he was returning to Qingling's sect, he would not allow these guards to be cheaply inherited by the next city lord. These guards were all elite cultivators with established realms. Although most were only at the first realm, so long as they had sufficient resources, their cultivation would undoubtedly continue to rise. In this way, though the formation looked somewhat loose, it still comprised nearly 1,000 people. Fortunately, there were enough horses. All the guards were mounted, while the maids and womenfolk traveled in several carriages refined by Lu Wei, so their pace was not slow at all. "Boy, I'm entrusting Xianyu to you. You must protect her well. I ask for nothing else, only that she remain safe and sound," Qin Feng said earnestly, pulling Lu Wei aside before departure to remind him with heartfelt words. Lu Wei nodded with grave seriousness. "Rest assured. I swear that unless I fall, no one will be able to harm them." "Good. Go then. I hope that in half a year we can meet again at Qingling Sword Sect." "Very well." After speaking, Lu Wei turned and climbed into the carriage, waving in farewell alongside Qin Xianyu, whose eyes were rimmed with red, toward Qin Feng. Once the convoy had left Yunzhou City, Qin Xianyu turned back to look at the towering city gate. Burying her head in Lu Wei's embrace, she choked out, "Will we ever come back?" Lu Wei held her close, gently patting her back in comfort. "We will. Don't worry. Whenever you wish to return, we can come back and visit." Hearing Lu Wei's words, Qin Xianyu felt much better. It was her first time leaving her hometown since she was grown. Feeling a bit sad and heartsick was only natural. The 1,000-strong procession stretched for several hundred meters, yet its marching speed did not slacken in the least. In particular, the carriages refined by Lu Wei were no slower than the galloping horses, perhaps even faster. Moreover, riding inside the carriages was extremely stable, with hardly any jolting to be felt. In just a single morning of 2 hours, they had already traveled more than 100 li. At such a pace, they would reach Jizhou in only a dozen or so days. Because they had departed late, they skipped a midday rest in order to make up for lost time. They marched on until dusk before finally reaching a small city. This city was tiny, no more than a town, with only a few thousand households and a population of less than 10,000. To the north of Yunzhou, there were not even such small cities. Only when traveling south from Yunzhou did these little towns appear, with villages gradually growing more numerous along the way. After entering the city, scouts who had been sent ahead were already waiting to receive them and led Lu Wei and the others to an inn that had been reserved in advance. In a place like this, one could not hope for particularly good conditions. Having any place to sleep at all was already fortunate. Lu Wei took a look around. Though the conditions were average, the place was at least clean. He had nothing to complain about. He had lived in far harsher, more difficult places. This was already quite decent. That night, after everyone had finished dinner, Lu Wei asked Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu to stay behind. He then spread a map out on the table. Pointing to a spot, he said, 300 li farther to the southeast lies Yinshui Lake. That is where the Yin water can be found. We'll get up early tomorrow and strive to reach Yinshui Lake by nightfall, obtain the Yin water, and hold the prohibition-breaking ritual in the evening. Qin Xianyu, hearing this, was completely confused. What Yin water? What prohibition-breaking ritual? What are you two talking about? Lu Wei chuckled. I can't tell you yet. This is your sister Xiaohu's secret. If you won't say it, then don't. It's not like I'm dying to hear it. Alright, you'll know tomorrow. Rest early, we have to set out at dawn. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you say we were going to rest? Elsewhere, 10,000 li away on the northern border, Zhou Mushui and her companions, having rushed for several days, decided to stay in a city for the night and continue their journey the next day. Yet during dinner that evening, Zhou Mushui suddenly furrowed her brows, lowered her head to glance at her own abdomen, and her expression changed dramatically. The next morning at first light, before the sky had fully brightened, the group set off again without even having time for breakfast. Most of them were martial artists. Though the schedule was tight, it was nothing unbearable for the majority. Only the newly arrived maids lacked any cultivation, but they had carriages in which to rest. They could sleep inside them during the day all the same. At last, by noon, the caravan reached Yinshui Lake as planned. From afar, the lake's surface stretched immensely, with no end in sight at a single glance, like a boundless sea. Because large quantities of Yin water had once been extracted here, it was called Yinshui Lake. It also bore another name, Yinjiao Lake, for legend said that a Jiao dragon guarded these waters. However, no one had ever truly seen it and no one knew whether the tale was real. After Lu Wei arrived at the lakeshore, he chose a spot on higher ground and ordered the camp to be set up there. "Come, I'll go with you to meet this water-dwelling Jiao dragon." After instructing Qin Xianyu to keep an eye on the camp, Lu Wei and Yang Xiaohu arrived at the lakeside. Where is the Yin water? With such a large lake, it wouldn't be easy to find without a specific location. After instructing Qin Xianyu to keep an eye on the camp, Lu Wei and Yang Xiaohu arrived at the lakeside. Where is the Yin water? With such a large lake, it wouldn't be easy to find without a specific location. Moreover, both of them were at the 4th realm and couldn't fly yet as they hadn't reached the 5th realm. Although Lu Wei could run over the water with his shadowless steps, it wouldn't be the same carrying Yang Xiaohu. After all, carrying someone is completely different from running alone. "How about this? I'll go over by myself. You wait for me here and I'll be back soon." Yang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Just be careful." There was only a 4th realm beast on the island, which was not a threat to Lu Wei. "Rest assured that little 4th realm beast wouldn't survive my breath." "You just wait for my good news," Lu Wei said, waving goodbye to Yang Xiaohu before charging towards the lake surface. With incredible speed, Lu Wei left a shadow behind as he dashed across the water, creating a white line on the surface, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. Even though Lu Wei ran at full speed, it took him around 10 minutes to get close to the island. Unlike the lush greenery and blooming flowers outside, the island was barren and bright, devoid of any greenery. The island was covered with gray-black stones, and the stones near the shore were coated with frost. The lake around the island had frozen over, with wisps of mist rising gently. The temperature of the Yin water was extremely low, yet mysteriously it had not frozen, thus it was called Yin water. Seeing this environment, Lu Wei knew he had found the right place. This must be where the Yin water spring was located. He jumped onto the island, instantly feeling a bone-chilling cold beneath his feet. Lu Wei scanned the area, noting that the island wasn't very large, only about 2 to 3 miles in circumference. In the center there was a depression resembling a volcanic crater. Thick vapors were rising from the pit and a thin mist hung over the entire island. It seemed that the pit was indeed where the Yin water spring was located. Lu Wei moved quietly, stealthily approaching the location of the Yin water spring. The closer he got, the colder it felt. By the time he reached the edge of the spring, he estimated the temperature to be at least -40 or 50 degrees. Looking around, Lu Wei did not see any guardian beasts nearby. Could it be that the guardian beast was not home? What a pity if it were here. He could have gained a few attribute points. Oh well, it didn't matter, he would first secure the Yin water. Once he had the Yin water, he could have a good time with Yang Xiaohu. Lu Wei leaned over to look into the pit of the Yin water spring, but was instantly stunned. He saw a snow-white figure floating in the icy water. The figure was completely naked, reflecting a brilliant white under the sunlight. Suddenly the figure opened its eyes sharply, looking directly at Lu Wei. The gaze was fierce and savage, exuding a wild light. "Hiss!" the woman hissed at Lu Wei, seemingly warning him not to come closer. Lu Wei finally got a clear look at the woman's appearance. She had long silver-white hair cascading over her shoulders, shimmering with a mysterious light. Her face was shaped like a delicate oval, finely crafted, exuding a unique charm. Her eyes were like deep emerald gemstones with vertical pupils that hinted at a captivating mystery and sharpness. Her nose was straight, her lips rosy like cherries, slightly curled at the corners, revealing 2 sharp little teeth, giving her an aura of mysterious wild beauty, like a beast hiding in the shadows ready to strike. After assessing her appearance, Lu Wei checked her attributes. Name: Yin water white serpent. Age 505 years. Bone structure 60 can evolve. Understanding 60 can evolve. Physique 100, 001, 0000. Vitality 100, 001, 0000. Cultivation 4th realm. Appearance 96. Figure 91. Talent silver dragon, bloodline spiral jade pot. Affinity 0. Overall score 65. Not bound, can return at a multiple of 5. Ha! This potential isn't bad. The bone structure and understanding can still evolve. Since she possesses dragon lineage, it means she could eventually transform into a dragon. Dragons are legendary beings and this potential is quite high. Looking at the wild Yin water white serpent before him, Lu Wei decided to test if he could subdue her. If he couldn't, he would just have to kill her and retrieve it. Thus Lu Wei approached the edge of the pit, looking down at the white serpent. "I'll give you a chance, be my pet and come out to acknowledge me as your master." Hiss! Looking for death, hiss! The white serpent's eyes flashed with anger as she leaped out of the water, pouncing towards Lu Wei. Lu Wei was slightly surprised, saying, "I didn't expect you could talk." However, thinking about it, it made sense. She had taken form and lived for over 500 years, so speaking wasn't too strange. Seeing the white serpent pounce over Lu Wei wanted to remind her, "Miss, you're not wearing any clothes, you're exposing yourself." Unfortunately, the white serpent didn't give him a chance to speak and struck down at Lu Wei. A small fourth realm serpent demon was naturally no match for Lu Wei, especially in close combat. Slap. Lu Wei casually slapped her back into the water. The slap left the white serpent a bit dazed, covering her face as she stared at Lu Wei in confusion, not understanding how she suddenly flew back. Only when she felt the pain on her face did she realize she had been slapped back. Unwilling to give up, the white serpent charged again, only to be slapped back by Lu Wei once more. After this back and forth happened 4 or 5 times, Lu Wei saw that the white serpent was truly stubborn and directly seized her, pinning her down and giving her a good beating. However, what Lu Wei did not notice was that with each slap the white skin of the serpent gradually turned into a strange pink color. Moreover, a faint pink mist silently drifted away from her. Lu Wei felt an increasing fire in his heart with each hit, an inexplicable urge slowly growing within him, and his eyes gradually turned red without him realizing. As the sky gradually darkened, Yang Xiaohu felt a growing anxiety at Lu Wei's absence. Unable to contain herself, she went to the lakeside and gazed toward the center of the lake, biting her lip and deciding to go take a look. Why hasn't Lu Wei returned after the entire afternoon? Just as she was about to set off, she suddenly spotted a small black dot rapidly approaching. In no time, it was right in front of her. Recognizing it was Lu Wei, Yang Xiaohu hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Why are you back so late? Did you encounter some trouble?" Lu Wei forced a smile, saying, "Indeed, there was a little accident that delayed me, but it's nothing, all resolved." "Then are you all right? Not injured, right?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired." "Can we still hold the ceremony tonight?" Yang Xiaohu asked, her face slightly flushed. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei smiled faintly, feeling a twinge of soreness in his lower back. "Not today, let's do it tomorrow night. I need to rest well." Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei, slightly darkened circles under his eyes, and saw that he indeed appeared quite weak. "All right, you rest well and we'll talk tomorrow." Lu Wei waved his hand, having not eaten, and went straight back to the carriage, collapsing into sleep. Today had truly exhausted him, an entire afternoon's worth of fatigue. He finally experienced the might of the spiral jade pot, one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts which truly lived up to its reputation. The sensation was intoxicating beyond control, only making him continuously indulge. Even with his body comparable to a 6th realm powerhouse, he nearly became a dried corpse. Looking at the little white snake that had coiled around his arm and had fallen into a deep sleep, Lu Wei let out a breath of relief, grateful to have successfully subdued the little white snake, which was quite an achievement. Smacking his lips, Lu Wei couldn't help but reminisce about the experience. Forget it, no more thinking about it, the nutrition can't keep up, I should just go to sleep quickly. Before long, the sounds of snoring filled the room. What was he doing today? He's usually so lively, but today he seems like a sick chicken. Qin Xinyu asked in confusion, hearing the snoring from the carriage. Yang Xiaohu shook her head, "I don't know either. He looked very tired, so I didn't ask too much. Let's let him rest well, we should hurry to rest too and set off early tomorrow. We wasted an entire afternoon today, we need to make up for the journey." "All right." The next day before dawn, the caravan set off again. When they set off, the entire caravan was silent, not a sound to be heard, as Lu Wei was still asleep, afraid to disturb him. It wasn't until noon that the caravan made an impromptu stop to rest, and Lu Wei finally woke from his slumber. After this long sleep, Lu Wei felt incredibly refreshed. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. Stepping out of the room, he saw Yang Xiaohu reading a book and casually asked, "How long have I been asleep? Where are we now?" Yang Xiaohu visibly relaxed upon seeing Lu Wei awake. "You're awake. We've already traveled 300 miles from Inshur Lake. You've slept through the night and half the morning. How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Lu Wei stretched his body, cracking and popping in a satisfying way. "Don't worry, I'm completely recovered now. I feel better than ever." Seeing Lu Wei so assured, Yang Xiaohu finally relaxed, then asked, "What exactly happened yesterday that left you so exhausted?" Lu Wei knew he couldn't hide the matter of subduing the Inshur white snake, they would find out sooner or later. So he recounted the events of subduing the Inshur white snake, albeit with some alterations to the specifics. Yang Xiaohu was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Subduing a demon beast is no easy task. Humans have managed to subdue demon beasts before, but it is generally very difficult, and the demon beasts that can be subdued usually need to be either terrified, docile, or not particularly intelligent. However, such demon beasts are quite rare, and each one is exceptionally valuable. To think that Lu Wei managed to subdue a demon beast in one that was a fourth realm beast evolving toward the fifth realm at that. Seeing the little white snake coiled around Lu Wei's arm motionless, Lu Wei didn't say anything and she thought the little white snake was dead. So can we do it tonight? Yang Xiaohu asked nonchalantly. Lu Wei chuckled at her words, teasingly pinching her chin. What? Are you so eager to offer yourself? Pfft, don't flatter yourself. I'm just anxious to break through. Who wants to offer themselves to you? Yang Xiaohu scoffed, though her heart raced uncontrollably. Which girl doesn't have a spring in her heart? Moreover, with Zhou Mushui and Qin Xianyu ahead of her, it would be strange not to feel anxious. Lu Wei didn't expose her, smiling cheerfully. All right, wait for me. I'm going to concoct the spiritual liquid now, and tonight you'll get your wish. With that, Lu Wei turned and returned to his room, pulling out the various materials he had prepared long ago and began crafting. After a busy afternoon, he finally completed the concoction before nightfall. At this time, the caravan had also arrived at a county town, the last county town in Yunzhou. Beyond this small town, they would enter the territory of Jizhou. The caravan settled down at an inn in the town, and Lu Wei called Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu to his room. Xianyu, tonight I'm going to help Xiaohu unlock her bloodline restrictions. The process must not be disturbed, so I need you to help guard us and prevent anyone from interrupting, understand? Lu Wei said seriously. Qin Xianyu nodded earnestly. Don't worry, with me guarding, not even a fly will get in. Good, then I entrust this to you. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyu left the room, placing a stool at the door, armed with her Qi dragon spear, sitting at the entrance to prevent anyone from coming near. Inside the room, Lu Wei poured all the spiritual liquid into a large wooden barrel and then beckoned Yang Xiaohu. Come in. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu couldn't help but show a hint of blush on her face. She hadn't expected things to escalate so much on the first time. However, after hesitating for less than a second, Yang Xiaohu shed her clothes and walked in. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei couldn't help but swallow hard. Truly, she was a woman with a figure scoring 99 points. She was incredibly beautiful, like a meticulously crafted piece of art from heaven. Half an hour later, Qin Xianyu, guarding outside the door, vaguely heard noises coming from inside the room, and her face instantly darkened. As someone who had been through it, she certainly knew what those sounds were. Even though Yang Xiaohu tried to lower her voice, she couldn't fool her. Hearing that sound, Qin Xianyu was nearly enraged enough to kick the door down, questioning the dogman and woman inside what they were doing. If they were going to do something, why did they have to make her guard the door? There was no such thing, it was simply too much to ask. However, thinking of Lu Wei's instructions, she gritted her teeth and held it in. What if she ruined their ceremony and caused them irreparable harm? She would regret it for the rest of her life. But standing guard like this was truly frustrating, making her feel both stifled and furious. No way, tomorrow she must make Yang Xiaohu guard for a night as well. The moment she entered the bucket of water, Yang Xiaohu felt an icy chill all over her body, as if she had been completely frozen. Lu Wei reminded her from the side, maintain your focus and circulate your cultivation method. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu immediately began to operate her technique, feeling a stream of cold air entering her meridians. Gradually, the cold air entering her body increased, and Yang Xiaohu felt as if she were being frozen at an alarming speed. The breath she exhaled was frosty, and it felt as though she was exposed to a frigid wilderness, immensely cold. Just as she was about to faint from the cold, she suddenly sensed a warm source beside her, and instinctively she rushed forward to embrace it tightly. Soon, in her dazed state, she felt a surge of warm energy flowing into her body. The energy clashed with the cold air within her until she vaguely heard a crack sound, as if something had shattered. In an instant, she experienced an unprecedented clarity. The speed of her circulating technique doubled, and there were no obstacles at all. The next morning, Lu Wei opened the door and saw Qin Xianyu glaring at him with resentment. Tonight I want her to guard the door for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. All right, no problem. Let her guard the door for both of us tonight. Let's go gather everyone to set off. The convoy continued its journey, and as usual, Lu Wei distributed gifts. Today, after giving out all the items, his system upgraded. Ding's system level upgraded. Current level 8, number of bound individuals 9. Reward attribute points X2, new system function unlocked, items can be returned repeatedly to the same individual, refresh limit for today's returns. Upon seeing the newly unlocked feature, Lu Wei felt a great sense of relief. To be honest, after giving out items for so long, he had nearly exhausted all valuable gifts. In the past few days, the items he sent to Lu Xiaoxiao and the others were either various ores or different spiritual herbs. Luckily, there were many types of spiritual herbs and ores, otherwise he wouldn't know what else to send. Now it was perfect, he could send previously gifted items repeatedly and in the future he wouldn't lack for washing marrow pills and the like. With this thought, Lu Wei called for Shen Wanwan. "Young master, did you call for me?" Shen Wanwan walked in with a cheerful smile. After a long period of adjustment, Shen Wanwan gradually adapted to the new environment, and with her parents by her side she slowly regained her original cheerful and optimistic personality, shedding the cautiousness she had when she first arrived. Seeing Shen Wanwan's happy demeanor, Lu Wei felt his mood brighten considerably. "What has you so happy? Your smile seems uncontainable." "Young master, my father caught a chicken and he plans to stew it for dinner tonight. It's a big one and it looks delicious." She gestured with her hands. Lu Wei chuckled lightly upon hearing this. This girl was truly easy to please, just a chicken made her so happy. Perhaps this was the reason for her constant optimism. He teasingly said, "Oh, so there's chicken and you didn't mention sharing a bit with your young master for a taste?" "It's not done yet. Once it's ready I won't forget you, young master, or the ladies." "Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Young master has chicken, so feel free to come ask for it whenever you want in the future." "Young master, you have chicken. Where is it?" "I don't see it." Shen Wanwan curiously looked at Lu Wei. "You can't see it, usually it appears only when you want to eat it," Lu Wei said with a mysterious smile. "Alright, enough about that. I called you here to ask how your cultivation of the Medicine King Sutra is progressing." "I'm currently practicing the body refinement chapter. I've memorized most of the formulas, and once I reach the chi gathering realm and have enough spiritual energy I can try alchemy." Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. "The progress is good. Remember, don't be lazy. Young master is looking forward to you refining pills soon to help me earn some money." Shen Wanwan nodded earnestly. "Yes, young master, I will definitely work hard to learn alchemy as soon as possible." "Good, very obedient. Here, let me give you a reward." "What is it?" Shen Wanwan curiously approached Lu Wei. Lu Wei took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Shen Wanwan. "This is a bottle of high-quality body refinement pills. Take it back and practice well." "Thank you, young master." Shen Wanwan didn't decline, knowing that the young master preferred not to have his gifts rejected. The body refinement pill he had given her before had significantly increased her training speed. Moreover, having learned the Medicine King Sutra, she knew that high-quality body refinement pills were indeed rare. Ding, the host has gifted a bottle of high-quality body refinement pills to Shen Wanwan, triggering a 50-fold return and receiving a bottle of washing marrow pills. Seeing the reward credited, Lu Wei took out a washing marrow pill and handed it to Shen Wanwan. "Here, eat this pill." Shen Wanwan took the pill and curiously examined it. The pill was round and emitted a faint fragrance with a mysterious sheen flowing across its surface. She couldn't help but ask, "What kind of pill is this?" Lu Wei winked and teased her, "It's poison, do you want to eat it?" Without hesitation, Shen Wanwan nodded, her eyes filled with trust and determination. "I will eat it as long as it's given by young master." Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh, gently patting her head. "Such a flatterer, hurry and eat it." Shen Wanwan giggled and carefully placed the washing marrow pill into her mouth, swallowing it down. Not long after, the effects of the washing marrow pill began to take effect. After a while, Shen Wanwan's voice came from the bathroom. "Young master, I have no clothes to change into." The outfit she had just worn was now stained with various dirt and could not be worn again. "Then don't wear it, there's no one else in this carriage," Lu Wei teased with a smile. Young master, Shen Wanwan's face flushed with embarrassment as she pouted, having forgotten about her clothes in her hurry. "Ha ha ha, it's fine, I don't mind." "I mind." Shen Wanwan was left speechless by Lu Wei's shamelessness. "Why are you being so formal? What's there to mind between us?" Young master Shen Wanwan was almost in tears from anxiety. Seeing this, Lu Wei stopped teasing her and said with a smile, all right, wait for me to find you something to wear." Before long, Lu Wei knocked on the bathroom door with a piece of clothing in hand. "Open the door, I brought you the clothes." Shen Wanwan quickly replied, "Young master, please put the clothes at the door and then please go out first." "Oh, little girl, how dare you ask the young master to go out? Hurry up and open the door." There was no sound from the bathroom, indicating that Shen Wanwan was engaged in an internal struggle. After a while, the bathroom door finally opened a small crack and a delicate white hand extended out. "Young master, give it to me." Lu Wei didn't tease her anymore and handed the clothes to her. Shen Wanwan took the clothes and quickly retreated. After a while, she blushed and walked out of the bathroom. Lu Wei looked up and felt a bright light before his eyes. The little girl seemed to have become even more beautiful. He glanced at Shen Wanwan's profile. Name: Shen Wanwan. Age 17. Talent 98. Comprehension 99. Physique 44. Cultivation bone refining stage. Appearance 91. Figure 87. Talent fragrant medicinal body. Favorability 85. Overall score 94, return multiplier 50 times. Her talent increased by 3 points and her appearance and figure improved to some degree. After all, the little girl was still young and she could improve further in a couple of years. Feeling her young master's somewhat aggressive gaze, Shen Wanwan felt as if a little deer was darting around in her heart. Young master, if there's nothing else I'll head back first. Don't be in a rush, there's still something to do. What is it? Shen Wanwan lowered her head, afraid to look at Lu Wei. Don't you like eating chicken? Today at noon the convoy didn't take a break as they had to hurry to the next stop before dark. Finally, before darkness fell, the convoy arrived at a village. It was a large village, one could even say it was a small town. The village had over 1,000 households built on a hillside surrounded by defensive works to fend off wild beasts. At the foot of the mountain a great river flowed by with fertile fields on either side. However, what puzzled Lu Wei and the others was that such good farmland had all been abandoned. The fields were overrun with weeds as if no one was managing them. Could it be that this village was deserted? Yet when Lu Wei looked towards the village he could clearly see signs of activity. This village seems a bit off, a voice sounded behind Lu Wei. Lu Wei turned his head and asked with a smile, how does it feel? It feels unprecedentedly good, thank you. Yang Xiaohu sighed with relief, a smile of gratitude and deep affection lighting her face as she looked at Lu Wei. Lu Wei wrapped his arms around her, smiling as he said, there's no need to be polite with me, you are my wife and I will do my best to help you get whatever you desire. Holding Yang Ziya's curvaceous figure, Lu Wei felt a surge of heat rising within him. This woman seemed to exude an irresistible charm that made one want to perish in her embrace. You just know how to flatter me, don't think I don't know you tricked that little girl into eating chicken at noon today. Ahem, let's quickly check out this village. Lu Wei awkwardly changed the subject. Yang Xiaohu rolled her eyes at him and did not continue the topic. The convoy soon arrived at the village gate, but the gate was tightly shut with no intention of opening. A team member who was scouting ahead shouted, is anyone there? We are a passing merchant convoy and we would like to stay here for a night to replenish some supplies, leaving early tomorrow morning. After a while several people appeared on the village wall. The common trait of these individuals was that they were all unusually overweight, panting as they walked. Sorry everyone, but our village prohibits outsiders from entering. If you wish to rest here you can only camp outside the village gate. If you need anything just let me know and I will prepare it for you. After saying this the person was breathing heavily as if those few words had exhausted all his energy. Lu Wei frowned at the sight of him, although food wasn't too scarce in this world. For an ordinary villager, being able to have enough food is already quite good. To be this overweight is rare, especially with so many appearing at once, which is even stranger. Moreover, judging by their clothing and the surrounding abandoned fields, they didn't seem particularly wealthy. However, Lu Wei was not keen on meddling in others' affairs, so he instructed the merchant convoy to set up camp in an open area not far from the village. After all, they had plenty of supplies prepared, even without replenishing it wouldn't affect anything. At most they would need to restock on water, and there was a river nearby, so it wasn't necessary to go into the village. The convoy quickly set up the camp with the guards stationed on the perimeter, while Lu Wei and the female family members stayed inside a few carriages. Along the way, whether it was the guards from the Lord's mansion or the merchant convoy's guards, they all worked diligently, and Lu Wei noticed this. The loyalty of these people was high and he wasn't a stingy person. He instructed the maid to summon the two captains of the guard teams. In no time the two captains arrived, one of whom was Lu Wei's nominal master Luo Yan. Since Lin Xiao's death, Luo Yan had become the captain of the guard team. Upon realizing that his disciple had indeed married the young lady of the family and turned the tables, Luo Yan could only sigh. When the wind blows, even a pig can fly up into the sky. Greetings, son-in-law, the two captains said in unison. They exchanged knowing glances, seemingly thinking about how vast the gap between people really was, even greater than that between humans and dogs. Lu Wei looked at Luo Yan, who was bowing to him, and could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Oh master, it's been a long time. Why are you still so formal? You're embarrassing me. It's not right for a master to bow to his disciple. Hurry up, get up, this won't do. Luo Yan looked up at the smile that his rebellious disciple could not suppress, regretting how he had let him off so easily without giving him a good beating back then. He clasped his hands and implicitly remarked, one must not neglect propriety. Luo Yan is not an ungrateful person. Lu Wei did not mind Luo Yan's veiled criticism at all. He chuckled, "Master, your character truly deserves admiration. Only someone with such noble virtue could cultivate a flawless disciple like me. Isn't that right, Qin Lang?" Qin Lang was the captain of the city lord's guard, a burly man in his 30s with dark skin, a typical martial man. Upon hearing Lu Wei's question, he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Young master is wise." Qin Lang held no grievances against Lu Wei. Even if he did, he would not dare express them. He had personally witnessed Lu Wei slay a fifth-stage beast as if it were merely a chicken. How could he dare to question such a terrifying existence? Seeing this scene, Luo Yan could only sigh inwardly, wondering how he had once softened his heart and accepted such a shameless disciple. "Well, very good. I have been observing your dedicated performances during this time. The reason I called you here today is to reward you a little. I am not a stingy person. Here are 100 bottles of high-grade qi gathering pills for you. Take them back and share them with everyone." Upon hearing this, the two were immediately taken aback. Qi gathering pills. And high-grade ones at that. Qi gathering pills were essential for their current cultivation, but they were expensive, and it was already considered good if they could obtain one in a month. Moreover, they were usually only low-grade qi gathering pills. Yet today Lu Wei had actually given them high-grade ones, and there were 100 bottles. Each of the 1,000 or so of them could at least get one. Although it was just one, it was worth several years of their income. Isn't this too precious? Luo Yan could hardly believe his ears. Lu Wei smiled and waved his hand to me. "This is nothing. As long as you work hard, there will be more such qi gathering pills in the future. For the young master, we would die." The two spoke in unison, their voices strong and resonant. "All right, off you go." Lu Wei waved his hand, sending them on their way. As for their words, Lu Wei merely listened casually. He was not very concerned with whether they were sincere or not. To him, this 1,000-man guard was only there to help him fend off unnecessary troubles in the face of real danger. Their meager cultivation could not protect him. Of course, if they were loyal enough, Lu Wei would not hesitate to use resources to nurture them, making his own life easier in the future. However, compared to these guards, his main focus for cultivation remained his maidens. The cultivation methods he provided to those maidens were the same as those given to beggars, an easy-to-cultivate yet effective heavenly-level technique. Unbeknownst to him, night had completely fallen. After completing his daily skill training, Lu Wei stepped out of the carriage to get some fresh air. Suddenly he saw Qin Xinyu sneaking out of the camp, heading to the outskirts of the village. Finding a secluded spot, she quietly climbed over the village's walls and entered. Seeing this, Lu Wei could only shake his head helplessly. What was this girl doing out so late at night in someone else's village? After some thought, Lu Wei moved swiftly, disappearing from his spot. After all, something felt off about this village. Given Qin Qianyu's mediocre cultivation level, it would be disastrous if she encountered any danger. Following closely behind her, Lu Wei effortlessly entered the village. The village was filled with ordinary people who had no cultivation, making them unreliable compared to practitioners like Lu Wei. Once Qin Xianyu entered the village, she looked around and noticed that the entire village was silent. She casually found a household and crouched beneath the window to listen for a while. However, she only heard the sound of people snoring, finding no anomalies whatsoever. Unwilling to give up, Qin Xianyu visited several households, but the situation was basically the same. Everyone seemed to be in a deep sleep. Although there was not much entertainment at night here and no phones to play with. The fact that everyone went to sleep as soon as night fell without exception was indeed a bit strange under normal circumstances. Even if there was nothing to do, one could still create human connections. From the entrance of the village all the way to its center, there was not a single exception. Just as Qin Xianyu felt bored and was about to head back, she suddenly noticed a house in the middle of the village that was different from the others. That house was exceptionally large, resembling a grand hall. Inside, the lights were bright, yet there was not a single person. Curious, Qin Xianyu leaned against the window and peered inside, discovering that the floor was covered with mats, and at the front was an altar with a statue of a person with a fish head. In front of the statue was a plaque that read, "Great Virtue and Merit, Water God, Right Position." Upon seeing this, Qin Xianyu frowned, realizing they were venerating a demonic race. Such practices were quite common. Many remote villages had the custom of venerating the demonic race. Most of the demons that received their worship would also protect the village, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Not only the demonic race but also the human race had sects that relied on the power of incense to cultivate. The most representative of these was the Buddhist sect. For this reason, the Buddhist sect excelled in slaying demons and eliminating evil, as they constantly battled with the demonic race over incense offerings. Of course, some demonic cultists also used improper means to plunder the power of incense. Such methods were usually cruel and intolerable in the righteous path. This village, however, was clearly abnormal. The way this demonic race cultivated was evidently not righteous. As Lu Wei followed Qin Xianyu into the village, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The entire village was shrouded in a bizarre wave of spiritual energy. This spiritual energy seemed capable of influencing people's thoughts, gradually making them forget their ability to think independently. This energy was very weak, only able to slightly affect ordinary people, and practitioners might not even notice it. Unless one was a master like Lu Wei with exceptionally high and keen spiritual energy. He furrowed his brow and carefully examined a household where people were sleeping, discovering that even in their dreams they were praying. Clearly someone was influencing them, causing these villagers to constantly provide him with power of belief. This also explained why their fields were barren, yet they still managed to grow so fat. Someone was treating them like livestock. Such methods were akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Gradually these people would lose their thoughts and become mere shells who only knew how to pray and worship. By then the power of belief they could provide would become very limited, rendering them worthless. After understanding the situation, Lu Wei did not intend to meddle. Although this matter was influenced by spiritual power, if the villagers firmly refused, the demon beast would find it difficult to succeed. Moreover, judging by the state of these people, they were evidently affected deeply. Even if the demon beast were eliminated now, these individuals would struggle to survive independently. They had grown accustomed to laziness and waiting to be fed, much like domesticated pigs. If released into the wild, their chances of survival would be slim. Of course, if he encountered this demon beast, Lu Wei wouldn't mind casually killing it to earn some attribute points. He couldn't control whether the villagers lived or died, but he couldn't allow the demon beast to harm the next village. If he didn't come across it, Lu Wei wouldn't actively search for it. In the future, if he encountered disciples of the Buddhist sect, he would inform them, as those monks were particularly proactive about such matters. However, it seemed that some things were arranged coincidentally. As the sky darkened, Lu Wei prepared to call Qin Xianyu back, as he planned to host a gathering of 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes tonight. Just as he took a step, he suddenly heard the door of a household creak open. One after another, every household seemed to have conspired, rising together. At this late hour, their waking was clearly for some clandestine activity. Before long, the villagers all emerged, walking towards the large ancestral hall in the center of the village. Lu Wei noticed that these villagers appeared to be in a daze, their eyes still closed as they shuffled like zombies towards the ancestral hall. In no time, the entire hall was packed with people. They knelt on the ground, bowing towards the statue, mumbling incantations that Lu Wei could not decipher. However, Lu Wei could clearly feel a faint wisp of spiritual energy emanating from each of them. This spiritual energy eventually coalesced and entered the statue. The statue began to emit a soft glow akin to a light bulb powered on. Observing this bizarre scene, Lu Wei halted his steps and quietly observed from the side. Suddenly, a chilling wave of spiritual energy surged from afar and dark clouds drifted over the village. Before long, things began to fall from the clouds with a crackling sound. Lu Wei looked closely and realized that it wasn't rain falling from the clouds, but fish, shrimp, and grains. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy in those clouds, Lu Wei's heart stirred. The main entity had arrived. What surprised him was the demon beast's cultivation level. It was at the golden core stage. In no time, the clouds stopped releasing fish, leaving a layer of fish and shrimp on the ground, likely enough for the villagers to eat for several days. Then a shadow, dark and cold, flew into the ancestral hall, placing its hand on the glowing statue, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy within. At this moment, Lu Wei also got a clear look at the demon beast. It was covered in black scales, dense and small, evoking a sense of disgust. Even though it had limbs like a human, its hands and feet lacked fingers and toes, resembling fish fins instead. Its large head was similar to that of a snake, covered in scales with black and yellow patterns. Seeing the appearance of this fish demon, Lu Wei's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that a giant black fish had become sentient? Just as Lu Wei was preparing to wait for it to emerge and interrogate it. At that moment, Qin Xianyu acted first. This foolish girl had seized the opportunity to attack while the fish demon was absorbing spiritual energy. She thrust her Chulong spear, which suddenly erupted with a blazing red light, stabbing towards the fish demon. The Chulong spear was a low-grade magical weapon, far more powerful than a spirit tool. Its power was naturally extraordinary. In an instant, a golden and scorching spear light sliced through the air, piercing towards the fish demon's face. Such a surprise attack, even for an average demon beast, might not be able to react in time, let alone a 4-stage demon beast. However, Qin Xianyu was unaware that she had ambushed a 5-stage demon beast, which was 2 major realms higher than her own. The fish demon, facing the sudden attack, did not dare to be careless. It waved its hand, shooting out a water arrow while leaping out of the room. With a loud boom, the spear light collided with the water arrow, creating a shockwave. Qin Xianyu was startled. She hadn't expected the fish demon to be so powerful, easily deflecting her attack. She quickly dodged and chased out of the room, not forgetting to send a signal requesting assistance. The fish demon landed on the open ground outside, its eyes filled with rage. It opened its mouth, spewing forth a blue water droplet which quickly transformed into a massive water spear. The fish demon swung the water spear at Qin Xianyu. This strike was like thunder crashing down, accompanied by a chilling aura aimed at Qin Xianyu. With one at the Golden Core stage and the other at the Foundation Establishment stage, Qin Xianyu was certainly no match. Even with a magical weapon in hand, the disparity in power was too great. Lu Wei, who was watching from the side, certainly wouldn't allow his wife to get hurt. He extended his right index finger, gently tapping it, and a beam of sword light shot out from his hand. Initially, the sword light was the size of a fingertip, emitting a faint white glow. However, as it flew, its brilliance gradually became dazzling. When the sword light reached the fish demon, it had transformed from a fingertip size to over a meter long. The sword light shimmered with a brilliant golden hue, resembling a scorching sun exuding immense heat. The surrounding air felt as if it were igniting from the intense heat of the sword light, forming a distorted wave of heat. The fish demon sensed the formidable threat from the sword light, widening its eyes in an attempt to evade. But the speed of the sword light was incredibly fast, reaching it in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the sword light resembled a true sun, imposing a tremendous pressure that slowed its movements. With a soft thud, the sword light easily pierced through the fish demon's body, slaying it on the spot. Lu Wei had been practicing the solar sword technique for several days. This was the first time he had used it. A single simple sword strike had killed a 5-stage demon beast. Seeing Qin Xianyu still in a daze, Lu Wei approached and playfully smacked her bottom. Curiosity can lead to trouble, can't it? If I weren't here, you might have been in real danger today. Qin Xianyu immediately leaped into Lu Wei's embrace, smiling. It's precisely because you're here that I dare to act. If you weren't by my side, I would have hidden far away. Before Lu Wei could respond, the villagers in the ancestral hall suddenly rushed out. Upon seeing the fallen fish demon, their expressions turned a mix of shock and fury. You actually killed the river god. The Dragon King will never let you go. An old man with a round face and a labored gait looked at Lu Wei and his companion, astonished and furious. Lu Wei disdainfully pointed at the deceased blackfish demon on the ground. The blackfish demon had transformed into a large black fish several meters long after death. Such a creature is worthy of being called a god. What if I killed it? What? Do you want to accompany it in death? As Lu Wei spoke, a murderous aura suddenly exploded from his body. An invisible storm swept through the surroundings, instantly causing the villagers to turn pale with fear, sitting down on the ground, trembling all over, with some even so scared they lost control of themselves. My lord, please calm your anger. My lord, please calm your anger. A group of people had lost the fierce demeanor they had just moments ago, continuously bowing on the ground and begging for mercy. Lu Wei did not even glance at them. These people would not survive much longer. Their vitality was gone, and it wouldn't be long before they perished on their own. Let's go, we should head back. As the two exited the village, they coincidentally spotted Yang Xiaohu and the group of guards approaching. As soon as Qin Xianyu sent a distress signal, Yang Xiaohu immediately went to find Lu Wei. Upon discovering Lu Wei was not there, he quickly summoned some members of the guard to rush over. Seeing Lu Wei and Qin Xianyu emerge from the village, he breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? What transpired inside? Are you both unharmed? Lu Wei shot a glance at Qin Xianyu and said, ask her. She was the one looking for trouble for no reason. Qin Xianyu smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect that demon to be so powerful actually at the Golden Core stage. Yang Xiaohu was taken aback. You encountered a demon beast at the Golden Core stage. Qin Xianyu nodded and recounted the events. After hearing this, Yang Xiaohu couldn't help but scold. You really don't know how to avoid trouble. You had no idea of their strength, yet dared to strike first. Remember, when outside, it's best to avoid such situations. Don't throw your life away in the future. I know this was my first time out and I lacked experience. I won't do it again. Seeing Qin Xianyu acknowledge her mistake, Yang Xiaohu chose not to say more, and the group returned to the camp to prepare for departure. The villagers mentioned that there might be someone behind this blackfish demon. To avoid trouble, it was best to set off early. The fish demons were already at the Golden Core stage, so the people behind them would surely be stronger, at least at the 6th stage. Such formidable demon beasts would pose a challenge for Lu Wei even now. Unless Bai Linger intervened. She had now recovered to the 6th stage of strength thanks to Lu Wei continuously providing various resources. Of course Lu Wei wasn't altruistically helping, he was primarily motivated by the growing affection Bai Linger had for him. He wasn't worried about her becoming a threat after regaining her strength. However, he was slightly concerned. What if Bai Linger's affection continued to grow? How would that affect his relationship with Zhou Muxue? The team continued their journey. Thanks to the new type of carriage Lu Wei crafted, their travel speed was remarkably fast, covering at least 400 to 500 miles a day. At noon the team stopped to cook and Lu Wei took out the large black fish. This fish was several meters long and weighed 300 to 400 pounds. It was enough for them to have a meal. Although it meant less than a pound of meat per person, the flesh of such a golden core stage demon beast would be too much for lower level warriors to handle. Even just a bowl of soup would be of immense benefit to them. However, the flesh of the high-level demon beast was too violent for lower-level warriors to consume directly. Fortunately, Lu Wei was well-versed in the art of the apothecary and prepared some neutralizing medicines, making the fish soup gentle and easy to absorb. After finishing a bowl of fish meat, many experienced an immediate increase in their cultivation, with some breaking through their bottlenecks on the spot. The entire team saw over 100 people break through to the second stage, with 3 reaching the third stage. The remaining individuals also advanced by 2 or 3 small realms. It wouldn't be long before the entire team would become second-stage warriors. Only those newly bought maidservants who had just started cultivating lagged behind in strength. After lunch, Lu Wei gave them enough time to digest and cultivate for a while before continuing their journey. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye 6 or 7 days had passed. During these days Lu Wei did not slack off and continued to enhance his cultivation. However, at his level, without any fortuitous encounters, he could only accumulate slowly over time. Although his cultivation speed was already hundreds of times faster than others, 6 or 7 days passed with no significant progress. The only exception was his martial skills, all of which Lu Wei had elevated to the master level. With this array of master-level martial skills, even when facing a 6th-stage warrior, Lu Wei possessed the strength to fight back. Of course, if he truly encountered a 6th-stage warrior, he could at most maintain a draw. He was far from being able to slay one. That morning Lu Wei distributed the chi-gathering pills he had refined the previous night to each woman, completing today's return quota. Ding, the system has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host. The system has been upgraded to level 9. Reward attribute points. Level 2 increase in bound personnel by 1 unlocks new feature. Critical hit results can be chosen freely. Upon hearing this new feature, Lu Wei was slightly taken aback and hurriedly opened the system interface. This new feature is quite simple. It adds an option for the system to return rewards in the future. For instance, when Lu Wei previously gifted a top-grade body refinement pill, the return was random. Sometimes the return would be a cleansing marrow pill and other times it would be dozens of body refinement pills. This outcome was uncontrollable, and if given a choice, Lu Wei would certainly prefer the cleansing marrow pill. Now it is better he can choose for himself in the future. After reviewing his martial skills, Lu Wei decided to proceed in this manner for the time being. Apart from enhancing his sword intent, he would also focus on alchemy, weapon forging, and formations. His strength could not rapidly increase for the time being and could only be enhanced through external means. Moreover, learning alchemy and weapon forging would provide items to gift in return, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. For example, the chi-gathering pill sent out today was concocted by Lu Wei himself. The return would be an even more effective spirit-gathering pill. Xiao Yu Dian and Yang Xiaohu received a 100-fold return, even being given a golden spirit pill. This is a type of elixir that can only be used by cultivators of the 6th and 7th realms. Furthermore, it is extremely rare. Even cultivators of the 6th realm cannot use it frequently. After all, alchemists capable of refining 6th realm elixirs are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As for the 3875 attribute points, those were rewards from the system during skill level breakthroughs. Lu Wei had not used them and kept them for now, planning to directly allocate points to reach a comprehension level of 100 once he hit 1000 points. Closing the system interface, Lu Wei pondered where to earn some attribute points. The area he was currently in could be considered the territory of the human race, quite far from where the demon beasts resided. Finding a large group of demon beasts would be challenging. However, as fate would have it, this new Lu Wei and his companions arrived at a place called Sun Qinglong Town. There is a large river in Qinglong Town named Qinglong River, which is said to be home to a dragon. Qinglong River is very wide, stretching over 100 miles at its widest point. Even at its narrowest, it is still several miles wide. Legend has it that the river is incredibly deep, with the deepest part being where the Qinglong Palace is located. Lu Wei and his companions needed to cross this river for their next journey. As soon as they entered Qinglong town, they felt numerous probing gazes upon them. When someone glanced at them, they immediately turned and fled. If it were just one or two people, Lu Wei wouldn't have paid it any mind, but the sheer number of them made him suspicious. Thus Lu Wei directly captured a bystander who ran upon seeing them. "Speak, why did you run when you saw us?" The bystander, initially reluctant to admit it, was caught by Lu Wei. I didn't run. What do you want?" "I tell you, I am from the Qinglong gang and our leader is the uncle of the town mayor. If you dare to touch me, do you believe you won't be able to leave Qinglong town?" "Enough of your nonsense," Lu Wei said, turning to his guards behind him. "Use some methods to ask him what the matter is." "Yes." The guards responded and immediately dragged the bystander aside. A short while later, the guards returned with a piece of paper in hand. The paper contained his portrait along with a description of their entire group. After reviewing it, Lu Wei realized this was a wanted poster. Upon finding them, it would be reported directly to the town mayor. Lu Wei casually put the wanted poster away and pondered who was seeking them. They had come from Yunzhou, and apart from Yang Ziyahu's relatives in Jizhou, hardly anyone knew of them. After thinking for a while and unable to come to any conclusion, Lu Wei decided not to dwell on it. He could simply ask the town mayor to find out. Thus Lu Wei instructed his team to find a place to settle down while he headed straight to the town mayor's residence. Although Qinglong town is just a small town, it relies on Qinglong River and has a ferry dock, making it more prosperous than an average county seat. Merchants and travelers passing between the north and south generally have to pass through here. Thus this town is a lucrative place controlled by a nearby small sect. Lu Wei arrived at the town mayor's house and directly caught the mayor, who was preparing to report the message he had just received in the study. The mayor had just received news of Lu Wei and his group's whereabouts and was planning to report it to the sect. However, before the message could be conveyed, Lu Wei had already seized him. The mayor was merely a second-realm martial artist, and capturing him was effortless for Lu Wei. "Speak, why are you looking for me?" Lu Wei said, placing the wanted poster in front of the mayor. "Esteemed senior, I am merely acting on orders. It is a task issued by the sect and I do not know the reason behind it. If you want to know, you can inquire at our Qinglong sect." The mayor, not foolish, realized he was no match for Lu Wei and straightforwardly revealed the truth. Qinglong sect. Lu Wei frowned. He had indeed never heard of this sect. However, this was not surprising, as there were countless small sects in the chaotic lands, and it was not odd for him to be unaware. To be safe, Lu Wei decided to investigate the Qinglong sect's reality before making any decisions. "Who is the strongest in your Qinglong sect? What realm of cultivation?" The mayor was quite straightforward, directly informing Lu Wei, even with a hint of pride. "Our strongest at Qinglong sect is naturally the sect master. He is a fourth realm expert, the strongest within several thousand miles." Upon hearing that it was only a fourth realm, Lu Wei felt somewhat relieved. A fourth realm posed no threat to him. "Where is your Qinglong sect?" "If it's not far, I plan to investigate." "To the east of the city, 70 miles on Qinglong Mountain," the mayor replied, clearly eager to see if this person would dare to ascend the mountain. Next, Lu Wei inquired about some details regarding the Qinglong sect before turning to leave. A distance of 70 miles was nothing to him, as he could make the round trip in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Thus Lu Wei exited the mayor's residence and headed straight for the Qinglong sect on Qinglong Mountain. Meanwhile, the sect master of Qinglong sect had already received news of Lu Wei's arrival in Qinglong town. As the local power, the moment Lu Wei and his party approached Qinglong town, he was aware of it. Upon receiving this news, the sect master of Qinglong sect felt quite troubled. To seek out the person behind Lu Wei and the others was something he could not afford. To offend anyone who could establish a sect near Qinglong River had the support of that person. However, Lu Wei and his group, who were being actively sought after by that prominent figure, evidently had significant backgrounds. He couldn't afford to offend either side and needed to think of a mutually beneficial solution. "Father, I have an idea. I don't know if it will work." The junior sect master of Qinglong sect was aware of his father's concerns. "What idea?" "We can avoid offending both sides. We can send messengers to notify both parties about this news, and as for what happens next, it has nothing to do with us. No need to trouble yourself, I have already arrived." Lu Wei's voice suddenly came from behind the two. The master of the Qinglong sect and his son were immediately shocked, quickly turning to see a young man standing not far behind them, a distance so close that they would have no way to defend against a sneak attack. This person undoubtedly possessed immense power that they could not contend with. This was the first thought in their minds. Lu Wei observed their expressions and said nonchalantly, "You need not be afraid. Just honestly tell me who is looking for me and I will not make things difficult for you." Upon hearing this, the master of the Qinglong sect immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you for your magnanimity. I am helpless in this matter." The Qingjiao king is a serpent king who has cultivated for 1,000 years and comes from a powerful background. He is not someone we, a small sect, can offend, we can only obey him. Lu Wei's expression shifted upon hearing this. It seemed that it was indeed this Qingjiao king who was looking for him. "Tell me about this Qingjiao king and why he is seeking me." Naturally, the master of the Qinglong sect could not hide the truth and shared all the information he had with Lu Wei. It is said that this Qingjiao king is one of the offspring of the North Sea's Qinglong king. The North Sea Qinglong king is the lord of the North Sea, a 9-realm dragon king who has lived for countless years and possesses unparalleled skills. However, due to the difficulty of producing offspring, the Qinglong king has only a few hundred descendants. The Qingjiao king is one of them, having been sent to cultivate in the Qinglong River 1,000 years ago. He is now a peak level 6-realm demon and is just one step away from breaking through to the 7-realm demon king. The black fish spirit that Lu Wei killed a few days ago was one of his generals. The reason for the Qingjiao king's search for Lu Wei is naturally to seek revenge for his subordinate. After learning the circumstances, Lu Wei fell into contemplation. The Qingjiao king is not someone to be trifled with, not to mention the backing of the Qinglong king. Even the Qingjiao king's own cultivation is formidable. The Jiao Dragon clan is among the top combat forces of the demon race, and as a peak 6-realm demon, even a 7-realm human warrior would not dare to claim guaranteed victory against the Qingjiao king. If he could break through to the 5th realm, he would have the capability to fight him. However, he still lacks over 1,000 attribute points to achieve that breakthrough. Gaining so many attribute points in a short time seems a bit difficult. However, for Lu Wei it is merely challenging, not impossible. As for a temporary strategic retreat, that is also not feasible. The Qinglong River runs through the entire chaotic area and there is no way to bypass it to get to Jizhou. For now, the best course of action is to first distance himself from Qinglong town, then find a way to increase his strength before returning to confront the Qingjiao king. Thinking of this, Lu Wei hurriedly returned to Qinglong town, realizing it is too close to the Qinglong River and he must first lead everyone away. Otherwise it would be dangerous if the Qingjiao king came looking for them. At this moment in Qinglong town, Yang Xiaohu and the others had just settled down at the inn when a member of the guard team came to report. "Miss, someone is outside the inn claiming to be your relative and wishes to see you." Yang Xiaohu was taken aback upon hearing this. Her relative. The first thought that crossed her mind was of the Yang family. Could it be that they had come looking for her since the family head and others had not returned? After some contemplation, Yang Xiaohu decided to go see who it was. "Please bring the person to the main hall." "Yes," the guard replied, bowing before turning to leave. After a short while, Yang Xiaohu tidied herself up and arrived at the inn's main hall. The entire inn had been booked by them. At this moment in the hall of the inn, a woman dressed in black with a hat obscuring her face sat alone at a table sipping tea. Seeing this woman, Yang Xiaohu pondered for a moment but could not recall where she had seen her before. "Who are you?" Yang Xiaohu asked, looking at the woman with indifference. The woman in black set down her teacup and took off her hat. Instantly a stunningly beautiful face appeared before Yang Xiaohu. Even though Yang Xiaohu was very confident in her own appearance, upon seeing this woman she had to admit that this woman's beauty and charm were not inferior to hers. In fact, the alluring aura she exuded was even stronger. It is no wonder she concealed her face. If this appearance were seen by others, it would undoubtedly attract countless troubles. However, Yang Xiaohu truly could not remember having a relative so extraordinarily beautiful. Suddenly Yang Xiaohu seemed to recall something. Her gaze fixed on the woman and a surge of killing intent instantly rose within her. "You are from the north?" It is no wonder she concealed her face. If this appearance were seen by others, it would undoubtedly attract countless troubles. However, Yang Xiaohu truly could not remember having a relative so. Yang Xiaohu sneered, a silver needle appearing in her hand shimmering with a faint light. Bai Xining smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the silver needle in Yang Ziya's hand, and continued, "I assume your husband has already gone out to investigate. He should be back soon to take you away. However, he underestimates the Qingjiao king, who has laid out a trap outside the town just waiting for you to take the bait." Yang Xiaohu hesitated at this, not shooting the silver needle. Instead she asked, "Who is the Qingjiao king?" Bai Xining pointed to a nearby seat, saying, "Come, let us sit down and talk. By the way, this is the first time I have met you, my cousin. I have a lot to say to you and I assume you have many questions for me, right?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu put away the silver needle and sat down in the chair opposite Bai Xining. "Then tell me, why are you here? Who is the Qingjiao king?" Bai Xining chuckled softly. "The reason I am here is a bit complicated, we can discuss that later. For now let us talk about the troubles you are about to face. Following this, Bai Xining recounted the Qingjiao king's background and his connection to the black fish spirit to Yang Xiaohu. After hearing this, Yang Ziya's expression grew serious. A peak 6 realm demon king is indeed not something they can handle at the moment. Why are you telling me this? Yang Xiaohu did not believe that this fox spirit would have such good intentions. In her understanding, the Fox clan is a cold-blooded, selfish and cruel race. They would never come to help her an enemy out of kindness. Bai Xining laughed lightly. Because I want to help you. I know how to deal with the Qingjiao king. Hearing this, Yang Xiaohu coldly scoffed. Do you think I would believe that you have such good intentions? A race that can harm its own kin would show kindness to an outsider like me. Seeing the hatred in Yang Ziya's eyes, Bai Xining cursed the old fox for giving her this troublesome task in her heart. However, she still sighed and said, I do not wish to dwell on the grievances of the previous generation, but I am indeed here to help you. Of course, there is also a little condition. Speak then, what is the condition? Although Yang Xiaohu was half convinced by Bai Xining's words, she was still worried. What if what she said was true? Lu Wei would be in danger. It's simple. I am new to the world and have nowhere to go, so let me stay with you from now on. If what you said is true, then I agree. Yang Xiaohu knew she had no choice unless she didn't want to save Lu Wei. Although she didn't know what Bai Xining's true intentions were, she could only choose to agree. Whether it is true or false, your husband will know when he returns. While they were speaking, Lu Wei hurriedly walked in from outside. Seeing Yang Xiaohu sitting with a beautiful woman, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Instinctively, Lu Wei glanced at the woman's information. Name: Bai Xining, Fox clan, age 27 years, root bone 98, comprehension 95, physique 20002000, vitality 120002000, cultivation Ningdan, realm appearance 100, figure 99, talent enchanting all beings, jade clam containing pearl, severed tail for survival, favorability 50, overall score 93. Not bound, can return a multiplier of 50. Hiss, this woman is actually a fox spirit. Her talent indeed matches such a clan. However, Lu Wei had no time to admire beautiful women now. Wife, who is this? Lu Wei already had a vague guess in his heart. Yang Xiaohu glanced at Bai Xining and replied lightly, a distant relative. No need to pay attention to her. How is the investigation going? I was just about to tell you, we need to leave here and find a place to stay for a while. Lu Wei decided to find a place with some backing to enter the mountains and slay some demon beasts. Even if it took 1 or 2 months, once his cultivation broke through to the 5th realm, he would be confident enough to confront the Qingjiao king. Hearing this, Yang Xiaohu looked at Bai Xining with a complex expression in her eyes. It seemed that everything this woman said was true. Bai Xining said with a hint of pride, so what do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? Yang Xiaohu replied expressionlessly, I agreed to your conditions, now tell me your plan. Lu Wei listened to their conversation, feeling utterly bewildered. What conditions? What did you agree to? Yang Xiaohu sighed and told Lu Wei everything Bai Xining had just said to her. After hearing this, Lu Wei looked at Bai Xining in surprise. Do you have a way to deal with the Qingjiao king? Bai Xining nodded. Of course, while I can't kill him, it's not a problem for you to safely cross the Qinglong River. Lu Wei frowned and asked Yang Xiaohu, what conditions did you agree to? If it's too difficult, I can't agree. Although I can't deal with the Qingjiao king for now, it won't be long before I think of a solution. Hearing Lu Wei say this, Yang Xiaohu felt warmth in her heart. Looking at Lu Wei, she softly said, don't worry, her conditions are very simple. She just has nowhere to go and wants to follow us in the future. As soon as Lu Wei heard this condition, he nodded without hesitation. I have no problem with that. More people means more hands to help. He then turned to Bai Xining, so tell us, what is your plan? As soon as Lu Wei heard this condition, he nodded without hesitation. I have no problem with that. More people means more hands to help. He doesn't dare to act within the town, but once you go out he will attack you without hesitation. Lu Wei interrupted. Wait a minute. Bai Xining hadn't finished speaking when Lu Wei raised his hand to interrupt. He doesn't dare to act within the town. Could it be that there are hidden experts in this town? Or is he kind-hearted and afraid of harming ordinary people in the town? Bai Xining shook her head. I don't know if there are experts in the town, but I do know he is indeed afraid of affecting the ordinary people here. But it's not because he is kind-hearted, but because he is afraid. Lu Wei frowned and asked, what do you mean? Bai Xining sighed. This relates to a secret of the high-level demon clans, and generally only those with a long lineage and pure bloodlines among the high-level demon clans know it. The stronger the demon clan, the more restrictions they face from this world, because once they grow strong, their impact on this world will increase. And the Qingjiao king belongs to a branch of the dragon clan. Their kind is much stronger than ordinary demons and faces more restrictions. For example, when they break through to the 5th realm, a heavenly tribulation will descend. After that, breaking through to the 7th, 9th and 10th realms will also face heavenly tribulations to prevent them from becoming too powerful. Once they do something that greatly impacts this world or has too many karmic ties, the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase. This town has a population of nearly 1,000,000. If a battle breaks out and too many deaths occur, he will bear immense karmic consequences. At that time, the heavenly tribulation would be enough to turn him to ashes, which is why he doesn't dare to act in this small town. After hearing this, Lu Wei frowned. Will killing the human race strengthen the heavenly tribulation? But why do demon beasts still attack cities? Hundreds of thousands of people in Yangzhou have died at the hands of demon beasts. Don't they fear the heavenly tribulation? Bai Xining's face showed a hint of disdain. The demon beast that attacked Yangzhou was just a 4th realm beast. Moreover, with such thin bloodlines, even if it breaks through to the 5th realm, it isn't qualified to summon the heavenly tribulation. However, when breaking through to the 7th realm, it might have a slight chance. But with its bloodline talent, it will never break through to the 7th realm in its lifetime. True demon clan prodigies will never commit large-scale massacres against humans unless absolutely necessary. After listening to Bai Xining, Lu Wei finally understood. It turns out that the snake demon was just a pawn. However, it indeed seems that way back then on the battlefield it was pushed out as bait and died by its own blade. After hearing this, Lu Wei rubbed his chin and said, so as long as we stay in this town, he won't have the chance to act. Bai Xining shook her head and said, what a beautiful thought. He can't act, but can't he use other method? If pushed to the limit, he can have others or subordinates attack this town, and by then if all the people in the town are killed, he can act without any concerns. For their dragon clan, there are also methods to avoid or reduce karmic ties. Lu Wei's eyes lit up at this. Letting others come. That's excellent, as long as it's not the Qingjiao King. He won't fear any other 6th realm demon beasts. Then that's fine, as long as the ones coming aren't experts of the Qingjiao King's level. That shouldn't be a problem. Generally, those who can break through to the 6th realm know not to engage in large-scale killings against humans. However, even if they aren't 6th realm, a sufficient number of 5th realm beasts might still be out of your league, right? Moreover, killing demons also attracts heavenly tribulation, and conversely, humans who kill too many demons face similar repercussions. I see. Lu Wei nodded, pondering to himself whether his killing of demons would lead to too much karma, resulting in an intensified heavenly tribulation. Never mind, who knows when I will face the tribulation. Thinking about those things is too early now. What is your method for dealing with the Azure Flood Dragon King? Yang Xiuhu interjected, not wanting Lu Wei to have too much contact with this vixen cousin, and even less did she want Lu Wei to follow in her father's footsteps. Bai Xining no longer beat around the bush and said directly, I have a formation here, a phantom formation that restrains the flood dragon, capable of trapping him for at least a day. With that day, I believe we should be able to escape quite far. Lu Wei nodded. The formation can be set up first and used at the last moment. For now, we should stay in Qinglong town for a while. Why? Isn't it better to leave early? Bai Xining frowned and asked. I can't say for now, but I have my reasons for staying. All right. Bai Xining then settled into the inn. Lu Wei arranged for someone to take her to her room. Brother, we want to go out and take a look. Will you accompany me? Lu Xiaoxiao, Qin Xianyu and several other girls found Lu Wei tugging at his arm and shaking it. All right, let's go out for a stroll. Lu Wei replied with a smile, as he also needed to buy some things. Thus a group of them set out. Along the way, some people were still watching, probably waiting to see when they would leave the city. Lu Wei didn't mind, let them watch. He had no plans to leave the city for now, as he had already thought of a way to quickly enhance his strength. Moreover, there was more than one way. Shopping for girls is nothing more than clothes, jewelry, cosmetics, snacks and other such items. Although Qinglong town is a small town, it has a permanent population of over 100,000. With the important trade hub of the Qinglong ferry, the floating population could reach several 100,000 daily. This creates the vibrant bustle of Qinglong town, where the streets are filled with people and the sounds of vendors are incessant. Moreover, there was more than one way. Shopping for girls is nothing more than clothes, jewelry, cosmetics, snacks and other such items. Lu Wei greeted a few people and was the first to enter. The attendant at the door saw the handsome men and beautiful women, each with extraordinary bearing, immediately knowing they had a big client, and quickly approached with enthusiasm. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, please come inside. Lu Wei casually glanced around as he entered the shop. Upon entering was a hall with some tables and chairs resembling the setup of a restaurant, surrounded by many private rooms with strong privacy. Welcome, esteemed guests, please come in. We have comfortable and clean private rooms available for your relaxation. After entering, an attendant warmly welcomed them. They did not directly mention business but focused on entertaining the guests first, as for business it would eventually start. Being overly eager could leave a bad impression on the customers. Lu Wei appreciated this business model. With such service it would feel embarrassing not to buy something. Following the attendant into a private room, they took their seats. This room was spacious, covering over 100 square meters, with a small artificial mountain and water pool in the corner. The faint scent of sandalwood in the room made one feel refreshed and relaxed. The attendant brought out snacks, tea and pastries beautifully arranged on the table. Moreover, if they were hungry they could order dishes from various nearby restaurants. The key point was that all of these were provided for free. Just right, Lu Wei and his group hadn't eaten yet, so they directly ordered a large spread of dishes. Outside the private room, a newly arrived attendant watched Lu Wei and his group feasting heartily and gently closed the door before retreating. At this moment, someone not far away asked Guzi, "How is it? Did anything go wrong with entertaining the guests? Today is your first time hosting guests after learning for so long, don't mess it up." Guzi hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Brother Nyo, the guests are quite satisfied with me, they even thanked me. It's just..." Hesitating, Guzi trailed off. "Just what? Is there a problem?" Brother Nyo frowned and asked. Guzi was his relative who entered through his connections, and if anything went wrong he would also be implicated. Guzi whispered, "I'm just worried that those people are here just to eat and drink for free. If they don't buy anything in the end, won't our shop lose tens of taels of silver on food and drinks?" Smack! As soon as Guzi finished speaking, Brother Nyo waved his hand and gave him a hard slap, leaving Guzi dazed. "Are you a pig? Didn't you learn anything during training? Don't meddle in things that aren't your concern. Who do you think you are? The owner or the manager? Is this something for you to worry about? Just focus on entertaining the guests. If others hear you say this and encounter a bad-tempered customer, your life won't be worth much. Fool, if you can't do it, just roll away. Don't drag me down." Brother Nyo scolded Guzi harshly, spitting all over his face. Although Guzi appeared to comply on the surface, he felt somewhat unconvinced inside. He thought to himself that it would be best if those people came to eat and drink for free, as that would prove he was correct. "Get lost, you don't need to serve here anymore. I'll take over. If the guests discover something amiss, just wait to be punished." Guzi left in a dejected manner upon hearing this. Brother Nyo sighed and took over his position at the door, waiting to greet the guests inside. He wasn't worried at all about whether the people inside were there just to eat and drink for free. In the past there were indeed those who attempted to do so, but 1 or 2 meals were fine. More than that would be rather foolish. To open such a large business in a place like this dealing with cultivation resources, one could easily guess that the people behind it were certainly not simple. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't act that way. As for 1 or 2 meals, their business could still afford that. Furthermore, did they really think the staff of the business were just there to eat for free? They had long trained their discerning eyes. They could tell whether a person could spend money in the shop just by looking at them as they entered. Those without the ability wouldn't receive such treatment. Half an hour later, after Lu Wei had eaten enough, he instructed the attendant to clear away the leftovers. It was time to discuss serious matters. Lu Wei called Brother Nyo over and smiled, saying, "Brother Nyo, please bring over the brochure from your shop. After eating and drinking here, we can't leave without buying anything, right?" Upon hearing this, sweat instantly poured down Brother Nyo's forehead. "Dear sir, please don't hold a grudge against the young lad. He has just come from the village and is naive. As a magnanimous person, consider it an act of kindness and forgive him this time." Brother Nyo quickly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. If the shopkeeper found out about this, not only would the young lad be punished, but he would also be in trouble. The lightest consequence would be dismissal, never to be hired again. Lu Wei waved his hand. "All right, get up. I'm not so petty as to hold this against him. Go fetch the ledger. Bring over any pills, spiritual herbs, materials or manuals you have in your shop. As long as I find something I like, money is not an issue. If there's nothing to my taste, don't blame me for taking advantage of you." Brother Nyo was overjoyed upon hearing this and hurried to fetch the ledger. Selecting items here was somewhat like ordering food at a restaurant. First you look at the pictures and descriptions, negotiate the price if interested, and then bring out the actual items. Once confirmed, the transaction would proceed with money and goods exchanged fairly. In no time, Brother Nyo returned with a stack of introduction booklets, over a dozen of them containing a comprehensive selection of resources useful for cultivation. Lu Wei handed each person a booklet and said, "Take a look and let him know if there's anything you're interested in so he can note it down." Let me see, let me see. Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly grabbed a booklet and started flipping through it. Strengthening pill effects treats male impotence. Yang Xiao, who beside her, immediately closed the booklet in front of Lu Xiaoxiao and snatched it away. "Xiao Xiao, look at this one, show it to me." Yang Xiaohu said while handing Lu Xiaoxiao a booklet about spiritual weapons. Lu Xiaoxiao was confused. "Sister-in-law, do you want to buy the strengthening pill? Isn't that for men? Are you getting it for my brother?" "Put. Ha 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 ha." Bai Xining couldn't help but burst into laughter at the side. Lu Wei with a darkened face tapped Lu Xiaoxiao's head and said irritably, "Stop with the nonsense and look at your booklet." Yang Xiaohu scolded Lu Wei with an annoyed glance. "She's still a child, what does she know? Kids say the darndest things, why argue with her? Come here, Xiaoxiao, sit with your sister-in-law and stay away from him." Seeing someone standing up for her, Lu Xiaoxiao coldly huffed at Lu Wei, "I won't talk to you anymore." After saying that, she ran into Yang Xiaohu's embrace with a pitiful expression. "Exactly, ignore him. Let's pick out some items and spend his money, make him feel the pinch." "Okay." Lu Wei began to browse through the manual in front of him, which detailed various cultivation techniques. There was even a mid-tier technique which Lu Wei hadn't expected. After checking the price of that technique, he couldn't help but grimace. 100,000 spirit stones. This price was likely their most treasured item in the shop. However, while the price of 100,000 spirit stones might scare others, it did not intimidate Lu Wei. He was determined to acquire this mid-tier technique. A mid-tier technique gifted to Yang Xiaohu, and with a 100-fold return, he couldn't even imagine what kind of techniques he could acquire. Besides this mid-tier technique, there were also a dozen or so profound-level techniques or martial skills priced from several hundred to several thousand spirit stones. Lu Wei intended to buy them all as he wasn't short on money. As long as it was a technique he didn't already possess, he planned to collect them for future gifting and returns. The remaining booklets contained over 100 yellow-level techniques and martial skills. Priced from a few spirit stones to several dozen yellow-level techniques, generally had little value above 100, and some didn't even require spirit stones, just gold to purchase. After removing a portion he already owned, there were still around 70 to 80 techniques and martial skills left. In the end, Lu Wei calculated that buying all these techniques would cost approximately over 120,000 spirit stones. Setting the technique book aside, Lu Wei went through all the booklets one by one. In the end, he selected items worth around 700,000 spirit stones. When Brother Niu learned that Lu Wei wanted so many items, he was astounded. Items worth 700,000 spirit stones. This was practically emptying their entire shop. Usually it takes them years to accumulate such a large transaction volume. In their industry, it was somewhat like having no business for 3 years and then making enough to last for 3 years. Typically they only sold daily spirit talismans and pills. Even spiritual weapons and techniques might not sell even one in a month. But today this customer was looking to buy everything in their shop. Such a huge deal was beyond his authority to decide. "Dear guest, please wait a moment, I need to call our shopkeeper." Lu Wei understood that he couldn't handle such a large transaction on his own. After Brother Niu exited, he rushed to the place where the shopkeeper usually handled business. He lightly knocked on the door and carefully said, "Shopkeeper, a big sale has come and I can't make the decision, you need to come over." At this moment the shopkeeper of the trading firm was hosting guests inside. The two visitors today were not ordinary. They were inspectors sent down from the headquarters of their trading firm, so he had instructed the staff not to disturb him unless it was important. Hearing Brother Niu's words, the shopkeeper furrowed his brow slightly. He turned to the two inspectors who were reviewing the account books and smiled apologetically. "Ladies, please don't mind. I instructed them not to disturb me unless it's urgent. It appears this might truly be a significant matter, I need to check it out." "Li shopkeeper, you are too polite. Please attend to your matters. We are merely here for inspection and will not disrupt the normal operation of the trading firm." The speaker was a young woman who appeared to be in her 30s. With her long hair elegantly tied up, she had a beautiful face and fair delicate skin exuding a faint glow. Her lips were rosy and full, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth always held a warm smile, making her seem as friendly as a neighbor's older sister inviting one to fall into her embrace for warmth. Wearing a long dress, she could not hide her curvaceous figure and rounded voluptuous hips. Beside her was another individual who looked exactly like her, with no differences in figure or appearance at all. Clearly these two women were identical twin sisters, both stunningly beautiful, mature and alluring. Thank you for your understanding. I will inquire about the matter now. The shopkeeper gave a slight bow to the two women before turning to open the door. Seeing the flustered brother Nyo, the shopkeeper immediately scolded, "What's the rush? What have I taught you all? When faced with matters, one must remain calm. Don't panic over a small issue. How would that reflect on our trading firm in front of the guests?" Brother Nyo quickly lowered his head and admitted his fault. "I'm sorry, shopkeeper. It was my mistake, but I truly have an urgent matter for you. A big business deal is coming. Please hurry and take a look." Big business? How big? the shopkeeper asked casually. "A business worth 700,000 spirit stones." How much? The proprietor's first reaction was that he had misheard. 700,000 spirit stones. Are you sure you don't mean 700,000 taels of silver? What on earth does 700,000 spirit stones even signify? It would be enough to clear out their entire shop with money left over to buy half of Qinglong town. A little over 700,000 spirit stones. Daniel swallowed hard as he replied. The shopkeeper's eyes bulged now. He was certain he had not misheard. It really was 700,000 spirit stones, yet incredulity still clung to him. "Are you telling the truth, boy? Are you trying to trick me?" Daniel grew anxious. "Good sir, how could I jest about something so grave?" The proprietor thought the same. Daniel would not lie. The most likely possibility was that he himself had been deceived. "Come, take me there and show me." "Wang, wait." Just as Wang, the proprietor, moved, the twin sisters behind them called him back. "Do the two envoys have an instruction?" Wang cupped his hands and bowed. These two women were not to be trifled with. He dared not offend them. "Such a sizable purchase, my sister and I should very much like to see it for ourselves if it is not inconvenient. With the two envoys present, of course we would welcome it eagerly." Wang did not dare refuse. "Very well, let us go together." The two sisters exchanged a glance. They had decided on a whim to peek into a family shop as they passed through town. They had not expected to stumble upon such a lavish transaction. 700,000 spirit stones, an amount rare even at the guild headquarters. Daniel, lead the way. Please, two envoys. The group soon reached the private room where Lu Wei and his party sat. Before entering, they heard a chorus of girlish voices within. Hearing so many women, the proprietor's suspicions grew. Women, when spending, often disregard reason. Men tended to purchase with clear intent. Once they obtained what they sought, they rarely wandered to buy more. Women were different. Even with no intent, a casual stroll could end with arms full of purchases. Daniel knocked on the door. The chatter inside halted, then a clear voice said, "Please come in." Daniel pushed the door open, ushered Wang and the others in first, then followed. Wang entered beaming and bowed in greeting. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to my humble shop. I am Wang Jin, proprietor of this little store. These two are our special envoys. Upon learning of your arrival, they came to pay their respects." Lu Wei smiled and nodded. "Proprietor Wang, the envoys are too polite. Please be seated. I am Lu Wei, merely passing through and browsing your fine establishment. Having found your service professional and your prices fair, I decided to purchase some goods. My household is large, so the list is rather extensive. I apologize for the trouble. It is our honor that Lu Gongzi favors our shop. We are merely fulfilling our duty." After the polite exchange, they turned to the matter at hand. "Lu Gongzi, please wait a moment. Because your list is long, I must personally fetch the stock. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality." "Proprietor Wang, you need not be so formal. Fetching stock can wait. I may lack sufficient spirit stones to settle the purchase, so I intend to sell some alchemical pills. Please appraise their value for me." Wang Jin nodded. "Of course, that is no problem. Rest assured, Lu Gongzi, our shop's prices are absolutely fair. Alchemical pills are hard currency in the cultivation world, often more coveted than spirit stones, thus using pills to purchase goods is common practice. Nearly all commonly used pills have established market values." "Very well, proprietor, please assess the worth of these pills." Lu Wei produced 7 small delicate vials from his bosom and placed them upon the table. Wang watched the exquisite containers with a flicker of surprise. He lifted one gently for inspection. The vial bore intricate engravings. Its material resembled a precious spirit stone casing. Generally, only high-grade pills are housed in such spirit stone flasks. Wang looked up at Lu Wei and asked, "May I open one to examine it?" Lu Wei smiled and nodded in assent. Wang carefully removed the stopper. A faint golden radiance spilled from the vial's mouth, making the eyes brighten. A smooth, lustrous pill appeared, emanating potent spiritual energy. Wang opened the other vials and the same spectacle unfolded. Each pill shimmered with a golden light and exuded an intoxicating scent. An immediate heady wave of alchemical qi filled the room, leaving those who inhaled it feeling lifted and serene. Wang stared at the pills, his heart a turmoil of wonder and doubt. He knew these were no ordinary commodities, their value must be exceptional. He had seen only similar descriptions in books and could only conjecture, he dared not be certain. After all, such pills were beyond the ken of a simple shopkeeper. Not even at the guild headquarters did many people ever encounter such top-tier pills, let alone in a small shop in Qinglong town. Wang was suddenly perplexed. He wished to acquire them yet could not appraise them with confidence. A misjudgment could cost him immeasurably. But to relinquish the opportunity would be to forfeit a fortune within his grasp. Even a single transaction of 700,000 spirit stones could secure his transfer to headquarters and a handsome commission. These are Jinling Dan Golden Spirit Pill. At Wang Jin's moment of indecision, the twin envoys exclaimed in unison. Wang Jin seized their words like a lifeline. Have the two envoys seen these pills before? One of them nodded a few times. There is no mistake, these are Jinling Dan. Wang hurriedly bowed. Please, I beg you two to help authenticate them. Frankly, my knowledge is limited. I have not the expertise to appraise such high-grade pills. It is natural you have not seen them often. Even we at headquarters have only encountered them a handful of times. Such superior pills rarely circulate publicly and are usually traded privately among senior cultivators. Lu Gongzi is truly munificent to produce so many Jinling Dan at once. I admire him greatly. Looking at the 7 vials, they had no doubt Lu Wei possessed even more of the pills. He had produced only 7 vials because their combined value equaled precisely 700,000 spirit stones. Indeed, a single Jinling Dan is worth 10,000 spirit stones. There were 70 pills here in total, amounting to 700,000 spirit stones, exactly matching the value of the goods Lu sought to purchase. Clearly Lu Wei had only brought out the equivalent value of the golden spirit pills he needed, and he must have more in hand. Golden spirit pills are exchanged only among cultivators of the 6th realm and above, rarely circulating out. After all, golden spirit pills are difficult to refine and even high-level cultivators do not have enough for themselves, so how could they possibly circulate out? This indicates that Lu Wei's background is certainly extraordinary. You two envoys flatter me, please feel free to inspect. Alright, please wait a moment, young Master Lu. The two women exchanged glances and began to examine the quality of these golden spirit pills. For such high-value pills one can never be too cautious. The inspectors took nearly half an hour scrutinizing each pill and finally confirmed that these were indeed golden spirit pills. Thank you for your patience. After our inspection, these are indeed golden spirit pills. According to the current market circulation value, the price of a golden spirit pill is 10,000 spirit stones each. Thank you for your patience. After our inspection, these are indeed golden spirit pills. According to the current market circulation value, the price of a golden spirit pill is 10. Lu Wei nodded. The price is very fair. Since we've confirmed there are no issues, let's use these golden spirit pills to settle the bill. Is that alright with everyone? Manager Wang hurriedly nodded. No problem, I'll prepare the goods for young Master Lu right away. With that, Manager Wang quickly got up to fetch the items. For this transaction they would at least have a 10% profit from buying the golden spirit pills and a 20% profit from selling those goods. Thus the net profit would exceed to 0.00000 spirit stones. With such a large business deal he dared not be negligent, fearing Lu Wei might change his mind. The key is that selling these golden spirit pills would not only earn spirit stones but also favor regular people might not even be able to purchase them with money. The twin sisters were very interested in Lu Wei's background, so while Manager Wang fetched the goods they constantly probed, trying to find out more about Lu Wei. Unfortunately Lu Wei was very cautious and revealed nothing, merely stating that he was an ordinary person with no significant background. Naturally the two did not believe such claims. No background, yet able to trade 70 golden spirit pills for some insignificant ordinary items. Even a child wouldn't believe such a story. Moreover, the women around Lu Wei were all exceptionally beautiful and their demeanor did not seem to belong to ordinary people, with some even possessing astonishing cultivation levels. Seeing that Lu Wei would not speak, they did not press further but began to change their approach, proactively befriending several girls. Except for Yang Xiuhu, who remained quite vigilant, Qin Xianyu and Lu Xiaoxiao quickly became familiar with each other under the twins' deliberate attempts to befriend them. After a while Manager Wang finally returned, followed by a line of attendants carrying goods. Soon all the items Lu Wei purchased were in place, filling the room to the brim. Young Master Lu, everything you requested has arrived, please inspect the goods. Lu Wei glanced over and saw no issue, smiling as he said, I trust the reputation of your business, so I won't waste time inspecting each item. If there are no problems, we can consider our transaction complete. Thank you for your trust, young Master Lu. Rest assured there will be no issues. If anything arises, you can always come find me. Good, then it's a pleasure to cooperate. I will take these items with me. Manager Wang nodded hurriedly. Of course, I will find a few assistants to help deliver them to your residence. No need, Lu Wei said, waving his hand as the items in the room began to vanish one by one. This scene caused the onlookers' pupils to constrict. Storage space. This Lu Wei actually has storage space. In their large business association, rich and powerful, there was only one storage space typically used for transporting valuable items. This young man actually possesses storage space. What exactly is his background? One must know that a storage space is invaluable. This item can only be refined by cultivators at the 8th realm or above who have some understanding of the laws of space. 8th realm cultivators are the pinnacle of combat power in this world, and ordinary people might never even see one. Asking a cultivator of that level to help refine a storage space is simply wishful thinking. Who exactly is this person? The twin sisters exchanged knowing glances, pondering silently. This person might just be their opportunity. Alright, the transaction is complete. We should be heading back now. Farewell. Goodbye, young Master Lu. Travel safely. Lu Wei left the business and went straight back to the inn. Upon returning to the inn, Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly grabbed Lu Wei, asking for the things she had just purchased. Brother, hurry and give me my things. Here you go, here you go. Do you think I would embezzle them? Just take a look at what you bought, all this junk. What is this? An explosive doll. It explodes when squeezed. Why did you buy this? Are you tired of living? And this treasure map, how could this possibly be real? If it were, people would have gone to claim the treasure themselves long ago instead of selling the treasure map. Lu Wei looked at the pile of peculiar items Lu Xiaoxiao had bought and felt speechless. This mischievous child only knows how to waste money. However, when Lu Wei got hold of the treasure map, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart, wondering what would be returned for gifting the treasure map. With that thought, he casually handed the treasure map to Lu Xiaoxiao. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! The host gifted a treasure map without treasure to Lu Xiaoxiao, triggering a 50-fold return. A treasure map with treasure has been returned. Please check it carefully. Lu Wei's eyes lit up upon seeing this. There really was a treasure map. Perhaps he could check it out sometime when he had nothing to do and see what treasures were inside. Next, Lu Wei also gave the items chosen by the other girls to them. This just happened to complete today's gifting return count. The system also coincidentally leveled up. Ding! System upgrade conditions met. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding! System level reached 10. The system will undergo an update. The novice mode has ended and the official version will begin shortly. Update time is 1 hour. During the update, all system functions will operate normally. The system is updating. It turns out that was just the novice mode, and now it's transitioning to the official version. I wonder what changes the system will have after the update. I hope there will be some good changes. An hour passed quickly and the system update completed with a notification sound. Ding! System update complete. Official version activated. Please check host. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei hurriedly opened the system interface to check the changes after the update. Upon seeing it, he was instantly filled with joy alongside a hint of mixed feelings. The changes in this upgrade are substantial. Firstly, the attribute point rewards have changed from level 2 to level 10. For instance, reaching level 10 this time rewards 100 attribute points. This is like a timely rain for Lu Wei, who is currently in urgent need of attribute points. Additionally, the attribute points rewarded for breakthrough in realms are directly multiplied by 100. For example, now at the 4th realm, breaking through to the 5th realm rewards 500 attribute points. Most importantly, the attribute point rewards from beast recovery have changed. The calculation method for recovery points is for the 1st and 2nd realms it is multiplied by 1, for the 3rd and 4th realms it is multiplied by 10, for the 5th and 6th it is multiplied by 100, for the 7th and 8th realms it is multiplied by 1000, and so on. This calculation method, except for the 1st and 2nd realms which remain unchanged, has significantly increased the rewards for beast recovery after the 3rd realm. As for the skill attribute point rewards, a breakthrough in the yellow tier rewards 5 attribute points in the mysterious tier 10, the earth tier 20, the heaven tier 50 and spiritual power 100. This upgrade has greatly enhanced the rewards related to attribute points, thus providing faster assistance for the growth of strength. In addition to attribute point rewards, the number of bound individuals has also increased from the original 1 per level to level 1 individuals. This means that now at level 10 it has increased by 10 people at once. The number of refunds has not increased, it remains once per person per day. The only increase is in the system skill practice space, which has changed from 1 or 2 silver per minute to 1 spirit stone per minute. Although this increase is over 100 times, it doesn't mean much to Lu Wei. He currently lacks everything but money. Earning spirit stones is far too easy for him. Not to mention, just one Shisui pill can easily fetch several tens of thousands of spirit stones. There are also some changes such as adjustments to the proficiency of techniques, but these do not significantly affect Lu Wei, so he paid them little mind. Overall, this system upgrade benefits Lu Wei more than it harms him. Especially in the current situation, it is like a timely aid. What he needs most now are attribute points to improve his cultivation. Isn't this just like a pillow when one is drowsy? Lu Wei pondered for a moment. The fastest way to earn attribute points currently is to practice skills using the rewarded attribute points from skill improvement to enhance his cultivation. With this in mind, Lu Wei took out a yellow tier sword technique he bought today from the trading house. This yellow tier sword technique has 7 realms: entry, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, mastery and perfection. Each realm rewards 5 attribute points, totaling 35 attribute points. Finally, breaking through to the master realm will reward an additional 100 attribute points. In total, that's 135 attribute points. It may not seem like much because for an average person, reaching the realm of comprehension might take decades. Even for a genius it takes years or even over a decade. However, for Lu Wei just a moment is enough. Even in the skill practice space it doesn't take a long time. Firstly, his comprehension has already reached 90 points. Secondly, he has several sword techniques that have broken through to the master realm, reaching the level of comprehension. His understanding of sword techniques is already profound. For ordinary yellow tier sword techniques, after practicing a few times he can gain deep insights, making his progress naturally swift. Moreover, he has attained the master realm in many skills, making him a top tier martial arts master. Practicing such simple yellow tier sword techniques is naturally easy for him. With this in mind, Lu Wei flipped through the yellow tier sword technique in his hand. After going through it once, he immediately reached the proficiency level, earning 10 attribute points. Next, Lu Wei continued to browse several more books and basically he reached proficiency just by finishing them. After flipping through a total of 10 books, Lu Wei stopped. Not wanting to be greedy, he decided to elevate these 10 yellow tier sword techniques to the level of comprehension tonight. With this in mind, Lu Wei directly entered the skill practice space to begin cultivating. In the silent skill practice space he was the only one present. This kind of practice is very dull and lonely. However, he must endure it as the lives of his entire family are in his hands. No matter how difficult it is, he must grit his teeth and persist. Time is running out and he must quickly enhance his strength. In the skill practice space there is no concept of time, only simple timing. Lu Wei practiced incessantly, continuously wielding his sword, various sword techniques flowing effortlessly from his hands. As he broke through each sword technique to the master realm and merged them into comprehension, his sword gradually began to exhibit a hint of Tao rhythm. Of course, it was merely a hint, reaching that height still requires a long time. Time passed unmeasured until his mental energy was exhausted and all the time he had exchanged was consumed. Lu Wei finally integrated all 10 sword techniques into comprehension. He gained 1350 attribute points plus the original 875 points, bringing his total to 2225 attribute points. This amount is sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the golden core realm. Upon reaching the golden core, the system will reward an additional 500 attribute points. Adding the remaining 836 from enhancing his cultivation totals 1336 points. Although these attribute points are not enough to raise his physical training to the next realm, he is only short of less than 90 points. Acquiring these 90 points is quite simple, whether through cultivating a sword technique or slaying a few beasts will be sufficient. By then both his physical and chi training realms will be elevated alongside the 10 sword intense he has just practiced. Against the Blue Flood Dragon King he will be able to stand firm. Although he may not necessarily defeat it, he will no longer fear it. Lu Wei gritted his teeth through dizziness and had someone bring Yang Xiuhu to him. When Yang Xiuhu entered Lu Wei's room and saw his pale face and lethargic demeanor, she immediately exclaimed, "What happened to you?" It's nothing, just a bit of mental energy exhaustion from cultivation, it's fine. I'll take a nap and might sleep until late tomorrow. Lu Wei managed to smile and waved his hand. Now I need to entrust you with something. Please go to the trading house tomorrow morning to sell some pills and exchange them for spirit stones. Also distribute these items according to this list. Remember, be sure to tell them that this is from me. Then you can retrieve it in your name, okay? Lu Wei felt that it would be too troublesome to distribute resources himself each time. There are nearly 20 people now. As the number keeps increasing, it is necessary to find others to help. Except for Zhou Muxue, who was not present, there were originally 9, and with the 10 additional spots after the upgrade, Lu Wei has bound them all to the maidens he bought. However, some of the items given to them are to be reclaimed. After all, it is impossible to give them so many precious items for no reason. Of course, for some basic cultivation resources, Lu Wei is also generous. After hearing Lu Wei's requests, Yang Xiaohu couldn't help but roll her eyes. So I'm the good person while you play the villain, right? However, seeing Lu Wei's haggard appearance, she did not continue to argue with him. Alright, I'll take care of these matters. You should get some good rest. Lu Wei naturally trusts Yang Xiaohu's abilities. This small matter is a piece of cake for her. Alright, I'll take care of these matters. You should get some good rest. Lu Wei naturally trusts Yang Xiaohu's abilities. This small matter is a piece of cake. This feeling of mental energy depletion is truly unbearable. Meanwhile, outside the city in the Qinglong River, the Blue Flood Dragon King is discussing how to capture Lu Wei and his group or directly execute them as a warning. The Qinglong River is over 1,000 meters deep at its bottom. Very few people can step here, as it is the realm of aquatic beings. Ordinary cultivators who descend will face significant restrictions. The Blue Flood Dragon King has built his palace here. He is very fond of imitating his father, the Azure Dragon King, and his lifelong pursuit is to break through to the 9th realm, becoming the strongest in the world. Thus he not only established his own dragon palace but also formed his own small court. The Blackfish general killed by Lu Wei was one of his top generals. The general of the court being killed is a slap in the face. How can he endure this? Therefore the Blue Flood Dragon King began to investigate who did it. Such matters are naturally easy to investigate, and soon they locked onto Lu Wei and his companions. With news in hand, he immediately summoned his ministers to discuss countermeasures. Minister Turtle, we have found those people. They are in Qinglong town. How do you suggest we capture them? The Blue Flood Dragon King looks like a strong man in his 30s with dark skin tinged with a bluish hue, appearing almost indistinguishable from humans. However, his elaborate royal attire and the crown on his head give an odd impression. The turtle minister beside him, hearing the Blue Flood Dragon King's words, revealed a hint of helplessness in his small green bean-like eyes. Your Highness, I am not a turtle, I am a soft-shelled turtle. You can also call me Minister Soft-Shelled Turtle, but I am not a turtle. The Blue Flood Dragon King glared with eyes as big as copper bells. I say you are a turtle, then you are a turtle. Do you have any objections to my words? Alright, whatever you say goes. The soft-shelled turtle minister helplessly replied, stop wasting time, quickly tell me what we should do next. It's simple, wait for them to come out, capture them directly and publicly execute them as a warning. But what if they don't come out? They don't know you are waiting outside, how could they not come out? They will definitely come out, we just need to patiently wait a few days. Alright, let's wait. The next day Lu Wei awakened to find the sun had already set. This nap lasted nearly a day and a night. Even so, his mental energy had not fully recovered. After all, his mental energy value is already very high, and depleting it cannot be restored with just one sleep. Fortunately, it no longer affects normal activities, the remaining recovery can be gradual. In fact, the fastest way to restore mental energy is undoubtedly through practicing techniques or taking pills. However, both techniques and pills related to mental energy are extremely rare and not available in ordinary shops. Unless one goes to a big city to participate in an auction, encountering them is unlikely. Awake. How do you feel? Yang Xiaohu pushed open the door and upon seeing Lu Wei awake hurried to his bedside with a look of concern and joy in her eyes. Lu Wei slowly opened his eyes, and at the moment he saw Yang Xiaohu he couldn't help but smile. Taking a deep breath to assess his physical condition, he smiled and replied, much better. Don't worry, it's just a bit of excessive mental energy expenditure, a good sleep will fix it. Yang Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief, finally letting go of her worries. She sat by the bed tightly holding Lu Wei's hand, her eyes shimmering with tears. From now on, don't push yourself so hard. If something happens, don't bear it all alone. Speak up, maybe I can help you. You don't know your state last night truly scared me. Feeling Yang Ziya's concern and affection, Lu Wei's heart warmed. He reached out and pulled Yang Xiaohu into his embrace, gently kissing her forehead. Alright, I know you are capable. By the way, how did the matter I entrusted you with go? Yang Xiaohu showed a proud smile and confidently said, that little matter. For me it's a piece of cake. Don't worry, everything has been taken care of. Now they are all grateful to you while they harbor resentment towards me. Lu Wei couldn't help but laugh. He knew Yang Xiaohu's methods and abilities and trusted she could handle the matter well. They are all blaming me for being stingy because you want the things you gave them back. Yang Xiaohu shook her head helplessly and sighed. Lu Wei comforted her. This is also for everyone's good. Some things are inconvenient to explain, but you have worked hard to face these complaints and pressures. Yang Xiaohu smiled gently and said, as long as we are together, no matter what difficulties we face, I will always support you. As Lu Wei's closest companion, being so perceptive, Yang Xiaohu could easily see the problems behind Lu Wei's daily gifts. However, since Lu Wei didn't mention it, she wouldn't ask, as she trusts him and believes there must be a reason for his silence. Lu Wei sighed. There's no choice, you are the only one in our family who is intelligent and capable. I can't rely on anyone else. If you don't help me, who will? Yang Ziya's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, playfully scolding, you're just sweet-talking, trying to charm me. No, it's actually your sweet tongue. Looking at Yang Xiaohu's stunning beauty and her delicate glistening lips, Lu Wei couldn't help but gently peck her, savoring the softness and sweetness. Yang Xiaohu closed her eyes, allowing Lu Wei to indulge, but when he wanted to take it further, she opened her watery eyes to stop him. Don't, your body has just recovered. Wait until you fully recuperate, then we can do whatever you want, alright? Lu Wei smacked his lips. It was indeed inappropriate to consume too much energy, as he still had serious business to attend to. Fine, I'll let you off for now. Later I need to break through to the Golden Core realm, so guard the yard for me and don't let anyone disturb me. He must be extremely careful as he prepares to break through to the Golden Core realm, for it is the most difficult and has the largest leap among all realms. Are you about to break through to the condensed dance stage? Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei in surprise, her face full of disbelief. She had just heard that this guy had only recently started practicing. In less than 3 months he was already about to break through to the condensed dance stage. What kind of monster is this? Lu Wei sighed. I have indeed been a bit slow. I've been a bit lax during this time and need to pay more attention in the future. You really are quite arrogant, but you need to pay attention to your foundation with such a rapid breakthrough. If your foundation is unstable, it will be difficult to break through again later on. Yang Xiaohu looked at Lu Wei with some concern. Do you think my foundation is unstable? Lu Wei smiled and pinched Yang Ziya's delicate face. Yang Xiaohu suddenly remembered that this guy could match someone at the 5th stage when he was at the 3rd stage. If his foundation were unstable, there wouldn't be anyone with a stable one. Alright, I was just worried too much. You go ahead and break through, we'll keep watch for you. Smack. Go on. Feeling a tingle at her backside, Yang Xiaohu gave Lu Wei a charming glare and turned to guard outside. Alright, I was just worried too much. You go ahead and break through, we'll keep watch for you. Smack. Go on. Feeling a tingle at her backside, Yang Xiaohu gave. As the last attribute point was allocated, Lu Wei felt a sudden jolt in his dantian space, as if a calm lake had suddenly been disturbed by a huge stone, sending ripples everywhere. A massive surge of spiritual power appeared out of nowhere, rapidly swirling within his dantian, forming what seemed like a gigantic whirlpool. The spiritual power, which had already crystallized into ice-like snowflakes, was now affected by this force, as if a tornado had swept through, getting drawn into the whirlpool and spinning along with it. Gradually, after the swirling, the spiritual power began to coalesce, gathering together from its previously scattered state. As the rotation accelerated, this spiritual power gradually merged into one, ultimately forming a white spiritual pill the size of a quail egg. The spiritual pill spun rapidly in the dantian, becoming smoother and gradually emitting a faint glow. It resembled a brilliant pearl, radiating a soft light that illuminated the entire dantian space. The rapidly spinning spiritual pill rubbed against the continuously surging spiritual power in the dantian, producing a marvelous transformation. The color of the pill gradually changed from white to red and finally to gold. Each transformation made the spiritual pill even more dazzling, releasing increasingly powerful energy fluctuations. Buzz. The moment the golden dan was formed, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged through the entire dantian space like a storm, as if it intended to destroy everything. This immense power left Lu Wei in a state of shock as he realized he had successfully broken through to the golden dan stage. The strong wave of spiritual energy swept through his dantian, coursing through Lu Wei's body and sweeping away everything in its path. This force was like a roaring tide, crashing into every corner. The arrangement in the room was thrown into disarray by this wave of spiritual energy, with previously neatly placed items scattered all over the floor. Even the sturdy doors and windows could not withstand the impact and were flung open with a crisp sound. Sitting in the courtyard, Yang Xiaohu felt this powerful wave of spiritual energy and instantly smiled with joy. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her fists clenched tightly. She knew Lu Wei had succeeded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the condensed dance stage. Reward 500 attribute points. Lu Wei exhaled deeply, slowly opened his eyes, and a beam of golden light shot out from his eyes as if it were a tangible force traveling several meters away. Feeling his significantly strengthened body and spiritual power, especially the latter, which had increased dramatically, it was almost more than double what it was before the fourth stage. Moreover, this breakthrough fully restored his previously unhealed mental power. Not only that, this time his mental power had seen a significant improvement, increasing by a full 1000 points. This is the power of the condensed dance stage compared to the previous 4 stages. It is a qualitative leap. After experiencing the strength of the condensed dance stage, Lu Wei did not stop because he still needed to break through the body refining technique to the jade bone unbreakable stage. However, he currently lacked enough attribute points, with a shortfall of 90 points. For Lu Wei this was simple, he just needed to find a few more skills and practice a bit more to earn those 90 attribute points. Thus Lu Wei chose to practice 2 advanced level sword techniques. The yellow level sword technique rewards 5 attribute points for each level up, while the advanced level sword technique rewards 10 attribute points. So having 2 advanced level sword techniques was sufficient. Although advanced techniques are a bit more challenging than yellow level ones, they weren't too difficult for Lu Wei. Soon the 2 sword techniques reached mastery, and with those 100 attribute points in hand, Lu Wei did not continue practicing. He quickly exited the practice space and began to enhance his body refining cultivation. With all the attribute points allocated, his body refining cultivation reached the 4th stage, the jade bone unbreakable stage. Lu Wei's cultivation at the condensed dance stage allowed him to perform introspection. He clearly felt that the tendons and membranes of his entire body were gradually becoming stronger, with their color slowly shifting from white to a faint golden hue, shimmering with a metallic luster. Next came the bones. At the beginning of the cultivation, the bones were compressed and condensed, causing his weight to increase dramatically. This was due to a tremendous change in the density of the bones. Gradually the bones began to jadify, emanating a hazy, mysterious glow. At this stage of cultivation, Lu Wei's physical resilience had reached an astonishing level. Now he was stronger than the average demon beast, even spiritual artifacts could not harm him. Moreover, if he were injured, his recovery speed would be extraordinarily fast. Even if he were to die one day, his body would remain unchanged for 1,000 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 4th stage of body refining. Reward 40 attribute points. With only 40 attribute points, Lu Wei paid no mind. Such a small amount of attribute value was not enough for anything, so he disregarded it. What he cared about was the significant change in his overall attributes. Looking at the attribute interface, which had surpassed 100000 in constitution, Lu Wei clenched his fists. Qingjiao Wang, let's see if I can smash your dog head. How is it? Did you succeed? Outside the broken window, several curious little heads squeezed together, looking at Lu Wei. Lu Wei turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw Qin Xianyu, Yang Xiaohu, Shen Wanwan, and Lu Ruyan among other girls, all curiously gazing at him. In the courtyard there were several maidservants also looking at Lu Wei with concern. Seeing the worried expressions of the girls, Lu Wei smiled and nodded, saying, I succeeded. Oh yeah. That's great, congratulations, young master. Young master possesses boundless magic ruling the world. Young master is invincible under heaven. Young master, the golden spear. Alright, stop flattering me. How about this? Since young master is happy today, each of you little girls will receive a reward. Lu Wei interrupted the flattery of the maidservants with a smile. He hadn't used today's return chances yet, so it was just the right opportunity. As soon as the maidservants heard this, they immediately cheered. Thank you, young master, they said joyfully. Watching the lively girls, Lu Wei felt very pleased. He was glad that he had chosen some beautiful girls back then. They were indeed a feast for the eyes. Alright, I'm hungry, go prepare dinner. After sending the maidservants away, Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Wei's messy room, which even lacked windows and doors, and quickly said, Young master, your room is in such a state it cannot accommodate anyone. Let me prepare another room for you. Lu Wei waved his hand and said, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's so late today, I'll just rest in the madam's room. Lu Ruyan felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. She had been thinking about sneaking up on Lu Wei tonight, but it seemed there was no chance now. Qin Xianyu immediately said after hearing Lu Wei last time we had Yang Xiaohu guard the door and she didn't do it yet. Today let her guard the door for us. Lu Ruyan's face turned pink upon hearing this, glancing at Lu Wei and then at Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu, surprised that they were playing so boldly. Shen Wanwan looked at the others with a puzzled expression, not understanding what guarding the door meant. Yang Xiaohu's face was also flushed and she covered Qin Qianyu's mouth, saying irritably, "Are you stupid?" Lu Wei chuckled bitterly, saying, "My dear aunt, matters of the boudoir should be whispered among ourselves, not shouted out loud for everyone to hear." Qin Xianyu pouted, "What's wrong with that? There's no one else, it's just us in your room." Shen Wanwan understood this clearly and her little face flushed like a burning cloud. "Young master, I'll head back first." After saying this she turned and ran away. Having never experienced such things, she couldn't handle the teasing from a married woman. Seeing this, Qin Xianyu chuckled, "The little girl has quite a thin skin, she fell for a certain big wolf." Lu Wei cleared his throat and said, "Well, let's eat." While Lu Wei's family was having dinner far in the northern domain, Zhou Mushuet along with several senior brothers and sisters finally returned to the sect after more than 20 days. Disciple pays respects to master. Upon seeing her master, Zhou Mushuet quickly bowed deeply. This master had guided her in cultivation since she was young, and even after she returned home at around 10 years old continued to secretly guide her. The time spent with her master was even longer than that spent with her parents, and their relationship was naturally very close. Lin Mingluan wore a form-fitting silver dress today, accentuating her mature and sexy figure, making her particularly alluring. Seeing Zhou Mushuet, she was also quite happy. Gently lifting Zhou Much's bowing action, she smiled and said, "My little Schwer has grown up, you're so distant with your master now. Come, let master take a look, I've missed you so much over the years." "Master, I missed you too. Come, let's go inside and talk, it's just time to meet your uncle, master." Saying this, Lin Mingluan pulled Zhou Mushuet towards the inner room. As Zhou Mushuet entered the room with her master, she saw an otherworldly figure sitting there observing her. Lin Mingluan introduced, "This is your uncle, master, the master of Feishuei Peak, quickly come and pay your respects." Zhou Mushuet hurriedly performed a salute, saying, "Disciple Zhou Mushuet pays respects to uncle master." Xin Yuanrua glanced at Zhou Mushuet, nodding in satisfaction. "No need for formalities, condensation pill realm, not bad. For our first meeting I'll give you this clear heart jade as a gift." "Thank you, uncle master." Zhou Mushuet did not decline and directly accepted it. Lin Mingluan's eyes twinkled as she said with a smile, "Sister, now that you see Mushuet, do you think she is qualified to inherit the Feishuei sword?" Xin Yuanrua upon hearing this gave her a faint glance and then looked at Zhou Mushuet before saying, "Whether she is qualified still depends on her. In this Northern Domain sect exchange meeting, as long as Mushuet can place in the top 3 among the young disciples, the Feishuei sword will be handed over to her. If not, she will have to wait until she breaks through to the 6th realm to speak of it." Upon hearing this, Lin Mingluan immediately became unhappy. "Sister, you are being unreasonable. Wasn't it said that if Mushuet surpasses that girl Yan Han, the Feishuei sword would be given to her? How did it change to needing to place in the top 3 at the exchange meeting?" To others, Shen Yuanrua appeared with extraordinary cultivation like an otherworldly fairy, a well-known immortal in the cultivation world. But Lin Mingluan understood her sister too well. Although she usually looked cold and aloof when she played tricks, she was more shameless than a rogue without a shred of shame. Shen Yuanrua said in an indifferent tone, "Yan Han is only at the 4th realm, naturally not much his opponent, so there is no need to compare. I have high cultivation so I can play tricks. You have lower cultivation than me, so you can only endure." Upon hearing this, Lin Mingluan was furious, her ample chest heaving up and down. Fine. Since childhood you have relied on your cultivation to bully me. When my cultivation surpasses yours, you'll have a good cry." Shen Yuanrua looked at her disdainfully. "I've been hearing this for nearly decades and waiting for it." Meanwhile, Zhou Mushuet watched her arguing master and uncle master in a daze, not expecting these two people in their 60s would still bicker like children, which was quite amusing. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall a certain figure who always had a playful grin and a mischievous smile. She wondered how her husband was doing now, if he was warm and wealthy, and if the journey was tiring. Looking down at her belly, a happy smile appeared on her face. On the other side, after finishing dinner, Lu Wei returned to Qin Qianyu's room to rest. Having just broken through in cultivation, he was full of energy and did not stop all night. In the end, even Yang Xiaohu, who had promised to guard the door for Qin Qianyu, was pulled in to assist. Early the next morning, when Qin Qianyu woke up and saw an extra person on the bed, she was stunned. Who are you?" Qin Qianyu stared eyes wide with shock at the unfamiliar woman who had suddenly appeared. "What in the world is going on? Yang Xiaohe's gaze gleamed with quiet danger as she fixed it upon Lu Wei, who had just awakened. Yet Lu Wei himself wore an expression of utter bewilderment until his eyes fell upon the woman's face and a wry helpless smile flickered across his lips. "Do you remember the serpent I brought back?" Yang Xiaohu's eyes widened in sudden realization. "You mean she is that serpent?" Lu Wei sighed faintly and nodded. "She has lived in seclusion since childhood, untouched by human customs, her actions guided solely by instinct and whim. We'll need to teach her slowly and patiently what it means to walk among people." It was then that Lu Wei abruptly recalled something and hastily asked Xiao Bai, "Why did you awaken from slumber so suddenly?" At the sound of her name, Xiao Bai lifted her head from Lu Wei's chest, blinking with innocent curiosity. "Because I broke through." Hearing this, Lu Wei instinctively summoned her attribute interface. Name Inshui White Serpent, age 505 years, constitution 60, evolvable and insight 60, evolvable and physique 20000200000 and vital chi 20000200000 and cultivation realm core formation realm thunder tribulation countdown 31 minutes 22 seconds and appearance 96 and physique 96 and innate talents silver. Dragon bloodline spiral jade vessel affection level 100 and comprehensive evaluation 87. Unbound refund multiplier 20 and Lu Wei's eyes locked onto the countdown and he jolted upright, instantly seizing Xiao Bai's hand and scrambling for clothes. His frantic urgency left Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xianyu utterly bewildered. What's wrong? Why the haste? And half an hour remains before Xiao Bai's thunder tribulation descends. I must get her beyond the city walls immediately. At those words, Yang Xiaohu's expression darkened. If the tribulation struck within the town, none of them would survive, and at least half of Qinglong town would be reduced to rubble. Don't worry, master, I'll make it in time, Xiao Bai said calmly, the very subject of the tribulation utterly unruffled, as if the celestial storm held no weight at all. Lu Wei shot her an exasperated glare. Your heart truly knows no fear, now dress. And Xiao Bai blinked innocently. I have no clothes. Only then did Lu Wei recall she indeed owned none. Qin Xianyu hurried to her wardrobe and fetched a set of garments for her to wear. Once dressed, Lu Wei instructed Yang Xiaohu and the others to wait at the inn while he rushed Xiao Bai out of the city. Beyond the walls, in a remote uninhabited stretch of land, he reluctantly chose the site. There was no time to find a better one. Xiao Bai, take this pill. Swallow it if you're wounded. And these spirit artifacts, toss them into the sky to deflect the lightning. And sensing his tension, Xiao Bai smiled gently, her large eyes crinkling. Master, there's no need to fret. Thunder tribulations are simpler than they seem. Lu Wei scowled. Never underestimate them. How could a tribulation ever be simple? Caution is paramount, every contingency must be prepared. You little rascal, why didn't you tell me sooner? Now we're scrambling at the last moment, may fortune still favor us. Lu Wei himself possessed no first-hand experience with tribulations, only fragmented ominous accounts from ancient sages' treatises describing them as trials where 9 out of 10 perished. Even when Lu Wei spoke without logic, Xiao Bai never contradicted him. Very well, master. The heavenly tribulation draws near, please retreat to a safe distance. Lu Wei withdrew swiftly to a distant vantage point. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Qinglong River within the submerged Dragon Palace, the Turtle Prime Minister surged through the water like a bolt of lightning racing toward the throne hall. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Disaster strikes, the youth has fled, with a woman and the Azure Serpent King's eyes flared wide. Then what are you waiting for? Dispatch your forces, now, and your Majesty rest assured, he hasn't escaped the encirclement. Our troops are already en route. And the Azure Serpent King bristled. You old turtle, must you gasp for breath mid-sentence? Next time I'll boil you into turtle soup. But your Majesty, you always call me a tortoise, not a turtle, the Prime Minister protested, crestfallen. Out. Go, now. And yes, your Majesty. The Turtle Prime Minister snapped to attention, and in the blink of an eye his 4 legs blurred into motion, vanishing into the depths. At that moment Lu Wei stood motionless atop a high hill, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, where thick roiling clouds gathered with terrifying speed, heralding an approaching tempest. The tribulation clouds deepened into absolute blackness, ink dark and suffocating, crackling with violent serpentine lightning that tore jagged paths through the gloom. Each flash was followed by a deafening thunderclap, a sound so immense it seemed to shake the very bones of the world. Even the heart trembled, involuntarily overwhelmed by the sheer irresistible might descending from the heavens. With every passing second the air grew heavier, oppressive, as though the sky itself might collapse upon them. Fear and dread coiled tightly in their chests, until Lu Wei noticed a surge of figures approaching from afar. He narrowed his eyes, grotesque forms unmistakably non-human. Some bore fish heads and humanoid bodies gripping tridents, others possessed shrimp-like heads and tails wielding massive pincers. They were aquatic Yao beasts, no doubt. Lu Wei's gaze hardened. Without hesitation he stepped forward to intercept them. They had come for him, and he would not allow them to disrupt Xiaobai's tribulation. From the hillside the Yao beasts too beheld the celestial storm gathering above. Prime Minister, another Yao is undergoing tribulation here, a crab demon murmured sidling up to the turtle Prime Minister. I'm not blind, I see it myself. Na nearby shrimp soldier mistaking the remark for a summons snapped upright. Prime Minister, did you call for me? Step aside, now, and the turtle Prime Minister barked exasperated. Though accustomed to his underlings' dim-wittedness, even he found their sheer obtuseness exhausting. Above the summit the thunderclouds descended lower, dense, churning and heavy. Xiaobai had already shed her human guise, revealing her true form, a colossal white serpent soaring into the sky, coils spiraling endlessly. Prime Minister, what shall we do now? We wait. His voice turned grave. Yao law is absolute. No Yao may disturb another's tribulation. To do so invites universal condemnation and collective annihilation. This edict safeguards our very survival. It must never be broken. Yet barely had the words left his mouth when astonishment froze his thoughts. The very human they sought began striding toward them. What did this mortal think he was doing? Had he grown weary of life? Capture him, don't let him escape. Regardless of whether this guy is foolish, the Prime Minister Wangba would not let this opportunity slip away. With a wave of his hand everyone immediately charged forward. The number of aquatic creatures that came today was astonishing, reaching well over 100. Among them even the weakest had reached the 4th realm, and there were even more than a dozen at the 5th realm and 2 at the 6th realm. They were well aware of the formidable enemies they had to face today, so the Qinglong River Dragon Palace spared no effort and dispatched all of its experts. Lu Wei looked solemnly at the rushing aquatic creatures, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. He took a deep breath and slowly drew out a top-tier spiritual weapon, long knife that shimmered with cold light, exuding a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Swish! A mysterious and profound glow instantly wrapped around the blade, resembling a lively dragon. This glow radiated an unparalleled sharpness, emitting hissing sounds as it flowed as if it could easily cut through the air. In the blink of an eye the aquatic creatures surged like a tide before Lu Wei, their eyes glinting with ferocity and greed. Lu Wei made a slight movement with his feet and his figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to capture his movements. In the next moment he appeared among the aquatic creatures. His figure darted through them like lightning, and the long knife in his hand swiftly sliced through the air, unleashing sharp sword chi. Each strike accurately hit its target, and the aquatic creatures didn't even have time to react before falling to the ground lifeless. One aquatic creature didn't even realize it as its body was severed in two. Only after it had continued to run a few steps did it realize that half of its body had not followed. In an instant over 10 aquatic creatures had met a tragic end at the hands of Lu Wei. At this moment a 5th realm aquatic creature witnessed this gruesome scene, its eyes wide with fury, resembling an enraged lion. It suddenly leaped, brandishing a steel fork, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind striking down at Lu Wei as if a mountain were crashing down. On the steel fork a faint blue spiritual light shone, cutting through the night sky like lightning, its whistling sound sharp and piercing as if it would tear through one's eardrum. However, Lu Wei didn't even glance at him, lightly raising his long knife. A faint blade light shot out directly facing the steel fork like a shooting star. The 5th realm aquatic creature stared in astonishment at the gash in its chest, and with a loud crash its body split in two like shattered porcelain falling from the air. The 5th realm aquatic creature stared in astonishment at the gash in its chest, and with a loud crash its body split in two like shattered porcelain falling from the air. In the past 5th realm creatures could not withstand a single strike from Lu Wei. Today was no different. Lu Wei casually slaughtered the 5th realm aquatic creatures without even glancing at them, continuously waving his long knife. One by one the aquatic creatures fell beneath his blade. Whether they were 4th or 5th realm, there was no distinction in his hands, none could withstand a single blow. Not far away the Prime Minister Wangba witnessed this scene, his greenish complexion transforming to a dark green. If this continued the people he had brought would all be wiped out, and when he returned the Qingjiao King would truly turn him into soup. General Crocodile, General Electric Eel, this person is entrusted to both of you, Prime Minister Wangba said with certainty, seemingly full of confidence in the two generals. General Crocodile was transformed from an ancient giant crocodile towering over 3 meters tall, covered in hard scales, immensely strong and possessing astonishing defense. He was one of the 2 6th realm guards prepared by the Qinglong King for his son Qingjiao King with unfathomable strength. Beside him General Electric Eel was equally formidable. As a member of the electric eel clan, his lightning-type spiritual energy not only provided him with tremendous destructive power but also the ability to paralyze enemies. Even when facing an opponent one small realm higher than him, he still had the strength to fight back. It could be said that among the entire Qinglong River, aside from Qingjiao King, he had the most powerful combat ability. With the two of them present, even if Qingjiao King himself were to come out, he wouldn't dare to say he could definitely defeat them. The opponent they were dealing with was just a mere human, and they certainly did not take him seriously. Upon hearing Prime Minister Wang Ba's words, General Crocodile's eyes widened, and then he stepped forward, each hand holding a large knife, making a deep resonating sound as he said, "I will handle this, you all retreat." At this moment those aquatic creatures had already been slaughtered by Lu Wei by nearly half, and their hearts had long since collapsed. Upon hearing General Crocodile's order to retreat, they immediately turned to flee, each wishing they could sprout an extra pair of legs. However, Lu Wei was unwilling to let these aquatic creatures escape. To him, these aquatic creatures represented valuable attribute points, and it would be a pity to let them go just like that. In this brief time he had already earned nearly 1,000 attribute points. If this continued, even his body refining technique could potentially be upgraded. Thus he relentlessly pursued the fleeing aquatic creatures, determined not to miss any opportunity to gain attribute points. Seeing this, General Crocodile shouted angrily, "Despicable villain, do you have the courage to fight me? Bullying the weak is the act of a rat." As he spoke, he raised both large knives and swung them at Lu Wei. However, Lu Wei couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. He simply vanished from the spot and reappeared beside a 5th realm crab spirit. With a single stroke he cleaved the crab in half. The crab could hardly believe it until its last breath that this human was so despicable, refusing to fight powerful enemies and instead pursuing them, the little shrimp and crab soldiers, without mercy. Never had it seen such shamelessness. Lu Wei didn't care what these shrimp soldiers and crab generals thought. Killing a 5th realm aquatic creature netted him 500 attribute points. Such a lucrative deal, how could he let it slip away? Lu Wei had already calculated in his mind that if he slaughtered all these aquatic creatures he would gain over 10,000 attribute points. This vast fortune was enough for him to elevate both his body refining and weapon refining techniques by 1 realm, and perhaps even boost his cultivation to the 7th realm. Once his cultivation reached the 7th realm, coupled with 5th realm body refining, he would possess the means to protect himself in this world. Aside from those hidden old monsters or top-tier powerhouses, he could freely traverse this realm. Therefore these aquatic creatures that had come to him were an irresistible temptation. How could he let them go? If it were the land-dwelling demon race with such numbers, they would have been wiped out. Seeing Lu Wei slipping away like a mudloach, difficult to catch, while his subordinates were nearly wiped out, Prime Minister Wang Ba became anxious. "General Electric Eel, let's strike together, otherwise the king will become a lightpole commander." Lu Wei dodged General Crocodile's attacks while slaughtering the remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals. In no time over 100 of them were reduced to just a dozen. Moreover, the remaining ones were all at the 4th realm, with not a single one at the 5th realm. There was no choice. The 4th realm was not valuable, worth only 40 points each, while the 5th realm was worth 500 points. The disparity was immense, and Lu Wei knew how to make the right choice. Just as Lu Wei was enjoying his slaughter, a thunderclap erupted and a blinding bolt of lightning struck down upon him. He was startled, and with his ethereal shadow technique pushed to the utmost, he left behind a residual shadow and vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously the lightning struck down, shattering his residual shadow and leaving a massive crater several meters in diameter at the spot. General Thundereel held a spear, its shaft crackling with electricity, and grinned at Lu Wei as if looking at an intriguing prey. He had already realized that this kid relied solely on his speed, which left the clumsy General Crocodile at a loss. However, who could compete with the speed of lightning? Seeing 2 6th realm experts surrounding him, Lu Wei sighed helplessly. The remaining dozen 4th realm soldiers would be tough to kill, but he had already earned enough attribute points. Seizing the moment, Lu Wei glanced at his attribute interface and found that his attribute points had reached over 9,500, sufficient for an upgrade. Without hesitation, Lu Wei commanded the system to elevate his body refinement to the next realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 5 organs unified realm and body refinement reward 500 attribute points. In an instant, Lu Wei felt an exceptionally pure energy surge from within, continuously enhancing him in every aspect. His strength, speed and constitution became immensely powerful in a moment. Glancing at the numbers, his vitality and constitution doubled, reaching 200,000. At that moment, General Thundereel unleashed another bolt of lightning. Lu Wei noticed that this lightning was much slower than the previous one. He understood that it wasn't the lightning that had slowed down, but rather he had become faster. Easily dodging the lightning, Lu Wei saw he still had 7,000 attribute points and directly upgraded himself to the 6th realm of unextinguished light. In that fleeting moment, Lu Wei felt the scene before him undergo a dramatic transformation. The once familiar world seemed to shed a veil of mystery, becoming extraordinarily clear and transparent. Moreover, he was astonished to find that the surrounding spiritual energy, which had previously been indistinct and erratic, now surged toward him as if drawn by a powerful force. Even without deliberately cultivating, it flowed toward his body like a tide, eagerly entering his meridians. However, when he began to cultivate, the astonishing change left him dumbfounded. The spiritual energy rushed into his body at a speed dozens of times faster than before, like wild horses breaking free. This overwhelming surge of power sent tremors through every cell in his body with excitement. So this was the legendary unextinguished light. This realm embodied an endless cycle of wonders. Once one entered it, it meant establishing an invisible bridge between oneself and the world, allowing one to freely draw upon and utilize the spiritual energy of all things. From this point onward, there would be no need to worry about running out of spiritual energy, for this vast expanse of heaven and earth was filled with inexhaustible sources of spiritual energy. While dodging the attacks, Lu Wei still had time to check the system interface. Looking at the remaining 14500 attribute points, it was evidently insufficient to upgrade another realm. However, as long as he could leave one of the 2 6th realms alive, that would be enough. If he killed both, the Azure Flood Dragon King would surely go mad, wouldn't he? It wasn't that he feared the Azure Flood Dragon King, but rather the Azure Dragon King behind him. That was a 9th realm Dragon King, one of the strongest beings in the world, and Lu Wei certainly did not believe he could take him on. Not only was his cultivation several realms lower, but even within the same realm, the Azure Dragon King had lived for countless years, surely possessing an abundance of life-saving techniques and treasures. Lu Wei could not afford to be careless. Thus it would be best to avoid provoking the Azure Dragon King completely. He might not care if a few minor demons were killed, but if he were to truly slay his son, the Azure Flood Dragon King, it would be a matter of life and death. Of course, if the Azure Flood Dragon King saw death, Lu Wei would not show him mercy. The Azure Dragon King was indeed powerful, but not to the extent that it instilled fear in Lu Wei. Moreover, if the Azure Flood Dragon King did not receive a lesson and felt some pain, it would likely never end. With this thought, Lu Wei suddenly vanished in a flash. Now his ethereal shadow technique was much faster than before. The 2 6th realm generals hadn't even reacted before Lu Wei had already reached them. Lu Wei swung his long knife down towards General Thunder Eel. Today he had to leave one of these 2 6th realms alive, the other could be dealt with later. If the Azure Flood Dragon King still did not recognize the situation, he could not blame Lu Wei for turning him into a true scapegoat. Faced with Lu Wei's sudden strike, General Thunder Eel hurriedly raised his spear to block. As he watched Lu Wei's strike come down, General Thunder Eel was amazed at how fast the blade was. He nearly failed to block it. However, despite his surprise, General Thunder Eel felt no fear. Instead, a glint of scheming satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He was waiting for the opponent to close in. As an electric eel, he was least afraid of hand-to-hand combat, because his lightning would make the opponent understand what it meant to tremble. At the moment Lu Wei's blade made contact with the spear suddenly erupted with intense lightning. In an instant, a massive silver-white lightning ball formed between the two, completely enveloping them. This powerful current would turn an ordinary person to ashes upon contact. Lu Wei had not expected General Thunder Eel to have such a trick, and for a moment he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body as if receiving an electric massage. However, that was all there was to it. It did not injure Lu Wei or even affect his next action. After all, that powerful body refinement technique was not practiced in vain. If a mere attack could injure or control him, all those spent attribute points would be a complete waste. Swish! Lu Wei's blade technique changed, slicing directly across General Layman's neck. General Layman only felt a chill at his throat, and the smug smile on his face instantly froze. You damn it, why? Lu Wei's face darkened as he kicked General Layman's corpse away. Only at that moment did his head finally fall off. Lu Wei casually collected General Layman's corpse. He turned to face Prime Minister Wang Ba and the remaining crocodile general. Although the two were not particularly clever, they were not without wit. This human before them had effortlessly killed General Layman. Wouldn't it be even easier to kill them? Thinking of this, Prime Minister Wang Ba immediately knelt on the ground. If he died, wouldn't his newly married 323rd concubine be taken advantage of by his son? Please spare my life, we were forced. That Qingjiao King is cruel and unkind. He insists on capturing you back. I have advised him countless times, but he wouldn't listen. He even said that if I didn't capture you, he would cook me into soup. I was left with no choice. I beg you to spare my life, let me go like a fart. Lu Wei replied expressionlessly, I can spare your lives, but go back and tell Qing Jiaoqing to come and apologize tomorrow, otherwise don't blame me for pulling out his tendons. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Wang Ba nodded vigorously. All right, rest assured I will definitely relay the message. Get lost. Okay. Prime Minister Wang Ba complied and truly began to roll on the ground. Lu Wei watched speechless and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. He turned his gaze to Little Bai, who was undergoing tribulation on the mountain. This battle seemed long, but it actually ended in less than a few minutes. At this moment Little Bai's heavenly tribulation had yet to descend. The tribulation clouds in the sky resembled a heavy black mountain constantly rolling and accumulating, becoming increasingly thick and oppressive. The dense clouds seemed to contain boundless destructive power, instilling fear in all who gazed upon it. Meanwhile the sound of thunder grew more violent, roaring like a stampede of beasts, deafening. Immediately after, a blinding bolt of lightning like a peerless sword tore through the dark sky, descending from the tribulation clouds with a speed that was startling. Within every heart. Immediately after, a blinding bolt of lightning like a peerless sword tore through the dark sky, descending from the tribulation clouds with a speed that was startling. This bolt of lightning carried the aura of annihilation, striking precisely upon Little Bai's frail body. In an instant the entire sky was illuminated by the intensely bright lightning, dazzling and brilliant. Wherever the light passed, everything appeared so small and insignificant. Lu Wei felt a tightness in his heart upon witnessing the might of the heavenly tribulation. This tribulation was too powerful, and he wondered how many strikes Little Bai could withstand. However, in the next moment the tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly thinned, then completely dissipated. Lu Wei was taken aback. What did this mean? Is that it? Just as Lu Wei was lost in thought, Little Bai bounced down from the mountain. Master, I've completed the tribulation. See, I told you going through tribulation is actually quite simple, right? Lu Wei looked at Little Bai in surprise. Why was it so simple? Is it just you? Little Bai tilted her head and thought for a moment. I don't know, but in my memories going through tribulation has always been easy. Seeing that Little Bai didn't understand, Lu Wei didn't press further. After all, passing the heavenly tribulation was a good thing. Let's go home to celebrate your success. We'll have a big feast today. Master, I don't want to eat a big feast. I want to play that fun game. We'll talk about that tonight. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Palace of the Qinglong River, King Qingjiao looked at Prime Minister Wang Ba and the crocodile general before him. His face darkened and gritted his teeth as he asked, you over 100 men with 2 at the 6th level actually got killed by a 5th level 1 until only you 2 are left. Prime Minister Wang Ba, horrified, replied, Great King, that guy is too terrifying. General Layman didn't even block a single strike before being killed by him. With such strength, even if you went, you would likely be cut down. He told me to inform you to apologize in person tomorrow, or he would pull out your tendons and skin you alive. King Qingjiao's forehead twitched in fury. If it weren't for the fact that he had no one else at his disposal, he would have wanted to slap this old turtle to death. Enough, shut up. Crocodile General, you tell me just how strong is that person? The Crocodile General thought seriously and replied, he can indeed pull out your tendons and skin you alive. King Qingjiao roared in anger, get lost. Both of you get out of here. Okay. The 2 quickly responded and turned to flee. Leaving King Qingjiao alone, his face flushed with anger, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. You want to pull out my tendons and skin me alive? I'll see if you have that ability. In the end, seeing that Lu Wei and Little Bai had returned unharmed, Yang Xiaohu and the other girls breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? Was everything smooth? Although she saw that they had returned completely safe and sound, Yang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask with concern. Lu Wei smiled and said, rest assured everything went very smoothly. By the way, have everyone get ready, we'll leave Qinglong town tomorrow morning. Have you resolved things with King Qingjia? Yang Xiaohu asked in surprise. Yes, basically no problem now. Bai Xining, who was not far away, frowned upon hearing this. Resolved. How was it resolved? Great. We can finally continue our journey. We've delayed for 2 days here, we need to quickly make up for lost time. Yang Xiaohu went to arrange for their departure tomorrow as instructed by Lu Wei. She never doubted Lu Wei's words since he said it was resolved, it must have been. Returning to his room, Lu Wei pondered for a moment and took out a manual titled Water Combat Techniques. It recorded some water-type skills and the abilities to fight in water. Since they would be crossing the Qinglong River tomorrow, it was better to be prepared just in case. Although his cultivation level was enough to not fear King Qingjiao, fighting in water would definitely be less convenient than on land. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Wei didn't rush to practice. He planned to see tomorrow if he could obtain a more advanced water combat technique after returning. "Master, are you sleeping? I'm here to play games with you." At that moment Little Bei's voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's heart skipped a beat as he remembered Little Bei's miraculous talent, and he felt his heart race and blood surge. That feeling was like something that was clearly out to take your life, yet you couldn't bear to part with that ultimate thrill. "Come in," Lu Wei said, his voice a bit hoarse. The next morning Lu Wei woke up from bed looking haggard. He had underestimated the situation, thinking that his physique had improved several times over and he couldn't possibly be outmatched by Xiao Bai. Unexpectedly he still fell short against her. Her talent was simply too formidable, making it impossible to control. No matter how strong the physique, under such relentless onslaught it couldn't hold out for long. By the end Lu Wei felt utterly drained, as if he had nothing left. "Master, you have improved a lot since the last time." Xiao Bai tilted her head, looking at Lu Wei, who was tidying up his clothes with a teasing expression. Lu Wei felt a surge of anger. He had never been humiliated like this. In the past, whether it was Zhou Mu Shui or Yang Xiao, who even if they teamed up they were no match for him. But under Xiao Bai's overwhelming talent he truly had no power to fight back. "Don't get too cocky. Wait until I reach the peak of body refinement, then you'll be the one crying." "Really? That would be wonderful. I can't wait to cry." Hearing this, Lu Wei was infuriated. Without hesitation he directly opened the system interface and deducted 5,000 points from his 61,000 attribute points to enhance his body refinement level. Instantly his body refinement level increased from the 5 viscera unification to blood refining gold. This level was the 6th stage of body refinement, with only one final hurdle remaining to reach the great perfection of body refinement. Once he successfully broke through this stage he would achieve the great completion of body refinement, forging a jade-like golden body. At this level even a single drop of blood flowing within him would contain mysterious capabilities, allowing it to melt gold. At this moment Lu Wei's blood flowed like heavy viscous mercury, exuding an enigmatic aura. Every drop of blood seemed to possess its own will and strength, surging and roaring within the veins. His translucent bones, as if sculpted from beautiful jade, emitted a crisp ringing sound. His resilient veins resembled lustrous iron, strong and powerful, supporting the movement and force of his entire body. His robust muscles coiled like a dragon, brimming with explosive power, and his tough skin resembled battle drums shrouded in golden light, impervious and incredibly defensive. In an instant Lu Wei radiated golden light, emanating a brilliant glow. Xiao Bai watched in astonishment, her mouth agape. After a while everything calmed down and Lu Wei slowly exhaled. A beam of golden light shot out from his mouth like a sharp sword. At this point both his chi and body refinement had reached the 6th level. Now he was capable of battling experts at the 7th level. One must not underestimate the significance of crossing just one level. The difference between the 6th and 7th levels was far more profound than that between lower realms. At this level even a minor difference in realms could create a significant gap. A difference of a major realm was even more pronounced. Few had ever fought beyond their level at this stage throughout history. Lu Wei looked at the 600 attribute points he had just received for his breakthrough, combined with the remaining 1100 points, giving him a total of 1700 attribute points. Keeping these attribute points would be a waste. They could only enhance his strength if utilized. Lu Wei contemplated and decided to invest them in weapon refinement. He wanted to forge a flying ship. This way, when crossing the Qinglong River, he could fly directly over without worrying about the Qingjiao King causing trouble. If it dared to show itself in the sky, Lu Wei would really skin it and extract its dragon tendons. Next he opened the system and directly applied 1000 attribute points to weapon refinement. His weapon refinement ability was immediately upgraded to the great completion stage. At this level he could barely manage to forge a flying boat. As for the materials, they were even simpler for Lu Wei. Although he had limited materials in hand, they were sufficient with a bit of recycling. The only unfortunate part was that the departure plan he had just set for today had to change. Yang Xiaowu, upon receiving the news that Lu Wei was delaying the departure, said nothing further and simply informed everyone that the departure plan was cancelled, with the specific time to be announced later. For everyone this was no big deal, although it was a bit of a hassle. Lu Wei and Yang Xiaowu had treated them well and provided sufficient benefits. Next Lu Wei went outside the town, found a quiet place and entered seclusion to forge the flying boat while everyone else was free to move about. 10 days swiftly passed and Lu Wei's flying boat was finally completed. It was a massive flying boat, over 200 meters long, more than 50 meters wide and as high as 3 stories. Although 10 days were wasted with this flying boat, he wouldn't have to take detours anymore. Traveling in a straight line would be enough to make up for lost time. Looking at the enormous flying boat before him, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. This boat incorporated some functions from the technological society of his previous life. For example, navigation and autopilot features. However, without satellites here, positioning could only be done based on places he had visited before, recording information from those locations in the boat and using the recorded map information for navigation. The autopilot could set the speed and direction, then fly directly. Besides these functions, there were also many entertainment and leisure facilities, a training chamber, and a complete weapon defense system. Looking at the flying boat before him, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. His 10 days of sleepless effort was worth it when he gazed at this grand vessel. This flying boat could comfortably house 2,000 to 3,000 people. The only downside was that such a massive flying boat consumed an astonishing amount of resources to fly. At least 100 spirit stones a day. This consumption was something most sects could not afford. However, for Lu Wei it was merely a trivial matter. Because in these 10 days the system had leveled up twice. The system also unlocked 2 new special features, one of which relaxed the restrictions on giving cultivation resources. Originally there were limits on the cultivation level and quantity of items that could be gifted. For example, gifting something to an ordinary person, no matter how high their score or return rate, one could not give something that exceeded their cultivation level and strength. For instance, the maidens Lu Wei had just bought had only just begun cultivating and could only receive a small amount of cultivation materials at a time. Otherwise, no matter how much was given, there would be no return. But now this restriction had been relaxed. If one could originally gift a spirit stone, now gifting 100 was perfectly acceptable. Of course, gifting 1,000 or 10,000 was still impossible to return fully. Moreover, the spiritual tools that they could not return before could now also be returned. This relaxation of restrictions was tremendously beneficial for Lu Wei. Because in his bonded team everyone was just ordinary people who had recently started cultivating, and it would take a long time for them to achieve success. Now that the restrictions were lifted, their significance had greatly increased. These spirit stones could return several thousand each day. The second function is a cultivation space for Gongfa, a dedicated realm for practicing cultivation methods. Previously there was a skill training space, now there is also a Gongfa cultivation space. Its operation is identical to the skill training space. By paying a certain price, one may open the space and practice Gongfa within. No matter how long passes inside, time and the real world remains unchanged. The sole difference is cost. The Gongfa space is far more expensive than the skill space. 10 spirit stones per minute. Such an expense made even the wealthy Lu Wei draw a sharp breath. With his current cultivation and innate constitution, relying solely on secluded cultivation would likely require centuries to advance a single realm. Even raising his constitution to 200 would be useless. At this echelon, no matter how genius or prodigious one is, cultivation cannot be elevated in a short span. With a single wave, Lu Wei retracted the enormous flying vessel, perhaps ship was the more fitting word, then turned, sprang upward and flew toward the city. Beneath the Qinglong River, King Qingjiao summoned Chancellor Wangba. Do you think that Brad is merely bluffing? Didn't he say he would come find me if I refused to go apologize? It's been so many days, why has he not shown up? At first King Qingjiao had remained on full alert, waiting for Lu Wei to come to his door. He had even arranged escape routes, thinking that if he could not defeat him he would simply run. After days of anxious vigilance, however, he found that the human gave no sign of intending to come. Doubt crept in. Perhaps the human was only putting on a show. Or perhaps he simply did not dare to come. That man's cultivation was formidable, he might not be a match. But behind him stood the Lord of the Beihai, the mightiest of beings, the Beihai Dragon King Qinglong King. Could an ordinary person provoke such a figure? Surely the human feared his father the king and therefore dared not seek revenge, merely blustering to frighten them. Chancellor Wangba began to ponder King Qingjiao's words. Could it be that the man truly dared not come? Otherwise, why were he and General Yi allowed to return? It seemed they did not wish to entangle themselves in an unresolvable feud with King Qingjiao. Your Majesty is not coming is for the best, let the matter drop, that would be fine, Chancellor Wangba suggested. King Qingjiao slammed the table in fury and roared, "Find my foot! He slaughtered everyone in my dragon palace. Only you, a useless old Wangba and a foolish crocodile, remain. This grudge must be avenged." Old Wangba shrugged and raised a pragmatic objection, "But you cannot beat him." King Qingjiao's face darkened, he snorted coldly. "My inability to defeat him does not mean others cannot. I have already sent for help to the Dragon Palace. In a day or two someone will arrive to assist." As he spoke, a messenger announced the arrival of reinforcements from the Beihai Dragon Palace. After Lu Wei returned to Qinglong town, Yang Shouvu hurried over. How is it? Nothing serious here, right? Lu Wei asked casually. Yang Xiaohu rolled her eyes and snapped, there's nothing important, only that with so many women in the household you don't manage them, trifles pile up and annoy me so much I have no time to cultivate. Lu Wei chuckled. I cannot help you there, aren't you the eldest sister? They are under your charge, I will not interfere. I do not expect you to help. I only ask, could you stop taking in more people? Aren't you afraid of killing yourself with all this work? Yang Xiaohu ground her teeth, glowering at Lu Wei. Lu Wei shook his head decisively. There is no avoiding it. This concerns our clan's prosperity, we must take people in and there will be more to come. As for management, you can delegate, divide them into teams, appoint captains, manage them like troops, it will be far more efficient. Yang Xiaohu stared in astonishment. Have you considered what you are saying? Do you intend to turn the women of the household into an army? What is that not possible? Lu Wei countered with mock earnestness. Yang Xiaohu blared fiercely. It is possible, all right, how could it not be? Aren't you afraid you'll exhaust yourself? Lu Wei sighed. Alas, there's nothing to be done, my strength is too great and you are too inept. Hoof. I'm not concerned about the others, but Bai Xining, you ought to stay away from her, she warned. At the thought of Bai Xining's alluring figure and peerless beauty, Lu Wei swallowed unconsciously. Why? Yang Xiaohu replied flatly, if you do not wish to end up like my father, dying young, you had better keep your distance. A fox of her exalted status, talent and beauty would surely have long been promised to some powerful demon cultivator to secure benefits for the fox tribe. That was my mother's fate. She refused to accept an arranged destiny and ran off with my father. In the end, my father was killed by the demon clans and my mother was imprisoned for more than 20 years. Lu Wei frowned. You mean my mother-in-law is still imprisoned by the fox tribe? Yes, Yang Xiaohu answered. She gave a quiet affirmative and said little. Her tone was calm, but in her eyes one could see the unwavering resolve she had always held regarding this matter. Lu Wei exploded, then what are we waiting for? Let's go now and rescue my mother-in-law. Yang Xiaohu regarded him with some bewilderment. Why was he so worked up? It was as if the imprisoned person were his own mother. Not yet, she said. My cultivation is insufficient, we must wait a little longer. Lu Wei hurriedly protested, if your cultivation is lacking, mine is not. Trust me, I can handle anyone below the 8th realm. Lu Wei swore he was not motivated to rescue her merely because Yang Xiaohu had said her mother, like Bai Xining, possessed exceptional cultivation talent and beauty. He only could not bear to see Yang Xiaohu suffer and wished to help free her mother. This matter must be undertaken by me alone, others cannot assist. Rest assured, I have been preparing for years and am not desperate. I believe the day is not far off. How is the preparation going? In response to the master, except for one group in the chaotic area, the remaining blood slaves have been refined. Send one more set of materials to Mo Xingjun and tell him this is his last chance. If he fails again, he will be turned into a blood slave. Understood. Notify everyone to enter the northern region, lie and wait quietly. Understood. At Qinglong town, Lu Wei's flying boat was completed and everyone was ready to start their journey. Having delayed for over 10 days here, they needed to depart soon to avoid being late. The first stop is to Ji province, which is Yang Ziahu's hometown. Qinglong town is already quite close to Ji province. Flying over the Qinglong River would take about 2 to 3 days. After packing their things, the convoy left Qinglong town, found an open space outside the town, and Lu Wei released the flying boat. When that enormous flying boat appeared, everyone was left speechless in shock. So big. So long. So thick. What kind of ridiculous adjectives are these? If you lack culture, just don't speak. All right, everyone get on the ship. The crowd began to line up, driving the carts onto the ship. Such a large vessel could easily accommodate thousands of people. The bottom of the ship had a cargo hold for storing carts and various items. The members of the guard team resided on the first level while the ladies stayed on the second level and above. Lu Wei summoned Luo Yan and taught him how to operate the flying boat. This flying boat was very simple to control. It could fly in the air and automatically recognize obstacles to avoid them, making it practically foolproof. Moreover, even if it did collide with something, the ship would automatically activate its protective shield, so there was no need to worry about damage. Once Luo Yan learned the basics, Lu Wei completely left it to him and returned to the third level to spend time with his wife. Unfortunately, after a few girls familiarized themselves with the flying boat, they returned to their rooms to cultivate, leaving no one to play with him. After all, unlike him, they needed to cultivate while he could simply allocate points to improve his cultivation. Soon the flying boat reached the sky above the Qinglong River. Lu Wei approached the bow looking at the rushing river below, and he could distinctly feel someone watching him. He naturally knew who it was. Apart from the Qingjiao king, there would be no other. However, he was surprised that the Qingjiao king was able to endure. He had sent that turtle spirit to insult him, yet the king had not come to confront him. Now at the river's bottom watching his past, he could actually hold back from taking action. Should he provoke him a bit more? With his current cultivation, although he was not a match for the Qinglong king, he believed he would soon have the strength to fight. He had heard that the dragon clan was filled with treasures. Since the Qingjiao king was also half-dragon, if he could kill him and obtain something in return, he wondered what treasures he might acquire. However, to capture and kill the Qingjiao king, he needed to find a way to lure him out of the water. If he escaped into the water, it would be uncertain whether he could catch him. With this thought, Lu Wei's mouth curled into a sly smile. At that moment at the river's bottom, the Qingjiao king stood with 2 men in black. Behind them were the turtle minister, General Crocodile, and a host of shrimp and crab soldiers. The somewhat competent shrimp and crab soldiers had already been slaughtered by Lu Wei, leaving only these low-level monsters completely just there to fill numbers. One of the black-clad men looked at the flying boat passing by slowly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, and turned to the Qingjiao king saying, "Your Highness, is this the human? Do you want me to deal with him for you?" The Qingjiao king hesitated upon hearing this. He had sought aid from the Dragon Palace but was surprised that his father had only sent 2 7th-level demon kings. To be honest, although he knew the power of the 7th-level demon kings in addition to his own peak 6th-level strength, he was not inferior to an average 7th-level being. However, facing that guy, he still felt a bit uncertain. Having lived for so many years, the Qingjiao king was no fool. He absolutely could not achieve what that human beauty had done in slaughtering General Layman as easily as cutting vegetables. Yet letting that human go was something he was not willing to do. If his brothers and sisters found out about this, he would surely be mocked, and it would significantly affect his future entry into the Dragon Clan's secret realm and his inheritance of the Dragon King's position. Hearing the words of the black-clad demon king, the Qingjiao king felt a deep inner struggle, hesitating whether or not to keep this human alive. However, at that moment he saw the human standing at the bow, directly unfastening his belt. Immediately after, a column of water fell from the sky. Upon seeing this scene, the Qingjiao king felt a rush of heat blood surging to his head. Damn it, this is too much. If I can still endure this, I might as well become a turtle. Kill. Get rid of him. I want to tear him to pieces. The Qingjiao king's eyes turned bloodshot as he charged forward. The 2 black-clad demon kings beside him were also furious, unable to tolerate such humiliation of having urine splashed on their heads. Moreover, they were a demon king and a dragon prince. They had never suffered such humiliation. As Lu Wei finished urinating, he saw the river's surface rolling, and soon 3 columns of water shot up toward the flying boat. Seeing this, Lu Wei smiled. They finally couldn't hold back. Prepared in advance, he immediately instructed Luo Yan to steer the flying boat further away while he moved forward. At this moment, Lu Wei also saw the appearances of the 3 figures emerging: a robust man at the peak of the 6th level with eyes like bronze bells, a long face, and a big mouth glaring at him as if he wanted to devour him. The other 2 looked identical, dressed in black robes floating in the air like ghosts. Their appearance is unclear, but from the aura they emitted it was evident they were stronger than the Qingjiao king. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes. 7th-level demon kings. The Dragon Clan indeed had a deep heritage. Even a small Qinglong river had 2 7th-level demon kings present. However, it seemed reasonable. The Dragon Clan had existed since ancient times, predating humanity. With their lineage extending to this day, no one could predict what trump cards they might possess. It was said that the Dragon Clan had over 1,000 7th-level beings, far more than the entirety of humanity's 7th level. Having 2 7th-level demon kings guarding the Qingjiao king, it seemed rather unremarkable. Thinking of the number of 7th-level demon kings in the Dragon Clan, Lu Wei couldn't help but swallow hard. If over 1,000 7th-level demon kings could all be converted into attribute points, he would be able to ascend directly. Seeking wealth through peril, offending the Dragon Clan might not be a bad thing after all. As Lu Wei's thoughts raced, he pondered how to provoke the Dragon Clan to send more experts to hunt him down without dispatching beings too powerful for him to resist. This balance had to be managed well so he could use the Dragon Clan to deliver heads to him, allowing his strength to rise quickly. This heavy responsibility could only be undertaken by the Dragon Clan. Ordinary demon clans simply didn't have that many experts. With this in mind, Lu Wei looked at the 3 figures before him, his eyes gleaming with light. If used properly, these 3 could lead him to prosperity. The Qingjiao king's eyes, as large as bronze bells, were fixed on Lu Wei, not far away, flickering with a chilling cold light. Without a word, he suddenly swung his arm and a black beam of light shot out from his hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an arrow formed from the condensed dark water. This so-called dark water was not ordinary water but a black heavy water drawn from the eye of the deep sea hundreds of miles beneath the ocean floor. Just a single drop of this black heavy water weighed a terrifying 1,000 pounds and possessed the horrifying ability to dissolve gold and destroy souls. At that moment, the arrow made from black heavy water, though seemingly unremarkable, contained a power that could induce terror. This seemingly ordinary dark water arrow actually possessed an astonishing weight of over 1,000,000 pounds. Such a terrifying attack would deter not only ordinary people but even the strongest among them. For being struck by this arrow would yield unimaginable consequences. Not only would the physical body be obliterated into ashes in an instant, but even the soul and divine sense would be extinguished. Lu Wei's gaze fixed on the rushing dark water arrow, his heart suddenly jolting. The dark water arrow glowed with a deep black light, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to contain endless evil and destructive power. This aura felt almost tangible, weighing heavily on his heart, causing him to feel a surge of dread and fear. Dark water arrow. In his mind, he suddenly recalled detailed records about this arrow seen in powerful manuals. Realizing this, his expression grew increasingly serious. At this moment, there was no room for hesitation. He instinctively raised his right hand and a brilliant sword light shot out. With a sharp sound of air being sliced, the radiant sword light surged toward the dark water arrow with lightning speed. At the moment the radiant sword light collided with the dark water arrow, a violent shriek erupted. Following this, a dense mist of water rapidly rose. This mist was not the usual white seen, but rather an extraordinarily eerie black, as if made of ink. It turned out that the dark water arrow was an extremely yin item, while the radiant sword light Lu Wei unleashed was the epitome of yang and firmness. As they met, an incredibly intense clash ensued. The Qingjiao King was also startled by this scene. He hadn't expected Lu Wei to possess a power that countered his dark water arrow. At the same time, the two 7th-level demon kings who had been waiting by the Qingjiao King could no longer hold back and boldly attacked. The originally unremarkable black robes of these two suddenly began to swell as if infused with a mysterious power. As the black robes expanded, terrifying tentacles sprouted from them, agile and eerie like the limbs of an octopus, charging toward Lu Wei with tremendous force. Upon closer inspection, the tentacles transformed from the black robes shimmered with a chilling icy glow. Looking closely, one could see that each tentacle was covered in dense sharp spikes, sending shivers down the spine. The speed of these tentacle attacks was akin to lightning. Within just a blink they had arrived right in front of Lu Wei. However, facing such fierce and rapid assaults, Lu Wei showed no sign of panic. He swiftly raised his hand, and with a wave of his sword a dazzling sword light shot out. Immediately after, that sword light seemed to have a life of its own, instantly splitting into countless tiny sword rains, soaring toward those clawing tentacles like a flock of nimble birds. Puff, puff, puff. A series of light sounds echoed as the sword lights pierced through the tentacles. Furthermore, the residual radiant power on the pierced tentacles ignited, spreading toward the black robes. Seeing this, the black-robed individual decisively severed the tentacles to prevent the flames from spreading and affecting his body. Upon witnessing this, Lu Wei's tense nerves were just about to relax, but before he could fully exhale a sigh of relief, he saw those severed tentacles regrow at an alarming speed. Moreover, the newly grown tentacles seemed to have been subjected to a sinister multiplying spell, becoming even more numerous and dense, weaving together like an eerie black jungle. They came crashing down upon Lu Wei like a tidal wave, enveloping him with a nauseating aura. Meanwhile, a fierce light flickered in the Qingjiao King's eyes. With a powerful swing of his robust arm, a trident shining with dazzling golden light appeared in his hand. The trident seemed to be forged from the sun's golden flames, its brilliance blinding. The Qingjiao King raised it vigorously toward the calm Qinglong River, and in an instant the previously tranquil river roared to life like a slumbering giant. The river water, as if summoned by a mysterious force, began to churn violently. Soon after, it surged into the sky, transforming into towering waves over 100 feet high. These massive waves carried immense power, their crests shimmering with icy water light, turning into countless blades as they ferociously charged toward Lu Wei. Faced with this sudden dual assault, Lu Wei's gaze grew ever more resolute. He extended his right hand forward and a long knife appeared in his grasp. As soon as the long knife emerged, it radiated a chilling aura. The blade shimmered with a solid white knife intent that swirled around it almost as if it had a life of its own, coiling like a dragon and dancing like a spirit snake, twisting and entwining as if trying to break free from the blade's confines. The surrounding space began to slightly warp due to the knife intent. With a focused gaze, Lu Wei slashed out in an instant. A massive blade of light surged toward the countless tentacles. The moment the blade light made contact with the tentacles, they were instantly obliterated into fragments. The black-robed figure attempted to control the tentacles to continue growing, but against the blade light it was futile. No matter how many sprouted, they were crushed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the blade light had reached his front. Swish! The sharp blade light sliced through the void like a lightning bolt, effortlessly piercing through the body of the black-robed man. In an instant, blood splattered and the black-robed man's body was gruesomely split in two. Lu Wei couldn't help but furrow his brow, a hint of astonishment rising in his heart. He had initially thought that with his own strength, even if he could slay this 7th realm demon king, it would surely be a considerable struggle, yet he never expected it to be so effortlessly achieved. Could it be that this so-called 7th realm demon king is nothing more than this? However, just as Lu Wei pondered silently, an unexpected scene unfolded. To his astonishment, the body of the black-robed man, which had already been cleaved in two, began to move slowly. The severed upper and lower parts, as if drawn by some mysterious force, gradually drew closer to each other. As time passed, they finally rejoined seamlessly, as if they had never been harmed at all. What the hell is this? Lu Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the bizarre scene before him. He could not comprehend how this 7th realm demon king could possess the ability to come back from the dead. This extraordinary phenomenon sent a chill down his spine. However, just at that moment, Lu Wei had no time to think deeply. In the blink of an eye, the water-formed spiritual weapons unleashed by the Azure Flood King surged towards him like a roaring tide. The flurry of attacks rained down upon him like a dense shower. Such a fierce and concentrated onslaught would be difficult for even an ordinary 6th realm expert to withstand. In reality, Lu Wei felt no fear at all regarding such an assault. Let alone these mere water-formed spiritual weapons. Even if genuine powerful spiritual weapons were placed before his jade bone golden body, it would be impossible for them to inflict even the slightest harm. Of course, while these attacks couldn't cause him substantial harm, the pain from being struck would still be present. Thus Lu Wei was unwilling to suffer blows in vain. With a thought, his figure flickered, swiftly evading the howling attacks like a specter. The technique he employed, Shadowless Phantom, granted him astonishing speed akin to instantaneous movement. When he reappeared, he found himself standing before the mysterious black-robed man. At the same time, Lu Wei's long knife, enveloped in a fierce, unmatched gust of wind, came crashing down with thunderous force. This time he wanted to see if this bizarre black-robed man could truly come back from the dead once more. Faced with Lu Wei's sudden strike, the black-robed man's expression changed. He had not expected Lu Wei's speed of movement to be so rapid. There was no time to dodge, and he could not block Lu Wei's strange and eerie blade light. Stab! The long knife easily pierced through the black-robed man, and with a vigorous twist his body was shattered. At that moment, another black-robed man and the Azure Flood King's attacks arrived. Lu Wei grasped several fragments of the black-robed man's body and vanished from the spot. He had intended to directly store them in the system space, but it failed. This indicated that these fragments were still living beings and could not be stored. However, if they couldn't be stored in the system space, couldn't they be destroyed? Lu Wei directly used the fire control technique to incinerate the fragments to ash. He did not believe that ashes could be restored. If that were the case, he truly couldn't think of any other solution. In the distance, a massive and ornate flying vessel floated silently in the air. The people on the deck of the vessel were all tense, their faces filled with worry as they gazed at the thrilling battle below. Sister Xiaohu, are we really just going to watch like this? Can't we help him? My husband is facing such a powerful enemy alone, it's far too dangerous. Qin Xianyu tightly gripped the spear in her hand, her beautiful face filled with worry and anger. Her lovely eyes were fixed on the intense battlefield in the distance, as if she were about to rush forward to fight alongside her husband. Yang Xiaohu also gazed intently at the distant battle, but her expression was much calmer than Qin Qianyu's. She shook her head slightly and said softly, "No, this level of battle far exceeds the scope of our intervention. With our current strength, rushing in would not only be unhelpful but would also become a burden to my husband, possibly even being used by the enemy to threaten Lu Wei. Therefore, the only thing we can do now is to protect ourselves and not give the enemy any opportunity. Only by doing so can we allow him to confront the powerful enemy without any worries." Behind them, a figure was completely focused on watching Lu Wei's battle, her eyes filled with concern. If anyone on the ship could help Lu Wei, it would be her. However, she did not dare to intervene, for once she did, even if she resolved Lu Wei's immediate crisis, it would bring him greater danger. Lu Wei was unaware of the concerns of those aboard the flying vessel. If he knew, he would surely tell them that he had not yet used all his strength. If he were to go all out, these three would have been slain long ago, and there would be no need for such a prolonged struggle. The reason he held back was to make the enemy believe that his strength was likely at the 7th realm, or perhaps just a bit stronger than that. This way, the next time the enemy sent reinforcements, they wouldn't be too strong. At the very least, they wouldn't send an 8th realm expert. It would be best to send several 7th realm ones to contribute more attribute points, making his efforts not in vain. While Lu Wei was frantically dealing with the attacks from two people, he kept an eye on the black-robed man he had shattered into pieces. To Lu Wei's astonishment, the black-robed man, even when reduced to countless fragments, was still able to merge back together. However, this time the merging took much longer, and after it was completed his aura was clearly weaker. His cultivation level had dropped below the 7th realm, now only at the 6th realm. Seeing this result, Lu Wei found it quite miraculous, but since he had been weakened it indicated that his method was effective. Thus Lu Wei seized an opportunity and shattered the black-robed man into several pieces, again taking half of them and burning them directly. Now the black-robed man could no longer gather to revive. His physical body was destroyed and his primordial spirit was revealed, preparing to flee. Lu Wei would never allow him the chance to escape. A 7th realm expert represented 7,000 attribute points, 10 times more than a 6th realm. Upon reaching the 7th realm, the soul had already condensed. Even if the physical body were destroyed, as long as the soul could escape, there would still be opportunities for rebirth. Just like by Linger, borrowing a body for rebirth is one such method of reincarnation. However, this soul is exceptionally fragile and escaping is not so easy. As the soul of the cloaked figure fled, Lu Wei finally understood what was happening, why this guy could be severed into pieces yet still reunite and revive. It turns out that this guy's true form is actually an octopus. The current appearance of his soul resembles a small octopus that is frantically escaping. No wonder he could recover even after being severed. It was because he was an octopus. Naturally, Lu Wei would not let him escape and directly pursued him. The Qingjiao King and another cloaked figure immediately launched an attack on Lu Wei to obstruct him. Seeing their attacks, Lu Wei hesitated for a moment and decided to feign weakness, allowing part of their assaults to strike him, giving them a glimmer of hope to defeat him. Otherwise, after battling for a long time, if he killed 2 of them without sustaining any injuries himself, the next enemies would definitely be beings of the 8th realm or higher. Thinking of this, Lu Wei pretended to be exhausted, even allowing himself to be hit by the 2 as he aimed to kill that 7th realm soul. The 7th realm demon king, left with only a soul, saw Lu Wei's tactic of mutual destruction and cursed inwardly. What deep-seated enmity do I have with you that you would choose to perish with me? To kill me you're willing to sacrifice your life. Is this how I would jump into a well with your child? However, no matter how wrong the little octopus felt, today was destined to become octopus balls. Lu Wei lunged forward and shattered the little octopus soul with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 7th realm demon king, recovering 7,000 attribute points. Would you like to recover? Recover. What was there to hesitate about? 7,000 attribute points, this was a big win. Looking at the remaining octopus demon king, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled. 2 of them amounted to 14,000. This was enough for him to cultivate his body refinement to perfection. At that point, with his bone and golden body achieved, even if an 8th realm expert came, he would still have the strength to fight. Thinking of this, Lu Wei pretended to be drained of energy, feigning depletion of spiritual power, and faced the 2's attacks, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the Qingjiao King and the other octopus demon king's eyes lit up. This guy has finally been injured, our opportunity has come. Thus the 2 immediately unleashed a storm-like barrage of attacks. Lu Wei found himself in dire straits, narrowly escaping death several times. Blood poured from him as if it were free, and he was covered in wounds. Watching from afar, Yang Xiaohe's eyes turned red, although her expression remained calm. The railing she was gripping had been unconsciously deformed by her grip. Qin Xianyu burst into tears, hating her low cultivation level for not being able to help Lu Wei. The other women were also worried and angry, wishing they could rush in to assist. However, they all understood that even if they rushed in, it would be of no help and would instead become a burden to Lu Wei. In the distance, Lu Wei saw that the timing was about right. Continuing to act would be counterproductive. Thus, just after being ruthlessly knocked away by the 2 again, he wore a face of fury and let out a deafening roar. You forced me to this today, let us all perish together in this place. With Lu Wei's shout filled with anger and determination, it was as if he had unlocked a mysterious seal within him, suddenly exploding with an incredibly powerful and terrifying aura. This aura surged like a roaring tide, instantly engulfing everything around. At this moment, Lu Wei was surrounded by blazing golden flames. These flames were like hellfire, radiating a heart-pounding temperature and brilliance. The searing aura seemed capable of incinerating everything, even igniting the air itself, twisting it. The Qingjiao King and the octopus demon king, standing not far away, felt this intensely hot aura, and an indescribable fear and unease rose within them. They felt as if they were in a gigantic furnace, unable to endure the heat, and even breathing became difficult. Not good, Your Highness. This kid must have unleashed some forbidden technique to temporarily enhance his strength. We cannot clash with him directly, we must swiftly escape from here. The octopus demon king exclaimed in panic to the Qingjiao King. After speaking, they dared not hesitate for a moment, turning and hastily fleeing into the distance, trying to escape the threat posed by Lu Wei. Lu Wei nearly burst out laughing at the sight of their panicked escape. Such nonsense about forbidden techniques, it was merely a body refinement technique combined with the blazing sun sword technique for show. However, Lu Wei could not allow them to get away. That was 7,000 attribute points. If they ran, he would surely cry. Thus Lu Wei let out a furious roar. Where do you think you're running? Die with me. Hearing Lu Wei's voice, the two were instantly terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies as they even used their escape techniques. In their view, although the forbidden technique this kid used significantly boosted his power, such forbidden arts typically could not last long. They only temporarily elevated their strength at a great cost, and afterward they would be left either dead or crippled. As long as they endured this burst of Lu Wei's power, they could then slaughter him. However, how could their speed of escape surpass Lu Wei's? Lu Wei executed the shadowless phantom, instantly arriving behind the two and directly slashing out. His primary target was the cloaked demon king. As for the Qingjiao king, though at the peak of the 6th realm he only offered 600 attribute points, which held little significance for Lu Wei. The true purpose of the Qingjiao king was to return and bring reinforcements, providing him with a continuous influx of attribute points. Of course, letting him go easily was out of the question. How could he allow him to bring reinforcements for revenge without forming enmity? At this moment Lu Wei's knife swiftly descended, that incomparably sharp strike suddenly sweeping out. Although Lu Wei did not intend to take the life of the Qingjiao king, the consequences of this strike were extremely serious. In an instant a flash of cold light passed by, accompanied by a crisp sound, as the unique horn on the Qingjiao king's head was ruthlessly severed. The Qingjiao king instantly felt a sharp pain at the top of his head, as if thousands of steel needles had simultaneously pierced him. It must be known that for the Qingjiao king the single horn atop its head is by no means an ordinary object. It not only embodies the immense cultivation he has painstakingly amassed over the years, but is also the very source of his power. Moreover, this horn is the hardest part of his entire being, having defended him against countless powerful foes. More importantly, this horn symbolizes the Qingjiao king's formidable strength and high status, a source of pride he has always cherished. Possessing such a horn is enough to prove his renown and fearsome presence among the entire dragon clan and even the whole demon tribe. However, at this very moment this symbol of glory and dignity was ruthlessly severed. For the Qingjiao king this is an unprecedented humiliation. From this day forth he would become the laughingstock of the entire dragon clan and even the entire demon tribe. Such immense shame feels akin to being killed. Of course, having lost the horn he cannot afford to lose his life. At this moment the Qingjiao king suddenly leaped into the air, and with a loud splash he plunged into the water like a cannonball, creating a massive spray. In an instant the Qingjiao king completely vanished beneath the surface, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile Lu Wei, who had been observing everything secretly, wore a faint, nearly imperceptible smile. In truth, letting the Qingjiao king go was entirely intentional on his part. After all, if he were to eliminate all his opponents in one fell swoop, who would provide him with valuable attribute points in the future? However, for the 7th higher octopus demon king before him, Lu Wei had no intention of showing mercy. His gaze sharpened and the sword in his hand radiated brilliance as he unleashed the formidable Sunfire sword technique. In an instant an array of scorching sword chi surged forth like a tempest, ruthlessly targeting the octopus demon king. With a chilling sound of tearing, the octopus demon king's body was utterly shredded into pieces, leaving no chance for recovery. Just as the octopus demon king's body disintegrated, its divine soul attempted to escape. But Lu Wei reacted swiftly, flicking his wrist as another razor-sharp beam of sword light shot forth, striking directly at the octopus demon king's divine soul with the speed of lightning. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the octopus demon king's divine soul was obliterated. With the defeat of the octopus demon king, Lu Wei successfully gained 7,000 attribute points, solidifying his mastery in body refinement. Not only that, but he also unexpectedly obtained a horn from the Qingjiao king. This horn is a rare treasure. It possesses immense value for crafting, capable of being used to forge powerful magical artifacts. This horn alone can serve as a material for crafting artifacts, and if returned after refinement it would undoubtedly become an extraordinary treasure. However, Lu Wei pondered whether to return it before or after the refinement. Of course, now is not the time for such thoughts. The performance is not yet over and there is still one last step to complete. Lu Wei felt a sweetness in his throat as dark red blood surged forth and his once upright body collapsed weakly as if his spine had been pulled out. At that critical moment a spaceship that had long been lurking nearby sped in like lightning, accurately catching Lu Wei's faltering body. Immediately after, the spaceship seemed propelled by an invisible force, suddenly accelerating and transforming into a streak of light, disappearing over the horizon in the blink of an eye. Those who had harbored ulterior motives, hoping to take advantage of Lu Wei's weakness to rob him, now stood hesitantly in place. They could only watch helplessly as the spaceship whisked Lu Wei away filled with regret, but it was too late. Inside the spaceship, Qin Xinyu tightly embraced the unconscious Lu Wei, tears streaming down her face like a flood breaking through a dam. Her voice trembled as she repeatedly called out, "Lu Wei, what happened to you? Don't scare me." Lu Xiaoxiao beside her cried out heart-wrenchingly, desperately shaking Lu Wei's arm, shouting, "Brother, wake up. Brother, wake up. I promise I won't be naughty anymore, I will definitely listen to you. Please open your eyes and look at me, okay? Young master, please wake up quickly." "Okay. From now on I will do whatever you say." The other girls also gathered around Lu Wei, calling out with tears in their eyes. However, among this group only Yang Xiaohu remained relatively calm. Although she too felt anxious, she understood that maintaining composure was crucial at this moment, for excessive panic would only worsen the situation and would not save Lu Wei's life. Thus she held back her tears, striving to calm her emotions while contemplating how to deal with the crisis ahead. She tightly grasped Lu Wei's somewhat pale wrist, her slender fingers lightly resting on his pulse, fully concentrated on sensing each faint heartbeat. As time passed, she was astonished to find that Lu Wei's pulse was surprisingly steady and strong, nothing like the irregularity one would expect from an injured person. She couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Wei again. His eyes were tightly closed, peaceful and calm like a sleeping prince. However, contrary to the pale and haggard appearance one would expect from a wounded person, Lu Wei's complexion was surprisingly rosy, as if he had just undergone an invigorating exercise. His breathing was even and deep, devoid of any signs of chaos or urgency. Even more strangely, a subtle, barely noticeable smirk seemed to linger at the corner of Lu Wei's mouth. Could it be that this guy was merely feigning illness? This thought flashed through Yang Xiaohu's mind like lightning, causing a momentary flicker of doubt in her heart. Just then she suddenly felt a slight itch in the palm of her hand. She instinctively lowered her head to check, only to discover that Lu Wei was quietly scratching her palm with his long fingers. This sudden action ignited the flames of anger within Yang Xiaohu. She opened her mouth to scold him, but heard Lu Wei intentionally cough twice before slowly opening his bright, deep-set eyes. "Alright, everyone, don't worry. I'm fine as long as you help me back to rest properly." As Lu Wei spoke, he feigned an extremely weak and unsteady appearance, as if he were nearly exhausted of strength to even speak. Upon seeing Lu Wei finally awaken, the crowd instantly revealed expressions of ecstatic joy as they hurriedly and carefully lifted Lu Wei, running back to the room and gently placing him on the soft and comfortable bed. Lu Wei felt a tinge of regret in his heart. If this were his previous life and he had mingled in the entertainment industry, he might have won the Best Actor award. In the following days, Lu Wei truly indulged in the feeling of being the local lord. He comfortably lay on the couch, crossed his legs, humming a little tune, feeling utterly content. "Little fox, my leg feels a bit sore for some reason. Can you come and massage it for me?" Lu Wei said with a mischievous smile as he looked at Yang Xiaohu. Yang Xiaohu was perfectly aware that he was clearly just pretending. What a coincidence that his leg would hurt at such a moment. Thus, without a second thought, she directly refused, saying, "I won't massage you. You have hands, can't you massage it yourself?" Usually Yang Xiaohu wouldn't refuse, especially since she had already examined Lu Wei's legs countless times. However, the way this guy was putting on an act was downright infuriating. Seeing this, Lu Wei feigned helplessness, sighed deeply and said with a look of sorrow, "Oh, true feelings are only revealed in times of hardship. In the past, when we were in love, you were willing to share all the hardships with me. Now that I am injured and unable to move, almost reduced to a useless person, I never expected my beloved wife to start despising me. Well, if it's like this, what's the point of me living? I might as well die early and find peace." After saying this, he closed his eyes, pretending to wipe away tears. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianya's delicate face changed instantly, her brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes wide open. She quickly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I absolutely will not allow you to speak such nonsense. Clearly she has changed her heart, yet I have remained unchanged. Since she is unwilling to massage your injury anymore, I will gladly take on the responsibility. You can rest assured and recover. Even if you can never fully heal in this lifetime, I will still care for you unwaveringly for all my days." Qin Xinyu then turned her head sharply, glaring at Yang Xiaohu with fiery eyes, angrily rebuking Yang Xiaohu. "I never expected you to be such a heartless person. In the past, your husband treated you with utmost care and tenderness. Now that he has accidentally been injured and needs careful attention, you show him contempt, leaving him to fend for himself. Truly heartbreaking. It seems we were blind, thinking of you as a sister. From now on, your husband will be cared for by me. You go your way and I'll go mine. We will have nothing to do with each other." Yang Xiaohu felt furious upon hearing this. Did Qin Xinyu not have any brains? Could she not see that Lu Wei was just pretending? Looking at Lu Wei, who was smugly winking at her, Yang Xiaohu decided to ignore it. She directly said, "Why should I massage him? You idiot, can't you see he's not actually injured? He's just pretending. Qin Xianyu turned to glance at Lu Wei, who was shaking his head helplessly, sighing, "Sigh, fine, whatever you say. If you say I'm pretending, then I'm pretending." After saying this, he lay there looking dejected, staring at the ceiling as if utterly disinterested in life. Qin Xianyu hurried to comfort him, saying, "Husband, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just an ungrateful woman, it's not worth being sad over her. Think about it, you still have me, Xiao Xiao, and those maids. Don't think too negatively, you are our reliance. As long as you are here, we have our backbone. This injury might not be a bad thing, at least it shows the true faces of some people." She then shot a glance at Yang Xiaohu, snorting coldly. Lu Wei waved his hand, saying, "Qinyu, it's fine. You're right, everyone has their own aspirations. After all, we are husband and wife. If she is unkind, I cannot be unjust." Yang Xiaohu watched the two of them, one singing and the other echoing, nearly exploding with anger. If she were an ordinary woman, she would have made a scene with Lu Wei. However, Yang Xiaohu was cunning and could not be easily fooled by Lu Wei. She sneered, "You're injured, right? Good, I'll make you reveal your true self." After saying this, Yang Xiaohu turned and walked out, leaving Lu Wei and Qin Xianyu staring at each other in confusion, not understanding her intentions. Before long, Lu Wei saw Yang Xiaohu return with light, graceful steps. However, this time her appearance was completely different, having changed into a brand new outfit. At this moment, she was tightly wrapped in a wide long robe, as if concealed behind a layer of mysterious veil. In her hands she carefully held a piece of incense exuding a unique fragrance. Lu Wei couldn't help but curiously sniff it slightly, and in an instant a strange scent penetrated his nostrils. The scent was quite peculiar, causing the blood within him to flow faster, a strange warmth gradually rising in his heart. Before Lu Wei could figure out what was happening, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Yang Xiaohu unhesitatingly reached out and gave a sharp tug, causing the long robe to flutter to the ground like a fallen leaf, revealing the garments hidden beneath. Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape, almost unable to speak. Black silk high heels. Is that really Kay? Lu Wei's eyes bulged, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Just then Lu Wei suddenly felt a warm rush from his nostrils. Instinctively he reached up to touch his nose, only to find his hand covered in bright red blood. Yang Xiaohu, with a graceful figure like a willow swaying in the wind, walked over to Lu Wei's bedside. Her slender fingers, like green onions, gently glided across Lu Wei's cheek, bringing a tingling sensation. Yang Ziya's bewitching eyes were filled with playful intent, her smile enigmatic, making it hard to read her feelings. She slightly parted her luscious lips, extending her delicate tongue, lightly brushing over her lips. This enticing gesture seemed like an electric shock to Lu Wei's heartstrings. As her fingers glided down like a light butterfly dancing, she grabbed one of Lu Wei's legs and began to gently knead it. Then in her alluring voice she softly asked, "Husband, I've heard your legs are uncomfortable lately. Would you like me to help massage them for you?" Lu Wei felt dazed, having completely forgotten about pretending to be sick, utterly immersed in the beautiful scene before him. Yang Xiaohu, lying nearby, snorted coldly, "You brainless fool, I told you he was pretending, yet you didn't believe it. It's your own fault for being played." Lu Wei chuckled quickly, saying, all right, it's all my fault. I won't make any excuses. You say how to compensate you and I will do it." Yang Xiaohu, lying nearby, snorted coldly, "You brainless fool, I told you he was pretending, yet you didn't believe it. It's your own fault for being played." "Oof, I'm willing to be played." All right, you two, stop arguing, hurry up and get out of bed. If you don't get up soon, someone might block your bed." As soon as Lu Wei finished speaking, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Young master, are you awake? Do you need me to help you get dressed?" "No need, I'll get up now. Please prepare for me and madam to wash up." "Okay. Get up, we will soon arrive at Jizhou City." Half an hour later, Lu Wei stood at the bow of the flying boat watching Jizhou City grow closer, then turned to ask Yang Xiaohu beside him, "How do you feel? Do you have that feeling of homesickness?" Yang Xiaohu looked at the still bustling Jizhou City expressionless and said softly, "This is not my home. It's a place without any relatives, so how can it be considered home? Didn't you grow up here?" Lu Wei looked at Yang Xiaohu in surprise. This is where the Yang family clan headquarters is located, and the direct descendants of the Yang family all reside here, so he thought Yang Xiaohu must have grown up here as well. Yang Xiaohu sneered, "If I had grown up here, I probably wouldn't have grown up at all." "Forget it, I'll talk to you about it when I have the chance. You just need to know that aside from blood relations, I have nothing to do with the Yang family. However, I won't let go of the Yang family's assets. After all, this is what my father deserves." "Good, then let's go retrieve what rightfully belongs to us." Saying this, Lu Wei directed the flying boat towards Jizhou City. Soon the flying boat arrived above the city walls of Jizhou City. The enormous flying boat overshadowed the sun, immediately attracting the curiosity of the citizens below who looked up to watch. What a huge flying boat! Which immortal sect does this belong to? This is the largest flying boat I've ever seen, speaking of which it's been many years since a flying boat has appeared in Jizhou City, right? Could it be that another immortal sect has come to recruit disciples? No way, I have to prepare well. I missed the opportunity last time when the immortal sect recruited disciples, and this time I can't miss it again. Old you, what kind of joke are you telling? You're already in your 60s or 70s, which immortal sect would want you to take care of you in your old age? At this moment the city guard of Jizhou City looked at the slowly flying boat in the sky, his expression quite serious. Jizhou City is within the sphere of influence of the North Domain's Wanghai sect. Although Wanghai sect is not as powerful as the Qingling Sword sect, it is still a sizable sect in the North Domain. For a long time only the Wanghai sect could recruit disciples here. Today it was obvious that this flying boat did not come from Wanghai sect. The guard went to the city wall and cupped his hands in greeting to the flying boat, saying, "May I ask which immortal sect's friend this is?" "This is Yu Duhai of Wanghai sect. I have met you." "General Yu, you're too polite. We are not from any immortal sect. We are relatives of the Yang family. My young master's surname is Lu." The speaker was Luo Yan, who now had reached the 3rd level of cultivation and would generally handle some matters for Lu Wei. After all, Lu Wei couldn't handle everything himself, and Yang Xiuhu and Qin Qianyu didn't dare step forward for certain matters, so Luo Yan would come forward to coordinate. Hearing that they were relatives of the Yang family, especially by marriage, Yu Duhai felt a bit strange. It seemed that the Yang family had found a big backing. The Lu family must also be extraordinary. Having such a large flying boat is not something an ordinary family can manage. Not to mention, although Wanghai sect also has flying boats, theirs are much smaller than this one. "So you are relatives of the Yang family. On behalf of the city lord's mansion of Jizhou City, I welcome you all, please." Since they came to visit the Yang family, it was no business of his as long as they weren't here to cause trouble. Soon the flying boat flew into the city and stopped above the Yang residence. It can be said that the Yang family is the foremost family in Jizhou. The area of the Yang residence is naturally not small, covering more than 100 acres. Lu Wei instructed Luo Yan to park the flying boat in a training ground within the Yang residence. The Yang family members were also filled with shock at the sudden arrival of such a huge flying boat. Elders of the family hurriedly brought a group of people to the training ground to see which force had arrived without prior notice at their Yang family. From their attitude, it seemed clear that the visitors were not here with good intentions. Normally the proper procedure would be to send a letter of introduction first before making a visit. Such a direct approach could be taken as a sign of hostility. At this moment the Yang family members felt quite uneasy. A visitor arriving with such a large flying boat clearly had extraordinary power. This kind of strength is not something the Yang family can afford to offend. They have no idea where these people come from or what their purpose is. Soon a crowd of Yang family members gathered in the training ground, numbering several hundred. Before long the enormous flying boat swooped down like a giant beast descending from the sky, stirring up a whirlwind and clouds of dust. With a dull thud the flying boat landed steadily on the ground, shaking the surrounding earth slightly. Then the cabin doors of the flying boat slowly opened, as if a mysterious portal to an unknown world had quietly been unveiled. Subsequently orderly rows of troops streamed out from within the flying boat. These soldiers wore gleaming armor shining brilliantly under the sunlight, resembling a flowing sea of metal. The weapons they tightly gripped were exceptionally sharp, radiating a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Looking at the faces of these soldiers, each one bore a stern expression, their gazes sharp, exuding a chilling aura. They marched with determined steps, each footfall making a heavy sound as if the earth trembled beneath them. What's even more astonishing is that these soldiers were not ordinary people or first-level warriors. Among them the lowest cultivation level was that of a second-level warrior. A troop composed of second-level warriors. The Yang family members were left dumbfounded at this sight. What shocked them even more was that this massive troop consisted of over 1,000 individuals. This densely packed group formed an imposing force that was terrifying. It's worth mentioning that all of these 1,000 people are genuine second-level warriors. The deterrent power generated by such a large gathering of second-level warriors is certainly not to be underestimated. It's no exaggeration to say that just relying on the strength of these second-level warriors is enough to completely flatten the Yang family, leaving no trace behind. However, unexpectedly behind this 1,000-strong troop there were even more formidable figures. Those were the third-level powerhouses. The number of these third-level powerhouses was equally astonishing, exceeding 100. Each of them exuded an unmatched pressure, as if the surrounding air had become heavy due to their presence. At this moment a young noble stepped forward leisurely from the back of the troop. He was tall and handsome, and every move exuded an aura of nobility. Surrounding him were a group of enchanting and charming women. Some were cute and lovely, others were alluring and captivating, resembling blooming flowers encircling this young noble, making him appear even more distinguished. With piercing eyes, this young noble glanced at the gathered young family members and asked who was currently in charge of the young family. His voice, though not loud, clearly reached every ear present, carrying an undeniable authority. From the bustling crowd a figure emerged slowly, a gray-haired, weathered old man. He walked with a slight stoop yet exuded a steady demeanor. After approaching, he clasped his hands and slightly bowed respectfully, saying, "I am the old man Yan, contemporarily acting as the head of the young family thanks to your kindness. Today I am honored to see the noble demeanor of the young master. May I ask your esteemed name?" Just then a clear and firm voice rang out, and everyone turned to look, seeing a graceful and beautiful woman striding forward confidently. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with authority as she looked directly at Yang Kan, unwaveringly stating, "I am Yang Xiaohu. My father is Yang Wenshan. I have returned this time to take over the entire Yang family business. I wonder how everyone feels about this. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Upon hearing this, the Yang family members exchanged glances, all showing expressions of shock. In an instant, the entire scene fell into silence. However, before they could voice their opinions, a sharp, piercing voice suddenly broke the tranquility. A middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothing quickly walked forward, glaring fiercely and disdainfully, pointing at Yang Xiaohu, mocking, "Umph. What a huge joke. My son Yang Xian is the legitimate heir of the Yang family. When did the family business come to a yellow-haired girl like you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohu showed no sign of panic. She calmly turned her gaze toward the woman. First she scrutinized her from head to toe, then a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, drawing a subtle arc, and she asked in a calm tone, "Oh, given your words, you must be my second aunt, whom I have never met, right?" After hearing Yang Xiaohu's question, the middle-aged woman's face instantly revealed a mocking smile. She pouted and responded sarcastically, "Oh dear, please don't address me so. I couldn't possibly aspire to be related to you. Look at your grand entrance, so impressive, and with relatives from the demon clan backing you up. How could a small family like ours dare to claim kinship with you?" Clearly the purpose of this woman's words was to mock Yang Xiaohu for having blood ties to the demon clan. However, unexpectedly, in the face of such sharp and bitter sarcasm, Yang Xiaohu not only remained calm but even smiled and said, You do have a point. If Yang Xian and my good second uncle were still here, logically speaking they would indeed have the right to inherit." When the middle-aged woman heard Yang Xiaohu say this, a triumphant expression appeared on her face, her mouth opening slightly, ready to continue speaking. However, at this moment Yang Xiaohu followed up with a statement that sent chills down her spine, "But unfortunately they have already passed away. Even if they wanted to inherit this family business, they would no longer be able to, thus it falls to me to take advantage of this situation." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's previously composed face instantly twisted as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Her lips trembled, her voice suddenly rising to a piercing pitch. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. They went along with the old man. How could anything have happened? You malicious little vixen, how dare you curse your own second uncle and brother? You are simply heartless and inhuman." Meanwhile, Yang Xiaohu just let out a cold laugh, a smile filled with disdain and contempt. Although the old man is already a fourth-level warrior, the world is vast and talented people abound. There are always stronger figures outside of the heavens and among people. Even a fourth-level warrior is no more than an ant in front of true powerhouses. At this point Yang Xiaohu paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, then she declared assertively, "I am not here to discuss this matter with you. I have come to inform you. Now that the old man has met with misfortune, the Yang family is leaderless and must have someone step up to take charge. That person is me, Yang Xiaohu." As soon as Yang Xiaohu finished speaking, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. However, just a moment later a shout of anger rang out, and Yang Xiaohu's second aunt stood up abruptly, pointing at Yang Xiaohu, shaking with rage. "Impossible. I am the first to oppose. There's an old saying, a married daughter is like spilled water. You have already married, so you are considered an outsider. What right do you have to manage our Yang family's affairs?" "Everyone isn't that right." Yang Xiaohu didn't even glance at this foolish woman. After all, she was a dying person, so why bother getting angry with her? Moreover, this woman still had some use for the time being, as her words indeed made some people restless. After all, the Yang family is a huge business. Now that there was no one in charge and the direct line was dead, it would be impossible for them not to feel tempted. Thus, with this woman leading the charge, some immediately stood up. "I think the second lady is right. Although you are a direct descendant, how can a woman be the heir?" With someone leading, many quickly echoed, "That's right, women should honestly marry and raise children. How can they expose themselves to the public?" For a moment many joined in the uproar, as if the larger number would give them courage. However, in the next second they would regret their greed. Because they were facing the ruthless Yang Xiaohu. In an instant, the previously quiet venue erupted into a cacophony, with at least half of the more than 100 people present jumping out to express their vehement opposition. Some shouted loudly in agitation while others waved their arms to amplify their momentum, creating a scene of utter chaos. Amidst this clamor, only a dozen or so individuals stood quietly in place, some due to their inherently timid nature afraid to easily voice their opinions in such a situation. Others were typically cautious in their dealings and chose to remain silent until the situation clarified. Meanwhile, a few quick-witted and meticulous individuals silently shifted their positions, creating some distance from the fervently opposing crowd. They understood that in such circumstances unexpected conflicts could easily arise. If they remained too close, they might inadvertently be caught in the chaos or even harmed. Yang Xiaohu's face was as somber as water as she coldly observed the noisy crowd before her. Her gaze was calm as water, yet it seemed to carry an aura of boundless authority and power, making it difficult for anyone to meet her eyes. Thus she waited until the voices of the crowd gradually subsided before slowly continuing to ask, "Is that all there is?" The people, who had just been filled with righteous indignation and fervor, felt an inexplicable chill at her words. For some reason, Yang Xiaohu's seemingly mundane question instilled in them a sense of invisible pressure. However, when they looked around and saw many like-minded companions by their side, they felt somewhat reassured. After all, united in such numbers, they reasoned that no matter how formidable Yang Xiaohu was, she would not dare to openly act against so many of her own kin, would she? Since ancient times, clans have contended for power and status, employing various schemes against each other, but it had never been heard of anyone daring to strike against so many of their own people simultaneously. That would be an utterly insane act, bound to incur the scorn and condemnation of the entire clan. Yet what no one expected was that today they would witness a scene that broke all conventions. Yang Xiaohu let out a light sigh, the sound heavy as if burdened with the weight of 1,000 pounds, revealing a hint of unavoidable helplessness in her tone. "I originally intended to stay in Jizhou for only a limited time and truly do not have much time to waste with you all. Therefore I must resort to the simplest yet most effective means to resolve this issue." With that, Yang Xiaohu turned her gaze to Captain Qin and Uncle Luo standing beside her, her eyes resolute and decisive, continuing, "Captain Qin, Uncle Luo, I entrust these people before us to your discretion. Remember, it must be handled cleanly and thoroughly, leaving no potential hazards. Then arrange for personnel to escort them and simultaneously confiscate their assets. Do not let these belongings go to waste." Upon hearing this, Captain Qin and Luo Yan immediately bowed their fists in response, saying, "We shall follow the lattice order." Having exchanged glances, Captain Qin abruptly waved his arm and shouted loudly to the many guards behind him, "Brothers, follow me. Leave not a single one behind." As Captain Qin's command rang out, the group of guards pounced upon the young family members like a pack of descending tigers. In an instant, the entire scene descended into chaos, with cries of shock and pleas for mercy ringing out. "Yang Xiaohu, what on earth do you intend to do? Have you gone mad?" someone in the crowd shouted in terror. "Yang Xiaohu, I am your grandfather's own brother. We are family. How can you be so heartless?" another yelled hoarsely. "Please spare us, I promise I won't dare again. I truly realize my mistakes." A cowardly individual had already collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded desperately. Yet in the face of these cries and pleas for mercy, Yang Xiaohu appeared to be deaf to it all, coldly gazing at the events unfolding before her with no expression on her face. At this moment, another person pointed at Yang Xiaohu, cursing Yang Xiaohu. "You unfilial wretch! How dare you strike down your elders among your kin? You will surely face the scorn of the entire clan and become an eternal sinner." However, no matter how these people yelled at the top of their lungs, Yang Xiaohu did not even lift her eyelids, as if their existence was as insignificant as air. The second aunt, who had just been arrogant and imperious, now resembled a deranged woman, clawing and flailing as she attempted to throw a tantrum. Unfortunately, her display did not elicit any sympathy, but instead brought forth the ruthless actions of the guard members. Two strong guards stepped forward without hesitation, raising their hands and striking the second aunt hard across the face. In an instant, the sharp sound of the slap echoed in the air, chilling to the bone. Accompanied by two screams, the second aunt's teeth fell out and blood mixed with saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Having received such a heavy blow, the second aunt finally realized how foolish her actions had been. Covering her swollen cheek, she no longer dared to utter a sound and instantly became obedient. Yang Xiaohu, however, remained expressionless, her gaze as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. She walked past the crowd without a sideways glance, emotionlessly tossing out a command: "The remaining Yang family members must gather in the main hall within 15 minutes. Any latecomers will face the consequences." With that, she led the group directly towards the main hall of the Yang family without looking back. Those Yang family members who had originally thought they might escape disaster now felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing Yang Xiaohu's cold and heartless words. Although each of them was filled with trepidation and unease, they had no courage to defy the orders in the face of young Zayah's overwhelming authority. Thus this group could only obediently follow the main contingent, marching with heavy steps towards the main hall, silently awaiting the descent of an unknown fate. Lu Wei silently followed behind young Xiaohu, maintaining his silence throughout the journey. Had he come to this world with his former mindset and notions, he might have attempted to persuade young Xiaohu to show mercy and avoid excessive slaughter of innocent people. However, at this moment, having experienced countless partings and deaths and having seen the world's vicissitudes, he had gradually adapted to and embraced this world, beginning to accept its values and survival rules. In this manner, the group confidently walked into the spacious and bright hall where they all took their seats. Before long, members of the Young family began to arrive one after another. Having just witnessed the breathtaking scene moments ago and seen Yang Xiaohu's cold and ruthless methods, these clan members were all filled with fear and trepidation. At this moment, each one had become remarkably docile and obedient, standing quietly in place, even afraid to breathe loudly lest they inadvertently provoke this harbinger of death and invite disaster upon themselves. The vast majority of the Young family's enterprises and wealth were forged by my father and mother through relentless toil and bloody struggle. Therefore, these achievements rightfully belong to me to inherit. This is beyond doubt and inherently just, and regarding this inheritance I feel not the slightest pang of guilt. As for you so-called members of the Young family, merely sharing the surname Young has allowed you to bask in the benefits my father provided. To be frank, if not for my father's years of struggle, most of you would still be toiling on barren land, worrying about your next meal and living in desperate poverty. What chills me is that some among you, far from being grateful, now shamelessly covet the property that rightfully belongs to me. Such ungrateful wretches are monstrously wicked. Even death 1,000 or 10,000 times would not atone for their crimes. Young Zayah's icy voice echoed through the Young family hall, unnerving everyone, so they dared not oppose, watching them tremble. Young Xiaohu sighed with a languid boredom. Enough, you are hopeless fools. I have no desire to waste more words on you. I will soon leave Jizhou City. As for the Young family's holdings, aside from what I can take with me in consideration of our shared surname, you may have the first opportunity to purchase those shops, fields and mines. The remainder I will consign to the guild for sale. I give you 1 day to gather money, spirit medicines or any portable goods to exchange with me. I will wait here at this time tomorrow. Be punctual. Now go. After Yang Xiaohu spoke, the previously anxious members of the Yang family instantly came alive with plans. Although they could not directly seize the Yang estate, over the years they had amassed some savings by relying on the shelter of the Yang family. They all knew well that the Yang enterprises were profitable. Such assets were not normally available for purchase, and now that the chance had arisen, they would not let it slip away. Thus they scrambled to raise funds while scheming over how to divide the holdings. Naturally, among so many there were bound to be those willing to take crooked paths. One such man was Yang Feng. His grandfather and Yang Zayah's grandfather had been cousins by their generation. The bond had grown thin. Only moments earlier his grandfather and father had been killed on Yang Zayah's orders. Because he had been lodging overnight at a brothel and did not return immediately, he had escaped the same fate. When he heard his father and grandfather were dead, he was struck as by lightning. Not out of filial devotion, but because without their protection a prodigal like him would likely soon be killed by enemies. Thus his first impulse was to flee. But with the family assets seized, he had no money even to escape. After much thought he conceived a scheme he deemed brilliant, one that could both avenge him and procure funds to run away. Before long he stood at the city lord's mansion, Yang Feng, intent on using another's hand to do his dirty work. Respectfully reporting to the city lord, a messenger announced that Yang Feng of the Yang family sought an audience, claiming their family had been pillaged by bandits who slew many of them, and begging the city lord to uphold justice. The city lord of Jizhou City was Li Su, a Ningdenstige elder of the Wanghai sect. As a mid-sized sect, even the sect's master was only at the 6th realm. That a Ningdenstige cultivator was stationed to guard a city showed how precious Jizhou City was to the Wanghai sect. Jizhou was also the only overseas territory under the Wanghai sect's control. Its importance was self-evident. Although this world lacked an imperial regime, each city's lord was responsible for maintaining all matters of local security. After all, a stable and safe environment is the foundation of ordinary people's lives. Otherwise, with murders breaking out constantly, ordinary people would live in perpetual danger and no one would dare to reside in the city. Thus Li Su was taken aback upon hearing that bandits had entered the Yang household to kill and plunder. He knew the Yangs were Jiz's foremost clan, the most powerful family besides his own city lord's mansion. The head of the Yang clan possessed 4th realm cultivation and many 3rd realm experts lived within the family. What kind of bandits would dare to raid the Yangs? Could it be people from that flying vessel? But were not those relatives of the Yangs? Perplexed, Li Su ordered that Yang Feng be brought in. Yang Feng entered and upon seeing Li Su collapsed to his knees with a thud and began to wail loudly.
City Lord, you must rule in favor of our Yang family.
A band of ruffians arrived claiming to be Yang Qin and demanded to seize all our property.
Would you not say this is robbery? For those of unknown origin to make such unreasonable demands, we Yangs could not possibly agree.
So those ruffians seized all our people and slaughtered them clean. My father and grandfather were killed by them.
Yang Feng embellished the account as he spoke 7 parts truth and 3 parts lie.
Li Su listened with his brow knit. Frankly, he had no intention of becoming embroiled in such affairs. Those men looked formidable at a glance. Though he was Ningdenstige and backed by the Wanghai sect, he did not wish to rashly offend a force of unknown provenance. Yet if the matter were truly as Yang Feng described, if the Yangs had been slaughtered and plundered under his watch, his failure to act would harm the Wanghai sect's prestige. After deliberation, Li Su finally spoke. Rise. I will send men to investigate. If what you say is true, I will act to secure justice for the Yang family.
Yang Feng was immediately grateful. Thank you, City Lord.
Most of the remaining Yangs were threatened by that group, but some know the truth. I can fetch them for you so you may question them in person.
Li Su expressionlessly nodded. Very well, go.
After Yang Feng departed, Li Su dispatched men to investigate not so much the events at the Yang household as the origins and affiliations of that group. To Li Su, whether they had indeed slaughtered the Yangs and seized their wealth was of secondary importance. The crucial matter was whether he could afford to offend them. If these individuals were indeed beings he could never provoke or offend, then even if they eradicated the Yang family, he could only pretend not to see it, as if nothing had ever happened. After all, compared to the power and influence of those individuals, he was merely a drop in the ocean, an ant shaking a tree. However, if these people had no substantial backing, the situation would be entirely different. At that point, he would naturally step forward to uphold justice. Of course, it would also be only right for him to take over the vast assets of the Yang family, considering it a reward for his efforts in championing righteousness. Unfortunately, people like Lu Wei had no foundation at all. Li Su used a great deal of valuable connections to investigate, only to find out they were from the north.
Moreover, he learned that one of them was the eldest daughter of the Yang family, while the other was the daughter of the city lord of Yunzhou.
As for that man and his flying vessel, due to time constraints and other factors, he was unable to uncover even a hint of useful information. After all, the north was too far away. Figuring out the intel was not something that could be accomplished quickly.
This left Li Su feeling quite conflicted and indecisive.
If he couldn't thoroughly ascertain the other party's background and foundation, how could he dare to act rashly? It is crucial to remember that in this world of the jungle law, one cannot afford to be reckless. What he feared most was inadvertently offending someone he could not afford to provoke. At that point, he wouldn't even know how he met his end.
Li Su, faced with the enormous wealth of the Yang family, was both tempted and apprehensive about offending Lu Wei and others.
Just then the steward hurriedly came to report.
Master, we have news.
Upon hearing this, Li Su frowned. What is the situation? Master, someone encountered a merchant caravan from Yunzhou in the north, and from them we learned that this group has no substantial backing. The one with the most profound background is merely the daughter of the city lord of Yunzhou, and it is said her father is no longer the lord of Yunzhou. As for the man, he is just a country bumpkin who through sheer luck and sweet talk won the favor of the Yang family's eldest daughter and the city lord's daughter, with no real ability or background whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Li Su's eyes lit up. If that were the case, he would not hold back. Although the city lord of Yunzhou is from the Qingling sect, they are still far inferior to their Wanghai sect, unless it is the upper sect of Qingling, the Qingling sword sect, which would give them some concern. As for the Qingling sect, they have completely disregarded him. Wait a moment, where did their flying vessel come from?
It couldn't have just been found, could it?
Li Su suddenly recalled that massive flying vessel, which truly made him wary. It wasn't the vessel itself that made him anxious, but what it represented. For even their Wanghai sect does not possess such a large flying vessel. The steward, hearing this, looked perplexed. We couldn't find out about that. We only know they were hauling a cart when they set out, and that flying vessel must have been obtained along the way. Master, do you think they might have discovered some treasure site along the way, thus acquiring this flying vessel? After a moment of silence, Li Su replied, you send someone to keep an eye on them again and try to gather more detailed intel. Out of caution, Li Su did not rush to take action. He understood that the greater the temptation, the more one must remain calm, never letting profit cloud his judgment, lest he end up with no place to rest.
Meanwhile, in the grand estate of the Yang family, Yang Xiaowu was tirelessly counting the family's assets, busy to the point of not being able to pause.
As for Lu Wei, he meticulously selected a quiet room, planning to embark on a retreat to fully prepare for a breakthrough to a higher level of cultivation. In fact, the attribute values he required had already reached the breakthrough standard, but he was not in a hurry to break through immediately. The reason was simple: in recent days his cultivation progress had been astonishingly rapid, soaring like a rocket. Such rapid improvement certainly brought joy, but it also made him vigilant. He understood the principle that haste makes waste, thus he decided to settle down for a couple of days, and only after achieving a calm state of mind and solid foundation would he proceed to breakthrough. Moreover, a key factor was that if he succeeded in this breakthrough, he would step into the seventh realm, the soul stage. This realm was no trivial matter to ascend to, it one must endure the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. In these past few days Lu Wei had been tirelessly preparing for the items needed to face the heavenly tribulation. Although he had witnessed the tribulation that Xiaobai faced and felt that it was not as terrifying as imagined. However, one must be cautious to ensure absolute safety. He insisted on making all preparations as perfect as possible. After all, the heavenly tribulation was like a major boss on the path of cultivation. A careless mistake could lead to being sent back to square one or even losing one's life. Thus, even with the slightest hint of danger, Lu Wei would never let down his guard. At present he possessed over 15000 attribute points, enough to refine his body to the 7th realm's perfection, while the remaining 5000 attribute points were sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the 7th realm's soul stage. By that time, facing the 8th realm, he would have no fear. If the North Sea Dragon Palace sent someone, it would be at most the 8th realm. They couldn't possibly send a 9th realm expert. After all, the 9th realm consists of the top-tier figures in this world. They wouldn't dispatch such experts just to avenge a green dragon. Opening the system interface, Lu Wei began to enhance his cultivation, starting with refining his body to elevate his physical prowess. With a powerful body to contain his soul, and more importantly enhancing his body, would give him greater assurance in facing the heavenly tribulation. As each attribute point was allocated to refining his body, Lu Wei's physique began to undergo astonishing and subtle changes, as if it were a piece of jade being subjected to rigorous polishing. The first thing that caught the eye was the surface of his body, which began to slowly radiate a dazzling golden glow, as brilliant as the rising sun, resembling the auspicious light emitted by deities descending from the heavens, filled with infinite majesty and an indescribable sense of mystery. From a distance, Lu Wei appeared as a statue cast from pure gold, enveloped in that radiant glow, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him for fear of desecrating this sacredness and solemnity. As this light floated, exuded an invisible pressure, causing the surrounding air to feel heavy, as if time had come to a halt at that moment. The jade bone golden body sacred scripture that Lu Wei cultivates is divided into 7 realms. They are glazed golden skin, flesh-dwelling dragon, elephant, iron, willow, dragon, tendon, jade bone, unmelting, 5 organs, returning to 1 blood droplet, merging with gold, and transcendence of divine essence. Today he is set to complete the final realm of his cultivation, the last step in body training, transcendence of divine essence. Although the jade bone golden body sacred scripture is powerful, it is merely a foundation establishment technique. The purpose of this technique is to cultivate the jade bone golden body, laying an incredibly solid foundation. With this foundation, whether for body training or chi cultivation, future efforts will yield double the results with half the work. Therefore, reaching perfection in the jade bone golden body sacred scripture is not an end, but merely a beginning. There are countless paths to follow if he wishes to continue body training. At least for now, Lu Wei cannot achieve blood resurrection, becoming immortal and indestructible. In that instant, an incredibly brilliant golden light burst forth from Lu Wei's body, flooding the entire room in a vast ocean of gold resembling a blazing sun in the sky. Meanwhile, astonishing changes were quietly occurring within Lu Wei's body. Minute golden lights as sharp as needles began to emerge like twinkling stars in the night sky within his spine's dragon bones. Immediately, this mysterious and resplendent golden light rapidly spread, soon completely saturating his bone marrow with a radiant golden hue. As the spinal marrow continuously metamorphosed and evolved, the miraculous golden light began to flow slowly along the blood vessels, gradually permeating into the blood. Originally crimson as fire, the blood now seemed to be enchanted, gradually adorned with golden specks resembling sparkling gems embedded within, a sight to behold. Subsequently, this golden blood surged like a rushing river, coursing through every corner of Lu Wei's body along intricate pathways. Whether it was the deeply hidden internal organs, the incredibly hard bones, the powerful muscles, or the flexible yet resilient tendons, all were enveloped by this miraculous golden glow. Ultimately, Lu Wei transformed completely from head to toe, inside and out, into a brilliant golden hue resembling a divine statue carved from pure gold, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. After an unknown period, the golden light began to retract and Lu Wei slowly returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. It was at this moment that a system notification sound echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 7th layer of body training realm, rewarded with 700 attribute points. The host's body training foundation establishment is perfected, rewarding an increase in root bone attribute to 100. Please check host. Upon hearing this system notification, Lu Wei felt a slight surprise. He did not expect the system to boost his root bone to 100, saving him 900 attribute points. Lu Wei quickly opened the system interface to take a look. Checking the root bone, it indeed had been raised to 100 points, making him a rare genius. Aside from the root bone, his comprehension had not increased, which he considered normal, as body training enhances one's root bone and has little to do with comprehension. Beyond the root bone, both mental power and spiritual energy had surprisingly increased significantly. It seems that achieving perfection in body training foundation establishment indeed has a profound impact. Of course, the most significant increases were in physique and vitality, both unexpectedly surpassing 1 million. With such physique and vitality, Lu Wei could tear apart 7th realm martial artists or monsters with his bare hands. The remaining 5,700 attribute points would be enough to elevate his control to the 7th realm as well. However, Lu Wei was not in a hurry. He planned to wait until evening, or when there were fewer people around, to quietly sneak out and transcend this tribulation on a mountain top. Knowing that the final binding count was insufficient, Lu Wei thought this was the most urgent matter. Halfway the number of people was insufficient. The system upgraded and the count increased. Even those maids he bought, including Wu Xiaoya, were not enough for the binding. It seems that during this time in Jizhou City he would have to find more people to purchase. In addition, he now possessed a powerful body training technique. While attribute points could be added, lacking a technique meant having no direction. Adding points alone would not be very effective. However, Lu Wei intended to get a better technique. If he were to practice, he would aim for the very best. He would not settle for anything less. Closing the system interface, Lu Wei stood up to stretch his muscles and bones, then stepped out the door. It was already evening, with the sun hanging low in the west. As Lu Wei came out of his room, he coincidentally ran into Lu Xiaoxiao. A glance at her made Lu Wei suddenly feel something was off. How did this girl cultivate so quickly, having actually reached the 4th realm? Lu Wei's eyes widened in surprise. What is going on? How did this girl cultivate so fast? Does she have some sort of cheat? But that doesn't make sense. If she had a cheat, she wouldn't have waited until now to add points. Moreover, just before he entered seclusion today, she was at the 2nd realm. How could she possibly leap over 3 realms and reach the 4th in just one afternoon? Looking at the murderous aura surrounding her, Lu Wei's heart sank. Lu Xiaoxiao, stop right there. Upon seeing Lu Wei, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around, appearing quite guilty. She intended to sneak past him, but was unexpectedly called out by Lu Wei. However, being rebellious as she was, she certainly would not listen obediently and turned to run. Yet with her level of cultivation, how could she escape from Lu Wei? She barely took a few steps before she collided with Lu Wei. Looking up at her brother, who somehow had appeared right in front of her, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately flashed a charming smile, saying, "Oh brother, why are you out? Have your injuries healed?" Lu Wei scoffed coldly. "Stop with the nonsense. I ask you, what are you doing? I truly didn't do anything. I just found the room stifling, so I stepped out for a stroll, and perhaps indulged in a brief moment of play." As Lu Xiaoxiao spoke, she blinked her large dewy eyes, but her gaze darted restlessly like a skittish mouse, scurrying in all directions. Anyone could see at a glance that guilt lurked behind her innocence, her very posture betraying the unease of one caught red-handed. "No evasions, confess plainly. Who was the person you killed?" Lu Wei demanded sternly, his piercing gaze locking onto her as though it could pierce straight through her soul. "I killed Yang." The word sprang from Lu Xiaoxiao's lips, then froze midair as if struck by lightning. Her body stiffened instantly. She clapped both hands over her mouth, eyes wide with dawning horror and bitter regret. "Oof. Speak now, what really happened? One falsehood more and I'll show you no mercy. Even if you remain silent, I have countless ways to uncover the truth from others. But then don't blame me when I act without restraint. Tell me everything honestly and completely, and perhaps I'll spare you the pain you've earned. Otherwise, oof." Lu Wei glared, his expression darkening with threat. He had never intended to control Lu Xiaoxiao, for he knew well that her rare and extraordinary talent would inevitably draw her down this path. His deepest wish had always been for her to enjoy a childhood brimming with laughter and lightness, a carefree sunlit existence, never burdened prematurely by bloodshed or thrust in. His deepest wish had always been for her to enjoy a childhood brimming with laughter and lightness, a carefree sunlit existence, never burdened prematurely by bloodshed or thrust into the brutal, unforgiving arena of adult strife. Lu Xiaoxiao too understood clearly concealment was no longer possible. She bowed her head, unable to meet Lu Wei's gaze, her fingers twisting tightly together, trembling with nervous tension. The Yang family. Oof. They're doomed anyway. Does it truly matter who delivers their end? She bit her lip, her eyes glistening faintly with unshed tears, her voice edged with wounded pride and quiet defiance.
Her fists clenched tightly as if striving to suppress the storm of conflicting emotions churning within her.
Before Lu Wei could even respond, Lu Xiaoxiao burst forth again, speaking almost to herself. Besides, brother, I'm not blind.
Every time I take a life, my strength surges anew.
That day when I saw you wounded by Qingjiao King and his followers, my world shattered in an instant. In that moment I truly believed I was about to lose the only family I had left on this earth. From that hour onward I swore inwardly, no matter the cost, that I would grow infinitely stronger, that I would protect you, my brother, at any price.
Even if it meant slaying every soul upon this world, I would hesitate not a single heartbeat.
By the final word her gaze had hardened into unshakable resolve and a chilling aura radiated from her small frame.
Lu Wei watched her, this tiny figure wreathed in killing intent so dense it seemed to coalesce into visible frost, her youthful face bearing a gravity and fortitude far beyond her years, her words spoken with the weary certainty of one long scarred by life's cruelties. The sight stirred a tempest within him, grief, awe, sorrow and disbelief colliding in his chest. He had never imagined that his feigned injury would strike her so deeply, reshaping her very understanding of the world. At that moment profound remorse flooded him like a rising tide. He reproached himself bitterly. Had he foreseen such consequences, he would have abandoned every stratagem, every carefully laid plan, rather than let her bear this crushing weight so young. Yet now regret was futile. Perhaps this was fate's inexorable design.
With a soft, sorrowful sigh, Lu Wei reached out, his eyes brimming with tender affection, and gently stroked the top of Lu Xiaoxiao's head.
Foolish girl, my injury that day was a ruse. My aim was to lull Qingjiao King into complacency, drawing more of his forces into a trap.
For I possess a unique talent, just as you do. Each slain beast augments my strength. It isn't that I oppose your growth and power, it is that I cannot bear to watch you stain your hands with blood before your heart has even learned its first true song. At your age, so bright, so full of wonder, you deserve a childhood woven with joy and ease, not one stained with gore and mire upon battlefields littered with corpses.
Yet just then Lu Xiaoxiao's next words struck Lu Wei like thunderclap, leaving him utterly speechless.
She fixed him with solemn eyes and said, brother, don't mistake my youth for ignorance.
On our journey thus far I've learned one unyielding truth.
In this world of treachery and predation, where the weak are devoured and trust is a luxury, the mere wish to survive humbly becomes a desperate dream. How then can one hope for peace, for carefree days? True freedom from fear demands invincibility itself. Lu Wei fell silent, absorbing her words in quiet contemplation. After a long pause he lifted a finger and gently tapped her petite forehead, murmuring softly, foolish girl, how can you think?
Don't forget, you still have me.
So long as I draw breath I will shield you with every fiber of my being, so that your innocence remains unbroken, your laughter unburdened, your heart forever light. But Lu Xiaoxiao merely curled her lips in mild disdain and retorted, oh please brother, no offense, but the truth stares us in the face.
There are countless souls stronger than you in this world. With your current skill, barely enough to best a muddiel spirit, you'd hardly stand a chance protecting me. Relying on others is perilous.
Better to forge strength through relentless cultivation, truly securing one's own destiny. As the saying goes, what belongs to father or mother is not as certain as what belongs to oneself. Lu Wei chuckled, helplessly tapping her forehead again with mock exasperation. Where did you pick up such twisted logic? Mark my words, without my explicit consent you shall kill no one henceforth. And as for doubting my strength, come let me show you today precisely how formidable your elder brother truly is. With that Lu Wei seized Lu Xiaoxiao's hand, swept her into his arms and shot skyward, vanishing in an instant from the city of Jizhou. Beyond the city of Jizhou a majestic and towering mountain peak stood shrouded in clouds and mist. Suddenly a dazzling streak of light like a meteor streaked through the sky at an incredible speed toward this mountain. In the blink of an eye the streak of light landed steadily at the mountain's summit, its brilliance fading to reveal two figures. One of them was a girl, her face brimming with excitement, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples and her bright eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She tightly grasped the arm of a boy beside her, joyfully bouncing and hopping, exclaiming, brother, this is so much fun.
It's truly exhilarating. Hurry up. Take me for another flight.
The boy referred to as her brother stood proudly with his arms crossed, a slight smirk on his lips as he teased, oh.
What's this? Aren't you ashamed of your brother's lack of strength now?
Who was it just a moment ago that said my skills were mediocre? The girl pouted in discontent at his words, softly huffing, what's so impressive about that?
I am exceptionally gifted.
It won't be long before I can soar through the skies just like you.
By then I won't need you to take me anywhere, I can fly wherever I wish.
Lu Wei watched his sister's confident demeanor and his heart stirred. This girl had already reached the fourth realm, and judging by her current rate of advancement, if nothing unexpected happened, it seemed she wouldn't take long to break through to the fifth realm. However, thinking of his sister's tender age, Lu Wei's brow furrowed tightly. After all, while achieving such accomplishments at a young age was certainly delightful, breaking through realms too early might not be a blessing for a child whose mind had not yet fully matured. With this thought, Lu Wei's expression turned extremely serious. He fixed his piercing gaze on his sister and sternly warned Xiao Xiao, listen to me. From now on you're not allowed to act recklessly, especially not through cruel and bloody means like killing to enhance your cultivation. Otherwise, if I find out, I will not let it slide. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoxiao looked up into her brother's authoritative eyes. Although she felt a bit unconvinced, she ultimately nodded, obediently indicating that she understood. Then she blinked her lively eyes and curiously asked, brother, why did you bring me to this wilderness? Lu Wei chuckled, patting Lu Xiaoxiao's small head. You wait here. I want to show you just how strong I am so you stop thinking of me as a weakling. Remember, no matter what happens you must not come over, okay? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded curiously. Okay, I understand. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao agree, Lu Wei's figure flashed and flew toward another mountain peak in the distance. Suspended in midair, he opened the system interface to begin allocating points to enhance his cultivation. Indeed, Lu Wei planned to transcend the heavenly tribulation right now. Initially, he intended to consolidate for a couple of days before making a breakthrough. However, today's incident with Lu Xiaoxiao made him decide to break through sooner and grow stronger. After all, there was no need to worry about instability in his foundation, and there was no reason to delay any longer. As Lu Wei continuously allocated attribute points to enhance his cultivation. With each point he added, he could clearly feel the spirit pill within his body spinning at an astonishing speed, as if it were being activated by some mysterious force. As the spirit pill spun rapidly, the previously calm spiritual energy in the surroundings seemed to have suddenly awakened, surging toward Lu Wei like a tumultuous tide. These spiritual energies formed visible streams of dazzling light in the air, like a swarm of agile spirits dancing gracefully. And Lu Wei was like the center of a massive vortex, with those frenzied spiritual energies seamlessly rushing into his body, flowing through his meridians and ultimately being continuously absorbed into the dantian located in his lower abdomen. At that moment, the spirit pill within the dantian was like an endlessly hungry bottomless pit, ruthlessly and greedily devouring the surrounding torrents of spiritual energy. These spiritual energies were continuously absorbed into the spirit pill, seemingly without end. As the spirit pill continued to consume, it expanded at a jaw-dropping speed, much like a balloon being inflated. With each passing second, the spirit pill visibly grew larger than before, the speed of its growth surpassing all imagination. And after Lu Wei added the last precious attribute point, the already highly active spirit pill suddenly erupted with an unparalleled surge of power. In an instant, the entire spirit pill shone with a dazzling brilliance akin to a radiant sun suddenly rising, illuminating everything around. Countless golden rays shot from within the spirit pill, resembling a torrential rain of arrows, instantly illuminating the entire dantian. The dantian was like the universe apart from the area around the spirit pill. Most of it was engulfed in endless darkness. Boo! A soft sound rang out, not loud but clear enough to penetrate the soul, as if it were the sound of creation itself, leaving Lu Wei's mind in a blank state. Lu Wei felt his thoughts scatter, transforming into countless fragments floating aimlessly in the darkness. He was unable to think or even maintain awareness. Subconsciously, he knew those fragments seemed to be growing larger. After floating for what felt like an eternity, he sensed his thoughts gradually becoming clearer. Suddenly, a powerful pulling force came, and those thoughts abruptly converged together. In an instant, his consciousness finally returned. Before he even opened his eyes, he saw the world in a way clearer and more direct than sight. Everything around him for tens of thousands of meters appeared vividly in his mind, 360 degrees, without any blind spots, unobstructed. At the same time, the system's prompt sound began to ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation has risen to the 7th realm of the Divine Soul realm, rewarding you with 700 attribute points, and your comprehension has been elevated to 100 points. Please check your rewards. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Wei paused for a moment. This was great, he wouldn't have to spend attribute points on root bones and comprehension, the system had arranged it all. Subconsciously, Lu Wei opened the attributes interface to take a look and found that the changes this time were indeed significant. Comprehension and root bones had both risen to 100. Previously, 100 attribute points could increase them by 1 point, but now it seemed he would need thousands to achieve the same. These two attributes, due to the presence of the system, seemed to have little apparent effect. However, Lu Wei knew that comprehension and root quality would become increasingly significant as one progressed. In the later stages, various advanced techniques and martial skills would be unattainable without strong root quality and comprehension. Even the most basic cultivation requirements might be beyond reach, or one might not even understand them. Thus, these two attributes might not be immediately useful, but they would certainly be crucial in the future. As for vitality and constitution, they had both increased by 1,000,000 points, which was significantly less than what was achieved through physical training. But that was normal. After all, physical training was specifically for enhancing the body, so the increase in vitality and constitution was bound to be greater. The improvement in energy cultivation not only enhanced constitution and vitality but also spiritual power and mental acuity, which was now referred to as divine soul. Lu Wei finally focused on the number of bindings. He could bind up to 43 individuals, but since he hadn't reached that level yet, he had only bound 30. This time in Jizhou City, he needed to find more talented individuals. Closing the system interface, Lu Wei looked up at the sky. At that moment, dark clouds had begun to gather in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. It felt as though an invisible giant hand was gripping the heavens and the earth, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. The sky displayed a strange hue, the originally azure expanse gradually replaced by a somber lead gray, as if a massive lead plate was weighing down upon all things in the world. The clouds were gathering furiously, moving in a way that defied the laws of nature, like countless black dragons rolling and intertwining, occasionally illuminated by eerie flashes of lightning, yet not a sound of thunder was heard, as if the world was engulfed in an ominous silence before the storm. A sharp pungent odor permeated the air, a mix of ozone and a burnt smell, as if everything was being scorched by an invisible fire. The wind grew wild initially, a series of cold gusts slicing across the skin like icy blades, bringing a chill. Then suddenly the wind intensified, howling as it swept across the land, causing trees to bend and creak painfully as if they were wailing in fear. Even the earth trembled uneasily, starting with slight vibrations akin to the breath of a slumbering giant, but soon the tremors increased in frequency and intensity, as if the ground was about to split open and swallow everything whole. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei felt that something was amiss. Damn it, even when Xiaobai underwent tribulation it wasn't this terrifying. Why had it become an upgraded version for him? Fortunately, he had secretly come out alone to transcend the tribulation. If the ladies found out, who knows how worried they would be. Thinking of this, Lu Wei looked towards the distant hill where Lu Xiaoxiao was, only to see the little girl staring at him with a pale face, clearly frightened by the might of the heavenly tribulation. Lu Wei quickly used his divine sense to transmit a message: don't worry, this little heavenly tribulation is just like a tickle to your brother. Upon hearing Lu Wei's voice transmission, Lu Xiaoxiao was startled. It felt as though his words were spoken right beside her ear, the sound soft yet crystal clear. Brother, be careful, don't overexert yourself. If it gets too dangerous, just burrow underground. The lightning from above definitely can't strike you. Haha, alright, don't worry, watch how I handle this little heavenly tribulation. As Lu Wei's divine sense transmission ended, the heavenly tribulation that had been brewing in the sky for some time finally began to descend. In the sky, dark clouds rolled like ink with thunder crashing, and even Jizhou City, hundreds of miles away, could clearly see the unfolding scene. The creatures surrounding Jizhou City seemed to sense the impending disaster. The usually lively birds had vanished and beasts huddled in their dens emitting low whimpers, while even the flowers and grasses appeared to have lost their vitality, shrinking their leaves in the wind. In Jizhou City, the Lord Li Su was examining the gathered intelligence regarding Lu Wei and his companions. Yet the more he looked, the more puzzled he became. No matter how he viewed it, Lu Wei and his party seemed nothing special. The only thing he couldn't understand was how Lu Wei's flying boat had come to be. Could it really be as the steward said, that they had discovered treasures from some ancient secret realm? If that were the case, keeping this group in the city would yield more than just the Yang family's wealth. There might be unexpected gains as well. Moreover, from his observations, among these individuals the one with the highest cultivation was the eldest miss of the Yang family at the 4th stage. The rest were at the 3rd stage, with over 100 at the 3rd stage and over 1,000 at the 2nd stage. This force appeared quite formidable, but in the eyes of a 5th stage cultivator like him, no matter how many 2nd or 3rd stage cultivators there were, they were merely akin to chickens and dogs, easily crushable. Just as Li Su was pondering how to take action, an extremely oppressive feeling suddenly surged within him. He was immediately startled, wondering what was happening. He instinctively glanced outside, only to see that the formerly clear sky was now completely covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. With lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, it stirred a sense of unease, as if a great disaster was imminent. Seeing this, Li Su's face turned pale. What was this? Could it be the legendary heavenly tribulation? It's not surprising, he had never seen one before, very few had. Even the master of their Wang Hai sect was only at the 6th stage, and none had ever undergone tribulation. How could they have witnessed a heavenly tribulation? Moreover, even if others from different sects experienced tribulation, they did so secretly to avoid being disturbed. It wasn't just Li Su who was anxious, Yan Xiuhu and the others were also filled with uncertainty. Most importantly, they realized that Lu Wei and Lu Xiaoxiao had vanished. When the heavenly tribulation first appeared, she had gone to find Lu Wei, but she couldn't find him. Moreover, after asking around, no one had seen where the siblings had gone. This made her even more anxious. Could it be that it was Lu Wei who was undergoing tribulation? Although Yang Xiuhu found this thought somewhat absurd, after all, Lu Wei had just broken through to the 6th realm a few days ago, and now to break through to the 7th realm was indeed hard to believe. But in Jizhou City, who besides Lu Wei had this possibility? The key was that Lu Wei had disappeared at this time, which further fueled her suspicions. No, it's impossible. How could it be Lu Wei? How can someone break through from the 6th realm to the 7th realm in just a few days? But it seems Lu Wei also didn't take long to break through from the 5th to the 6th realm. If this tribulation were indeed Lu Wei, then why did he sneak out with Lu Xiaoxiao but didn't dare to come to us? Just as Yang Xiaohu was puzzled, the first bolt of tribulation finally descended upon Lu Wei. A blinding light descended like a sword from deep within the dark clouds. Initially the light was only as thick as an arm, but it quickly grew whiter as it fell. By the time it neared Lu Wei, it had become as thick as a water barrel. Surrounding the light were densely packed arcs of electricity flickering and crackling, each arc containing enough power to annihilate everything. Wherever the light passed, the air was instantly ionized, forming brilliant yet lethal halos. Under this overwhelming power, the space seemed to become fragile, faintly showing signs of shattering. Accompanied by a sharp howling sound, this bolt of tribulation struck fiercely at Lu Wei. With a grave expression, Lu Wei cursed inwardly, "Damn it heavens, is this aimed at me? Why is my tribulation so terrifying?" This was clearly several levels stronger than Xiaobai's tribulation. Although he cursed inwardly, Lu Wei was not overly afraid. At the moment the tribulation was about to hit him, a layer of golden light erupted around him, the light forming an inverted giant bowl that protected him securely. When the blinding light collided with the golden glow, it produced a deafening roar, the sound akin to the simultaneous roar of 1,000 giant dragons, with sound waves spreading outward, causing the surrounding rocks to tumble. The golden light fluctuated violently under the impact of the tribulation but never shattered. Moments later the power of the first tribulation gradually diminished and the blinding light faded like a giant python that had its strength drained, eventually dissipating into the air. Lu Wei curled his lips. Is that it? It looked intimidating, but it didn't even touch me. A simple shield dealt with it. This can't be blamed on the tribulation, who told me I was too strong now. Just as Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was over, he noticed that the tribulation clouds in the sky had not dispersed. Instead, they began to churn more violently, with thunder rumbling ominously as if brewing a more powerful attack. What's going on? Is the tribulation not finished? Clearly it was indeed not over. A loud roar echoed, causing the citizens of Jizhou City 100 miles away to feel dizzy. The sound was like the heavens collapsing, striking fear into the heart. In the sky, a blinding silver lightning bolt drilled out from the clouds. However, that lightning did not fall. Instead, it began to accumulate, with more and more bolts of lightning emerging from the clouds, merging together. In a short while, those lightning bolts gathered into a winding lightning that was 100 meters long and more than 10 meters thick. The lightning roared forth like an angry thunder dragon, carrying the momentum to destroy the heavens and the earth. The thunder dragon clawed and flailed, every scale flashing with piercing electric light, and where it passed the space was slightly distorted as if it were about to shatter. The thunder dragon dove down, instantly reaching Lu Wei. Lu Wei's expression remained unchanged as he gently raised his hand, and a gentle yet resilient force surged from his palm, resembling an invisible giant hand. That giant hand seemed slow yet swift, capturing the thunder dragon as if seizing a loach. The thunder dragon struggled wildly, releasing waves of electric power in an attempt to break free from the hand's grasp. But Lu Wei merely furrowed his brow slightly, increasing his power, and the hand squeezed tightly. The thunder dragon let out a boom and disintegrated into sparks of electricity in the air. Easily dealing with the second bolt of tribulation, Lu Wei did not relax. He continued to stare at the sky. The tribulation clouds above still showed no signs of dispersing, and it was clear there was a third bolt. He did not expect to be so lucky as to encounter 3 bolts of tribulation. Reflecting on himself, Lu Wei felt he hadn't committed any great sins. Why was he so unlucky? Well, if there are 3, there are 3. Let me see if this last bolt of tribulation can provide me with some pressure. After Lu Wei easily dealt with 2 bolts of tribulation, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be enraged, starting to spin wildly. Before long, a massive vortex of lightning formed at the center of the dark clouds, with faint purple light flickering within. Purple lightning. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei's expression finally turned serious. This kind of lightning made him feel a hint of pressure. It seemed he needed to take it seriously. However, this third bolt of tribulation seemed to be preparing a grand move, remaining reluctant to strike down. Suddenly, a massive purple lightning bolt shot out from the center of the vortex. This purple lightning was extraordinarily straight and smooth, resembling a purple beam of light. Wherever the beam went, the space completely distorted, presenting a bizarre sight. The surrounding light was consumed by this purple beam as if the entire world had plunged into darkness with only this bolt of tribulation emitting a terrifying glow. The purple beam rushed toward Lu Wei at an alarming speed and Lu Wei felt unprecedented pressure. He took a deep breath, mobilizing all his spiritual energy, and slowly raised a finger, gathering a point of light at his chest. Then the light rapidly spread and grew, and in the blink of an eye a gigantic sword radiating a soft white light was formed. The sword was engraved with ancient runes that flickered with dim light, appearing weak yet piercing through the surrounding darkness. Lu Wei slightly lifted his finger and the giant's sword slowly flew out, heading straight for the purple beam. Instantly, the purple beam collided with the giant's sword, producing a sound like the roar of the universe at its inception. With a thud, the surrounding world shook. The giant's sword trembled under this force, with the runes lighting up one after another, then dimming one after another. Lu Wei raised his eyebrows, continually infusing spiritual power into the giant sword. After a prolonged stalemate, the power of the purple beam finally began to weaken. Lu Wei seized the opportunity. A faint white light shot out and the sword body suddenly brightened. The purple beam burst with a boom, completely shattering into specks of purple light that dissipated in the air. The third bolt of tribulation dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky began to slowly disperse and sunlight fell once again upon the earth. In an unknown mysterious island in the vast and boundless northern sea, a massive complex of buildings stood tall. In a resplendent grand hall, the king of the Azure Dragon, who had been deprived of a horn by Lu Wei, knelt on the ground, crying out to the Azure Dragon King sitting on the throne. The Azure Dragon King appeared to be an insignificant, skinny old man. His aura was unremarkable, as if he were an ordinary person. After glancing at the kneeling king of the Azure Dragon King snorted coldly, "Useless. Now tell me what happened." The king of the Azure Dragon did not dare to hide anything and recounted the events without embellishment. After listening, the Azure Dragon King remained silent for a while, deep in thought. After some time he spoke. "Someone go check who this human is. He could dominate the world not because of his formidable cultivation but because he had lived long." In Jizhou City, Li Su watched the tribulation clouds disperse in the sky and immediately rose to fly toward where the tribulation had fallen. If there were a master undergoing tribulation near Jizhou City, it could be an opportunity. However, by the time he arrived at the scene, the person undergoing tribulation had long since departed, leaving behind a scene of chaos. At this time, Lu Wei had already returned to the young family courtyard with Lu Xiaoxiao. "Where have you been? I couldn't find you anywhere," Yang Xiaohu exclaimed upon seeing Lu Wei return. Seeing Lu Wei looking clean and tidy, she speculated that it probably wasn't him who underwent the tribulation, otherwise how could he look so neat? Lu Wei casually replied, "Oh, I just went out to undergo a tribulation." His tone was as casual as if he were talking about a stroll or having breakfast. Yang Xiaohu was completely bewildered. Wasn't undergoing a tribulation something that required thorough preparation and careful handling? Why did it sound so simple and casual coming from Lu Wei? Seeing Yang Ziya's dumbfounded expression, Lu Wei chuckled. "All right, stop pondering. It's all over now. Find a servant from the mansion to take me to the market. We need to add more people to the family." Jizhou City's market was much larger than Yunzhou's, as it was a bustling hub with a level of prosperity that Yunzhou could not compare to. This time Lu Wei spent an entire day here, buying more than 100 people before concluding. As the system level increased in the future, the number of people would also grow. This group of over 100 would be sufficient to support the Qingling sword sect in the north. Thinking of the Qingling sword sect, Lu Wei couldn't help but think of his little wife. He wondered how she was doing now, and recalling his gentle and caring little wife made him feel a sense of longing. "Lu Wei, something bad has happened. Madame Zhou is missing." Just as Lu Wei returned to the young family courtyard, Yang Xiaohu rushed over looking anxious. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was instantly stunned. He had just been thinking about Zhou Muxue, only to turn around and find her mother lost. How was he supposed to explain this to her? How could a living person simply go missing? Yet a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Yang Xiaohu also looked anxious, saying, "I don't know either. Just now Uncle Zhou came over and said he hadn't seen Mrs. Zhou since noon. He sent people to search the young family mansion but couldn't find her, so he came to me for help. Now I've sent all the guards out to find her, but there are still no clues." Lu Wei listened and confirmed his suspicions. Bai Linger had completely restored her cultivation and was now a 7th realm demon king. Who could have quietly taken her away? There was only one possibility: she left on her own. Did she leave any clues behind? Like a letter or something? Yang Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lu Wei with confusion, and hesitantly asked, "Are you saying Aunt Zhou left by herself?" That can't be possible, right? They are both so old, and with Mushuet around, how could this happen? Lu Wei sighed. You should send someone to look for her or ask my father-in-law and you'll find out. It's something I can't explain to Yang Xiuhu. Seeing Lu Wei say this, Yang Xiuhu reluctantly went to look for clues. Lu Wei wore a troubled expression. He had originally planned to wait until he saw Zhou Mushuet to find a chance to tell her about her mother Mrs. Zhou and Bai Linger's relationship. But he never expected Bai Linger would pull off such a clever escape. Now how was he supposed to explain this to Zhou Mushuet? Should he just tell her your mother ran away? As for the reason Bai Linger left, Lu Wei had a general idea. It was likely because she saw him break through to the 7th realm and feared he would expose her identity, so she left early. Now trying to find her would surely yield no results. A 7th realm demon king could cover a vast distance in just an afternoon without any clues. It would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Before long, Yang Xiaohu returned with Zhou Yuanshan. Lu Wei saw Zhou Yuanshan and sighed, comforting. You need not worry, father-in-law. I will find a way to bring her back. Zhou Yuanshan, unusually silent, merely glanced at Lu Wei's side and sat down, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Yang Xiuhu gave Lu Wei a knowing look and handed him a piece of paper. Lu Wei took a glance and saw the words written, I have already left, there is no need to search for me. Lu Wei knew from these few words that he had guessed correctly. However, it was best not to tell Zhou Yuanshan for now, otherwise he would have to endure the pain of losing his wife again. Father-in-law, have you had a quarrel with mother-in-law recently? Although he knew what was going on, he still had to play along. Zhou Yuanshan shook his head, remaining silent, but his expression was somewhat off, as if he were hiding something. Seeing this, Lu Wei noticed something amiss and said, Father-in-law, feel free to speak, it might help us find mother-in-law. Zhou Yuanshan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, I suspect she is not my wife. What do you mean? Lu Wei looked at Zhou Yuanshan in surprise, not expecting this ordinary man to notice something unusual. Zhou Yuanshan hesitated again and said, because over the years several times I've woken up on the floor or in other rooms. Moreover, I have a feeling she has changed, even though her appearance hasn't. She is no longer my wife. Lu Wei nodded silently, thinking it was not surprising. After a long time, it was normal for flaws to show. So what do you mean? Zhou Yuanshan sighed deeply. Let it be. There's no need to make a big fuss about searching. If one day we meet her, just ask where my wife has gone. If we don't meet her, then let it go. Lu Wei nodded. All right, I'll follow your wishes. Since Zhou Yuanshan had said this, Lu Wei agreed. He had no choice. If he could find her, he would definitely investigate thoroughly. Looking at his father-in-law's pained expression, Lu Wei sighed, wishing to comfort him but unsure of what to say. To Lu Wei's astonishment, the next evening he saw his father-in-law with a stunning beauty by his side. After inquiring, he found out that this old man had actually purchased a courtesan from a brothel as a concubine. One must admit this fellow was quite the player. He had been in this world for so long and had yet to visit a brothel. After another 2 or 3 days, the affairs in Jizhou City were nearly wrapped up. Everything that could be sold was sold, and for what could not be sold, Lu Wei discussed with Yang Xiuhu and handed over the remaining people in the Yang family to manage. After all, there wasn't much left, and Lu Wei didn't mind. On the 3rd morning after sending everything out, the system finally leveled up. Ding system level upgraded to level 13. Reward attribute points 130. New feature unlocked: attribute donation. Attribute donation: you can donate attribute values to targets with goodwill of 80 or above. Note: donated attribute values can only be used to increase basic attributes and cannot be used to increase cultivation. Lu Wei looked at this new feature, opened Lu Ruyan's attribute interface, and found that numbers appeared next to her basic attributes. Lu Wei tried adding a point to her appearance, physique, and aptitude and found that they indeed increased. Indeed, attribute values could be given to girls. This feature was great. By increasing the attribute values for the girls, their ratings would improve, and as their ratings increased, the multiplier for returns would rise, meaning he would ultimately benefit more. Very good, this feature is quite suitable. Young master, the madam has asked me to tell you that everything is packed and ready to go. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei closed the system interface, stood up and said, then let's go, we shall depart. On the other side at the city lord's residence, Li Su received the news that Lu Wei and the others were about to leave the Yang family mansion. Seeing the juicy prey about to fly away, Li Su could no longer contain himself. He immediately called upon the experts from the city lord's residence and rushed towards the Yang family mansion. To be safe, Li Su and his group disguised themselves, so even if Lu Wei's people had some background, they would still have an escape route. When Lu Wei arrived at the training ground, everyone was already on the flying ship waiting for him to board and take off. However, as soon as Lu Wei reached the entrance of the training ground, he stopped.
Seeing this, Yang Xiaovu couldn't help but urge Lu De, "What are you doing? Can you hurry up? We're waiting for you."
Lu Wei shrugged and said helplessly, "There's nothing I can do, we have guests coming, so it looks like we'll be delayed for a bit before we can depart."
Yang Xiaovu was slightly taken aback. "Guests? What guests?" "Unwelcome guests,"
Lu Wei replied with a smile and then flew onto the ship, standing at the bow waiting for their arrival.
The people on the flying ship looked curiously into the distance along with Lu Wei.
Before long, a group of more than a dozen masked figures flew over. Lu Wei scanned the group and saw that the lowest cultivation level among them was the 4th realm, with 2 at the 5th realm. It seemed they were well prepared and had no intention of letting them leave alive. Yang Xiaovu frowned upon seeing these people and was about to speak. However, the masked figures showed no intention of giving her a chance to speak and charged straight in without hesitation. Li Su and the others had a simple plan to end the fight quickly and escape the battlefield as fast as possible. Afterwards, they would come back under the guise of the city lord and check things out, conveniently taking over everything from the Yang family. Once the 5th realm experts began to act, the scene was simply unimaginable. Every move they made contained earth-shattering power, and even if it didn't cause the heavens to collapse, it was enough to change the color of the wind and clouds, shaking the very foundations of the world. Moreover, there were over a dozen equally formidable 4th realm experts joining the attack. In an instant, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, as if it aimed to swallow the entire world.
"Do you know why I left you alive?" Lu Wei asked the terrified 5-realm master with a calm tone. The 5-realm master trembled and asked why. "Because your cultivation is not the highest, you should not be the leader. However, since you are second in cultivation, you should know a lot, so you are still somewhat useful to me now. Now tell me what happened."
Lu Wei's smile appeared as a devil's grin in the eyes of Steward Li.
He dared not conceal anything and recounted the entire story to Lu Wei. Lu Wei nodded after listening. "All right, I understand.
I won't make things difficult for you, but you must help me with something." Steward Li's face instantly lit up with joy upon hearing that Lu Wei would not kill him. He hurriedly said, "Just tell me what you need and I will do my utmost to fulfill it."
"It's not too difficult. Take my people to the city lord's mansion and bring back everything valuable.
Then go to the Wang Hai sect and inform them that I will visit within 10 days to demand an explanation."
"Is that doable?" "Of course I can do it. You can rest assured I will accomplish it." "Good, let's go to the city lord's mansion."
Soon the flying boat arrived above the city lord's mansion and some guards were dispatched to move things.
In no time, the entire city lord's mansion was emptied. Under Lu Wei's divine sense, even items buried underground were dug up. "Let's go," set off.
At Lu Wei's command, the flying ship soared into the sky, disappearing above Jizhou City.
After flying a distance, Yang Xiaovu approached Lu Wei.
"Why let that person go and allow him to report to the Wang Hai sect?"
Lu Wei smiled and asked, "What do you think?"
Yang Xiaovu rolled her eyes at Lu Wei, knowing that with her intelligence she wouldn't miss his intentions. She sighed and said, "I know you've broken through to the 7th realm and are very strong, but you must understand that there are always stronger people out there in this world. Although the Wang Hai sect is not a major sect and its leader is only at the peak of the 6th realm, who can guarantee there are no hidden old monsters within the sect? Every sect that has survived in this world is not simple. If the strongest in the Wang Hai sect were merely at the peak of the 6th realm, they wouldn't have occupied the lucrative Wang Hai city for so many years." After hearing Yang Ziya's words, Lu Wei pondered slightly, feeling that she made a valid point. It seemed that since breaking through to the 7th realm he had become somewhat arrogant. However, even if the Wang Hai sect had hidden experts, the strongest would only be at the 7th realm, at most the 8th realm.
Surely they couldn't have a 9th realm expert, could they?
If the Wang Hai sect had a 9th realm master, they wouldn't be merely guarding a city next to a chaotic land.
As long as they aren't above the 9th realm, Lu Wei is not afraid.
You have a point, but don't worry, even if the Wang Hai sect has hidden experts, I have my ways to deal with them."
Yang Xiaovu sighed upon hearing Lu Wei's words. "All right, as long as you are aware."
Seeing Yang Ziya's expression, Lu Wei understood that she was worried about him being overly arrogant and couldn't persuade him otherwise, which made her anxious. Thus Lu Wei stepped forward, embraced her and comforted her, saying, "Your reminder was timely. If not for your reminder, I might not have realized that since breaking through to the 7th realm my mindset has been a bit scattered, even leading me to disregard others. If this continues, it would surely lead to my demise.
Rest assured I won't do that anymore.
This time as I pass through Wang Hai City, I won't pressure the Wang Hai sect too much and I will try to avoid antagonizing them."
Yang Xiaovu finally relaxed her expression upon hearing Lu Wei's words.
Leaning gently in Lu Wei's embrace, she praised him. "It's best that you think this way. I know you are strong. You could match a 5-realm master in your 3rd realm, and in the 6th realm you could slay a 7th realm like butchering dogs. Now that you are in the 7th realm, even an 8th realm master might not be your opponent. However, the more powerful you become, the more you should have a sense of reverence. This world is not lacking in those old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. So being careful is never a mistake. As long as we can ensure our family remains safe, it is sufficient. Avoid provoking others unnecessarily and causing trouble. Lu Wei nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. All right, I will listen to you. Though Yang Xiao's words were somewhat hard to hear, they were indeed wise advice. Seeing Lu Wei being so understanding and not getting angry about her reprimanding him, Yang Xiaohu felt a surge of joy in her heart. Unable to resist, she pecked Lu Wei on the cheek and said, "Mua. You're so good. Now tell me, how do you want me to reward you?" Lu Wei chuckled. "Let's set rewards aside for now, we have an audience nearby." Yang Xiaohu hurriedly looked back after hearing Lu Wei's words, only to see a charming figure standing behind her watching her and Lu Wei with great interest. Seeing that, Yang Xiaohu turned to look at her. Bai Xining shrugged. "Am I interrupting?" "You can continue, just pretend I'm not here." Yang Xiaohu coldly glanced at Bai Xining, her tone indifferent. "If you have something to say, hurry up and say it, then leave my sight." Bai Xining sighed helplessly. "We are still cousins, must it come to this?" Yang Xiaohu sneered. "Hey, cousins. I can't afford such a relationship. If you don't have business here, please leave." Bai Xining looked at Yang Xiaohu helplessly, her tone meaningful. "Cousin, your hostility towards Qingqiu makes things difficult for me." Yang Xiaohu scoffed. "What? Do you want to eliminate me, this threat?" Bai Xining smiled upon hearing this. "Before I came out, my ancestor did instruct me to deal with you as a threat. If you cannot eliminate your hostility towards Qingqiu, I will have to use my methods to eliminate you as a threat. Don't get me wrong, eliminating a threat doesn't mean I will harm you, especially with Lu Wei here, I wouldn't dare. However, there are ways to eliminate threats without direct confrontation. Once I employ this method, you may come to regret it." Yang Xiao's beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she fell into thought after hearing Bai Xining's words. The Fox clan is cunning and resourceful. Bai Xining's words definitely carry deeper meaning. I must understand her intentions. As for giving up my hatred towards Qingqiu, that is impossible. If you make her regret, I won't mind making your entire Fox clan regret it too. Lu Wei suddenly spoke coldly from the side. How dare she threaten the women in front of him? Did she think he was a dead man? Although Bai Xining was stunningly beautiful and alluring, was he the kind of man who couldn't move on seeing beauty? The Qingqiu Fox clan does have some power, but Lu Wei truly doesn't take them seriously. He doesn't have to wait for the future, he is not afraid of them with his current strength. If they dared to harm Yang Xiaohu, Lu Wei would push through their entire clan and break through to another realm. Upon hearing Lu Wei's domineering protection, Yang Xiao's heart nearly melted. Husband, even a strong woman like Yang Xiaohu turned soft, her eyes reddening with emotion as she looked at Lu Wei, her gaze warm enough to melt steel. Lu Wei gently held Yang Xiaohu in his arms and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry with me here, no one can harm you." Bai Xining felt furious upon witnessing this scene. Alright, so this is how it is. I don't believe there's a man who can resist the allure of the Fox clan. When it comes to enchanting men, they claim to be second, no one dares to claim the first. Even the most virtuous monks do not dare claim they can resist the Fox clan's charm, let alone Lu Wei, this lecher. That night Bai Xining planned to capture Lu Wei. This man is too terrifying. She witnessed Lu Wei break through from the 5th realm to the 6th realm, then from the 6th realm to the 7th realm. She has no doubt that in a few days Lu Wei might break through to the 8th realm. If a conflict arises between Lu Wei and the Fox clan due to Yang Xiaohu, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for them. Although this man is infatuated with women, it actually makes it easier for her to control him. However, just as she arrived near Lu Wei's room, she heard Yang Xiao's voice coming from inside. Despite the good soundproofing of the boat, Yang Xiao's desperate voice combined with her 5-realm mastery hearing rendered the soundproofing nearly ineffective. Seeing the fierce battle inside, she didn't rush in and waited outside, thinking it unlikely they would settle down for the entire night. Indeed, this night turned out to be extremely difficult to endure. The next morning, as Lu Wei stepped out, he noticed something on the ground and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He then modified the original flight route to fly directly to the Qingling sword sect. However, this route has two dangerous spots. One is the inner sea of the northern region, the MOC, which connects to the North Sea and is a vast bay. Crossing it would be about 1,000,000 miles, and at the speed of the flying boat it would take approximately 5 hours. These 5 hours are not absolutely safe. There are far more demon beasts in the sea than on land, but generally speaking, sea demon beasts do not attack flying cultivators or flying boats. However, for Lu Wei the danger significantly increases. If the Dragon King of the North Sea wants to avenge his son, the MOC is the most suitable place. Yang Xiaohu originally disagreed with taking this route but reluctantly agreed after Lu Wei's persuasion. Lu Wei gazed at the vast bay on the map and the boundless North Sea, secretly calculating. An 8th realm demon beast can provide 8000 attribute points, while a 9th realm demon beast yields 90000 attribute points, which is indeed tempting. However, while the attribute points are alluring, one must also have absolute strength. Otherwise, not only would you fail to obtain the attribute points, but you might also lose your own life. With his life and wealth on this boat, Lu Wei did not want any accidents. To ensure everything was foolproof in the days to come, aside from the daily returns of items, he practiced sword techniques and accumulated sword intent, wanting to see what realm he would reach once the sword intent broke through. Lu Wei had many sword techniques. This time the Yang family had acquired some, and so did the Li Shucheng Lord's mansion, along with those he had bought before, which were enough to upgrade the sword intent. Thus during these days Lu Wei spent most of his time in the skill training space, only resting occasionally. With a powerful spirit, he no longer had to worry about mental exhaustion. With his mind focused finally upon reaching the edge of the MOC, Lu Wei filled the 100 progress points of his sword intent. This proved that Lu Wei had at least cultivated 100 yellow grade sword techniques to the realm of breakthrough mastery, or 50 mysterious grade sword techniques. It's hard to believe that even one sword technique could be cultivated to mastery by an average person over a lifetime. Only those extraordinary geniuses could cultivate a particular technique to the level of intent. However, even having two techniques reaching the level of intent is exceedingly rare. For Lu Wei to have cultivated 100 techniques to the level of intent is simply unheard of. Of course, there are some ancient ones who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years and they could cultivate a particular skill to the level of intent or even higher. However, such old monsters are indeed rare and typically do not appear in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the sword technique to the realm of intent, achieving the sword domain realm and receiving a reward of 1000 attribute points. Lu Wei casually opened the system to take a look. Sword domain realm, the realm of the sword. When a single strike is unleashed, it claims the domain, rendering everything within the domain invulnerable and unavoidable. Upon reading this introduction, Lu Wei guessed, thinking that this claim was a bit exaggerated. Invulnerable and unavoidable. Wouldn't that mean once one entered his sword domain they were as good as dead? In this world, who could withstand a single strike from him? However, after careful study, Lu Wei found that although the claim was somewhat exaggerated, it wasn't entirely unfounded. This sword domain is indeed invincible, especially in group attacks. Anyone who enters the sword domain will die in droves. Even if a group of 7 or 8 realm masters enters with Lu Wei's current cultivation, he can kill as many as come. However, this sword domain is not without its drawbacks. The higher the cultivation level and the greater the number of opponents, the greater the consumption when unleashed. Of course, just because one cannot kill many does not mean one cannot kill even one, nor does it imply that it will always be this way. Now that the knife domain is opened, a single person from the 8th realm is merely delivering food unless they possess special abilities, which is another matter altogether. Let alone the 8th realm, even the 9th realm would require shedding some skin. If Lu Wei continues to cultivate and increases the number of knife intents, the power of the knife domain will grow stronger until one day it truly becomes invincible and unbreakable. However, the urgent matter at hand is to first enhance combat power. Looking at the additional 10,000 attribute points, Lu Wei directly allocated 10,000 points to his cultivation, raising it to the 8th realm true person level. When he broke through to the 7th realm, Lu Wei's Dantian underwent a tremendous transformation. The originally smooth and stable spiritual pill shattered during the breakthrough to the 7th realm, exploding like fireworks into countless shimmering points of mysterious light dispersing within the Dantian. The entire space of the Dantian instantly transformed into a dreamlike realm resembling a vast and boundless universe. The points of starlight produced from the shattered spiritual pill shone like dazzling stars, illuminating the dark and profound universe with enchanting brilliance. At this moment, as Lu Wei's cultivation broke through to the 8th realm, a semi-transparent and slightly illusory figure quietly emerged at the very center of this Dantian universe. This figure was tall and imposing, resembling an ancient giant that stood unmatched and towering. Seated with knees bent, the figure exuded a solemn and dignified aura akin to an ancient mountain firmly rooted within the endless void of the universe. As the cultivation continued to grow, the myriad starlights in the universe suddenly burst forth with even more brilliant radiance, shooting beams of light like a dense rain of arrows towards the figure at the center. Under the ceaseless baptism of starlight, the figure gradually became clear, ultimately revealing a face that was strikingly similar to Lu Wei's. After a long while, the starlight finally dimmed the giant's body, emanating a gentle starlight quietly sitting in the cosmos as if it were asleep. Lu Wei had a feeling that if he were to break through to the ninth realm, this self might very well awaken. At that time it would be an entirely different world. With the cultivation breaking through to the eighth realm, the attributes changed once again. First, both the vitality and physique increased by 100,000, which was not much compared to the growth achieved at the body refinement stage. Of course, the primary increase in cultivation at the chi refinement stage is still the growth of the soul and spiritual power. Both of these attributes doubled. The soul reached 100,000 and the spiritual power reached 200,000. Looking at the 500,000 progress value behind the body refinement and chi refinement stages, Lu Wei estimated that it would take at least a month to reach the ninth realm. Unless he could kill a large number of demonic beasts, he would have to slowly cultivate to accumulate skills. However, a month was not too hard to accept. A month later he should be able to reach the Qingling sword sect. Looking at the remaining 3000 attribute points, if it were before, this would have been a substantial number for Lu Wei. However, for the current Lu Wei, 3000 attribute points were barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. After pondering, Lu Wei directly opened Lu Ruyan's attribute interface. As the woman who had followed him the longest, Lu Ruyan's cultivation had always been at the bottom due to her talent. Although she said nothing, Lu Wei could see that she was very anxious. Because everyone around her had surpassed her, she alone remained stuck at the first realm. Even though Lu Wei had provided her with so many resources, her progress was still slow due to her root and comprehension. In fact, if Lu Ruyan did not compare herself to these people, her speed of cultivation would not be much slower than that of inner disciples in an ordinary sect. However, compared to Shen Wanwan, Lu Xiaoxiao and others, the gap was far too wide. They not only possessed exceptional talent but also received top-tier resources provided by Lu Wei, allowing their cultivation to progress rapidly far beyond what she could compare. As a result, she inevitably felt a sense of inferiority. With this thought, Lu Wei casually closed the attribute interface, extending his divine sense to locate Lu Ruyan on the ship. However, upon seeing Lu Ruyan, Lu Wei's eyes widened in surprise. She was currently lying on the bed cultivating and seemed to have reached a critical moment. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei felt a slight itch in his nose. After silently admiring for a while, Lu Wei couldn't help but marvel at how captivating women who have given birth can be. Thus Lu Wei's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had been cultivating for half an hour and was on the verge of breaking through to another level. Suddenly a voice echoed in her ear, nearly scaring her to death. "Sister Ruyan, what are you doing?" Lu Ruyan's body seemed to have received an electric shock, instantly freezing in place, her face turning pale, her eyes filled with terror. "Don't be afraid, it's me." Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Ruyan finally reacted. "Young master." "Yes, it's me. Sister Ruyan, what game are you playing?" Lu Wei asked teasingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's previously pale face suddenly turned crimson. She never expected that while secretly cultivating in her room, the young master would see her. What face would she have left to face him afterward? "Young master, Lu Ruyan felt utterly humiliated and wished she could end it all right there. "It's no fun playing alone. Come, I'll play with you, young master." As Lu Wei's voice fell, he vanished from the bed. Lu Ruyan only heard the sound of the door closing. Before she could react, she found that another person had appeared beside her. The spaceship was traveling at a tremendous speed, truly remarkable. At noon, Qin Qianyu knocked on Lu Wei's door. "Lu Wei, hurry up, we've arrived at the Ink Sea." In response, there was only silence. Seeing this, Qin Qianyu pushed the door, discovering that it was not locked, and it swung open. Stepping into the room, Qin Qianyu took a glance and noticed that the bedclothes were disheveled, as if someone had been in a great hurry. "Lu Wei! Lu Wei!" She called out twice, but no one responded. Where has this guy run off to again? Seeing no one in the room, Qin Qianyu turned and ran out, heading straight to Yang Xiaohu's room. "Sister Xiaohu, is Lu Wei here with you?" Yang Xiaohu frowned slightly. "No, why? Is he not in his room?" "No, where did this guy go?" "Forget it, let's not worry about him, let the spaceship wait a bit longer." It was only when the sky was nearly dark that Lu Wei finally emerged from Lu Ruyan's room. He had certainly enjoyed a day of indulgence. Lu Ruyan, eager to enhance her cultivation speed, had been completely accommodating to Lu Wei's every whim. Lu Wei in turn kept his promise, boosting Lu Ruyan's root talent and comprehension to 100 points. In total, he spent over 2,000 attribute points, which he deemed a valuable use of resources. Name: Lu Ruyan. Age 21 years. Root talent 100. Comprehension 100. Physique 400,400. Cultivation level body refinement blood exchange.
Appearance 89. Figure 95. Talent holy body of a slut. Affection level 99. Overall rating 97. Bound with a return multiplier of 50. This meant Lu Ruyan had the potential for a 100-fold return. Where have you been running off to again?
The spaceship has reached the Ink Sea. What should we do now?
Should we continue on?
Lu Wei arrived on the top deck, coincidentally meeting Yang Xiuhu and Qin Xianyu admiring the night view over the sea.
Seeing Lu Wei approach, Qin Xianyu immediately stepped forward, complaining unhappily.
Lu Wei smiled slightly. What's there to consider?
Let's continue on our way.
With his cultivation having broken through to the 8th realm and possessing the deadly skill of the 9th domain, even facing a 9th realm opponent, Lu Wei felt confident he could return unscathed. What was there to worry about?
However, there are many types of 9th realm beings.
After reaching the 8th realm, each minor difference in cultivation could lead to a vast disparity in power. Not to mention the gap between the 8th and 9th realms. Even among 9th realm cultivators, some could defeat others with a single blow, like the Qinglong King, who had lived for countless years.
Against an ordinary 9th realm opponent, a single claw could crush them.
Lu Wei felt confident in defeating an ordinary 9th realm, but if he faced the Qinglong King, he could only run. Unless he also raised his body refining cultivation to the 8th realm, he might stand a fighting chance. Of course, the Qinglong King would likely not come out to hunt him down. Even if someone from the North Sea sought revenge, it would probably just be a typical 9th realm demon king.
For an ordinary 9th realm demon king, Lu Wei would be more than eager to encounter one. Defeating a 9th realm demon king would be enough to elevate both his chi and body cultivation by a level.
At that time, even if the Qinglong King came, he would not fear him. Thus, while crossing the Ink Sea, Lu Wei deliberately asked Luo Yan to slow down. A journey that could be completed in 5 hours was planned to take 5 days.
Moreover, he intended to fish along the way and hold a party.
On the top deck of the spaceship, Lu Wei, noticing Qin Xianyu pouting in anger, cheerfully asked, "What's the matter?
Who made my little wife angry?"
Upon hearing this, Qin Xianyu huffed adorably and grumbled, "You haven't come to my room for several days yet. You still have time to run off and play with others."
Hearing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out she was feeling unsatisfied. This was easily fixable.
He leaned close to Qin Qianyu's ear and asked softly, "It's so boring in the room. What do you think about here?" Upon hearing this, Qin Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief and a hint of eagerness flickered in her gaze.
Lu Wei's spaceship was several stories high, with the female occupants residing on the 1st and 2nd floors located towards the back.
Lu Wei's spaceship was several stories high, with the female occupants residing on the 1st and 2nd floors located towards the back. The guards lived in the cabin area, a relatively closed space where access to the 2nd and 3rd floors was generally prohibited. Thus, although the top of the 3rd floor seemed dangerous, it was actually quite safe. Additionally, Lu Wei had set up a formation on top which, when activated, created a transparent dome over the 3rd floor, transforming it into a starlit ceiling.
Moreover, due to the formation, one could see outside from within, but those outside could not see inside.
Early the next morning, as the sun rose, Lu Wei slowly opened his eyes, unable to resist rubbing his waist. Recalling the events of the previous night, Lu Wei couldn't help but shiver. It seemed he had underestimated the potential of women.
The saying, "There are only overworked oxen, not ruined fields," truly held some merit. Humans are a species highly adaptable to their environment.
Initially, Lu Wei was unaccustomed to others brushing his teeth, washing his face, and dressing him.
Now he thoroughly enjoyed it and often didn't bother to dress himself.
Sometimes he considered whether he should learn from those wealthy landlords and find a beauty to do even the most mundane tasks like wiping.
This was no exaggeration. Lu Wei had heard that many wealthy households employed specific maids for such tasks.
Moreover, they did not even use their hands, but rather one could use their imagination to figure out what they used. It can only be said that whether in ancient or modern times in this world, or that the lives of the wealthy and powerful are truly unimaginable for ordinary people.
In fact, ordinary people are not allowed to know.
Getting sidetracked, after finishing his grooming, Lu Wei instructed Luo Yan to land the spaceship on the surface of the sea, then went to the front of the 1st level, cast out a fishing line, and began fishing.
"Your Majesty, Dragon King."
A stooped old turtle burdened by a heavy shell on its back stumbled forward. Each step seemed to drain all its strength, and finally it bowed reverently to the Azure Dragon King, who sat high upon his dragon throne, and reported with a slightly trembling voice, "The ones who harmed the Qingjiao King and his group have now arrived at the MOC." The Azure Dragon King, who had been half asleep, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this, though traces of drowsiness still lingered.
He idly played with a gem-studded short knife in his hand and asked casually, "Oh,
have you gathered any information regarding these individuals?" In response, the old turtle hurriedly answered, "Your Majesty, based on the intel received so far, the one named Lu Wei is merely an ordinary youth from a remote village. When his homeland was attacked by demonic forces, this boy was forced to embark on a journey of fleeing, making his way to Yunzhou City. It is unclear what kind of fortune he encountered, but during his escape he was fortunate enough to become a disciple of a second-grade martial artist and began his martial arts training. Unexpectedly, within just 6 months the boy has reached the pinnacle of the 6th realm, surpassing the typical strength of a 7th realm expert. Furthermore, it has been discovered that Lu Wei is surrounded by numerous beauties, and the rapid enhancement of his strength along with his charm is likely connected to a certain dual cultivation technique he practices. One cannot deny that the Dragon Clan is one of the oldest and most mysterious groups on this vast continent, possesses a profound heritage built over the passage of time that ordinary individuals or common forces can hardly match. In just a few short days, the basic information regarding Lu Wei has been nearly clarified. Upon hearing the detailed intelligence about Lu Wei, the Azure Dragon King's previously indifferent expression suddenly turned serious and focused. "Are you telling the truth? In less than half a year, this child has risen from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of the 6th realm, even possessing the strength to challenge stronger opponents." In response, the old turtle confirmed, "Indeed. Moreover, to be precise, Lu Wei achieved such accomplishments in merely about 4 months. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon King could not help but furrow his brows tightly, then fell into a prolonged contemplation. After a while he finally spoke, instructing, "There are 2 matters that need to be addressed immediately. Firstly, all relevant information regarding Lu Wei must be thoroughly investigated, including not only his past experiences but also any potential future events, leaving no stone unturned. Secondly, you must personally invite him to our Dragon Palace as my guest. Remember, during this journey your attitude towards Lu Wei must be respectful and courteous with no hint of disdain. Should there be any slip-up, do not blame me for being merciless. I will take your head to make an example. Do you understand?" The old turtle replied, "I humbly obey the king's command. If you are clear, then act swiftly." Meanwhile, Lu Wei had been dawdling over the MOC for 3 or 4 days, yet still saw no one sent by the Azure Dragon King for revenge. Could it be that the Qingjiao King is not favored in the eyes of the Dragon King? Even if he is not favored, the fact that I severed the Qingjiao King's horn should be a matter of disgrace for the Dragon Clan, and they wouldn't simply ignore it, would they? Forget it. Perhaps the journey is long and they have not yet arrived. I will wait another day. If they do not come, I will leave directly. Beyond the MOC lies the northern region, and once I enter the northern region and cross a mountain range, I will reach the Qingling sword sect." The next day, early in the morning, Lu Wei continued to fish with his rod. To his surprise, there were quite a few fish in the MOC. He crafted a fishing gear and soon caught 7 or 8 large fish weighing over 100 jin. One of them even weighed over 1,000 jin, almost transforming into a demonic beast. Back on Earth, Lu Wei was also an avid fisherman, often going out to sea to fish and sometimes even visiting oil rigs to catch large fish. However, he had never caught such a big fish before, and this time was quite satisfying. Just as Lu Wei pulled the big fish onto the boat, a large number of bubbles suddenly surged up from the sea surface. The entire sea surface seemed as if it was boiling, continuously churning and rolling. Seeing this, Lu Wei's heart stirred and a smile crept onto his lips. "Finally they have come. What did you say? You are not attending the Northern Region Sect Grand Meeting?" Lin Mengwan stared wide-eyed at her seemingly obedient and sensible disciple. In reality, Zhou Mushui was indeed very obedient and sensible. She had always been compliant and earnest in her cultivation. However, what Lin Mengwan did not expect was that the more honest someone was, the greater the troubles they could cause. She had privately gotten married, and even her master had not been informed. Let them marry. Lin Mengwan is not the type to meddle in other people's affairs or break up couples. From what a few disciples said, Zhou Mushui's husband was a good person, so she did not inquire further. However, what surprised her was that today this girl actually did not want to attend the grand meeting in the northern region, which she had high hopes for. This was her only opportunity to defeat her senior sister, yet the girl had chosen not to participate. For so many years her only wish had been to defeat her senior sister once. Even if she could not personally achieve it, having a disciple of hers defeat her senior sister's disciple would suffice to fulfill her desire. But unexpectedly, just as her dream was about to come true, her disciple told her that she would not do it. How could she endure this? Zhou Mushui lowered her head, her face full of guilt, as she said, "Master, I am sorry." She understood that her master placed great importance on this matter, and her inability to participate would surely disappoint her. Seeing her like this, Lin Mengwan took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. "Alright, if you are not going to participate, then tell me why not."
Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui showed a troubled expression, her lips parted slightly as if wanting to say something, but after hesitating for a long while she ultimately shook her head gently and said in a low voice, "Master, I truly cannot disclose the reason for this, please trust me, I have my own difficulties." Standing beside her, Lin Manglwan felt the flames of anger ignite in her heart at these words. Not participating was one thing, but refusing to even provide a reason was something that would infuriate anyone in her position. At that moment a figure suddenly flashed through Lin Manglwan's mind and she immediately asked with a hint of suspicion and probing, "Could it be because of your husband?" Zhou Shui's heart jolted upon hearing this and she hurriedly shook her hands in denial, saying, No, this has nothing to do with him." However, only Zhou Shui herself knew that there was indeed some connection. Yet Zhou Shui's resolute denial only convinced Lin Manglwan further that this was indeed due to her husband. Zhou Shui's unwillingness to admit this was merely an effort to defend the other party. "Alright, since you say so, then I understand. You should rest well, for now you can reconsider this matter. If in the end you still do not wish to go, your master will not force you." Sighing helplessly, Lin Manglwan turned and slowly walked away. Watching her master fade into the distance, Zhou Shui's beautiful face was filled with worry and difficulty. She slowly lowered her head, gently caressing her slightly protruding belly, whispering, "My little treasure, for you, your mother has truly put your master in a terrible situation. When you grow up in the future, make sure to be filial to your master, understood?" However, at this moment the baby in her womb was still as fragile as a little sprout, naturally unable to respond to her. Even so, as Zhou Shui's hand gently stroked her belly, she could still clearly feel a wonderful fluttering sensation from deep within her bloodline, as if the little one was conveying its existence to her in a special way. Thinking of this, a tender smile unconsciously appeared on Zhou Shui's face. However, soon after, that smile was replaced by a hint of worry. She couldn't help but lift her head and gaze into the distance, muttering to herself, "Where on earth has the father of this child gone? This guy, surely he isn't lost in some gentle embrace, completely forgetting about us mother and child? If that is the case, when you return, just wait and see how I will deal with you." As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with both annoyance and anticipation. Lu Wei stood silently by the sea, his gaze fixed intently on the surging waves constantly churning and frothing. His powerful divine sense spread like an invisible net, rapidly extending toward the distance. Soon he sensed an unusual aura approaching, many water beings coming from the distant dragon palace. However, when his gaze fell upon the three individuals leading that group of water beings, he couldn't help but feel a slight shock. With his keen eyes and cultivation level, he was unable to discern the depth of their strength. His brows instantly furrowed and his expression grew serious. "I didn't expect the Azure Dragon King to spare no expense this time, sending out 3 Ninth Realm experts at once," Lu Wei thought to himself. It's worth noting that 9th Realm experts are already considered top-tier powerhouses in the cultivation world, each possessing the ability to devastate the heavens and earth. If only 1 or 2 9th Realm experts had come, Lu Wei believed that with his own strength and means he wouldn't be afraid. But now 3 had arrived, and they were experts emerging from a force as profound as the Dragon Palace, which compelled him to exercise double caution. The Dragon Palace is one of the wealthiest and most mysterious forces in the world, possesses resources and wealth beyond imagination. Those emerging from the Dragon Palace were all dressed in the finest gear, wielding various rare spiritual artifacts. These treasures not only possessed immense power but could also unleash all sorts of marvelous supernatural abilities. Moreover, with the unique techniques and combat skills they mastered, it could be said that they were full of tricks, making them difficult to guard against. Faced with such 3 formidable foes, even with Lu Wei's arrogance and pride, he felt a lack of absolute confidence in defeating them. He took a deep breath, and the words of Yang Xiuhu echoed in his mind: "Never underestimate anyone, and do not be blindly arrogant, otherwise you might not even know how you met your demise one day." With that thought, Lu Wei immediately waved his hand, directing the flying ship to head into the distance, leaving him alone holding a long knife to face these Dragon Palace experts. However, to his surprise, the leading 9th Realm Turtle Demon, upon seeing Lu Wei move, bowed without hesitation, his attitude so humble it was hard to ignore. It respectfully said, "Young Master Lu Wei, please do not be alarmed. I am Gue Wodo, the Chief Steward of the North Sea Dragon Palace. It is truly a great honor to meet you today. I am fortunate beyond measure." Faced with such a humble demeanor, Lu Wei couldn't help but be taken aback, pondering internally. It seemed they were not here for revenge. Even so, Lu Wei still dared not show any signs of negligence, his eyes fixed on these unexpected guests, his brows furrowed as he sternly questioned, "You come from the North Sea Dragon Palace?" The steward quickly nodded in affirmation, saying, "Absolutely true, I would never speak a lie. I understand that there has been some misunderstanding between young Master Lu and our North Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King is already aware of this matter, and the Azure Flood Dragon King, knowing no bounds, dared to offend you." Upon learning this, the Dragon King flew into a rage and reprimanded him severely. Fortunately, young Master Lu was blessed and has not suffered any substantial harm.
Feeling deeply remorseful about this incident, our Dragon Palace has prepared a small gift as an apology. I hope young Master Lu can be magnanimous and graciously accept it. With that, the steward gently waved his hand and someone behind him presented a beautifully crafted brocade box. Upon opening it, it was filled with dazzling treasures, clearly rare and valuable items. At that moment, 4 graceful women suddenly emerged from the group behind the steward. As they appeared, the surroundings seemed to be illuminated, their stunning beauty captivating all. What was even more astonishing was that these 4 women were paired as 2 sets of identical twins. One pair wore flowing ethereal silks resembling fairies descending to earth.
Behind them were 2 enormous shells, undoubtedly the pair of clam spirit sisters.
Their skin was as pale as snow and their eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, exuding a captivating charm with every movement. Then, looking at the other pair of women, they too possessed breathtaking beauty, but unlike the clam spirits, they had human upper bodies and fish tails. Their beautiful fish tails shimmered with iridescent colors resembling beings from a dream.
Clearly these were the legendary mermaid sisters. Lu Wei found himself momentarily stunned, pondering what is going on here. Are they trying to gift me 4 women? No, these are clearly 4 female spirits.
What kind of test is this for officials?
Which official can withstand such a test?
Seeing Lu Wei staring dazedly at the 2 pairs of female demons, the turtle steward couldn't help but secretly rejoice. It is worth noting that these 2 pairs of female demons were meticulously chosen by him after spending a considerable amount of time and effort. Before the selection, he carefully studied all the intelligence reports about Lu Wei, especially focusing on Lu Wei's preferences for beautiful women. Therefore, he was very confident that the 2 pairs of female demons he selected would undoubtedly captivate Lu Wei, making it difficult for him to restrain himself. One must admit that the turtle steward, as an ancient demon who had lived for countless years, had an exceptionally keen grasp of human psychology. He knew well the weaknesses and desires inherent in human nature and thus always skillfully utilized these to achieve his own ends. This arrangement targeting Lu Wei was clearly a decision made after careful consideration. If Lu Wei could see the thoughts deep in the turtle steward's heart at this moment, he would probably sincerely give him a thumbs up and praise, "You truly understand people." After all, facing such beautiful and enchanting female demons who perfectly matched his aesthetic standards, how could Lu Wei possibly remain unmoved? These 4 female demons all possessed beauty that could topple kingdoms, their stunning appearances seemingly capable of enchanting souls and captivating all. Their figures were graceful and elegant, exuding endless charm with every gesture enough to mesmerize any living being. Moreover, these 4 female demons not only had breathtaking appearances but also boasted exceptional cultivation and talent. If he could nurture them carefully, the returns in the future would undoubtedly be 100-fold or more. Faced with such high-quality return prospects, how could Lu Wei easily let this opportunity slip away?
What? To say that I am lusting after their bodies? That's simply absurd. This is pure slander against me.
How could a person like me, Lu Wei, who is upright and honorable, be the kind who only values appearance and craves beauty? As Lu Wei's mind raced, he had already figured out how to deal with the current situation. After a moment of thought, he took a step toward the turtle steward, smiling as he clasped his hands and said, "Turtle steward, you are being too modest. It is merely a small misunderstanding. Now that everything has been clarified, it is no big deal. As for this generous gift, I truly cannot accept it. I hope the turtle steward can take it back." One should not strike a smiling face.
Since they brought gifts, Lu Wei did not want to be overly arrogant.
Of course, the main reason is that the other party has 3 experts at the 9th realm.
Lu Wei decided it was better to act as a polite child.
As for this gift, to say that it didn't stir his heart would surely be a lie.
However, even so, it must absolutely not be accepted.
After all, as the saying goes, no free lunch exists, only traps fall from the sky.
Lu Wei was not foolish, he knew well that such good fortune rarely occurs.
After all, he had just injured the other party's precious son.
By common sense, it would be good enough if the other party did not seek revenge.
How could they possibly not only refrain from blaming him but also come to present such a precious gift? If there were no hidden tricks or schemes involved, he would never believe it. Therefore, no matter how tempting this gift appeared, Lu Wei could only grit his teeth and resolutely refuse. Seeing Lu Wei's firm refusal to accept the gift, the turtle steward quickly exclaimed, "Young Master Lu, please do not decline.
Rest assured, I come here with utmost sincerity and regret. This gift represents our deep remorse towards you, and you can totally accept it with peace of mind.
If you insist on not accepting, I will have no way to report back to the Dragon King upon returning to the Dragon Palace. I hope you can understand the hardships of my long journey and accept this humble gift."
After hearing the turtle steward's words, Lu Wei slightly frowned and waved his hand saying, "Turtle steward, you are overstating things. We can discuss the matter of the gift later. However, I wonder, besides delivering these gifts, does the turtle steward have any other important matters to discuss?" Seeing Lu Wei completely refusing to budge, the turtle steward inwardly cursed this little fox for being so sly and not taking the bait. It seemed that he could only directly state his purpose. "Young Master Lu, you truly have discerning eyes. I have come here not only to deliver gifts and apologize but also to convey the Dragon King's command inviting you to visit the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King has not seen such an outstanding young man as you for many years and holds you in high regard, wishing to invite you to the Dragon Palace for a visit. I hope young Master Lu will consider it." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's heart stirred. Indeed, they had come for this. If he went to the Dragon Palace, it would be uncertain whether he could return. Thus Lu Wei solemnly clasped his hands and said, "I am honored by the Dragon King's favor in this kind invitation, but I am truly sorry. I am currently burdened with important matters that require my urgent attention, making it difficult to accompany you to the Dragon Palace. However, please rest assured, once I complete my mission in the northern region and return, I will personally visit to express my gratitude." The turtle steward standing nearby couldn't help but sigh inwardly upon hearing this. He knew that successfully inviting Lu Wei to the Dragon Palace was likely hopeless. Recalling the Dragon King's earnest instructions before his departure, he understood that he must not easily offend this individual. After all, failing to invite would only result in the Dragon King being slightly displeased and chiding him. However, if he were to offend Lu Wei, the consequences would be unimaginable, and he feared he might even lose his own head. Thinking of this, the turtle steward helplessly sighed again, his face filled with regret as he said, "Alas, since it has come to this, it can only be said that it is unfortunate timing. I hope young Master Lu, after completing your busy matters, can spare some leisure time to visit the Dragon Palace. I will surely be here to welcome your esteemed presence." After saying this, he slowly reached into his robes, carefully took out an exquisitely shaped dragon-shaped jade pendant and then respectfully presented it to Lu Wei, saying, "This jade pendant was specially instructed by the Dragon King to be delivered to you. Should you encounter any difficult problems or dilemmas in the Northern Sea region in the future, simply display this jade pendant and people from the Water Tribe will come to assist you." Lu Wei's heart stirred. He did not decline but took the jade pendant and tucked it away, expressing his gratitude once again. Afterwards, the turtle steward left with a pile of gifts and the 4 female demons. Lu Wei gazed at the surface of the sea where the turtle steward and company had vanished, lost in thought. He simply could not understand what the Azure Dragon King was scheming. Could it be that he knows about my limitless potential and has come to curry favor? What do you plan to do? Yang Xiuhu looked at the 4 enchanting female demons and then turned to Lu Wei. These 4 female demons all possess the cultivation of foundation establishment. They are not weak in any sect and could easily become leaders in smaller sects. However, they were offered by the Dragon Palace, showcasing its profound depth. Lu Wei glanced at the 4 female demons and shrugged helplessly, saying, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Yang Xiuhu shot a glance at Lu Wei and replied, "Since I need 2 maids, how about you give me 2 to be my servants? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a spark in his heart. Of course, why hadn't he thought of that? If he sent 2 foundation establishment female demons to Yang Xiuhu, what would he receive in return? Without hesitation, he said, "All right, choose whichever 2 you want." Yang Xiuhu looked at the 4 female demons and directly stated, "That I want the 2 mermaid female demons." Lu Wei smiled and said, "I'll give you one now and the other one tomorrow." Yang Xiuhu looked at Lu Wei with a face full of doubt. "Why? Are you planning to keep one for another night?" Lu Wei bitterly rolled his eyes at her and replied, "What nonsense. There's a reason for what I'm doing. Fine, one is one and I'll take the other one tomorrow." Ding! Host has gifted a foundation establishment mermaid female demon to Yang Xiuhu, triggering 100-fold return reward options available. 1 mermaid female demon at the peak of the soul realm. 2 100 foundation establishment female demons. Note the returned female demons have maximum favorability towards the host. Lu Wei's eyes lit up upon seeing the return results. He hadn't expected there would actually be a return. As for how to choose, was there any need to ask? Of course, he would choose the second option. Although 100 foundation establishment demons might not be able to defeat one at the soul realm. However, Lu Wei was not concerned about combat power but rather the quantity. The attributes of these mermaid female demons were not low, and with maximum favorability, wouldn't they be the best candidates for return? These 4 female demons could return 400 of them, and for a short period he wouldn't have to worry about gathering enough return targets before leveling the system to level 20. But for the sudden appearance of these 400 female demons, Lu Wei had to think of a way. He couldn't just say they appeared out of nowhere, could he?
Next, Lu Wei gifted one female demon to Lu Xiaoxiao and another to Qin Xianyu, bringing the total returned female demons to 300. He just needed to give the last one to Yang Xiuhu tomorrow to obtain 400 female demons. That night, Lu Wei ordered everyone to rest in place, planning to set off again early the next morning. This command left everyone puzzled. They could reach land in no time, so why rest in the sea? However, no one dared to question Lu Wei's orders and everyone obediently returned to sleep. Early the next morning, they were awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Help! We are surrounded. Everyone wake up, there are so many female demons in the sea. Heavens, where did so many female demons come from? Why are they surrounding our ship? What do they want? Could it be that they intend to attack us? Everyone looked at the numerous female demons appearing on the surface of the sea, shocked and at a loss. They could see several hundred female demons swimming around the ship's vicinity. These female demons did not make any excessive movements, they merely stared quietly at the people on the ship. Yang Xiuhu, awakened by the noise, looked on in shock at the many female demons appearing in the water. How could there be so many female demons? Upon careful observation, she realized that these female demons were all at the foundation establishment stage, and there were as many as 400 of them, 200 mermaids and 200 clam spirits. Yang Xiaohu's expression changed as a thought suddenly struck her. Lu Wei had sent her and Qin Xianyu 2 mermaids and 2 clam spirits yesterday, and today 400 had arrived. If this were mere coincidence, it would be too coincidental. With this in mind, Yang Xiuhu went straight back to the top deck of the ship where Lu Wei was still sound asleep and called him awake. Stop sleeping. There are hundreds of female demons in the sea. What should we do? Lu Wei opened his eyes groggily confused and asked, what hundreds of female demons? Seeing Lu Wei play dumb, Yang Xiuhu didn't expose him but went along with his act. You should get up and see for yourself. After Lu Wei got up and saw the hundreds of female demons, he was also quite surprised. After communicating with those female demons, Lu Wei learned that they had come to pledge allegiance to him. He discussed with everyone and decided to take all these female demons onto the ship. Thus, Lu Wei's ship inexplicably gained 400 foundation establishment experts. The flying ship continued its journey, now headed directly for the Qingling sword sect. After several hours, the flying vessel landed in the northern region. As long as they flew over a massive mountain range, they would reach the location of the Qingling sword sect in Zhenzhou. However, this mountain range was not peaceful. It belonged to the remnants of the beast forest filled with countless dangerous beasts. It was said that the highest cultivation level there was a peak 7th realm Tiger King. After learning this news, a hint of anticipation appeared on Lu Wei's face. A 7th realm beast could provide him with 7,000 attribute points. If he encountered it, he must not miss the opportunity. As they passed through this beast forest, Lu Wei purposely flew lower in the hopes of drawing out that Tiger King. As a result, after flying for 2 to 3 days, he still hadn't seen the Tiger King's trace. However, a few low-level beasts who didn't know any better came to cause trouble, and naturally they were caught and served as a meal for the crew. Seeing that they were about to fly out of the beast forest, Lu Wei sighed helplessly. It seemed that the beasts were not foolish and knew that some people were not to be trifled with. 3 days later, they flew out of the remnants of the beast forest and officially entered the territory of the human race. Upon exiting the forest, the first city they encountered was the small Lin City stationed near the beast forest. It was called Small Lin City because there was also a large Lin City. Small Lin City is close to the remnants of the beast forest, while large Lin City is near the actual beast forest. Due to its proximity to the remnants of the beast forest, Small Lin City was home to many martial artists searching for opportunities in hunting beasts. The city was bustling with activity. With Lu Wei's ship now carrying several hundred people and their supplies nearly depleted, they decided to restock in Small Lin City. After all, they were not far from the Qingling sword sect. In another 7 to 8 days they would arrive. After resupplying this time, they could head straight there. The arrival of such a large flying boat in Xiaolin City immediately drew the attention of many people. After all, a gigantic flying boat several hundred meters long is a rare sight. Such a large ship. Which major sect's flying boat is this? I don't recognize it. There are no markings on the boat. It must belong to some hidden sect. Recently I've seen flying boats quite often. It seems many sects have come for the Qingling sword sect's Northern Domain Grand Meeting. Of course, the Northern Domain Grand Meeting only happens once in many years, and the chosen prodigies will participate in the great competition of the 5 domains in the central domain. Which cultivator can resist the allure of the 5 domains' supremacy? Lu Wei landed the flying boat outside Xiaolin City. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he dispatched 500 members of the guard to enter the city for supplies. He himself stayed on the ship to look after the women and the flying boat. Lu Xiaoxiao and Qin Xianyu had been cooped up on the ship for several days. Upon seeing the city, excitement and anticipation sparkled in their eyes, and they were eager to disembark and explore the customs and culture of this unfamiliar city. However, Lu Wei had different thoughts. He understood the particularity of their group and the potential risks involved. To avoid unnecessary troubles and complications, he firmly rejected the two girls' requests, insisting they stay on the ship. Although Lu Xiaoxiao and Qin Xianyu were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with Lu Wei's insistence. Thanks to Lu Wei's carefulness, no unexpected incidents occurred during the supply replenishment in Xiaolin City. Once everything was ready, the flying boat soared into the sky again, rushing toward the direction of the Qingling sword sect. The northern domain is vast, its area incomparable to that of the chaotic lands. Even though the population here is relatively large, it still feels sparsely populated overall. After leaving Xiaolin City, the flying boat traveled thousands of miles, revealing mostly dense forests, meandering rivers, and various demon beasts occasionally spotted among them. This place can be described as desolate and rarely traversed. Thus, after enduring over 10 days of arduous flying, the group finally arrived at the Jianzhou, where the Qingling sword sect is located. In the distant horizon, a magnificent and imposing city wall gradually emerged in everyone's view. It resembled a sleeping giant dragon quietly lying across the vast land, soaring into the clouds and piercing the sky, seemingly connecting the entire world. From a distance, the city wall appeared like a towering giant standing proudly in the world. Its height was astonishing, as if one could reach the clouds, giving a sense of indescribable shock and oppression. It is known that the city wall of Yunzhou, which stands dozens of meters high, has always been regarded as a magnificent architectural wonder, but compared to this it seems rather dim. The wall of Jianzhou not only surpasses Yunzhou in height but also exceeds it in scale and grandeur. The solid and thick wall, the well-arranged watchtowers, the intricate array inscriptions, and the flags fluttering in the air all demonstrated its majesty and inviolability to the world. From afar, before Lu Wei's group could approach Jianzhou City, a team of people riding several small flying boats rushed toward them from Jianzhou City. These small flying boats are only suitable for short-distance flights and lack significant defensive power, typically used by major sects as transportation within the mountain gates. This time, the Qingling sword sect is responsible for hosting the Northern Domain Exchange Conference, and these small flying boats were specifically arranged to welcome guests from all directions. Before long, those small flying boats gracefully arrived in front of the large ship where Lu Wei was located. On one of the boats stood a middle-aged man at the forefront. He swept his gaze over the grand flying boat before him, startled but not daring to show any disrespect, quickly bowed in greeting and said aloud, "I am Ding Ran, an outer sect steward of the Qingling sword sect. I greet all fellow friends here. Warm welcome to all Taoist friends visiting our Qingling sword sect for this grand meeting. May I ask which sect your ship is from?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wei couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, which sect do I belong to? Upon careful thought, it seems I currently do not belong to any sect. At that moment, Yang Xiuhu stepped forward, her clear and melodious voice ringing out, "We are from the Lu family of the chaotic lands." Upon hearing the name Lu family, Ding Ran's mind raced to recall and search, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not remember any prominent family with the surname Lu. However, when he cast his gaze toward the imposing and magnificent flying boat, he couldn't help but marvel internally. The boat shimmered with an extraordinary glow, seemingly containing boundless mysterious power. And from the few individuals who occasionally revealed themselves from the ship, Ding Ran keenly sensed their powerful cultivation fluctuations. The one with the highest cultivation actually possessed an astonishing 6th stage cultivation. With such strength, the Lu family must surely be a large family that is deeply hidden and extremely secretive. The reason Lu Wei only displayed a 6th stage cultivation level externally is due to the breath-holding technique he practiced. This magical technique can cleverly conceal one's true strength, making it difficult for outsiders to gauge. For Lu Wei, a 6th stage cultivation is just right. It neither causes others to underestimate him nor appears overly ostentatious, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Ding Ran smiled and respectfully saluted the members of the Lu family, saying, "So it's the esteemed members of the Lu family. May I ask if you are here specifically to attend the Northern Domain Exchange Conference hosted by our Qingling sword sect?" Lu Wei nodded slightly in response, saying, "Indeed." Ding Ran's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this, and he quickly said enthusiastically, "Welcome indeed. Dear friends, please follow me. Our sect has already prepared a comfortable resting place for you all." Lu Wei slightly cupped his hands and politely replied, "Then I shall trouble you." With that, he led the members of the Lu family to follow Ding Ran toward Jianzhou City. Upon entering the majestic city gates of Jianzhou City, Lu Wei's group closely followed Ding Ran, guiding the flying boat to slowly land in the center of an extremely spacious square.
This square is large enough to accommodate dozens of massive flying boats simultaneously. The ground is paved with hard and smooth bluestone, and tall stone pillars stand around engraved with mysterious and ancient runes and patterns. Ding Ran lightly jumped off the flying boat, turned to the crowd and called out, "Dear friends, let our flying boat rest here for now. Everyone can rest assured our sect has already arranged for dedicated personnel to guard it along with array protections to ensure the flying boat's absolute safety with no unexpected incidents occurring." His voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire square. Then Ding Ran pointed toward the towering peaks in the distance and said, "Those who have come to participate in the exchange conference can follow me up the mountain to our sect. However, I need to remind everyone that due to the numerous sects participating this time, the housing resources are relatively limited. Each sect or family can only be allocated a separate courtyard, and the number of people that can stay is also limited. As for those exceeding the limit, they will probably have to temporarily stay in Jianzhou City." With that, he smiled apologetically. Lu Wei understood this. Just like them, with over 1,000 people arriving, if they all went up the mountain, the Qingling Sword sect would surely have no place to arrange accommodations for so many people. "Ding Dao friend, you are being polite. We as guests will naturally follow your arrangements. Thank you for understanding. The grand meeting will not start for a few days. You can first explore Jianzhou City or after settling and follow me up the mountain." Lu Wei and Yang Xiuhu discussed for a moment and decided it would be best to find a place to settle everyone down first, given nearly 2,000 people needing accommodation. Fortunately, Ding Ran noticed their difficulties and helped Lu Wei's group find a large estate which barely provided everyone with a place to stay. However, with so many people, even if the estate was large enough, many would not get rooms and had to pitch tents in the courtyard. After settling everyone down, Lu Wei hurriedly sought out Yu Yang using the contact information left by him. As for why he didn't contact Zhou Mu Shui, it was naturally to give her a little surprise. Upon learning that Lu Wei had arrived in Jianzhou City, Yu Yang hurriedly rushed over, coincidentally meeting Tang Xingrou on the way, and they traveled together. Before long, Yu Yang arrived at the estate where Lu Wei was staying. "Haha, brother Lu Wei, after 2 months apart you still carry the same charm. Greetings senior brother Yu Yang and sister Tang. It's been a while, how have you been?" Tang Xingrou also smiled politely, saying, "Thank you for your concern, brother Lu. I'm doing well." After some pleasantries, they sat down in the living room. Once seated, Lu Wei directly asked, "Senior brother Yu Yang, how is Mu Shui doing?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yang and Tang Xingrou revealed smiles and teased, "We thought you could hold out a bit longer, but you couldn't resist for long." "Haha, rest assured your little wife is doing well, but what? Forget it, it's better to wait until you meet her to ask yourself. For the meeting I will have to trouble senior brother Yu Yang and sister Tang." As the sun set, the sky was painted in a brilliant orange hue resembling a stunning painting. In this beautiful evening, Zhou Mu Shui quietly sat alone on a large stone on the back mountain, gazing dreamily at the gradually setting sun. The evening glow shone on her delicate face, casting a faint blush. She slightly furrowed her brows, filled with deep longing for her beloved. That distant figure seemed so near yet so far. She gently sighed, unconsciously lowering her head, tenderly caressing her slightly rounded belly. This little life is quietly growing within her, and she is filled with joy as she anticipates Lu Wei's reaction upon learning this news. Imagining Lu Wei's surprised and ecstatic expression, Zhou Mu Shui couldn't help but smile sweetly, a hint of happiness crossing her face. She envisioned Lu Wei's wide eyes and open mouth appearing incredulous before suddenly embracing her tightly, excited to the point of being incoherent. At that moment, a sudden voice disrupted her beautiful fantasy. "Junior sister, why are you sitting here alone? I had a hard time finding you." The voice carried a hint of concern and confusion, pulling Zhou Mu Shui back to reality. Upon hearing this, she turned her head to see Tang Xingrou had arrived not far behind her. "Sister, is it master looking for me?" Since the last time she told master she didn't want to participate in the competition at the exchange meeting, she hadn't seen him for several days. Zhou Mu Shui knew she must have disappointed master. However, she couldn't do anything about it. Being pregnant, she didn't dare to compete on the stage. If anything went wrong and affected the baby, it would be a lifetime of regret. Moreover, she couldn't dare to tell master about her pregnancy. Although she knew that if he found out, master wouldn't make things difficult for her and the baby, she didn't want to take that gamble. Better safe than sorry. For the sake of her child, enduring a little grievance was nothing. Tang Xingrou smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's not master who sent me. I came to find you myself. I've noticed you've been gloomy these days. It seems you have something on your mind. Can you tell me? Perhaps I can help you." Zhou Mu Shui smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, sister. I'm fine, I just tend to overthink things a bit." Tang Xingrou sighed, saying, "Well, if you don't want to talk, I want to ask. But you can't keep being so downcast.
I told senior brother Yu Yang about it. He's also quite anxious as brother Lu Wei entrusted him to take good care of you.
If anything happens to you, he won't know how to explain it to brother Lu Wei. So we discussed and decided to book the Zhaixing building in Jinzhou City. Let's go and relax a bit together.
Zhou Mushui felt warm inside upon hearing this, but still politely declined, saying thank you for your concern, senior brother and sister. However, I won't go once brother Lu Wei arrives. I'll invite you both properly. If it were normal times, she might not refuse such goodwill from her senior brothers and sisters. But now it was not appropriate for her to go to a place like Zhaixing building. Tang Xingro seemed to have anticipated Zhou Mushui's response. So with a roll of her eyes she exaggeratedly sighed. Originally my senior brother and I had prepared a surprise for you, but since you don't want to go, I suppose those surprises won't be of any interest to you now. Zhou Mushui felt apologetic upon hearing this, saying, I really appreciate the goodwill of my senior brothers and sisters, but there are some reasons now that make it inconvenient for me. After this period I will definitely invite you both to make amends. Observing her junior sister Zhou Mushui's calm and unperturbed demeanor, Tang Xingro sighed, inwardly realizing that it was time to unveil her ultimate move. She squinted slightly, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth, and whispered, if I were to say that this surprise is greatly related to Lu Wei, would you believe me? Zhou Mushui, who had been standing there with an air of composure, was suddenly jolted as if struck by lightning, swiftly turning her head. Her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, her face brimming with uncontainable joy as she fixed her gaze on Tang Xingro, eagerly asking, senior sister, what did you just say?
Is there really news about Lu Wei?
Her voice trembled slightly with excitement.
Tang Xingro, seeing Zhou Mushui so anxious, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, deciding to tease her a bit before revealing the truth.
Thus she feigned nonchalance, waving her hand and saying, oh dear, there's no news about Lu Wei at all, you must have misheard. After saying this she playfully winked at Zhou Mushui.
However, Zhou Mushui was not so easily convinced by Tang Xingro's words.
She knew her senior sister loved to joke, but she would never make light of such serious matters. Determined, she leaned closer to Tang Xingro, tugging at her sleeve, and implored with a flattering expression, please senior sister, don't keep me in suspense any longer.
Quickly tell me what has happened to Lu Wei. Is he in danger?
A string of questions tumbled from her lips, revealing her inner anxiety and concern. Seeing her in such a worried state, Tang Xingro understood that she must be missing her husband terribly.
Let them reunite as soon as possible. Come with me, the news is with my senior brother.
Okay, Zhou Mushui replied without hesitation, as if the person who had repeatedly refused moments ago was someone else. Both of them were masters of the fifth realm, flying swiftly, and soon they arrived at the star-picking tower.
This tower is the largest and tallest restaurant in Jinzhou City.
Its design resembles a gigantic sword, with the tip of the sword being the topmost floor.
Today the top floor was reserved by Yu Yang.
Before they could ascend the stairs to the top floor, Tang Xingro eagerly said, alright, you go up first, I'll inform the waiter to start serving the dishes.
Zhou Mushui didn't think much of it and went directly up to the top floor.
Upon entering she found herself in a spacious hall with only one table by the window, which had the best view. Standing beside the table was a person facing away from Zhou Mushui, gazing at the scenery outside. Zhou Mushui's gaze locked onto the figure's back, and in that moment an indescribable sensation coursed through her body like electricity, causing her to tremble. Zhou Mushui's gaze locked onto the figure's back, and in that moment an indescribable sensation coursed through her body like electricity, causing that silhouette was hauntingly familiar to Zhou Mushui, like a painting deeply imprinted in her mind, surfacing quietly in her dreams countless times. Every line, every contour was so clear and profound that she could recognize it with just a glance. Zhou Mushui instinctively opened her mouth, trying to call out to the figure, but when she truly wanted to speak she realized her throat felt as if it were blocked by an invisible cloud, and despite her efforts she couldn't utter a single complete word. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, rushing out like a flood from a broken dam. Her lips trembled involuntarily, resembling the petals of a flower quivering in the wind. Nevertheless, Zhou Mushui still took hesitant steps forward, slowly approaching that person. Meanwhile, the person standing by the window, entranced by the beautiful scenery outside, seemed to hear the faint sound behind them and slowly turned around.
Husband!
Suddenly a startled exclamation from Zhou Mushui rang out, her voice filled with joy and excitement as if a thunderclap had split the sky. Immediately she darted towards Lu Wei like a light and graceful butterfly, unhesitatingly plunging into his broad and warm embrace. Seeing this, a doting smile bloomed on Lu Wei's face, akin to the warmest sunlight of spring, evoking an unparalleled sense of comfort. He extended his arms gently yet firmly, wrapping Zhou Mushui in his embrace as if he wished to melt her into his very being.
Did you miss me?
Lu Wei asked softly, his tone so gentle it felt as if it could drip with water. Zhou Mushue buried her face in Lu Wei's chest, nodding vigorously as she murmured mmmmm. Oh, how I long for you day and night. Ever since you left, my heart feels as if it has been hollowed out, yearning every moment to see you again. As she spoke, her voice became choked with emotion. Tears started to well in her eyes and her deep longing was evident. Sensing Zhou Mushue's yearning, Lu Wei said nothing more, simply holding her tightly. The two embraced for a long time until their emotions gradually calmed. Only then did Zhou Mushue look up at Lu Wei and say, "By the way, husband, I have news to tell you." Lu Wei's heart stirred at her words. He thought to himself, I have news to share too, but I don't know how to begin. Surely I can't say your mother has left, right? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Since they had just reunited, it would be best not to ruin the moment with such news. What news? Lu Wei suppressed his thoughts and asked with a smile. A blush of happiness rose to Zhou Mushue's face as she softly said, "You're going to be a father soon." Lu Wei was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend her words. What did you say? You called me father. Zhou Mushue's cheeks flushed and playfully she lightly swatted Lu Wei with her hand, her delicate fist landing on him like a gentle tickle. She pouted and said, "Oh, don't say that. I didn't mean it that way. What I mean is you are about to become a father." As soon as she finished speaking, her already exquisite face radiated with pure happiness, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent shapes sparkling with delight. Then she instinctively extended a jade-like hand to gently caress her slightly rounded belly as if a precious life were developing within. Standing to the side, Lu Wei felt as if he had been struck to stone upon hearing this, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. He stared with wide eyes, his face a mask of shock, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. After a long while he finally snapped back to reality, but due to his overwhelming astonishment he struggled to speak fluently. You mean there's already a baby of ours in your belly? Are you happy? Zhou Mushue looked at Lu Wei with a hint of apprehension. Happy? To be honest, not particularly. In fact, a strange feeling lingered in his heart. I'm going to be a father. At my current age, back in my original world, I hadn't even started college yet. However, at this age in this world it seemed quite normal to be a father. Still, this feeling, it's so strange. Deep within the vast mountains and forests 1,000 miles away from Jianzhou City lies an immense and profound underground space. This mysterious place is dimly lit with a foreboding and oppressive atmosphere. At this moment in the dark environment, a human and a demon sit facing each other. The demon possesses a tall and formidable physique exuding a powerful aura. He wore a playful expression, his gaze teasingly fixated on the elderly man with white hair before him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, revealing a hint of mocking amusement. Hoof. You villains of the demonic sect are truly amusing. Every meeting must be held in such dark and hidden places. The demon powerhouse spoke first, his words brimming with disdain and sarcasm. The white-haired elder, upon hearing this, could not help but snort coldly in response. You are merely a bunch of savage beings who consume raw flesh and drink blood. How can you compare to us? We are all just as bad as each other. Hearing this, the demon powerhouse was not angered. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha, that is indeed the truth. However, this time the juicy piece of meat in the northern region must belong to my demon clan. His laughter echoed in the spacious underground space, sounding particularly harsh. The white-haired elder remained expressionless, speaking in a calm tone. It is fine to cede the territory to you, but all those residing in the northern region must be handed over to me for management. The demon powerhouse, upon hearing this, briefly revealed a strange expression in his eyes but quickly returned to normal, smiling as he replied, "As for that, I cannot fully guarantee it to you. But rest assured, I will do my best to keep my subordinates in check and leave you some leeway." However, the white-haired elder remained unmoved, coldly stating, "I hope you can follow through on your words. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless and using your demon clan for alchemy." As he spoke, a chilling aura suddenly erupted from his body, sending shivers down one's spine. "All right, old man, we will meet outside Jianzhou City in 5 days. After the demon finished speaking, he stomped fiercely on the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball, drilling a hole through the ceiling of the underground space and disappearing into the sky. The white-haired elder watched this scene, his face darkening. That bastard left while destroying his home. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in from outside, his expression also darkening upon seeing the large hole in the ceiling. Ancestor, these unruly demons, can they really keep their promises? The white-haired elder sneered coldly. Do you expect those brutes to resist the temptation of a feast before them? In that case, doesn't that mean we have been working in vain? Even if we conquer the northern region, the people and territory will all belong to them and we will gain nothing. The white-haired elder scolded. Fool. What use do we have for the people and territory? Remember what we seek, our blood, flesh and souls. Even if the people are consumed by those brutes, the blood, flesh and souls will surely fill the entire northern region. That is what we desire. Moreover, with these brutes blocking the way, we won't draw too much attention. Even if the people of the central region investigate, they will be the ones taking the fire. The middle-aged man finally realized the ancestor is indeed cunning. It seems like a loss, yet in reality we have lost nothing of what we should gain while shifting the blame onto the demon clan. Remember this: in this world, if you wish to survive, do not try to take all the benefits for yourself, or you will eventually be stabbed in the back. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly bowed and said, "I will heed the ancestors' teachings." Are the blood servants ready? 50,000 blood servants are already in place. Lu Wei, come with me to pay respects to master later. Zhou Muxue leaned against Lu Wei's chest and spoke softly. Knowing he bore no ill will toward children, she felt at ease. Still, he ought to explain to his senior cultivator why he could not attend the Northern Region Grand Assembly. Upon hearing Zhou Muxue's words, Lu Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a matter warranted an explanation to her master. By the way, what if I competed in your stead? At Zhou Muxue's suggestion, her eyes lit up. Of course. How did I not think of that? Lu Wei belonged to no sect, so representing her posed no formal obstacle. Yet one minor complication remained. You may indeed compete on my behalf, but doing so would require you to formally take my master as your own. Would you accept that? She assumed Lu Wei already had his own master and worried whether accepting a second master might incur punishment from his original teacher. Moreover, given Lu Wei's astonishing cultivation speed, he was likely already on par with her own master in strength. After all, his breakthrough to the 5th realm had occurred before their parting. With so much time elapsed, he must have ascended to the 6th realm by now. Whereas her master stood only at the midstage of the 6th realm. Lu Wei chuckled lightly, utterly unperturbed. What of it? We are husband and wife, your master is naturally mine as well. Paying homage is only fitting. Through Zhou Muxue's recounting, Lu Wei learned that her master had nurtured her since childhood, both mentor and maternal figure, and that Zhou Muxue held profound reverence for her. Thus, though he had never met her master, Lu Wei felt deep gratitude toward the woman. Very well, I shall return and inform her immediately. Agreed. Let us go first to visit Xiaohu and the others. They've missed you dearly these past days. Zhou Muxue pouted. Miss me? I hardly believe it. Without me around, they're probably overjoyed, finally free from competition for attention. Before Lu Wei could reply, Zhou Muxue's eyes twinkled mischievously as she added, Still, we ought to see them. After all, I've taken the lead ahead of them. As she spoke, she gently touched her abdomen, wearing an expression of quiet pride. Lu Wei could only smile wryly. Those young women were forever bickering and scheming amongst themselves, and he had neither the will nor the means to intervene. Besides, their quarrels were but playful banter, no grudges born in earnest, no lasting resentment. Occasionally, Lu Wei even found himself reaping unexpected benefits from their rivalrous affections. The two departed Starviewing Pavilion and arrived at the residence Lu Wei's group had leased. Upon seeing Zhou Muxue, everyone erupted into warm, jubilant greetings. Yet when Yang Xiaohu learned of Zhou Muxue's pregnancy, her expression shifted subtly, before settling into a look of knowing, inscrutable depth directed squarely at Lu Wei. Lu Wei, sensing her gaze, felt a faint chill of foreboding. After a lively reunion, Zhou Muxue lingered for dinner, then returned to her sect to inform her master of Lu Wei's intention to represent her at the exchange assembly. Lin Mengluan, upon learning her disciple was with child, was struck speechless with shock. You reckless girl, how dare you conceal such a momentous matter from the sect? Do you hold no regard for me as your master? Zhou Muxue lowered her head, guilt-ridden. Had Lu Wei not arrived, she would have kept the secret until her growing belly made concealment impossible. Seeing her disciple's silence, Lin Mengluan softened her tone, took Zhou Muxue's hand and gently guided her to sit. Now that you carry new life, I shall pardon you, for now. Come, let me see, how far along are you? Is it a boy or a girl? Lin Mengluan let out a deep sigh, her gaze fixed on Zhou Muxue before she slowly began to speak. Sigh, do you know why I am so angry? Zhou Muxue felt a wave of guilt rise within her upon hearing these words. She lowered her head slightly and replied softly, Master, you have devoted over a decade of time and effort on me, yet now as it is the moment for me to bring you glory, I have failed to achieve it. Lin Mengluan's face turned pale at these words, her chest heaving violently and her voice involuntarily rose a few notches. In your eyes, could it be that your master is such a person who is solely focused on quick success? Although you missed out on that exchange meeting, losing an opportunity to enhance my reputation, will there not be more opportunities in the future? However, what truly infuriates me is that you failed to mention such a significant event as your pregnancy. Do you think I would disregard your safety and the life of the child within you just for a mere exchange meeting? Do you truly believe that I could be so heartless and cruel? Zhou Muxue quickly responded, Master, I did not think that way. I just didn't know how to express it. Lin Mengwan raised her delicate eyebrows, playfully rolled her eyes at her and said, Oh dear, what is there to be ashamed of? You are married in a proper manner. Now that you are expecting a child, it is truly a joyous occasion. How could it possibly be something shameful? After a brief pause, Lin Mengwan seemed to suddenly remember something, continuing, Oh, by the way. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet your beloved husband. I heard he has already arrived in Zhenzhou City, but why has he not come to let me see him? Zhou Muxue quickly responded, Master, please do not be angry, do not blame me. I have come here specifically for this matter. My husband Lu Wei has already settled in the city and he plans to visit you tomorrow. Moreover, although I cannot personally attend due to my condition, fortunately he can come in my stead. I wonder what you think of this, Master. Lin Mengwan nodded gently upon hearing this. That could work. I have heard from Ye Yang and the others that your husband, although only at the 4th realm, possesses combat power that rivals the 5th realm. I suppose while he may not secure victory for us at Feishue Peak, he would not bring us shame either. However, for him to fight on behalf of Feishue Peak, he must become a disciple of Feishue Peak. Will his master agree to this? Zhou Muxue then relayed Lu Wei's words to her. As for Lu Wei's current cultivation level, she did not inquire, but she knew it must be much stronger than the 5th realm. She did not share this with her master, wanting to give her a surprise. After Lin Mengwan listened to Zhou Muxue's words, she said no more. They agreed on the time for Lu Wei's visit the next day, and the two shifted their focus to discussing the child in Zhou Muxue's womb. The next morning, Ye Yang went to the city and brought Lu Wei to Feishue Peak. Senior brother Yue, may I know if there is anything that master dislikes or is sensitive about? Feeling strangely like he was meeting his partner's parents, Lu Wei asked. Ye Yang laughed heartily. Don't worry, master is very easygoing and does not fuss over small details. You'll see when you arrive. All right then. Lu Wei nodded and followed Ye Yang to a residence halfway up Feishue Peak. Master, I have brought Lu Wei. As soon as he crossed the tall threshold of the residence, Ye Yang announced loudly, his voice resonating clearly throughout the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the residence, a distinct scene unfolded. Lin Mengwan sat serenely upon the seat of honor, with Zhou Muxue seated beside her, surrounded by several other disciples. At the sound of Ye Yang's voice, the disciples, previously seated or standing in relaxed postures, rose in unison as if responding to a silent command, their faces adorned with poised, courteous smiles, ready to welcome the guest about to enter the hall. Though each harbored private thoughts, this visit marked Lu Wei's first formal arrival as the prospective son-in-law, an occasion demanding impeccable propriety both in sentiment and decorum. Only Lin Mengwan, revered elder and master of unmatched stature, remained perfectly composed upon the seat of honor, her exquisite eyes fixed upon Lu Wei with quiet, penetrating scrutiny as he approached steadily. Disciple Lu Wei pays homage to master, he said, quickening his pace to draw near before bowing respectfully with a slight inclination of his body. To be sure, even Lu Wei, who had long grown accustomed to extraordinary beauty, was momentarily stunned upon first laying eyes on Lin Mengwan. Could this truly be Zhou Muxue's master? How could she appear so youthful? Her flawless features, graceful figure and innate regal aura radiated an unmistakable air of commanding elegance, the very embodiment of a peerless mature matriarch. Lin Mengwan's gaze swept over Lu Wei with clinical precision, from head to toe, left to right, as though scanning every detail with the acuity of a celestial observer. Then, with a subtle nod of acknowledgement, she spoke in a voice cool and measured. Very well. You may rise, please be seated. Her expression remained placid, yet beneath that calm surface churned a complex tide of emotion. Though Lin Mengwan was no opponent of love, she felt little warmth toward this young man before her. After all, he had brazenly claimed the green cabbage she had tenderly nurtured for over a decade, a loss no mentor could accept without inner turbulence. Lu Wei fully grasped the gravity of the situation, thus determined to prevent further tension and spare his beloved Zhou Muxue the anguish of divided loyalty. He had prepared meticulously for this meeting. With a warm, respectful smile, he said, This is my first audience with master. I have brought but a modest token of respect, humble though it may be. I hope it conveys my sincere reverence. As he spoke, he withdrew an exquisitely crafted brocade box from within his robe and presented it with both hands. At the sight, Lin Mengwan's countenance softened ever so slightly. It was not the gift itself that moved her, but rather the deference and grace evident in his bearing. You need not stand on ceremony, she replied. You and Muxue have just wed, and now you await your child. Henceforth cherish one another deeply. Though I regret missing your wedding, allow me now to offer this belated blessing. As she spoke, she gestured for Tang Xingro to accept Lu Wei's offering and handed Lu Wei in return a large ornate box. Lu Wei accepted without hesitation and expressed his gratitude at once. Thank you, master. Rest assured, we shall live our lives with devotion, joy and enduring happiness. Nearby Tang Xingro held Lu Wei's gift to the master, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Seizing a fleeting moment when no one watched, she quietly lifted the lid to steal a glance inside. Yet the instant the lid parted, the moment Tang Xingro's delicate fair fingers gently touched the edge of the box and slowly opened it, an invisible torrent of fragrance seemed to surge forth. The rich yet refreshing aroma of the elixir filled the entire room in an instant, much like a tidal wave crashing forth, overwhelming every inch of space. The originally quiet and peaceful room was suddenly enveloped by this strange fragrance of the elixir, making the air feel thick and sticky, compelling one to take deep breaths. Sitting nearby, Lin Mangwan raised her brows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her lively eyes. As the most sensitive person present, she sensed the anomaly the moment the fragrance wafted out. This unique fragrance of the elixir was incomparable to that of ordinary pills. Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards the box in Tang Xingro's hands. This feels both familiar and strange, Lin Mangwan thought, recognizing it from somewhere but having seen it very few times. As Lu Wei's wife, Zhou Mushu certainly would not miss the opportunity for her husband to shine. With a smile at the corners of her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling, she asked softly, "Husband, what kind of elixir is this? The scent is so special." Hearing his wife's inquiry, Lu Wei couldn't help but secretly praise her cleverness. He smiled slightly, responding with a hint of pride, "This is an extremely rare enlightenment pill." Enlightenment pill? Lin Mangwan exclaimed involuntarily upon hearing this. She instinctively wanted to stand up but forcibly restrained that impulse. After all, she did not want to lose her composure in front of her disciple. However, despite her efforts to control her physical reactions, the look of astonishment on her face was impossible to conceal. It must be known that the enlightenment pill is not an ordinary precious item. Even someone like Lin Mangwan, an elder of the Qingling sword sect, had only had the fortune of witnessing such treasures once at a grand elixir exchange held in the central continent. Legend has it that the power and value contained in each enlightenment pill are almost equivalent to that of a peerless powerhouse who has entered the seventh realm. In other words, acquiring an enlightenment pill makes the breakthrough from the sixth to the seventh realm as easy as reaching into a pocket. Lu Wei nodded gently, saying, "I heard that you are at the sixth realm, master, and this enlightenment pill will aid you in your breakthrough to the seventh realm, so I hope you won't disdain it." Upon hearing this, Lin Mangwan swallowed the dryness in her throat. She instinctively wanted to decline, but the words of refusal just wouldn't come out. Because this item was far too important to her. If she refused and Lu Wei genuinely took it back, she would regret it to the point of tears. Thus, knowing that directly accepting it might be somewhat impolite, she simply could not resist. "Then all right, thank you, that's very thoughtful of you. By the way, I heard you brought quite a few family members this time. Since you're at the sect, it's like being at home. There are plenty of empty rooms on Feishue Peak. I'll have Ye Yang arrange some rooms for you to bring your family over. The exchange will be crowded and it's unsafe to stay outside. If you need anything at night, just tell Ye Yang, don't be polite at all." A wisdom pill was sent out and its effect was truly astonishing. Lu Wei, who had been regarded as a pig merely waiting to be fed, instantly transformed into a highly esteemed guest. This was not surprising at all, considering the immense value of the wisdom pill. It is important to note that although Lin Mangwan was merely an elder of the Qingling sword sect, even the sect master would find it hard to remain calm in the face of such a rare treasure. While the Qingling sword sect does not lack experts who have reached the seventh realm, their numbers are actually quite limited. Within the entire sect, those who possess such profound cultivation are, apart from the sect master himself, only the highly esteemed Grand Elders. These Grand Elders were once the peak masters of their respective summits. Only after successfully breaking through to the seventh realm did they choose to step down and pass the mantle to the younger generation. It can be said that as long as they obtained this wisdom pill, the Qingling sword sect would have effectively gained another powerful expert of the seventh realm. After Lin Mangwan received the wisdom pill, the first thing she did was not to rush to consume the pill to seek a breakthrough in her current realm, but instead she joyfully sought out her senior sister Shen Yuanrua, wanting to show off. With an uncontainable radiant smile, Lin Mangwan entered the courtyard where Shen Yuanrua resided, cheerfully calling out, "Senior sister, I'm here. Are you around?" As they had been sisters since childhood, Shen Yuanrua knew Lin Mangwan very well. At the sight of her smile, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. Thus she simply ignored her, continuing to sip tea and read her book. Lin Mangwan, however, did not mind and cheerfully sat down beside Shen Yuanrua. "Senior sister, why are you ignoring me? I was the first to think of sharing this good fortune with you after I obtained something wonderful." Shen Yuanrua glanced at her and replied indifferently, "If you brought me a gift, then leave it here. If not, then go away and don't disturb my reading." Lin Mangluan's smile froze at her words, but she quickly masked it. Senior sister, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, it's just that this is a show of respect from the younger generation. If I were to hand it over to someone else, wouldn't that disappoint those younger disciples? In that case, next time I have the chance, I'll ask him if he has any more. Shin Yuanrua sighed, casually placing her book aside. She knew she wouldn't be able to read in peace until she sent her junior sister away. She also knew that Lin Mangluan had likely met Zhou Muxu's husband today, and it was probably him who had given her something valuable, prompting her to come and show off. After all, her own somewhat disappointing disciples were all unmarried, so naturally there were no sons-in-law to bring her gifts. However, she didn't mind let her junior sister show off a bit, as she had always compared herself with Shin Yuanrua. As for asking for gifts from the younger generation, she was not so shameless as to do that. She couldn't afford to lose face. Alright, what exactly do you want? If there's nothing, hurry and leave, don't disturb my reading. At those words, Lin Mangluan laughed even more happily. Just as Shin Yuanrua understood her, she too understood Shin Yuanrua. Of course I have something. Senior sister, you are well informed, help me take a look at this pill. I can't shake the feeling that it seems familiar, but I just can't remember. Seeing Lin Mangluan flaunt for a long time, Shin Yuanrua's curiosity surged like wild grass. What kind of miraculous pill could make her so proud and self-satisfied? Lin Mangluan slightly raised the corners of her mouth, her triumphant smile unabashed. As she caught the gaze of her senior sister, she gently lifted her delicate hand as white as jade and cautiously opened the exquisite brocade box in her hand. In an instant, an exceptionally rich fragrance of the pill surged forth like a flood, quickly spreading outwards. As the aroma wafted through the air, a faint spiritual light suddenly flashed by. Upon closer inspection, a pill resembling carved white jade lay quietly within the brocade box. The pill was round and smooth, emitting a soft and enchanting glow as if it contained boundless mysterious power. The moment Shin Yuanrua's gaze touched the pill, she froze as if struck by lightning. Her lips parted slightly, uttering only two words, "This is." Lin Mangluan's smug smile almost twisted. Ah, that child Lu Wei said this pill is a Wudao pill. Senior sister, you know I have never seen a Wudao pill and don't know if it's real. You senior sister are well-traveled and knowledgeable, do you recognize it? Wudao pill. Shin Yuanrua exclaimed, and the calm and composed expression on her face finally revealed a trace of disarray. She suddenly remembered this scent, and this appearance indeed resembled a Wudao pill. A Wudao pill, it was the pill she had long coveted. Stuck at the peak of the 6th realm for many years, if she had a Wudao pill she would be able to break through to the 7th realm without a doubt. Otherwise, who knows how many years she would be trapped in the 6th realm. The 7th realm, a dream for many throughout their lives. Seeing her senior sister's jaw drop, Lin Mangluan couldn't help but laugh. To see her usually cold and aloof senior sister like this was worth it, truly worth it. Ha ha, it's just a Wudao pill, nothing much. That kid said if you want to eat it, just ask him anytime. Sigh, as a senior, how can I feel good about that? After hearing this, Shin Yuanrua came back to her senses and slowly turned her gaze towards Lin Mangluan. Her eyes were sharp and perceptive, as if she wanted to see through Lin Mangluan's outer facade to the secrets within her heart. Shin Yuanrua slightly narrowed her eyes, examining Lin Mangluan from head to toe, meticulously scanning her from every angle. Suddenly Shin Yuanrua's brows furrowed tightly, forming a deep frown. With a suspicious expression she asked, how could he be so generous as to give you such a precious Wudao pill? Could it be that you sold yourself? But that doesn't seem right. If we talk about value, even if you sold yourself, it probably wouldn't equal the price of a Wudao pill. Upon hearing this, the radiant smile that Lin Mangluan had been wearing instantly froze, as if she had been hit with a paralyzing spell, unable to move. Then she huffed in a playful manner, stamped her foot and said, "Humph. I see you're just being openly jealous. But unfortunately, no matter how much you envy, what can you do? Let me tell you, with this Wudao pill's assistance, it won't take long before I successfully break through to the 7th realm. At that time, you'll have to respectfully call me senior sister, ha." At this moment Lin Mangluan was completely immersed in the joy of soon surpassing Shin Yuanrua, even laughing with abandon. It should be noted that she and Shin Yuanrua were sisters in the same sect, having been in constant competition with each other since childhood. However, frustratingly, in terms of talent and comprehension ability, Shin Yuanrua obviously had the upper hand. Thus, for decades, regardless of the competition, Lin Mangluan always ended in failure, never having tasted the flavor of victory. This chance to obtain the Wudao pill was like a ray of light in the darkness for Lin Mangluan, giving her hope to turn the tables and gain the upper hand. Sigh, junior sister, as your senior sister, let me teach you a principle today. A common man is innocent, but possessing a jade pendant is a crime. Lin Mangluan was momentarily taken aback by her senior sister's words, a multitude of thoughts flashing through her mind as an ominous premonition surged within her like a tidal wave. However, before she could react, the scene before her left her in shock, unable to close her mouth. Suddenly Shen Yuanruo's figure flickered swiftly, approaching Lin Mangluan like a ghost, her right index finger lightly tapping, landing precisely between Lin Mangluan's Shen Zhong acupoint and dantian. In that instant a powerful and bizarre force flowed into Lin Mangluan's body through that tap, resembling a cold shackling chain that instantly sealed off the spiritual power within her. Lin Mangluan felt her body stiffen suddenly as if bound by a spell, unable to move at all. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at her senior sister, who wore an expression of calmness, her heart filled with shock and anger. "You!" Lin Mangluan trembled in fury, glaring at Shen Yuanruo. Seeing this, Shen Yuanruo sighed lightly, then casually extended her left hand, taking the exquisite box containing the precious enlightenment pill from Lin Mangluan's grasp. She glanced down at the box in her hand, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "Alas, junior sister, you must remember this lesson in the future. When you have something valuable, do not flaunt it carelessly in front of others. It is best to find a quiet, secluded place to consume it quietly so as to avoid unnecessary trouble." Shen Yuanruo spoke with a tone that seemed genuinely concerned for Lin Mangluan. Hearing this, Lin Mangluan's anger flared even more, nearly causing her to spit blood. Unable to contain her overwhelming rage any longer, she suddenly tore at her throat, loudly cursing Shen Yuanruo in the distance. "Shen Yuanruo, you shameless, insidious and treacherous scoundrel! I never imagined that I would have foolishly regarded you as my own sister all along. But now it seems I truly was blind. From the very beginning your heart was as dark as ink. For so many years you have been projecting that cold and noble facade of a harmless white lotus, deceiving everyone. But today your hypocritical mask has finally been completely torn away, revealing your hideous true self." Shen Yuanruo looked at the furious Lin Mangluan with a slight smile, saying, "Why is junior sister so angry? Didn't you say that the junior named Lu Wei is always at your beck and call? Just one enlightenment pill, let sister have this one and you can go ask for another." Lin Mangluan's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. "I spit on that. Why should I give it to you? Hurry and return it. If you dare eat it, I won't let you off the hook." Without responding to her, Shen Yuanruo simply tossed the enlightenment pill into her mouth and swallowed it. She would not be as foolish as Lin Mangluan to flaunt such a treasure instead of consuming it right away. Watching helplessly as her enlightenment pill was consumed by Shen Yuanruo, Lin Mangluan was nearly brought to tears. She wanted to struggle, but her cultivation was sealed, leaving her completely immobile. Attempting to curse a few more words, Shen Yuanruo, finding her noisy, directly sealed Lin Mangluan's mouth. Meanwhile, Shen Yuanruo, having swallowed the enlightenment pill, showed no hesitation. She quickly sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, placed her hands naturally on her knees, and after adjusting her breath, immediately entered a state of cultivation. As time passed, a mysterious and profound aura gradually emanated from Shen Yuanruo's petite body. This aura initially seemed weak, but as time went on it became increasingly rich, as if alive, swirling around Shen Yuanruo. At that moment the gradually intensifying aura suddenly erupted like a lit powder keg, instantaneously forming a powerful aura that swept outward. The surrounding air rippled due to the sudden surge of power, causing the dust on the ground to rise. A dark cloud appeared in the sky, seemingly out of nowhere. What on earth is happening? Someone is breaking through to the soul realm at this moment. In the main hall of the Qingling Sword Sect, the sect leader Ding Jianyang, who was originally seated in the main position handling sect affairs, suddenly felt a movement in his heart as a strong wave of energy caught his attention. In an instant his expression changed dramatically, and with a flash of his figure he shot out like lightning, heading straight for the sky. As he ascended, a powerful aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding air to emit a low howling sound. Almost simultaneously several other elders within the sect also sensed the unusual aura. They all displayed expressions of shock and wasted no time in unleashing their movements towards the sky. The first to arrive beside Ding Jianyang was the Grand Elder Tang Nanhai, who with a serious expression and tightly furrowed brows anxiously asked Ding Jianyang's sect leader who exactly is breaking through to the soul realm within the sect. Such an important matter, how could I not have received any news beforehand? Breaking through to the soul realm is not a trivial matter, as it requires transcending a tribulation, and moreover the soul realm represents the highest combat power of a sect. Any breakthrough in this realm is a matter of great significance. For Tang Nanhai as the Grand Elder not to know of someone breaking through to the soul realm within the sect is simply unbelievable. He strongly suspected that the sect leader was playing tricks on him, deliberately hiding this from him, otherwise how could he have received no information at all? Ding Jianyang also picked up on the implication in the Grand Elder's words, and he was equally bewildered. How could he as the sect leader not know about someone's breakthrough? Grand Elder, would you believe me if I said I also don't know who is breaking through? Upon hearing this, Tang Nanhai's brows furrowed. The sect leader doesn't know either. Ding Jianyang nodded and turned to look in the direction of the tribulation cloud, saying it seems to be coming from the direction of the Feishui peak. Could it be junior sister Shen? Tang Nanhai's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. If it were Shen Yuan breaking through, there would be no reason to conceal it from him. Forget it, no matter who it is, our priority now is to gather personnel to protect the one transcending the tribulation. We can sort everything out after the tribulation is over. No matter who is transcending the tribulation, as long as they are from the Qingling Sword sect, they cannot be neglected. Currently it is the period of the exchange conference and there are many people within the sect. If someone harbors ill intentions, the Qingling Sword sect could lose a 7th realm expert. Generally speaking, when transcending a tribulation, one will usually request protection. After all, it is extremely dangerous if someone were to break into the range of the tribulation and cause destruction or ambush after the tribulation. Therefore, those transcending the tribulation either choose remote secluded places in deep mountains and forests or seek someone to guard them against disturbances. On the other side, Lu Wei, who has reached the 8th realm, naturally felt the aura of the tribulation cloud. Looking at the tribulation cloud atop the mountain, he felt a bit puzzled. Is someone going to transcend a tribulation? Your master seems rather eager. Lu Wei gazed up at the tribulation clouds overhead, mistakenly assuming they heralded Zhou Mushu as master, and imagined she had already ingested the pills and commenced her breakthrough. Zhou Mushu sighed helplessly. All her life my master has measured herself against her senior uncle, competing with him relentlessly. Now that she finally has a chance to surpass him, it's only natural she'd grow impatient. How old is your master? Lu Wei asked casually, yet his gaze drifted instinctively toward the distant horizon, and Lin Mengluan's graceful, bewitching figure rose unbidden in his mind. Especially her alluring charm and luscious peach-like figure sent ripples cascading across the still waters of his heart. At the question, Zhou Mushu snapped her head up, her eyes sharpening with sudden wariness as she fixed Lu Wei with a piercing, scrutinizing stare, as if seeking to see straight through him. Her tone turned stiff and cold as she demanded, "What do you intend?" Intend, or not? Caught off guard, Lu Wei blinked in surprise, then quickly masked it with an awkward smile. Waving his hands apologetically, he hurried to explain, "Oh heavens, don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious, purely out of innocent curiosity, nothing more, I swear." As he spoke, he feigned wide-eyed innocence, utterly guileless and harmless. Zhou Mushu, however, clearly saw through the act. She gave a light skeptical snort. "Humph. You'd better be telling the truth. If you dare harbor even a single improper thought about my master, humph humph humph." With that, she turned sharply away, refusing to look at him again. "Oh dear, have I truly sunk so low in your estimation? It seems months apart have made you forget your husband's authority. I'll have to administer some stern disciplinary guidance today." "Oh, don't tease, mind the child." Lin Mengluan glared furiously at the thunderclouds coalescing overhead, gritting her teeth as she muttered under her breath, "May lightning strike you down, wretched schemer, damned blackheart White Lotus. Stealing my pill opportunity, this isn't over between us." Watching Shen Yuanru undergo the heavenly tribulation, Lin Mengluan's thoughts raced. This grievance must be avenged, only then would her Dao heart find peace. The tribulation passed swiftly. Shen Yuanru's cultivation had stagnated for years, yet her foundations were exceptionally solid. This minor heavenly trial posed no true threat. She sustained only minor injuries, easily mended by circulating her cultivation technique. No sooner had the tribulation dissipated than Ding Jianyang and Tang Nanhai exchanged a glance and hastened forward. "Haha, congratulations. Heartiest congratulations to our junior sister on breaking through to the Divine Soul Realm." Ding Jianyang was a peer of Shen Yuanru's, though not sharing the same master, their relationship had always been amicable. Moreover, Ding Jianyang had once pursued Shen Yuanru. Though decades had passed, for a man such a moonlit ideal, the purest flame of youth remains unforgettable. And since this luminous ideal remained unwed, his inner musings grew all the more fervent. Beside him, senior elder Tang Nanhai smiled warmly. "Congratulations, Yuanru, you've endured hardship long enough, now at last you ascend anew." Compared to Ding Jianyang, Tang Nanhai belonged to the elder generation, but his ties to Shen Yuanru ran deeper, even closer than mere seniority suggested. After all, Shen Yuanru's master and Tang Nanhai were brothers, and Tang Nanhai's granddaughter Tang Xingro was Lin Mengluan's disciple. Beyond these two, several other peak elders and sect elders also rushed over to offer felicitations. Indeed, breaking through to the Divine Soul Realm was no trivial matter. It meant Qingling Sword sect had gained another elder-level powerhouse. "My deepest thanks to all my fellow cultivators. Having just broken through, I must now consolidate my cultivation. Let us speak again when time permits."
Hearing this, the others readily expressed understanding, exchanged brief pleasantries, and soon took their leave. Meanwhile, various sects attending the Grand Assembly likewise learned of Qingling Sword Sect's latest Divine Soul Realm breakthrough. 3 days later, sunlight bathed the vast and majestic plaza of the Qingling Sword Sect. Once empty, the square now teemed with a dense surging crowd, so many people pressed shoulder to shoulder that the air itself seemed to ripple with clamor and animated chatter like a boundless vibrant ocean. Today marked the grand opening of this momentous gathering, drawing delegates from nearly 100 sects across the Northern Realm, all assembled here to partake in this historic occasion. Some conversed quietly in small clusters, others gazed about with wide-eyed curiosity. Every face gleamed with anticipation and exhilaration. Just 2 days prior, the onlookers had witnessed firsthand a Qingling Sword Sect disciple successfully undergo tribulation transcendence right upon this very ground, an unforgettable spectacle etched deeply into every witness's memory. It was precisely this feat that, upon reuniting today, prompted representatives from smaller sects to swarm toward Ding Zhongzhu, the sect master, and other senior elders, showering them with effusive flattery. Congratulations, Sect Master Ding. Your sect truly nurtures prodigies in abundance, now boasting yet another peerless master of the Divine Soul Realm. What an auspicious and glorious occasion. Indeed, Qingling Sword Sect shall surely ascend to even greater prominence across the Northern Realm, commanding awe and reverence from all factions. Declared the patriarch of a minor sect, his expression dripping with obsequious delight. Another sect's elder quickly chimed in, absolutely. Qingling Sword Sect stands among the foremost great sects of our Northern Realm. Its celestial geniuses shine as brilliantly as stars in the firmament, leaving us lesser sects utterly envious. Congratulations. Qingling Sword Sect has gained yet another transcendent expert of the 7th Realm, truly a blessing for the sect and a monumental event for the entire cultivation world of the Northern Realm. Rang out a voice loud and fervent. In an instant, waves of praise cascaded ceaselessly, so much so that Ding Jianyang could scarcely suppress his beaming, unbroken smile. Too kind, too kind. Such praise is undeserved, truly unwarranted. As host of the Grand Assembly, and one of the most powerful sects in the Northern Realm, Qingling Sword Sect stood unrivaled by more than a handful of peers. Among them was the Sacred Flame Sect, one such peer. Huang Tianbai, its sect master, watched Ding Jianyang's smug exuberance with a quiet sour twinge of envy. He curled his lips lightly and remarked, a sect's true potential lies not only in its elder cultivators, but equally in its rising generation. I wonder, does Qingling Sword Sect have any outstanding young prodigy this year? Do bring them forth, I'd very much like to see for myself. Ding Jianyang, hearing this, merely smiled serenely and chuckled. I hear the Sacred Flame Sect has cultivated a saintly spirit flame body. Master Huang, are you eager to unveil it before us all? At the mention of his sect's genius, Huang Tianba couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth in quiet pride. Oh, nothing extraordinary, merely a sacred flame body. And I've heard your own sect master's direct disciple is also a saintly body genius. Ding Jianyang let out a light dismissive laugh. Saintly bodies can wait, we've kept everyone waiting long enough. It's time the assembly began. Saintly bodies were exceedingly rare. The disciple in question possessed only a spirit body, though exceptionally rare in its own right. It paled in comparison to the Sacred Flame Sect's saintly body. Originally, it had been rumored that a direct disciple from Feishue Peak, astonishingly gifted and already at the Golden Core realm, would attend. But unforeseen circumstances prevented his participation. Thus the honor of this assembly would inevitably pass to another. No matter how reluctant, there was no recourse. With that thought, Ding Jianyang fell silent and ascended the elevated platform. Esteemed cultivators, my wife, tell me, what is the process of this grand event? I am here representing Feishue Peak. Is it a unknown competition against others? Lu Wei looked curiously at the bustling scene before him, filled with people coming and going, and asked with a heart full of questions. Although he had been here for several days, he was so busy with various matters that he hadn't found the time to inquire about the specifics of how this grand event was organized. However, it couldn't entirely be blamed on his lack of attention, as his current strength allowed him to securely stand at the pinnacle of the combat power rankings in this world. Unless it was a super powerhouse like the Azure Dragon King, who had lived for countless years, or the legendary experts from various sacred lands who had long secluded themselves from the world. Otherwise, looking across the entire cultivation realm, it would be difficult to find a few opponents who could compete with him. Therefore, he truly did not care much about the outcome of this grand event. It felt like asking a strong adult man to participate in a track race organized by kindergarten children. No one would worry about accidentally losing to a bunch of little ones, right? Before Zhou Mushue could speak, Yang Shouhu beside her helplessly complained, "You really should inquire about the basic rules, even if you are confident, otherwise people might think you look down on them." "He does look down on them," Lu Xiaoxiao interjected sarcastically. For the past 2 days, Lu Wei had finally found time to pay attention to her.
This led to Lu Xiaoxiu, who was used to being wild and was planning to stir up trouble in Zhenzhou City, feeling as if she had been put on a leash, forced to study diligently. In fact, Lu Wei did not intend for her to learn too much, he only wanted her to grasp normal thinking and values to prevent her from becoming a murderess, which one day and losing control turning into a killing machine. Suddenly forced to read those tedious books, it was no wonder Lu Xiaoxiu felt resentful. Zhou Mushui comforted Lu Xiaoxiu, who was full of grievances, and then smiled, saying the exchange event is not a competition event, so naturally there won't be any stage for duel. Every exchange event is divided into 3 phases. The first phase lasts for 3 days, mainly focusing on mutual communication and exchanging cultivation resources. Even the sect hosting the event holds an auction where major sects and forces offer some resources or opportunities for martial arts in exchange for various items. Scattered cultivators and some small sects will set up stalls in various places of the square, somewhat similar to a marketplace. From the 4th day to the 6th day, various sects from different regions will engage in a grand and fervent exchange of magical arts. During this period, disciples from major sects will be free to express their thoughts, selflessly sharing their unique spell techniques and cultivation insights, achieving a profound exchange and discussion that facilitates the mutual blending and complementing of knowledge and experience, thus promoting the collective advancement of the entire cultivation community. Moreover, esteemed and highly skilled seniors will personally take the stage to impart their researched minor techniques. This undoubtedly provides an extremely valuable and rare learning opportunity for many wandering cultivators and smaller sects that are relatively resource poor. These cultivators, who usually have little access to profound Taoist arts, can take this chance to broaden their horizons and gain immense benefits. As time progresses to the 7th day, the much anticipated competition segment finally arrives. However, this intense competition is not in the traditional format of arena battles, but rather innovatively designed to have all participating cultivators enter a mysterious and unpredictable exclusive secret realm together. In this environment filled with unknown dangers and challenges, each cultivator must rely on their powerful strength to overcome the hidden exclusive puppet beasts and receive corresponding scores based on their battle performance. Ultimately, those with higher scores will naturally rank higher. To motivate cultivators to strive for excellence and reach new heights, various sects generously opened their coffers, offering their long-preserved rare treasures as substantial rewards for the top-ranking performers. Once all competitions have concluded, a grand and solemn award ceremony will follow. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, those who stood out at this grand event will take the stage in turn to accept the glory and accolades that belong to them. With the successful conclusion of the award ceremony, this grand event officially comes to an end. Everyone nodded in understanding upon hearing the entire process of the event, realizing that it actually lasted for such a long time. At this moment, the much anticipated grand event has officially begun. The once empty and desolate square instantly became lively and bustling as the throngs of people surged like a tide. Those prepared cultivators swiftly took action, methodically setting up their stalls according to the carefully drawn positions, loudly advertising their various rare items and magical treasures. It is worth noting that the number of cultivators attending this grand event is astonishing, with rough estimates indicating that there are as many as 100,000. Even if only 1/10 of them choose to set up stalls, the number of stalls would still reach over 10,000. Such a multitude of stalls lay densely arranged, seemingly endless at a glance. Fortunately, the Qingling sword sect is vast and grand in scale, otherwise it would be truly difficult to accommodate such a large number of stalls. Lu Wei stood amidst the crowd, curiously looking around. The lively and clamorous scene in front of him filled him with both excitement and novelty. Suddenly he realized that he actually had quite a lot of idle and useless materials at hand. If he could find a suitable stall here to sell them, it would be a form of resource utilization. Lu Wei expressed this idea, gaining unanimous approval from everyone. When it comes to setting up a stall, the group of beautiful women revealed a strong interest and excitement, their delicate faces sparkling with enthusiasm. For these women, who usually enjoyed a life of luxury and focused on cultivation, the activity of setting up a stall filled with a sense of liveliness and novelty truly piqued their curiosity. Arriving at the spacious and vast square, the scene before them was breathtaking. Crowds of people gathered with various stalls arranged splendidly, while the stall owners enthusiastically called out, filling the air with a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Despite the many people already gathered to set up stalls, the expansive square still had more than enough space, so there was no worry about finding a suitable spot. Moreover, unlike the ordinary common folk, everyone present was a cultivator. They would not argue fiercely over the quality of stall positions like those in the secular world. Here what truly mattered was not the specific location of the stall, but the quality and unique allure of the items for sale. As long as your goods possessed sufficient appeal, customers would naturally be drawn to your stall. Lu Wei's group had a considerable number of members, roughly counting there were actually over a dozen people. Notably, among this crowd only Lu Wei was male, while the rest were all women. These women each had their own charm. Some were cute and lovely, some were gentle and poised, while others were spirited and valiant. Faced with such a situation, Lu Wei thoughtfully divided them into several different teams. One team was dedicated to selling various precious spiritual artifacts, which included shimmering swords and enigmatic magical treasures, each radiating a powerful aura. Another team focused on providing a variety of miraculous pills, including rejuvenating pills that could instantly restore energy and gathering pills that enhanced cultivation power, among many others, while the remaining teams were tasked with selling miscellaneous items like formation discs and talismans. The sects in the northern region were numerous, and their strength was significantly greater than that in the chaotic lands. Although spiritual artifacts were easier to obtain here, they were still exceedingly precious. Thus, when so many spiritual artifacts were displayed, they caught the attention of many. Moreover, the stall owners, each a stunning beauty, made them all the more noticeable. In an instant, all the gazes of nearby people converged, their eyes reflecting either greed or desire and everything in between. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and approached the stall to start inquiring. "Ladies, how much are these spiritual artifacts?" Seeing someone inquire, Yang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Low-grade spiritual artifacts are 1,000 spirit stones, mid-grade 2,000 spirit stones, and high-grade 5,000 spirit stones. The price of defensive spiritual artifacts is increased by 30%. Besides trading with spirit stones, we also accept materials, spiritual herbs, or rare cultivation resources as exchanges." Upon hearing these prices, everyone couldn't help but brighten their eyes, as it was indeed the market price for spiritual artifacts. However, to buy a spiritual artifact, one generally had to make a reservation in advance, which not only took a long time to wait but also might not guarantee success. If buying ready-made ones, there were rarely any sold at market prices, most required an additional markup. There was no other choice with so many cultivators and so few artifact refiners. Obtaining spiritual artifacts was not an easy task. "Make way, everyone, make way. What are you crowding for? If you're not buying anything, step aside. Don't linger here and waste people's time in conducting proper business." With a sharp reprimand, a group of people aggressively pushed their way through the crowded masses, striding directly toward the stall. As they walked, they continuously waved their arms, driving away the onlookers. These individuals were dressed uniformly, suggesting they were from the same sect, led by a young man who appeared to be in his 30s. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, being in your 30s or 40s is considered quite young. After all, the age limit set for the competition during this grand event is not to exceed 60 years. This means anyone under 60 is considered a young person. Lu Wei wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. Back on Earth, being over 35 was often met with disdain, as if one had become an unwanted old relic. Clearly, at that age, one should be at the peak of their vigor and vitality, yet it felt as if society was burying them alive. Lu Wei slightly raised his gaze, scanning the group before him, his brows furrowing lightly as if he found their presence somewhat displeasing. These people claimed to be looking out for them, but in reality they harbored ulterior motives and malice. One must understand that in business, having a crowd is never a deterrent. For a businessman, the more people around, the livelier the scene becomes, thereby increasing the likelihood of making a transaction. At that moment, the young man at the forefront of the group stepped forward. He wore a seemingly humble and courteous smile, yet that smile unmistakably revealed a hint of disdain and arrogance. His eyes gleamed with a gluttonous and eager light akin to a hungry wolf. Seeing this man's demeanor, Yang Xiaohu and several other women could not help but feel repulsed, their delicate brows knitting together. With their cultivation levels, how could they fail to perceive the ulterior motives hidden beneath this person's surface? "Ladies, I am honored to meet you here." The young man bowed slightly, yet despite his refined behavior, the expression in his eyes and the loathsome smile at the corner of his mouth made his true intentions difficult to disguise. Faced with such a hypocritical person, Yang Xiaohu's expression instantly darkened, and she coldly replied, "Take your time looking at what you want to buy." Clearly, she had no fondness for this man. Upon receiving Yang Xiaohu's indifference, he was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting anyone to dare speak to him in such a manner. Had he known, he would have realized that not only his identity but also his attire would clearly reveal that he was from the Holy Fire sect. As the foremost sect in the northern region, disciples from the Holy Fire sect are afforded respect wherever they go. Could it be that these women do not recognize the attire of the Holy Fire sect? "Ladies, I am Huang Xiang, an inner disciple of the Holy Fire sect." At this moment, he deliberately paused, waiting for Yang Xiaohu and the others to display a look of surprise and then to flatter him. He had encountered this scenario many times. No matter how proud a person was, once he revealed his identity, they would all behave accordingly. However, to his disappointment, upon hearing his words, Yang Xiaohu merely frowned, her expression growing even more impatient. "Are you going to buy something or not? If not, step aside and don't disturb our business." It was not Yang Shouwu who spoke but Qin Xianyu, whose temper burned far more fiercely. Huang Xiang's face instantly stiffened, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. After all, this tactic had never failed him before, time and again it had proven infallible. Yet today, inexplicably, it had collapsed utterly. The outcome stunned him beyond anticipation. In that fleeting instant, a searing wave of shame surged through him, a wound especially grievous for a young man standing exposed beneath the unblinking gaze of so many onlookers, where dignity weighed heavier than breath. Yet though Huang Xiang now stood humiliated, he was after all a man of 30 or 40 winters, and thus refrained from childish tantrums, from rolling on the ground or shrieking in outrage. Instead, he drew a slow, steadying breath, forcibly suppressing the churning embarrassment and fury within, and spoke with strained formality. "Surely, young ladies, you have heard of the illustrious Xinghua sect." Alas, his words were cut short as Qin Xianyu interjected without hesitation. "The Xinghua sect? Yes, we've heard of it. And what of it? Do you truly imagine that merely naming your sect compels us to bow our heads and kneel in obeisance? Hoof. Men like you, who venture into the world leaning solely upon their sect's reputation, dare even boast of it. You do nothing but stain your sect's honor and disgrace its name. Enough. We would not sell to one such as you, not even if we possessed what you sought. Step aside. Do not impede our trade." Her righteous words drew spontaneous applause from the crowd. Well said. This maiden speaks truth. Though the Xinghua sect ranks among the great orthodox sects for its disciples, to swagger so shamelessly, relying on intimidation rather than virtue, is a profound betrayal of their master's teachings and deeply contemptible. A voice rang out from the crowd in fervent agreement. "Humph, so the Xinghua sect truly believes its name alone commands awe," scoffed another, curling his lip in open disdain. He. With such meager skill you can only frighten petty unaffiliated cultivators from minor sects. But remember, how many among this gathering hail not from renowned sects themselves? If you intend to intimidate others under the banner of the Xinghua sect, first weigh whether you yourself are worthy of bearing that name. A third sneered coldly. Indeed. Rumor has it the Xinghua sect has long since declined, and judging by this spectacle its downward spiral seems irreversible. No wonder. When disciples prove so unworthy, the sect's decay becomes inevitable. Another sighed, shaking his head. As the saying goes, law cannot punish the multitude. At that moment, with so many witnesses present, no one feared retribution from the Xinghua sect. Even should that sect wield tyranny unchecked, it could hardly punish every single soul assembled here. Moreover, justice clearly lay with the aggrieved party. This affair had begun with the Xinghua sect disciples' own transgression. Huang Xiang, standing silently aside, absorbed every barbed remark, his complexion shifting wildly like a chameleon's pallid ashen crimson violet, each hue more vivid than the last. In that moment he longed only to vanish, to sink into the earth and never resurface. Though desperate to flee, he knew full well failure to resolve this matter today would tarnish the Xinghua sect's reputation beyond repair. Should rivals within the sect learn of this fiasco and file malicious reports against him, he would surely bear the consequences, and severely. Thus resolution was imperative today. He must find a way to restore his sect's honor. A cold snort echoed through the air like a thunderclap, causing pain to the listeners' eardrums. A young man slowly approached from behind, his face dark as he gazed at the crowd ahead, his eyes flickering with flames that seemed almost tangible. The young man's voice was icy and filled with authority, as if it could penetrate the very souls of those who heard it. "It seems that my sacred fire sect has been too merciful, allowing even the most insignificant individuals to behave audaciously towards us." As his words left his lips, a suffocating aura suddenly descended upon the scene. That aura was like an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing them to feel an instant difficulty in breathing, and even their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The once clamorous crowd fell utterly silent, nearly all gazing at the young man in terror, not daring to make a sound. In this moment time seemed to freeze, with only the terrifying aura continuing to spread, enveloping the entire space. When Huang Xiang lifted his eyes to see the approaching figure, his previously normal complexion turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. His eyes were filled with panic and his entire body shook incessantly from extreme fear, resembling chaff in the wind. "Senior! Brother!" Huang Xiang stammered, squeezing out those two words through his clenched teeth, his voice barely audible, filled with unmistakable dread. However, the young man referred to as senior brother merely let out a cold snort, looking at Huang Xiang with disdain and contempt. "Humph, what a worthless fool! Get back and immediately spend 3 months reflecting in the Candlelight Valley. If you dare to defy me, the consequences will be yours to bear." Upon hearing this, the last trace of color drained from Huang Xiang's face, replaced by an ashen gray. He widened his eyes, staring in horror at his young senior brother, his lips quivering as he attempted to speak but ultimately could not produce any sound. Without a doubt the Candlelight Valley was not a good place, otherwise why would Huang Xiang fear it so much? Yet even with a heart full of unwillingness he did not dare to defy the command of this seemingly much younger senior brother. Thus he could only respond in a weak, almost mosquito-like voice, yes. The young man finished speaking and did not glance at Huang Xiang again, turning his attention to the girls in front of the stall. With a detached tone he said, "You may sever an arm as a gesture of surrender and today's matter will be settled. Otherwise I won't hesitate to let you experience the might of my sacred fire sect's sacred flame." Yang Xiaohu and Qin Xinyu exchanged glances, suddenly bursting into laughter. Is this person perhaps a bit delusional? How can it be that we should sever an arm just because we are not afraid of the sacred fire sect? If you are sick, go take your medicine and stop scaring others here. Qin Xinyu was not one to hold back her words. Although the young man's aura was indeed quite strong, he was merely at the 5th level, just one realm above her, and she was not afraid of him. How dare you disrespect our sacred fire sect's disciple? I see you are seeking death. Before the young man could respond, Huang Xiang, much like a mangy dog catching a whiff of something foul, suddenly jumped in. Such an excellent opportunity to showcase himself could not be missed. Perhaps performing well in front of the disciple would spare him from having to face punishment in the Candlelight Valley. Get lost! Yang Ziya's sharp cry rang out like thunder in everyone's ears. At this moment she had completely lost all patience and no longer wished to entangle herself with these people. Over such a trivial matter 3 or 4 chapters had been dragged out without resolution. If this continued, even the most loyal readers might lose their patience and abandon the book. With the deafening word roll escaping her lips, an invisible yet immensely powerful force suddenly erupted, surging like a torrential flood towards Huang Xiang and the Saint Sun. One must know that Huang Xiang was merely one of the ordinary inner disciples of the Holy Fire sect, and his cultivation level had only reached the 3rd realm. When he faced the pressure released by the terrifying super powerhouse Yang Xiaohu, who possessed a formidable 5th realm cultivation, he felt as though a mountain had pressed down upon him, instantly turning his face pale as a sheet and his legs trembled uncontrollably. If he hadn't gritted his teeth and held on, he would have likely lost control and embarrassed himself. At this moment the Saint Son of the Holy Fire sect also changed color dramatically. His previous disdain for Yang Xiaohu vanished without a trace. He never expected that this breathtakingly beautiful woman before him possessed such formidable strength, being a top-tier expert at the same 5th realm level as himself. However, despite his surprise at her equal cultivation level, he felt no fear. Having the same 5th realm cultivation did not necessarily mean their battle prowess was equivalent. As the esteemed Saint Son of the Holy Fire sect, he practiced the highest level techniques in martial arts. Why should he fear a wild girl who appeared out of nowhere? Thus he bellowed in anger, dare to attack a member of the Holy Fire sect. You seek death. As his furious shout fell, an overwhelming and magnificent aura suddenly erupted around him. Immediately a blazing wave of scorching flames erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, shooting straight into the sky. In an instant the previously calm air around them seemed to ignite, warping violently and faintly emitting a slight charred odor. The Shenghua sect, a colossal presence looming over the northern realms, stood as one of the most powerful orders within this vast territory. Its renown echoed far and wide, instilling awe across the land. Countless heroes and champions regarded it with reverence. The Shenghua sect's sacred son in turn bore the weight of myriad affections and expectations, his strength deep and unfathomable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that among the younger generation across the north, even if the sacred son was not the absolute strongest, he nonetheless belonged to that rarefied echelon of excellence, an exception among peers. At this moment the sacred son's expression was as dark as still water, a chilling aura radiating from him as though a primeval beast crouched on the brink of fury. When he raged, it seemed heaven and earth itself shifted color, winds and clouds churned in response. The once clear sky grew heavy with storm clouds, fierce gales rose and sand and stone were torn into the air. The surrounding air grew thick and oppressive under the weight of his anger, making breath itself a labor. The onlookers who had gathered for amusement were struck dumb, their faces drained of color and their hearts filled with dread. Only moments before they had leaned on their numbers to jeer and point at the sect's sacred son, spewing arrogant words. But now, confronted by such terrifying pressure, none dared to step forward. After all, everyone knew the dreadful consequences of provoking the Shenghua sect's sacred son. It was tantamount to courting death. A single misstep might lead to death or crippling, a fate more bitter than life itself. So the crowd fell silent with fear and hastened to put distance between themselves and the trouble, anxious to avoid drawing the sacred son's notice and inviting mortal peril upon themselves. Their gazes toward Lu Wei and her companions softened with pity. Alas! What a pity! Look at those fair delicate maidens, how could they offend the Shenghua sect? The consequences are simply unimaginable. Their end will be so tragic that words cannot describe it, someone murmured, shaking their head.
Indeed. The Xinhua sect is excessively domineering.
The moment someone shows the slightest defiance or refuses to obey, they do not hesitate to sever a limb. How cruel their methods are, another exclaimed with indignation. Such conduct is intolerable, a different voice protested.
A bystander sighed helplessly. What can be done? Who can blame them? The Xinhua sect is a mighty power that rules the region.
With vast influence and masters in abundance, how could our little doors and households ever hope to stand against them? Even if their hearts burned with grievance and fury, they could only hold their tongues. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, their faces marked with helplessness and fear.
But no one dared to step forward to help.
Such is the world, it's their own fault for lacking foresight.
Big brother, weren't you the one just now joining in the curses against the Xinhua sect? Nonsense, extras like us can say whatever we please. I don't think that's necessarily true. Have you noticed? These people do not seem weak. I cannot discern their cultivation.
Now that you mention it, perhaps these maidens hail from some great sect, which is why they act with such brazen confidence.
Enough chatter, look, they're about to make a move.
The Xinhua sect's sacred son brimmed with rage, preparing to seize the women and deal with them as he pleased. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke.
Shao Kuan. What do you intend to do?
How dare you wreak havoc at so important an assembly of our Qingling sect? Do you truly hold our sect in such contempt? As that furious, irrepressible shout rang out, the holy scion of Xinhua Gate, who had been about to strike, was abruptly checked mid-action. Only then did those present suddenly realize that the holy scion from Xinhua Gate was named Shao Kuan. Yet the name seemed overly casual, almost mirroring with curious laxity the somewhat careless name of his sect. All turned their heads toward the sound and saw 6 young disciples clad in the white robes of Qingling Sword Sect's direct line disciples, striding briskly, anger blazing as they hurried this way. Each was striking and majestic, radiating a keen, incisive aura as if a sudden gale were poised to sweep through. The leader bore sword-like brows and bright stern features, his expression like frost, his eyes were as cold and fathomless as an icy pool, dissuading any direct gaze. He gripped a long sword that shimmered with a chill light, a dazzling gem was set upon its hilt, wobbling slightly with his stride and flashing brilliant rays. All eyes fell in unison upon the newcomers. Once their attire was recognized, the crowd erupted into a hum of whispered conversations and curious murmurs.
By heavens!
Direct disciples of the Qingling Sword Sect. Look at their bearing, utterly striking.
Someone could not help but exclaim.
They're not merely direct disciples, they hail from the Jifa Hall of the Qingling Sword Sect, charged with maintaining order both within and without the sect. With the holy scion of Xinhua Gate making a scene here, we're in for a spectacle. I wonder what punishment Qingling Sword Sect will mete out, another said excitedly.
Mark my words, they'll surely turn on those powerless lone cultivators.
After all, Xinhua Gate is not to be trifled with. Would Qingling Sword Sect risk provoking the holy scion over a few independents?
A bystander sneered with disdain.
That may be so, but with so many witnesses here, even a great sect like Qingling Sword Sect cannot afford to show blatant favoritism, can it?
How would they explain it to everyone?
How could they stifle the whispers of the world?
Another offered a differing view. The first man let out a cold laugh.
Het brother, you are likely green and unfamiliar with the hazards of the martial world, are you not? You must understand, in this world, so long as one possesses absolute overwhelming power, any criticisms are little more than words, they cannot inflict substantive harm.
People will not care, and in time all will be forgotten.
We would do best to watch quietly. A few whispered remarks change nothing, things will unfold as they are meant to.
Amid the crowd's buzzing talk, the Jifa enforcement team of the Qingling Sword Sect had already arrived on the scene.
The leader glared, eyes wide and face darkened, fixing Shao Kuan, the holy scion of Xinhua Gate, with a steely stare, and demanded, Shao Kuan, how dare you run rampant in my Qingling Sword Sect? Do you truly think we would not dare to punish you? As he spoke, an invisible pressure emanated from him like a heavy mountain pressing down upon Shao Kuan. The air around seemed to thicken under that force, rendering breath difficult. As the Holy Fire Sect's holy son, Shao Kuan was usually the center of attention, basking in endless respect and glory. However, at this moment, being reprimanded so harshly in front of everyone, he felt his face burning with shame, and a surge of nameless anger instantly welled up within him. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at the person before him, retorting without reservation, Lu Wei, are you blind? Did you not see that it was them who initiated the attack first? Lu Wei simply snorted in response, his face filled with disdain, and said, I did not see them attack, but I clearly saw your intent to retaliate. At this grand assembly, regardless of the grievances between you, anyone who dares to create disturbances openly will not be shown any mercy by the Qingling Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, Shao Kun understood that Luo Wei was obviously targeting him deliberately. Yet the reason behind such actions was difficult for him to fathom. Nevertheless, as the holy son of the Holy Fire sect, how could he easily show weakness and tarnish the reputation of his own sect? Immediately Shao Kun's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold light, and he provocatively retorted, "Oh, I am quite curious to see how you plan to be impolite to me." As soon as these words left his mouth, Luo Wei's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk appearing as his aura became menacing, revealing a lethal intent. The atmosphere instantly became tense, with both sides' auras escalating, creating a clear trend toward confrontation. Lu Wei, watching from the side, was quite intrigued and showed no intention of intervening. In truth, the petty squabble did not pique his interest enough to intervene. Just as the two were about to clash, an elder from the Qingling sword sect who was maintaining order sensed the rising tension and swiftly flew over. Seeing the standoff, he immediately frowned and asked Luo Wei, "What is going on here?" Luo Wei clasped his hands in greeting and recounted the events. When Luo Wei arrived, he only saw Shao Kun about to attack Yang Xiaohu and thus told the truth. The elder of the Qingling sword sect, though maintaining a neutral exterior, internally blamed Luo Wei for being inconsiderate. Such matters could have been resolved with a simple punishment of a few loose cultivators to appease the holy son of the Holy Fire sect, yet it escalated to the point of confrontation. The youth are simply inexperienced, they still need to handle things themselves. Thus he turned to Shao Kun and asked, "Holy son Shao Kun, do you have any objections to Luo Wei's account? Is there anything you wish to add?" As soon as these words were spoken, the astute onlookers immediately realized that the loose cultivators were in for misfortune. Yang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Zhou Muxue. "Are you sure this is your sect?" Zhou Muxue, sensing Yang Xiaohu's gaze, responded with an expression of helplessness. She had returned not long ago and had been hidden by her master in the flying snow peak. Thus, aside from a few individuals, most of the Qingling sword sect were unfamiliar with her and naturally did not know she was one of their own. Moreover, since Lu Wei insisted on playing some game last night, the uniform of her sect had gotten dirty, so today she could only wear casual clothes, leaving those unfamiliar with her unaware that she was also a disciple of the Qingling sword sect. Of course, Luo Wei recognized them and immediately showed favoritism towards them. However, it was clear that the elder did not know who they were and assumed they were merely loose cultivators. Upon hearing these words, Shao Kun's taut expression softened ever so slightly and a silent thought flickered through his mind. So the Qingling sword sect is not entirely devoid of common sense after all. At least one sensible person remains within its ranks. He could not help but recall the infuriating scene moments earlier. Luo Wei had dared openly defy him, the holy heir of a supreme sect, over nothing more than a handful of obscure unaffiliated cultivators. Such audacity bordered on sheer ignorance of heaven and earth. Had Luo Wei's skull truly been filled with nothing but gruel? How else could he have made such a grievously foolish decision, utterly disregarding the catastrophic consequences it would unleash? The more Shao Kun dwelled upon it, the more incensed he grew. As the holy heir of a paramount sect, he was revered and feared wherever he walked, yet today he had been publicly humiliated by a mere Luo Wei. How could such an affront be swallowed in silence? Hearing the elder's words, Shao Kun let out a cold snort, a flash of sharp malice gleaming in his eyes before embellishing his account. These unaffiliated cultivators are arrogant beyond measure, lawless, reckless, and utterly without restraint. They even dared publicly insult our sacred flame sect, as if we were beneath their notice. And when Brother Huang attempted to reason with them, they not only refused to listen, they struck first. As the holy heir of the sacred flame sect, I bear the sacred duty of upholding my sect's honor and dignity. Faced with such brazen provocation, how could I possibly stand idle? My disciplinary action against them was not only justified, it was inevitable beyond reproach by any standard. Eyes blazing with fury, Shao Kun roared, "Humph!" The moment Luo Wei arrived, he lunged forward like a rabid hound, blinded to truth and justice, shamelessly shielding those unaffiliated cultivators while plotting harm against me. Is this truly your Qingling sword sect's notion of hospitality? Or have you from the very beginning harbored deliberate hostility toward our sacred flame sect? This matter must be resolved today, fully and unequivocally. If not, I shall personally seek out your sect Master Ding and demand redress myself. At these words, the Qingling sword sect elder smiled genially. Your holiness overstates the matter, such a trivial affair hardly warrants troubling the sect master. Today I shall render you full justice myself. With that, the elder turned sharply toward Luo Wei and rebuked him. Luo Wei, you were tasked with maintaining order. Is this how you fulfill your duty? Apologize to holy heir Shao Kun immediately. Luo Wei gave a derisive chuckle. Apologize to him? I fear he lacks the stature to receive it. The elder's face flushed a livid shade of ashen green. He had not expected such open defiance. Yet he was powerless to act. Though his rank and seniority far surpassed Luo Wei's, his actual standing within the sect paled in comparison. After all, one was a core disciple brimming with untapped potential, the other an elder whose cultivation prospects had long since plateaued. True, his cultivation level exceeded Luo Wei's by a single minor realm, but the gulf in future potential was immeasurable. Thus at most he could afford only a perfunctory reprimand cloaked in seniority, and if Luo Wei chose to ignore it there was little he could do. In the end he could only mutter bitterly, "Humph. I shall report this matter directly to the sect master. Consider yourself warned." Having spoken, he turned away from Luo Wei and fixed his gaze upon the several unaffiliated cultivators. "From which sect or clan do you hail?" Though already resolved to make an example of Lu Wei and his companions, the elder paused, having noted their formidable cultivation aura, and opted for caution, seeking first to ascertain their origins. Yan Xiuhu lifted his eyelids lazily and replied, voice cool and detached, "The chaotic lands, Lu family." Su Yu, an external affairs elder of the Qingling sword sect, possessed insight far beyond the ordinary. At this moment his gaze burned with piercing intensity as he scrutinized the group before him. Each stood tall and dignified, radiating an aura of extraordinary composure. Though their faces bore the freshness of youth, the spiritual pressure emanating from them betrayed cultivation realms far above the mundane. Especially striking was the quiet confidence etched upon every face, a subtle unshakable calm that spoke of deep-rooted self-assurance. Their unruffled demeanor stirred a silent suspicion within Su Yu. Could these individuals hail from a lineage of immense prestige, or wield the backing of an indomitable power? At once the usually cautious elder resolved to proceed with prudence, to probe gently into their origins lest he inadvertently provoke someone beyond his reach and bring calamity upon both himself and the sect. Thus, with a faintly benevolent smile softening his tone, he asked, "Might I inquire whence you hail?" Yang Xiaohu replied in a voice as still and clear as a windless lake, "The chaotic lands, Lu family." Her words hung in the air with serene detachment, yet beneath their placid surface lingered something ineffable, veiled and profound. At those 4 words Su Yu flinched almost imperceptibly, his brow furrowing in quiet bewilderment. He repeated instinctively, "The chaotic lands," his tone betraying genuine unfamiliarity and confusion. For among cultivators and martial artists across the northern realm, the chaotic lands were widely regarded as little more than a barren, untamed wasteland. Its martial practitioners cultivated at woefully low levels, its resources for advancement were meager, its combat prowess negligible, utterly unworthy of respect. How then could such a place, dismissed by all as utterly insignificant, possibly nurture a sect of renown or stature? In Su Yu's estimation, it harbored nothing but rootless wanderers, outcasts who had failed to find footing even across the 5 realms, and obscure nameless sects clinging desperately to survival. At that thought his expression darkened instantly, a surge of unbidden fury rising like smoke from cold ash. Just as he prepared to lash out, Zhou Mushui stepped forward and declared, "Elder, I am a disciple of Fei Xue Peak, and they are my family. Today's incident was instigated by the Holy Flame sect. We acted solely in self-defense." Unwilling to spark conflict with her own sect, she preempted Su Yu's words by revealing her affiliation. Yet she did not realize that to him this declaration sounded less like explanation and more like veiled coercion, a deliberate assertion of Fei Xue Peak's authority over him. Compounding his resentment was Luo Wei, also a disciple of Fei Xue Peak, who had just shown him blatant disrespect. And most critically, all of Zhou Mushui's kin hailed from the chaotic lands. That fact rendered them utterly without standing. What weight, after all, could the impoverished relatives of a disciple possibly carry? He was not punishing Zhou Mushui herself, the formal disciple, but rather her kin, nameless, foundationless, and wholly unconnected to any power worth fearing. Would the peak master of Fei Xue Peak truly confront him, an elder of the sect, over mere penniless kinsfolk? With that, Su Yu's face twisted in icy disdain as he let out a contemptuous snort, his voice glacial-laced with scorching rebuke. "As kin of our sect's disciples, you have not only failed to uphold the sect's honor, you have brazenly assaulted honored guests during this most solemn assembly. Such conduct is unforgivable and warrants double condemnation. Seize them all and deliver them to the disciplinary hall for judgment." "Stop. Let's see who dares to touch my Fei Xue Peak disciples." A furious shout reverberated throughout the venue like thunder striking the ground, causing every person present to tremble. Just as the enforcers were about to act upon Su Yu's words, a figure flashed out like lightning, swiftly positioning himself firmly in front of the crowd. The person was Luo Wei, his face dark and menacing, with fierce eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at the enforcers as if anyone who dared to act would be swallowed alive. Su Yu's expression instantly turned a shade of iron, as he never expected Luo Wei to be so bold, openly defying his orders. As a senior elder of the enforcers, Su Yu felt that despite Luo Wei being a direct disciple, he still ranked lower than him in terms of status. However, at this moment Luo Wei unflinchingly embarrassed him in front of so many people, causing Su Yu's fury to surge. "Luo Wei, you have a lot of nerve. how dare you defy my orders? Suyu shouted, his voice booming across the entire square. Facing Suyu's furious reprimand, Luo Wei showed no fear, responding in a resounding tone, Elder Su, the facts of this matter have yet to be thoroughly investigated. Whoever wishes to act against my Feishui Peak must first consider the blade in my hand. Luo Wei's hawk-like gaze was fixed intently on Suyu as if he were trying to see through him. Although Suyu was a master of the sixth realm, he had only just stepped into this level. Looking at Suyu, who was already over 100 years old, the ravages of time had left his body far from its former strength and his vitality had greatly diminished, resulting in a significant decline in combat capability. In contrast, Luo Wei, despite being a whole realm lower than Suyu, was in the prime of his life. His vitality surged within him like a torrential river, continuously providing immense strength. If it came to a confrontation with Suyu, while victory might be difficult to achieve with his abundant vitality and advanced martial skills, he could certainly hold on until his master arrived for assistance. Moreover, Luo Wei was keenly aware that not far behind him was a hidden ally. From what he knew, that person's combat power was at least at the 6th realm level. With such a strong ally by his side, Luo Wei felt emboldened, facing Suyu with no signs of fear. Suyu could hardly believe his ears. He, a dignified elder of the 6th realm, was actually being threatened by a disciple of the 5th realm. It was simply absurd. Suyu trembled with rage, his old face flushed, red veins bulging on his forehead. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. If he could not subdue and severely punish this disciple named Luo Wei today, how could he possibly show his face in the Qingling sword sect in the future? How could he face the gazes of his fellow disciples and juniors? Thinking of this, Suyu roared furiously, well, the disciples of Feishui Peak have truly opened my eyes today, daring to boldly threaten an elder of the enforcers. Let me personally test just how sharp your sword is today and see if you have what it takes. With a wave of his hand, a sword chi shot out, heading straight for Luo Wei. Suyu was a formidable 6th-tier cultivator. Despite his waning vitality and declining combat power, possessed skills and strength beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. When he decided to strike, the might he displayed left everyone present utterly astonished. Though it was not to the exaggerated extent that could alter the very heavens and earth, it was at least a scene of flying sand and howling winds. With a mere flick of Suyu's arm, the spiritual power in the world seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, rapidly gathering at lightning speed. In an instant, a dazzling spiritual sword materialized out of thin air. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Wei felt his heart tighten as he realized that this opponent should not be underestimated. Thus he gathered his utmost spirit, fully concentrating and entering a state of high alert. At the same time, the spiritual power within him surged forth like turbulent ocean waves, continuously erupting from all parts of his body. Brilliant streams of spiritual light flickered around him, clearly indicating that he was fully prepared to counter Suyu's fierce offensive at any moment. However, just at this critical moment of life and death, a faint sigh suddenly sounded without warning. This sigh, although not loud, was exceptionally clear to every ear present. In that instant, the entire world seemed to fall into a profound silence, as if all the sounds that had existed were abruptly silenced. Only this gentle sigh, like a shooting star across the night sky, felt so abrupt yet captivating. Soon after, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The once turbulent and imposing spiritual power now scurried around in panic like a mouse encountering its natural enemy. It melted away like snow under the scorching sun, disappearing without a trace. Even the formidable spiritual sword that had just formed and the streams of spiritual light surrounding Luo Wei vanished completely in the blink of an eye, like a dream. Everything returned to an initial calm, as if the thrilling confrontation had never occurred. This awkwardness left the two still striking poses, yet without any effects, making it hard for onlookers to suppress their laughter. However, at this moment everyone present was silent as a grave, not daring to utter a single laugh. Especially Suyu and Luo Wei. Deep inside, they felt as if a massive wave had surged, leaving them in a state of turmoil. What terrifying strength this was! With just that one sigh, they lost all courage and ability to resist in an instant. Could it be a 7th tier? Impossible, it must be far beyond that. They were well acquainted with the abilities of the 7th tier experts within the Qingling sword sect. Even a 7th tier powerhouse could not so effortlessly and imperceptibly dissolve their fully unleashed attack with just a sigh. Then could it be an 8th tier? Or perhaps an even more legendary 9th tier existence? Upon this thought, their expressions changed drastically, fear evident on their faces. Immediately they hurriedly retracted their previously aggressive stances, standing upright obediently like well-behaved elementary school students, not daring to even take a deep breath. Suyu's face was filled with panic as he quickly clasped his hands in salute, bowing respectfully and saying, "May I ask which esteemed senior has graced us with their presence today?" "I am Suyu of the Qingling sword sect, here to pay my respects to the senior." I hope you will not hold any minor transgressions against me and that you won't blame me for any shortcomings in my etiquette." After saying this, he kept his head lowered, not daring to breathe, fearful that any misstep might provoke the wrath of this mysterious expert. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard a soft sigh. The sound was like a gentle spring breeze, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort and ease. Strangely, although each person present clearly felt this sigh and distinctly heard it, no matter how hard they tried to locate the source of the voice, they found nothing. It was as if the sound came from all directions simultaneously, making it impossible to grasp its origin. "Sigh, let's disperse. I will just wander around. If fate allows, we will meet again." Hearing this, Su Yu's mind raced. It seemed this expert did not intend to reveal themselves, and naturally he would not dare to press the matter. However, he needed to report this to the sect leader promptly. With that thought, Su Yu quickly cupped his hands, saying, "In that case, I shall not disturb your enjoyment any longer. Please feel free to call upon me if you have any matters to discuss." After saying this, Su Yu did not linger and hurriedly left to report to the sect leader. Good thing he left quickly, otherwise he would definitely regret it today. Qin Xianyu watched Su Yu leave, giving a proud snort. Yang Xiaohu chuckled and teased, "Why didn't you speak up when he was here just now?" Qin Xianyu looked up disdainfully and replied, "I was too busy, and besides my character is such that I prefer to take action rather than chatter, unlike you who only knows how to talk back." "Talk back? Indeed, I can attest that she is quite skilled at it." Lu Wei nodded in agreement. Zhou Muxue turned to Lu Wei with sparkling eyes, saying, "I thought you would take action just now." She understood Lu Wei's character. He would tolerate anything but would never allow his loved ones or family to be wronged. Although neither Yang Xiaohu nor she herself had suffered any harm today, according to his nature he would not let things go so easily. Lu Wei's lips curled into a faint smile as he casually shrugged and said, "Haha, what can I say? This is your sect. Out of courtesy and reason I should at least give you some face, right? So driving him away is one thing." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the other, his eyes revealing a hint of tenderness and concern. To Lu Wei, whether it was the formidable Sacred Fire sect or the renowned Qingling Sword sect, as long as he was willing to act, no one could stop him. However, for such trivial matters it was hardly worth making a fuss. There was no need for things to escalate to a point of confrontation and chaos. After all, he had a whole family to take care of. Just then someone suddenly noticed that the once arrogant sacred son of the Sacred Fire sect had quietly slipped away when no one was paying attention. It made sense. Facing someone as powerful as Lu Wei, this sacred son who was used to bullying others naturally understood the wisdom of avoiding trouble. Yet Lu Wei did not even raise an eyebrow, as if that sacred son did not exist at all. With no one to disturb them, Lu Wei and his companions could finally tend their stall in peace. He disposed of anything useless or that could not be returned or regifted. In return, he recovered a large sum of spirit stones and some spiritual herbs and spiritual items that had not yet been given away. Lu Wei stood before the stall, his gaze sweeping over the ebb and flow of the crowd, and he thought to himself that after what had just occurred there would likely be no heedless troublemakers today. Lu Wei stood before the stall, his gaze sweeping over the ebb and flow of the crowd, and he thought to himself that after what had just occurred there would likely be no heedless troublemakers. Having said that, he smiled, turned and beckoned to the girls behind him to fall in step. Thus Lu Wei and his party slowly entered the tumultuous expanse of the plaza. As far as the eye could see, the vast square was crammed with hundreds, even thousands of stalls stretching beyond sight. Each stall had been painstakingly arranged by its proprietor. A dazzling array of wares was piled high, and the cries of vendors and the shouts of haggling rose and fell in a ceaseless tangled chorus. The scene was several times livelier than the usual country market days. The young women following Lu Wei moved like untethered maras, excitedly scanning everything around them. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity. One moment they would rush to a stall to fondle an exquisite ornament, the next they would cluster around another to inspect a luminescent treasure robe, chattering non-stop, each wholly animated. "Shall one look at this hairpin? What do you think?" Lu Ruyan asked softly as she lifted a jade pin that glimmered with a faint blue light and was as crystalline as ice, offering it to Shen Wanwan with delighted anticipation. Shen Wanwan turned at the sound and fixed her gaze on the ice-blue jade pin. Its sheen was mellow, the material immaculate, the head was carved into a delicate plum blossom so lifelike it seemed ready to bloom. She could not help but smile and nodded. Sister Ruyan, this hairpin is indeed very beautiful. Sister Ruyan, why don't you try it on?" The stallkeeper saw Shen Wanwan and Lu Ruyan showing keen interest in the icy jade pin, brightened and hurried forward with a beaming smile. He warmly proclaimed, "You two immortal maidens truly have discerning eyes. This icy jade pin has quite a provenance. It comes from the distant polar icefields where frost and snow reign year-round and the cold is relentless. The jade used to craft it is a frigid jade formed over millennia, exceedingly rare and precious. He went on, moreover this pin has been blessed with an array laid by a formation master. Not only is its appearance captivating, its offensive potency is said to be first-rate. To be honest, such a peerless treasure befits only a peerless beauty like you, only an unparalleled maiden of transcendent grace can wield it. I would not sell it to anyone else no matter the price. Lu Wei listened beside them, dumbfounded by the stallkeeper's claims. Millennial frigid jade, he thought the man had the nerve to say it. Had Lu Wei not actually possessed such a jade himself, he might have been taken in. The millennial frigid jade possessed a curious yin-yang trait. Though its exterior was ice blue, within glimmered a streak of fiery red, breathtakingly resplendent. Big brother, I want this. I want this. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly cried, hopping up and down nearby. Brother, I want to buy this. Lu Xiaoxiao's clear, anxious cry sliced through the market's bustle, cutting through the existing clamor as if it were all but gone. She bounced on her feet, waving her arms vigorously toward the stall as though terrified the object of her affection might be snatched away by someone else at any moment. Lu Wei, hearing his sister's urgent call, felt puzzled and promptly turned to see what treasure had made her so frantic. When he fixed his gaze, he could not help but smile. It turned out that the cause of Lu Xiaoxiao's excitement was two utterly adorable little rabbits. Yet these were no ordinary rabbits. Their bodies were cloaked in a coat of crimson fur like fresh blood, flashing with a dazzling radiance under the sun. From afar they resembled two blazing red flames, beautiful and enigmatic. At that moment the rabbit seller noticed Lu Xiaoxiao's impatient demeanor, and his face immediately brightened into a keen smile more radiant than the spring sun. Beaming broadly at Lu Xiaoxiao, he said, "Ah, young miss, you have such a discerning eye. Look, these two flame rabbits are rare, top-grade specimens indeed. Back when I expended tremendous effort to capture them in the distant and perilous Flame Mountains. If you truly like them, you need only pay 100 spirit stones to take them home." Lu Wei could not help but roll his eyes. These were merely ordinary flame rabbits worth at most 3 to 5 spirit stones, yet the man demanded 100, an outright attempt at swindling. Lu Wei had more spirit stones than he could ever spend, and if Lu Xiaoxiao truly liked them, he would happily give them. The point was, generosity was one thing, being made a gullible mark was another. Lu Wei stepped up to the stall, scrutinized the two flame rabbits, then glanced at the seller and smiled. "Sir, flame rabbits are common pet demon beasts with transparent pricing. Everyone knows their worth. Your asking price of 100 spirit stones is rather absurd. Do you take us for fools?" The seller, unfazed at having been seen through, chuckled, "Young master, you jest. My flame rabbits are indeed different. You see, they are clearly larger than ordinary flame rabbits. If you truly wish to buy them, give 80 spirit stones." Lu Wei shook his head. "All right, I'll add another 5 if you agree. Well, make the deal." Hearing that, the seller nodded and pretended to be aggrieved. No, the least I can accept is 75. Beside them, Lu Xiaoxiao tugged Lu Wei's hand and shook her head. "Brother, forget it, it's too expensive. Let's look around. With so many stalls, there must be others selling them." Zhou Muxue chimed in to support her. "There are such flame rabbits in the merchants down the mountain. Besides flame rabbits, there are all manner of demon beast pets. If Xiaoxiao likes them, we can go and see later." Seeing the sale about to fall through, the seller hurriedly said, "You won't find such top-grade flame rabbits elsewhere. You'll let them go for 30 spirit stones, 30, and they're yours." He had originally thought, given their fine attire and distinguished bearing and the girl's desire, that he could extort a good sum. Now it seemed there was no hope. After all, he had purchased the flame rabbits for 5 spirit stones. Even at 30 he would reap many times his cost. "Make it 20, will you sell or not? If not, forget it." Lu Wei did not leave. He remained and continued to haggle with the seller. If it were just an ordinary fire rabbit, Lu Wei wouldn't waste his words. After all, this creature is commonly sold everywhere, quite common, and some people even catch them to sell as ingredients. However, these two fire rabbits were clearly a bit different, which piqued Lu Wei's interest. "All right, 20 it is. It is a blessing for these two rabbits to be bought by the young master." The vendor pretended to look helpless, but inwardly he was quite satisfied. It wasn't about how much he earned, but rather that such fire rabbits were quite ordinary and therefore not easy to sell. To sell them for 20 spirit stones was already quite good. Lu Wei gave one of the fire rabbits he bought to Lu Xiaoxiao and the other to Shen Wanwan. Ding, the host has gifted a mutated fire rabbit to Lu Xiaoxiao, triggering a 100-fold return, obtaining a divine fire rabbit. Divine fire rabbit nurtures the blazing sun, divine fire within. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the returned item to be so useful. His blazing sun sword technique required the blazing sun divine fire, which was extremely rare. Of course, he didn't need it for his own cultivation, and he could always add it if necessary. He planned to pass on the blazing sun sword technique to others eventually, and with this blazing sun divine fire, whoever practiced it would save a lot of trouble. Having obtained 2 divine fire rabbits, Lu Wei didn't rush to take them out but continued to browse with everyone. Meanwhile, Su Yu hurriedly found the sect leader Ding Jianyong and recounted the recent events. Ding Jianyong frowned deeply after hearing this. Are you sure? That person didn't even show his face yet you were unable to use your spiritual power just from his aura. Su Yu quickly nodded. Absolutely true. How could I dare to speak nonsense about such matters? How is that possible? Just relying on aura to suppress a 6th realm expert's ability to use spiritual power is something even an ordinary 9th realm expert couldn't achieve unless it were a top-tier powerhouse who rarely appears. However, such a powerful being would not casually show themselves. They would be busy preparing to traverse the void and step into the realm of the ethereal. How could they possibly come to browse a market? Su Yu began to doubt his own judgment and hesitated, saying, could it be that the person used some special means? Should we investigate this? Ding Jianyong waved his hand dismissively. No need. Regardless of whether that person is a top-tier powerhouse, we don't need to concern ourselves with it. We just need to do our own tasks and avoid offending him. Better safe than sorry. Since he hasn't done anything to us, it's best not to provoke him. Understood, Su Yu replied, not wanting to provoke that person. The sect leader's advice against investigating aligned perfectly with his own wishes. On the other side, Lin Mangwan gritted her teeth in anger as she looked at the closed room where Xin Yuanru was in seclusion. However, she dared not rush in to settle accounts with Xin Yuanru. There was no way she couldn't defeat her before, and now that Xin Yuanru had broken through to the 7th realm, she was even less of a match. Thus, even if her stomach hurt from anger, she knew that rushing in would be futile. Nevertheless, this debt could not be left unsettled. Xin Yuanru, just wait. You have gone too far this time and I will make you regret it, humph. After saying this, Lin Mangwan turned and flew away, contemplating how to take revenge on Xin Yuanru. Going Heaton was not feasible, but she could use another method. The Spirit Herb Peak, also known as the Spirit Pill Peak, is one of the 7 peaks of the Qingling Sword sect, primarily responsible for growing spirit herbs and refining pills. Lin Mangwan descended from the clouds and went directly to the Dan Ding Pavilion, where the peak master of the Spirit Herb Peak was located. As Lu Wei and his companions strolled leisurely through the bustling market, a figure hurriedly approached them. Upon closer inspection, it was senior brother Yu Yang. He appeared to be in a rush, his expression slightly anxious, but as soon as he saw Lu Wei and the others, a smile instantly blossomed on his face. Senior brother Yu Yang. Lu Wei with keen eyes was the first to spot Yu Yang and greeted him warmly with a wave. Yu Yang nodded slightly, his gaze quickly sweeping over Lu Wei and the others, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes as he inquired, what brings you all here to wander around? It should be known that the items sold in this market are mostly common goods meant for low-level warriors lacking in rare treasures. If you're looking to buy something, I can take you to a place where all the good stuff is, he said. Hearing this, Lu Wei felt a stir of excitement in his heart. Previously, he had learned from Zhou Muxue that during this exchange meeting, aside from the usual market and auction, there were also private exchange gatherings open only to high-level cultivators. At these gatherings, cultivators exchanged the resources they needed for their cultivation or sold off their idle, useless items. Undoubtedly, the treasures seen at such gatherings would be far rarer and exceptionally valuable. However, participating in such gatherings was not an easy feat. Firstly, one needed to possess a certain level of cultivation to qualify. Previously, only cultivators of the 5th realm were allowed. Secondly, one must be accompanied by someone familiar to gain entry. Although this place belonged to the Qingling Sword sect, and with Yu Yang's status, bringing someone in shouldn't be a problem. The tricky part was that Lu Wei was not just accompanied by a few people. Looking back at the many people behind him, Lu Wei felt that it would be unreasonable for them all to follow. Yang Xiaohu noticed Lu Wei's concerns and spoke up first. You go with senior brother Yu Yang. Well, continue browsing here, and when you're done, just come back to find us. Lu Wei nodded, saying, all right then. You all can wander around, just send me a message if anything comes up. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and impatiently said, oh, stop nagging. Hurry up and do your thing. We aren't kids, we can take care of ourselves. Lu Wei rubbed her little head in annoyance, admonishing, you're the one who causes the most trouble. Just behave, all right. Got it. Lu Wei turned and followed Yu Yang away to attend the gathering. Watching his receding figure, Lu Xiaoxiao cheered and dashed towards a stall she had been eyeing for a while. The stall sold various poisons and charms, clearly not good items. Just earlier, Lu Wei had been too afraid to approach, but now that he was gone, who would stop her? Meanwhile, Lu Wei followed Yu Yang to the entrance of a 2-story building where 2 disciples of the Qingling Sword sect were standing guard. Upon seeing Yu Yang, they nodded and greeted, greetings senior brother Yu Yang. Yu Yang nodded, said nothing, and directly led Lu Wei inside. The 2 disciples exchanged surprised glances at Lu Wei, a face they had not seen before. Since he was brought by Yu Yon, they did not inquire further. Upon entering, they found a hall spanning several hundred square meters with several long tables set in the center, each surrounded by dozens of people. Some were arguing fiercely, their faces flushed, while others rolled up their sleeves ready to fight, creating a cacophony of noise. Lu Wei was taken aback. It turned out that the disputes among these experts were even more intense than those of the vendors outside. Ye Yang smiled faintly at Lu Wei's astonished expression and explained, surprised. You'll grow accustomed to it soon. Whether senior or junior cultivators, disputes and quarrels over resources are commonplace. Sometimes they even come to blows. Tread carefully, you wouldn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Lu Wei's astonishment deepened at these words. They actually fight. Yet upon reflection it seemed only natural. The laws and norms existed. History had long held that martial prowess invites defiance of law. As the saying goes, to wield a sharp blade is to awaken the urge to slay. These were mighty cultivators, none would yield to another. Tempers flared, fists flew, it was hardly unexpected. Well then, go ahead and explore on your own, I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Understood, senior brother. Please go about your business, I'll browse at my leisure. After Morong Yang departed, Lu Wei glanced around and strode toward the table where the loudest argument raged. He wasn't drawn by spectacle, he simply didn't yet know where the finest treasures lay. He decided to begin with the most heated dispute. Surely something extraordinary must be at stake. Old Huang III, what do you mean by this? This soul-stabilizing jade was clearly mine to claim first, why must you interfere? Just because you laid eyes on it first means it's yours. Juan the Bald, no wonder you're a body cultivator, you've clearly trained your face alone. Nonsense. The rule is clear, whoever bids first secures the transaction. If no agreement is reached, others may step in. We're still negotiating. You broke the rule. Rules. Ha! Another rule says the highest bidder wins. If you desire it, bid higher. Or do you presume your inability to pay grants you veto power over who else may purchase it? Lu Wei observed the two quarreling cultivators, both at the sixth realm. One was bald, his bulging muscles sheathed in faint golden skin, a formidable body cultivator. The other Huang Laosan wore robes suggesting affiliation with the Sacred Flame sect. Lu Wei gave them both a cursory glance before fixing his gaze upon the soul-stabilizing jade resting on the table. Soul-stabilizing jade was a rare and precious heavenly treasure, renowned for calming the mind and fortifying the soul. For sixth realm cultivators, its greatest value lay in stabilizing consciousness during breakthroughs to the seventh realm, shielding them from spiritual turbulence and demonic delusion. Such an artifact held no use for Lu Wei himself, yet amplified 100-fold through his unique resonance, its enhanced quality and quantity would prove immensely valuable to those bound to him. Crucially, he had never yet applied this resonance to soul-stabilizing jade, and thus encountering it now was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Ignoring the two men locked in furious contention, he stepped forward and addressed the vendor directly. How much for this soul-stabilizing jade? His sudden interjection stunned everyone present, even the vendor hadn't anticipated such bold intervention. Few knew that the two rivals were no ordinary figures. One was a senior elder of the Sacred Flame sect, the other an elder of the virtuous sect, both legendary masters renowned across the cultivation world. That anyone would dare seize what they contested, especially a young junior, was akin to reaching for a tiger's tail beneath its unblinking gaze, sheer naked provocation. Once the onlookers recovered their wits, they settled into eager anticipation. This youth either possessed formidable backing and held the elders in utter disregard, or was utterly new here, ignorant of all customs. Well, do you refuse to sell? Lu Wei frowned slightly as the vendor stared dumbfounded. Huang Laosan, the elder of the Sacred Flame sect, widely known by that epithet, fixed Lu Wei with a pair of glacial eyes, sharp as twin daggers, piercing with icy contempt, as if seeking to impale the audacious young man who knew neither heaven's height nor earth's depth. His face darkened, his voice cold and cutting, sliced through the air. Boy, did your elders never teach you the principle of first come first served? As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, dense, oppressive and deliberately directed toward Lu Wei like a slow-rolling tide of pressure. Yet Lu Wei stood utterly unperturbed, his expression serene, his tone unruffled as he replied, "Oh. Is that so? I distinctly heard it declared moments ago that the rule here is simple: highest bidder wins. Does inability to match the price now entitle one to wield power as a cudgel, to seize by force what cannot be bought?" At those words, Huang Laosan's countenance twisted into a mask of venomous fury, his already sullen features darkening further, his gaze sharpening into glacial shards aimed at Lu Wei. After all, those very words had been his own weapon moments earlier, wielded mercilessly against Wang Tuzi, and now with cruel irony they recoiled upon him.
At that instant Wang Tuzi, who had stood silently on the periphery observing with detached amusement, burst into booming laughter. In one swift stride he stepped before Lu Wei, effortlessly intercepting Huang Laosan's crushing aura. Then, wearing a grin laced with biting mockery, he called out to Huang Laosan, "Ha! Huang Laosan, Huang Laosan! Were those not your own words spoken just now? Have you already forgotten them, or do you intend to swallow them back whole?" Huang Laosan's eyes blazed with murderous intent, tangible searing, as they locked onto Lu Wei. A chilling smirk then curled his lips, frost-laced and venomous, as he ground out, "Very well, very well. Let us abide by the rules. Highest bidder wins. I bid 1,000 spirit stones." With that he tilted his chin upward in deliberate provocation, a silent challenge cast toward Lu Wei. Yet Lu Wei remained unfazed, calm as drifting cloud, indifferent as still water. He gave a slight shrug and replied, voice steady and clear, 2,000 spirit stones. After all, he would reclaim 100-fold, 2,000 posed no loss. His declaration struck the hall like a thunderclap, shattering the fragile silence and igniting pandemonium. Astonishment froze the crowd, mouths agape, breaths suspended. Seconds passed before someone gasped aloud, followed by a low rippling murmur. 2,000 spirit stones. By the heavens, what lineage could possibly produce such a figure? To bid so boldly without hesitation. Indeed. Likely some spoiled scion of a great clan, squandering his family's fortune with reckless abandon. Truly a son sells his father's fields and feels no pang of sorrow. Granted, the soul-calming jade is exceptionally rare, but 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That price borders on absurdity. Could it be he misread the denomination, believing them to be low-grade rather than mid-grade spirit stones? Amidst rising speculation, and all voices overlapped in restless disarray, Lu Wei meanwhile stood motionless, serene, centered, untouched by the storm of whispers swirling around him. Boy, think carefully. We speak of mid-grade spirit stones, not low-grade. A single mid-grade spirit stone contains spiritual energy far denser and purer than 100 low-grade spirit stones, hence its value is incomparably greater, precisely 100 times higher. To the sect's senior elders, Lu Wei was merely an ordinary young man. His attire was unremarkable, devoid of even a single refined spirit artifact. From any angle of scrutiny, such a person seemed utterly incongruous with the image of one capable of producing 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. After all, that amounted to a staggering 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, a fortune so immense that even these seasoned high-ranking elders regarded it with awe. Such an enormous sum was beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Yet what they could never have anticipated was that money was precisely what Lu Wei had in greatest abundance. His wealth dwarfed their wildest imagination. Without uttering a word, he flicked his sleeve, and 20 supreme-grade spirit stones radiating dense spiritual energy materialized upon the table. He spoke calmly, I do not carry 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I have never used such rudimentary currency. These 20 supreme-grade stones, will they suffice? Silence fell instantly over the room, an invisible pressure rendering everyone speechless. Never uses mid-grade stones. Calls them rudimentary. Who truly would purchase even a steamed bun with supreme-grade spirit stones? How extravagantly arrogant, how breathtakingly audacious. Yet they stood mute, genuinely disarmed, for these were indeed supreme-grade spirit stones. Though supreme and mid-grade spirit stones differ on the surface by only a factor of 100 in market value, exchanging 100 mid-grade stones for a single supreme-grade one is no simple matter. For this disparity transcends mere arithmetic conversion. Conversely, converting a single supreme-grade stone into 100 mid-grade ones proves comparatively effortless. Why is this so? The root lies in the profound implications of grade differentiation itself. As spirit stone rank ascends, the quantity of spiritual energy it holds surges exponentially. Yet more crucial still is the qualitative chasm between grades. The spiritual energy within higher rank stones is vastly superior in purity. The higher the grade, the more crystalline and untainted the chi becomes. This extraordinary purity renders such energy indispensable, whether refining pills or forging artifacts where precision and potency are paramount, or directly fueling a cultivator's own Tao cultivation. To any master artisan or elite cultivator striving for perfection, such pristine, potent spiritual energy remains the ultimate long-sought treasure. The moment those 20 supreme-grade spirit stones appeared, the merchant froze, then as if jolted awake thrust the soul-stabilizing jade into Lu Wei's hands and swiftly gathered the stones from the table. Our bargain stands, no reneging. His tone betrayed frantic anxiety, as though fearing Lu Wei might reclaim the stones at any instant. Lu Wei smiled and shook his head, saying, I will not back down. I want all that you have. The seller's eyes brightened at his words. Are you certain?
He had obtained quite a few soul-calming jades in his secret realm some days prior and was troubled about how to dispose of them. Although soul-calming jades are indeed precious, they are not essential. One can still break through to the 7th realm without them. However, the risks and chances of success would be somewhat diminished. Moreover, if he sold too many, the price would inevitably be affected, leading to his own loss. Now that someone wanted to take a large quantity off his hands, he naturally welcomed it. Lu Wei nodded. I am sure I want them all. For others, the soul-calming jade was only useful for breaking through to the 7th realm. Though valuable, it was not something to be overly sought after. But for Lu Wei it was different. After a 100-fold return, what he gained might not just be any ordinary item, it could very well be something even rarer and more precious, something that could nurture the soul, which is extremely rare and valuable. Is this still the price? The seller looked at Lu Wei with shining eyes. Before Lu Wei could respond, Wang Tuzi, standing nearby, interjected on his behalf. Lu Wei had just helped him and now it was his turn to return the favor. I say, Old Li, you're being too greedy. Although soul-calming jades are precious, they are not worth 20 high-grade spirit stones. Letting you take advantage just this once should suffice. Why are you being so relentless? Old Li chuckled in response. What you say is true. Who would complain about having too much money? He knew that the price of 20 was somewhat outrageous. Although Lu Wei had money and wasn't particularly concerned about such a small amount of spirit stones, it was unrealistic to let someone take advantage of him. So he smiled and said, 20 high-grade spirit stones is indeed a bit steep. How about I offer 12 instead? What do you think? Old Li's eyes lit up. No problem, 12 it is. Come on, let's go to the side to trade. He hurriedly led Lu Wei to a small side room. This place was for secret transactions to avoid being noticed. He didn't want anyone to find out that he had the soul-calming jade. Before long the two emerged from their transaction, both looking quite satisfied. At that moment, standing nearby, Huang Laosen fixed his small eyes intently on Lu Wei, his gaze shimmering with an indescribable strange light as if he had discovered some rare treasure. He moved his lips slightly, secretly transmitting sound to a disciple dressed in the attire of the sacred fire sect not far away, seemingly instructing him about something. Upon receiving Huang Laosan's command, the disciple's expression sharpened, not daring to delay for a moment, and hurriedly dashed away, disappearing within the great hall in the blink of an eye. Wang Tuzi, who had been observing the situation closely, naturally took in everything. His previously relaxed brow now involuntarily furrowed slightly, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Tuzi finally took a step toward where Lu Wei was. Upon approaching Lu Wei, Wang Tuzi first cupped his fists and bowed, then said with a grateful expression, "Little brother, thank you for your righteous help just now. You have truly avenged me. I am Wang Yuangang from the Diamond Sect. May I ask your esteemed name, little brother?" Lu Wei turned to look at the man who introduced himself as Wang Yuangang, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he replied, "So you are a master from the Diamond Sect. My name is Lu Wei. I just recently made my way to the northern region from the Chaos Land. As a newcomer, I hope to receive your guidance." "That's a good point, brother Lu. However, I must warn you to be cautious of that Huang Laosan. That old fellow is certainly not to be underestimated. He is definitely not a good person. You need to keep your guard up, as he might try to strike you from behind. If you're not careful, he might resort to underhanded tactics against you," Wang Yuangang said with a grave expression, lowering his voice as if afraid someone might overhear. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's heart tightened and he instinctively glanced in the direction of Huang Laosan. To his surprise, he found that the old man was smiling broadly, staring at him with a friendly demeanor that showed no signs of malice. However, Lu Wei understood very well that those who appeared harmless and amiable on the surface were often the most insidious and cunning. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an open attack but hard to guard against a secret one. The old man's hidden depths only strengthened Lu Wei's conviction that he harbored ill intentions. Nevertheless, Lu Wei was unfazed, let alone just him at the 6th stage. Even if the entire Xinghua sect came after him, he would not be afraid. At this point, even an average 9th stage expert was nothing more than a chicken or a dog to him. "Thank you for the warning, Senior Wang. I will be careful." Regardless of its usefulness, Lu Wei expressed his gratitude. Although he possessed great strength and could ignore many things, he was not insane. It was best to avoid creating enemies whenever possible, and having more friends was always beneficial. Wang Yuangang nodded, saying, "All right, as long as you're aware. If anything happens, feel free to find me. I can certainly help you fend off Huang Laosan." Lu Wei smiled, replying, "Thank you, Senior Wang." Wang Yuangang's words implied that while he might not be able to assist in other ways, he could at least help shield him from Huang Laosan, thus repaying the earlier favor. This was quite reasonable as they had only just met and Wan Yuangang's willingness to help was already a testament to his loyalty. Lu Wei continued to wander around the Great Hall. Anything that caught his eye he purchased directly with high-grade spirit stones, causing those around him to feel envy. Of course, even if they were envious, no one dared to act on it here. Once outside, people could do whatever they wanted in private. However, in such a public setting, anyone who dared to rob would be courting disaster. After a round of shopping, Lu Wei acquired many good items, yet he hardly spent any of his spirit stones. Seeing there was nothing novel left, he exited the Great Hall to find Yang Xiuhu and the others. Not long after leaving the Great Hall, he noticed someone following him, and it was not just one person. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Some individuals seemed to be uncomfortable with their comfortable lives and sought to bring trouble upon themselves. For such people, Lu Wei generally chose to fulfill their desires. Ignoring them, he left the Great Hall and arrived at the square, where he quickly found Yang Xiuhu and her companions. At that moment, everyone was quite satisfied with their haul. When Lu Xiaoxiao saw Lu Wei approaching, her expression changed and she rushed to his side with a grin. "Brother, what good things did you buy?" Lu Wei smiled and patted the little girl on the head, saying, "I'll show you when we get back. By the way, did you behave while I was gone?" "Of course not. I was watched by the sisters, so I didn't dare to cause any trouble." "That's the best news. Let's go find Xiao Min and the others and we can head back together." The Qingling Sword Sect, a prestigious sect in the cultivation world, boasts an expansive territory. As far as the eye can see, the rolling mountains and towering palaces rise majestically, resembling a grand and magnificent celestial mountain. Despite the gathering attracting numerous individuals, the crowd primarily congregated in the main hall square at the front gate, bustling with activity and vibrant energy. In contrast, other areas appeared much quieter. For instance, the peaks of Feishuo Peak today were desolate, with hardly a soul in sight. Lu Wei and the others found the maidens who were setting up stalls in front of the hall, and together they embarked on their journey back to Feishuo Peak. Along the way, laughter and cheerful conversations filled the air as they shared the strange tales and amusing experiences of the day. Some maidens vividly recounted their observations, evoking gasps of astonishment from their companions, while others praised the exquisite decorations and arrangements in the square. In this light-hearted atmosphere, the group gradually moved away. However, when they reached a secluded valley with sparse human presence, a sudden sharp gust of wind swept through. Suddenly, a dozen black shadows raced towards them like phantoms from behind. These individuals were clad in black robes tightly wrapped from head to toe, their faces hidden beneath thick black cloth, leaving only pairs of cold and fierce eyes exposed. Lu Wei's gaze sharpened and he thought to himself, "These guys have indeed come. It seems today will be a good opportunity to stretch my muscles." Indeed, after the figures flew ahead of Lu Wei and his companions, they halted abruptly and without a word launched an attack. It was evident they understood that lingering here even for a minute could expose them. If their actions were revealed, it would lead to great trouble. Even if their holy fire sect was powerful enough, they would become a target for all. The girls immediately grew vigilant upon seeing the ill-intentioned black-clad individuals preparing to confront them. However, Lu Wei would not allow them to engage. After all, Zhou Muxue was pregnant. In a swift moment, Lu Wei's expression hardened, his eyes icy as he faced the aggressive black-clad attackers, calmly raising a hand. In an instant, a dazzling golden-red ripple burst forth from his palm, rapidly expanding like ripples on water. The golden-red wave sliced through the air like lightning across the night sky, spreading with astonishing speed. The black-clad figures were unable to react, not even having the time to blink before the golden-red wave whisked past them like a gale. However, as these black-clad individuals remained bewildered by the nature of the golden-red wave, an unprecedented fear surged within them. They were horrified to realize that their once solid bodies were gradually dissipating as if being consumed by an invisible force. First their limbs, then their torsos, and finally their heads. They watched helplessly as their bodies transformed into dust in an instant, scattering like ashes in the wind. The entire process was so swift it was completed in the blink of an eye. So much so that these black-clad individuals did not even experience a hint of pain before completely vanishing from this vast expanse as if they had never existed here at all. "Let's go back," Lu Wei said casually, as if the battle they had just experienced was merely a trivial episode. He waved his hand nonchalantly and those shadowy figures in black turned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. After accomplishing all of this, Lu Wei remained remarkably composed, as if he had just done something utterly ordinary. He raised his hand nonchalantly, gently brushing off non-existent dust from his palm, his movements elegant and unhurried, as if what he had just dismissed was not a group of vicious enemies but merely an annoying fly. Then he smiled and turned around, waving to the crowd, signaling everyone to continue on their way. The women exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. However, they did not display much surprise. After all, they had some understanding of Lu Wei's unfathomable strength. Although they were uncertain of the profound realm this man had reached, they knew very well that even the top experts at the 7th or 8th level of cultivation would likely not gain any advantage against him. Thus when they saw Lu Wei effortlessly annihilate the group of black-clad men, they quickly regained their calm and composure save for a momentary surprise. After all, such scenes, while not commonplace, were certainly not earth-shattering either. Among this group, one particularly striking gaze followed Lu Wei closely, none other than Bai Xining. At this moment her beautiful eyes sparkled with a complex and inscrutable light as she quietly stared at Lu Wei's receding figure, her mind a tumult of emotions. Recalling the astonishing prophecy that her ancestor had obtained through mysterious calculations which stated that this person would be both the destroyer and savior of their tribe, she pondered whether everything would indeed unfold as her ancestor had foretold. With this thought, Bai Xining couldn't help but clench her fists, secretly resolving to forge a bond with this man to avert disaster for her tribe. Lu Wei walked with a light stride, continuing towards the flying snow peak. However, just as they had not been away from their original spot for long, a shadow suddenly dashed towards them like lightning. The figure arced through the air, landing steadily at the position they had just vacated. The newcomer sensed the unusual atmosphere and furrowed her brows, beginning to scrutinize the surrounding changes. She took a deep breath, sniffing the faint scent in the air. Soon she detected a subtle burnt odor reminiscent of charred wood. Aside from that, there seemed to be nothing else amiss. Nevertheless, out of caution, she raised her hand decisively. A flash of light flickered, revealing a delicate spatial ring on her finger. As she gently rotated the ring, a uniquely shaped artifact resembling a mirror slowly emerged. She placed her hands on the artifact, continuously infusing it with her spiritual power. In an instant, the artifact burst forth with dazzling light, coalescing into a clear image displayed in the mirror. The scene in the mirror was precisely the moment Lu Wei and the others were attacked. Through the mirror, Lin Mengluan could clearly see the assailants, a group of mysterious individuals clad in black. What shocked her even more was that these black-clad individuals could all fly. To note, the ability to fly was only possessed by those whose cultivation reached above the 5th level. Moreover, judging by the astonishing speed displayed by the leader, their cultivation level must be at least that of a 6th level expert. At this thought, Lin Mengluan's heart tightened. However, in the next moment, the worries that had once filled her heart vanished as if swept away by a fierce wind, replaced by a look of utter astonishment on her face. Her cherry-red lips were wide open, as if she could swallow a whole chicken in one bite. As her gaze fell upon the scene, she saw her disciple's husband simply wave his hand lightly. The gesture seemed casual, yet contained an indescribable power. With that wave, the imposing figures who had approached with ill intent were instantly reduced to fine ashes, scattering in the air as if they had never existed in this world. One must understand that the leader among them possessed a profound cultivation level of the 6th realm. Let alone herself, even the sex master brother would likely find it difficult to handle such a formidable foe with such casual ease, certainly not as effortlessly as this person had. In that moment, countless questions surged in her mind. What is this person's true identity? Where did he come from? And why does he possess such terrifying strength and countless rare treasures? Could it be that he is a peerless expert cultivated by some hidden family or mysterious force? Or perhaps he is a lucky individual who has inherited ancient legacies. Such speculations swirled and intertwined in her mind, making her increasingly believe that the person before her was unfathomable. Meanwhile, Lu Wei effortlessly eliminated the black-clad figures as if sweeping away autumn leaves. For such minor characters, they did not take them to heart at all, treating them as casually as swatting a few annoying flies, and the group turned without concern, heading straight back to their cozy and comfortable abode. At this moment, the maidservants at home had long been busy meticulously preparing a lavish dinner. Beautifully arranged tables were set, filled with an array of delicious dishes that tantalized the senses and made one salivate. As the family sat together chatting and laughing in a lively atmosphere, just as they were about to enjoy this exquisite meal, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Lu Wei's spirit stirred, and he quickly instructed someone to open the door. As the door swung open, a hearty laughter came through. "Ha, it seems we arrived just in time." Before the words had even faded, the door was gently pushed open, revealing Yu Yang, Luo Wei and Tang Xingro arriving unexpectedly. Upon entering, Yu Yang's attention was immediately drawn to the plethora of exquisite food on the table, unable to restrain a hearty laugh. Wow, so much delicious food. Indeed, it's better to arrive at the right moment than too early. Lu Wei, seeing this, quickly smiled and stood up, warmly inviting. "It's better to encounter than to be formally invited. Having you here is truly a blessing. Please come and take a seat and let's enjoy a drink together." Yu Yang, not one to be polite, strode to the table and sat down, nodding. "In that case, I will graciously accept. However, we are not the kind of unwelcome guests who lack manners. Today I happen to be in luck and have procured a bottle of fine wine. Let's all taste it together." As he spoke, he took out a delicately packaged wine bottle from his cloak and gently set it on the table. Those familiar with Yu Yang knew that this guy was a wine aficionado. While others spent their money on cultivation resources and magical artifacts, he spent his wealth on wine. However, speaking of wine, Lu Wei felt a stir in his heart. He indeed possessed a notably rare spiritual wine, or perhaps it could even be referred to as celestial wine. Among the gifts sent by the Azure Dragon King, one item stood out remarkably: the exquisite wine from the mysterious Dragon Palace. It is known that the Dragon Palace is a place filled with wonder and mystery. It treasures countless rare and extraordinary treasures of the world, and every item that flows out of the Dragon Palace is an unparalleled gem coveted by all. Even a single item taken from it, if placed in the outside world, would be enough to stir a tremendous uproar, becoming the target of fierce competition. Thus, how could the fine wine bestowed by the Azure Dragon King be ordinary? Its quality must be extraordinary, far surpassing any common beverage. Lu Wei had nothing to offer in return, so he simply returned the wine he had received. Some of it was quantity return, while others were quality return. Moreover, the quality return also varies. The attributes of the returned fine wines differ. Some can enhance one's aptitude, while others can improve one's cultivation. These wines are rare treasures in the world, and it is possible that such top-tier fine wines do not exist in this realm. Today is a rare gathering, so Lu Wei decided to share some wine for the family to taste. "Come on, senior brother, quickly try my wine," Lu Wei said with a beaming smile, gently waving his right hand, and a small translucent jade bottle appeared in his palm. Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, followed by a smile creeping onto his lips. He is a true connoisseur of wine, well versed in all kinds of fine beverages. His greatest passion in life is to taste exquisite wines. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he has had the fortune of savoring nearly all the fine wines in the world. Today the wine he brought was hard-earned. He had gone through great difficulty and spent a substantial cost to acquire this treasure at the recent exchange meeting, which is undoubtedly a very rare and precious fine wine. However, to his surprise, his junior brother Lu Wei also possessed fine wine. In his view, the wine Lu Wei held could not possibly compare to the ice jade fruit wine from the northern ice plains in his hand. After all, the ice jade fruit wine is a unique and supreme fine wine. This small bottle alone had cost him nearly 1,000 precious spirit stones. Thinking of this, Yu Yang couldn't help but smile proudly, then turned to Lu Wei and said, "Junior brother, perhaps you are not yet aware, but my wine is extraordinary. It is meticulously brewed from the ice jade fruit of the northern ice plains, a rare and unparalleled fine wine. Just this small bottle alone cost me nearly 1,000 precious spirit stones." The ice jade fruit is a unique spiritual fruit from the northern ice plains, growing deep in the frigid depths, not only rare but also possessing the effects of calming the mind and clearing the heart. Using it for winemaking is indeed a great luxury. Lu Wei, however, smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother, do you know the origin of my wine?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yang's heart stirred. He knew that Lu Wei was quite mysterious, possessing many good things. Not to mention, just the Tao Enlightenment pill given to their master could provoke a sect war if leaked. So could the wine this guy possesses also have some mysterious origin? Does this wine have some extraordinary origin? Yu Yang asked with a face full of suspicion, his gaze fixed intently on the delicate jade bottle, speculating inwardly. Standing beside him, Lu Wei's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he softly said, "Don't be in a hurry, you'll understand once you drink it." With that, he skillfully picked up the jade bottle, first filling the cup in front of Yu Yang, then pouring full cups for Lu Wei and Tang Xingro in turn. To everyone's surprise, despite the small size of the jade bottle, it contained a considerable amount of wine. After all three had received their drinks, Lu Wei evenly distributed the remaining wine among the many women present, each receiving a cup. In fact, they had already tasted this exquisite wine before, but the effect of enhancing their cultivation might be significantly reduced upon drinking it again. Nevertheless, even so, the wine's unique and marvelous flavor remained a rarity in the world. Although its effectiveness in aiding cultivation was diminished, it could at least satisfy their cravings. "Come, let us raise our glasses together to celebrate today's long-awaited reunion," Lu Wei exclaimed excitedly. "Cheers!" Everyone responded in unison. At this moment, Yu Yang cautiously lifted his wine cup, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff, but was astonished to find that he couldn't detect even the slightest hint of alcohol. "Is this really wine?" he couldn't help but murmur to himself. The liquid in front of him looked as colorless and tasteless as boiled water. Even more bizarre was its milky white hue that shimmered faintly with a golden light. Seeing everyone drink their wine without hesitation, he still felt some lingering doubts in his heart, but then thought that Lu Wei wouldn't go so far as to poison him, would he? With that thought, he chose not to hesitate any longer. He slightly raised his head, gripped the wine cup tightly, and suddenly tilted his head back. The full cup of wine swiftly flowed into his mouth like a silver thread. As the wine touched his tongue, a rich and unique fragrance exploded in his mouth like a bomb going off. This fragrance was incredibly rich, yet it lacked the sharp, stimulating sensation typical of ordinary spirits. Instead, it felt like a gentle spring breeze brushing against him, bringing an indescribable sense of delight. At the same time, his previously languid taste buds seemed to awaken, suddenly becoming extremely sensitive. Every subtle note of the wine's aroma, every hint of sweetness could now be distinctly perceived, making him feel as if he were savoring the most precious delicacies in the world. Then that sip of exquisite wine flowed down his throat, leaving a faint warm trail in its wake. This warmth was not intense, rather it felt like the gentle sun in winter, perfectly warming every corner of his body. When the wine finally reached his abdomen, the warmth gradually spread, first seeping into his limbs and bones, then quickly enveloping his entire body. At this moment he felt as if he were submerged in a steaming hot spring, every pore of his body relaxing, fully enjoying this comfort and pleasure. The joy brought by this warmth made him almost unable to suppress a loud shout to express his elation. However, this was merely the beginning, the main event was yet to come. Just as Yu Yang was fully immersed in this indescribable and marvelous sensation, suddenly an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from the wine in his stomach without any warning. This immense spiritual power surged forth like a colossal wave from a tumultuous tsunami, flooding into his body with an unstoppable force, spreading rapidly throughout every part of him. It was like a violent torrent, continuously crashing and cleansing every corner of Yu Yang's body, including the most minute meridians. Under the relentless wash of this powerful force, his once solidified body began to undergo a gradual transformation, becoming increasingly resilient and robust. The originally narrow meridians were now widening like expanded river channels, becoming ever more open and smooth. At last the surging spiritual power rushed along the meridians like a flood breaking a dam, ultimately pouring ceaselessly into the dantian. In an instant the entire dantian seemed to ignite like a barrel of gunpowder, instantly filled to the brim with spiritual power. However, this was merely the beginning. As time passed, the influx of spiritual power into the dantian showed no signs of diminishing, instead growing even more turbulent and increasing in quantity. Typically, if an excessive amount of spiritual power surges into the dantian all at once without being absorbed in time, the cultivator would face tremendous danger. Such a situation is likely to provoke a backlash with dire consequences. The lighter ones may suffer damage to their dantian, affecting their future cultivation path. The more severe cases could lead to a direct rupture of the dantian or even loss of life. However, what was astonishing was that the spiritual power surging into the dantian was not merely ordinary, it contained some exceptionally special energy within. It was precisely these special energies that transformed the originally fragile dantian into one that was remarkably sturdy and elastic, capable of withstanding a greater impact of spiritual power than ever before. Moreover, they possessed a miraculous ability to repair swiftly, mending any damaged areas caused by the excessive influx of spiritual power, ensuring that the dantian remained in optimal condition. Yu Yang did not know how long it had been only feeling a slight tremor in his dantian, signaling the cessation of growth, and everything returned to calm. At the same time, his cultivation level had leaped up 3 tiers, reaching the mid-stage of the 6th realm, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the latest stage of the 6th realm. Previously he had only been at the latest stage of the 5th realm. Just from a single cup of wine he had broken through 1 major realm and 1 minor realm, now matching his master's cultivation level. Not just Yu Yang but also Luo Wei and Tang Xingro beside him had all broken through to the 6th realm. The 3 of them were both astonished and delighted, staring in shock at Lu Wei, wondering what kind of divine wine he had given them. Could it truly be the legendary jade liquid? However, this time a great debt of gratitude was owed. Brother Lu Wei, this. Yu Yang looked at Lu Wei with a shocked and grateful expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Wei smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Senior brother and senior sister need not concern themselves, it's just a bit of wine. For me, whether it's this wine or the common liquor found on the streets, they are merely indulgences to satisfy one's cravings, nothing remarkable about it." "What? You mean that just a single cup of wine can allow you to break through from the 5th realm to the mid-6th realm?" Lin Mengluan's round bright eyes widened even further at this moment, as if they were about to pop out, her face filled with disbelief, staring intently at Yu Yang, Tang Xingro, and another person. "It's absolutely true, master. How would we dare to deceive you? If you don't believe me, just look at my current cultivation level, there is not an ounce of falsehood in it. Moreover, it's not just me, even junior brother Luo and junior sister Xingro have successfully broken through to the 6th realm." Yu Yang's face flushed red with excitement and he spoke somewhat incoherently. Just thinking about the incredibly marvelous experience of that breakthrough made him feel as if he were in a beautifully enchanting dream, hardly able to believe that all of this was truly happening. After all, the bottleneck that had troubled him for so many years was effortlessly broken through after drinking that cup of wine, which was simply too astonishing. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengluan couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. To be honest, just hearing about such a thing sounded absurd enough. If she hadn't witnessed the tangible changes in Yu Yang and the others, she probably wouldn't have believed that such a miraculous event could exist. However, thinking back to the astonishing effects of the enlightenment pill that Lu Wei had gifted her, it seemed that such miracles were not entirely impossible. In that instant, Lin Mengwan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and a thought flashed through her mind. Her lively eyes darted around before settling, her originally beautiful face instantly turning stern as if she could frost over. She pouted angrily, her cheeks puffing up slightly, and one hand slammed forcefully on the sturdy wooden table in front of her. With a loud bang, the entire room seemed to tremble. At this moment, Lin Mengwan no longer cared about that. Her brows furrowed, her eyes wide with fury. She glared at the few people in front of her and exclaimed, "Humph! You heartless bunch, having such good wine yet only thinking of yourselves and not even considering leaving a sip for me. I've raised you with such care and effort, treating you with utmost kindness, yet you treat me this way. Do you have no conscience?" Yu Yang and the others exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Tang Xingra's eyes sparkled as she looked at her two senior brothers with pride. "See, I told you Master would definitely come back for this. Luckily, I had a backup plan." Yu Yang and Luo Wei cast admiring glances at Tang Xingro. Tang Xingro took out a wine pouch and smiled as she handed it to Lin Mengwan. "Hee, Master, how could we possibly forget you? Look, this is the wine we brought back for you. It's a whole bag." Lin Mengwan nodded in satisfaction and reached out to take it. "That's more like it. By the way, since they gave you such a precious gift, didn't you think about giving them a gift in return?" While Yu Yang scratched his head in embarrassment, "I originally wanted to invite junior brother Lu Wei to drink, but as you saw, he has countless rare treasures and I really don't know how to repay him. What he has is his and what you give back is yours. Value doesn't matter, it's the sincerity that counts. How about this? Since you were going to invite him for a drink, then invite him over tomorrow. I will personally cook and prepare a table of good dishes to thank him." The faces of the three changed drastically upon hearing this. "Master, you cook? Are you sure this is a thank you and not revenge?" "Master, how about we find another way to express our gratitude?" Yu Yang said, unable to suppress a gulp, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly torn and fearful inside. For them, the meals prepared by their master were truly a daunting existence. He still vividly remembered that painful experience. What should have been a joyous gathering to celebrate his breakthrough to the fifth realm turned into a silent nightmare when everyone eagerly tasted the dishes made by their master. Not long after the meal, he felt a violent pain in his stomach, followed by frequent trips to the restroom. This condition lasted a full 3 days. In just a few days, he lost more than 10 pounds and his once robust body became weak and frail. Logically speaking, given his current cultivation level, even if he occasionally consumed slightly unclean food, it shouldn't have led to such severe diarrhea. The issue, however, lay precisely with the meals prepared by his master. Master Lin Mengwan had a penchant for culinary arts, particularly in using various precious spiritual materials to create exquisite dishes. If these spiritual materials were paired correctly, they would undoubtedly provide numerous benefits to the consumer. However, if not, the consequences could be unimaginable, and calling them toxic would be no exaggeration. Tang Xing and Luo Wei joined in to persuade her, clearly also victims who did not wish to relive that experience. How could Lin Mengwan not understand the reasons behind her disciples' attitudes? Thinking of the incident from a few years ago, a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. She cleared her throat and said, "Oh dear, you can rest assured. These past few years I have been deeply engrossed in studying culinary skills. Moreover, I even made a special trip to the Spirit Herb Peak to humbly seek guidance from Master Chen. This time there won't be any repeat of the last situation, so you can put your minds at ease." With it, she revealed a confident smile, seemingly very assured of her culinary skills now. Yu Yang and the others were momentarily at a loss for words to refute her. If they continued, their master might become enraged and they would be the ones to suffer. Regardless, they had already made up their minds to not lift their chopsticks at that time. As for Lu Wei, they could only hope he would take care of himself. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Mengwan suddenly said, "By the way, remember to invite that girl Yan Han. Now that you all have broken through to the 6th realm, she is still at the 4th realm, so it's a good opportunity to help her out." Yu Yang nodded, having no objections. Although Yan Han wasn't their direct junior sister, they had watched her grow up, and to them she was no different from their own junior sister. As the personal disciple of their uncle Master Shen Yuan Rui, Yan Han was originally groomed as the heir of the Feishui Peak. Before Zhou Mushui arrived, she was the youngest and the mascot of the entire Feishui Peak. Though their master had a conflict with the uncle master, she was very fond of junior sister Yan Han, and such a good opportunity would naturally not be forgotten. Moreover, Yu Yang speculated that calling Yan Han over might also have another layer of intent, which was to avoid creating a rift with junior sister Mushui. After all, it seemed more likely that Zhou Muxue would inherit the position of the peak master of Feishuo Peak. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Mengluan had her own ulterior motives. Once they all left, a cold smile appeared on Lin Mengluan's face. You foul woman, I don't believe you won't take the bait this time. You want me to drink? Master is cooking personally. Lu Wei stared at the figure of Yu Yang in astonishment. He instinctively turned his head, his gaze falling on Zhou Muxue beside him, filled with confusion and inquiry, as if silently asking, what on earth is going on? Your master can actually cook. Lu Wei pondered internally. It was hard to imagine that someone like Lin Mengluan, who seemed like an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly affairs, could set aside her lofty demeanor and step into the kitchen to handle pots and pans. Such down-to-earth behavior was truly shocking. At this moment, Zhou Muxue also wore a puzzled expression, gently shaking her head as her silky hair swayed. Her beautiful and captivating eyes looked at Lu Wei and she softly said, I'm not really sure either, I've never seen master cook before. Clearly Zhou Muxue was equally uncertain about whether her master truly had culinary skills. Seeing their reactions, Yu Yang's expression became somewhat complicated. He first stole a glance at Lu Wei, then slightly lowered his head, appearing a bit guilty, stammering, yes, master has always been fond of studying culinary arts. You sent so many precious gifts and we don't have anything to reciprocate, so master wanted to personally prepare a sumptuous dinner for you to express our gratitude. Lu Wei smiled slightly upon hearing this, nodding in understanding. The reason he had given those precious treasures to Zhou Muxue and her master was indeed due to his fondness for Zhou Muxue. Moreover, it was also to establish a reason for future gifts. Since master has so graciously invited me, how could I possibly refuse? Tonight I will definitely attend the banquet on time. Lu Wei readily agreed. Hearing Lu Wei's acceptance, Yu Yang felt relieved and hurriedly left, fearing that staying longer might expose him. As he walked away, he silently thought, I'm sorry brother, I didn't want this to happen. You have so many rare treasures, so I suppose a little stomach trouble wouldn't be a problem for you, right? Moreover, considering your high cultivation level, there shouldn't be any issues. Leaving Lu Wei's residence, Yu Yang arrived at the main hall of the Flying Snow Peak, the residence of the Peak Master Xin Yuan Ruo. Having stayed at Flying Snow Peak for so many years, Yu Yang naturally knew that his master and his master uncle had always been at odds, engaging in open and covert battles of wits. However, neither his master nor his master uncle ever involved their grievances with the younger generation. Thus, in Yu Yang's view, although his master uncle had a cold demeanor, he was still quite good to them. Therefore, whenever he got something good, he naturally wouldn't forget about his master uncle. The wine that Lu Wei brought out to enhance cultivation was limited, and aside from what he gave to his master, he originally had a portion for his master uncle. Unfortunately, the portion meant for his master uncle was withheld by his master. Instead, she left him a bit to deliver to junior sister Yan Han. Yu Yang figured if this matter came to his master uncle's knowledge, he would surely confront his master, resulting in quite a commotion. Lost in thought, he unconsciously arrived at the entrance of junior sister Yan Han's courtyard. Junior sister, are you home? Senior brother, you're here. Come in quickly. A clear and melodious voice echoed from the courtyard, as delightful as a aureole emerging from the valley. It was evident that the speaker was well acquainted with Yu Yang, hence the intimate invitation to enter the courtyard. As the voice fell, the previously closed courtyard door seemed to be gently pushed open by an invisible hand. Upon seeing this, Yu Yang smiled slightly and without any pretense strode directly into the courtyard. Once inside, he lifted his gaze, instantly captivated by the scene before him. By a uniquely shaped stone platform stood a young woman holding a brush, fully engrossed in depicting something on a sheet of paper as white as snow. This girl was incredibly beautiful, with delicate brows, pearly teeth, and a willow-like waist as captivating as a blooming flower. Hearing the approaching footsteps, she paused her work and slightly raised her head. Upon realizing it was Yu Yang, a gentle smile immediately graced her lips as she softly said, Senior brother, please wait a moment, I am just about to finish this painting. After speaking, she lowered her head again, focusing intently on her artwork. Watching her warm smile reminiscent of sunlight stirred something within Yu Yang. From her smile, he could sense that she was a person of extraordinary gentleness, naturally drawing others close. It's all right, junior sister, take your time, I'm not in a hurry. Saying this, he sat down nearby, quietly watching Yan Han paint. However, at that moment his gaze was entirely fixated on the graceful figure of the girl before him. Yan Han naturally sensed the intense gaze from Yu Yang, and a faint blush gradually crept up her fair and delicate cheeks like the glow of a sunset. The feelings between these two were not a secret. It could even be said that everyone on the Feishuo Peak was well aware of it. Their unspoken understanding and emotional connection were visible to others. Unfortunately, for certain special reasons, Yu Yang had yet to muster the courage to confess his feelings. As for Yen Han, she was a gentle, graceful and kind-hearted woman. She was well aware that deep within Yu Yang's heart lay an unresolved knot. If she could not help him resolve it, he might never find the courage to walk through life with her. Thus Yen Han chose to wait silently day after day, year after year, with the hope that one day she would hear Yu Yang confess his heartfelt feelings. After a while, Yen Han finally completed her painting. "Senior brother, is there something you needed when you came here?" she asked softly, setting aside her brush. Yu Yang did not speak, but instead took out a jade bottle and handed it to Yen Han. He then explained the origins of the wine to her. After listening, Yen Han's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that such earthly treasures existed in the world. Regaining her composure, Yen Han hurriedly declined, saying, "No, I cannot accept this wine. Such a precious treasure, even 6th realm cultivators can enhance their cultivation with it. Giving it to a mere 4th realm like me is far too wasteful. Senior brother, you should keep it for yourself." "Rest assured, senior sister, I've already partaken of it and my cultivation has ascended to the 6th realm. Doubt it? Witness for yourself." With those words, he gently raised his right hand and channeled the spiritual energy within him. Instantly, a mighty, overwhelming aura surged forth from his very being. Brilliant light shimmered around him like orbiting stars, and the sheer intensity of his presence caused the surrounding air to tremble faintly. Yen Han's eyes widened in utter astonishment as she gazed upon the spectacle before her. She could distinctly sense that Ye Yang's oppressive aura had grown many-fold stronger than before. Though she had heard whispers of this mysterious wine's miraculous properties, witnessing it firsthand evoked a profound, indescribable awe. At that moment, Yen Han's heart churned with turbulent emotions. Shock, envy and quiet yearning entwined within her breast. She knew all too well how arduous the path of cultivation truly was. Each breakthrough demanded immense effort and unrelenting time. Yet Ye Yang had merely imbibed a single cup and achieved such astonishing advancement in cultivation. It was simply beyond belief. "Well then, I'll leave the wine here for you. Drink it without delay and elevate your own cultivation. Otherwise, the gap between us will only widen further. I must dash off now. Don't forget to join me for dinner tonight." Having spoken in one breath, Ye Yang, fearing Yen Han might refuse again, swiftly placed the exquisitely carved jade vial upon the table and departed in haste, not even glancing back. Yen Han stood in silent stillness, her gaze fixed upon the familiar wooden table before her, where rested a jade vial radiating a soft ethereal glow. She remained thus transfixed for a long while, her eyes never once straying from that vessel. After a pause, she slowly extended her hand and lifted the vial with delicate care, as though weighing the immense significance contained within. Yet just then she froze mid-motion, her expression flickering with sudden hesitation. In the end, however, she clenched her teeth, resolved and resolute, and pulled the stopper free. At once an intense, intoxicating aroma flooded the air, heady, sublime, utterly entrancing. Yen Han drew a deep breath, then without further pause raised the vial to her lips and drank deeply. The cool, rich liquid flowed down her throat, instantly transforming into a searing torrent that roared through her meridians with unstoppable force. In the blink of an eye, Yen Han felt every channel in her body reverberating violently under the onslaught, while unbearable agony surged through her limbs and bones. Still she gritted her teeth, enduring the torment, and focused all her will on guiding that wild, untamed power through a complete celestial circuit. Before long, a thunderous, earth-shaking explosion erupted from the previously tranquil courtyard. Immediately thereafter, an unparalleled colossal aura erupted skyward like a volcanic cataclysm, piercing the heavens themselves. That overwhelming force swept outward like a maelstrom. Sand and stones whirled violently, gales howled with unnatural fury, and even nearby trees swayed precariously, their branches lashing wildly. Not far away, Shen Yuanru, who had been quietly stabilizing her own cultivation, suddenly sensed a staggering, overwhelming aura erupt with shocking intensity. A subtle shift crossed her peerless countenance, and the serene stillness of her mind rippled faintly as if a stone had dropped into placid water. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen Yuanru blurred, vanishing from her place in a flash like lightning, dissolving into the void. In the next instant she reappeared, poised and unwavering, hovering high above the secluded, tranquil courtyard. Her beautiful, captivating eyes were fixed intently upon her disciple below, whose cultivation was surging forward with astonishing breakthroughs, stirring within her a profound wave of bewilderment and shock. After all, this very disciple had only recently ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th realm. By all conventional wisdom, even for a prodigy of exceptional talent and unwavering diligence, it would take years of accumulation and refinement before attaining the 5th realm. Yet what unfolded before her eyes now utterly defied comprehension. She watched spellbound as her disciple not only transcended into the 5th realm but surged upward with the unstoppable momentum of a celestial rocket, breaking through barrier after barrier without pause. In the blink of an eye she was already poised on the very threshold of the 6th realm. Though her mind brimmed with unanswered questions the moment her gaze fell upon Yen Han, deep in the critical crucible of transcendence, her foot already half lifted withdrew silently. She knew that even the faintest disturbance could shatter the entire endeavor, so she stood motionless beside him, her divine sense fully focused, guarding his cultivation with unwavering vigilance. Time slipped away like fine sand through an hourglass. After roughly half an hour, the turbulent roaring aura radiating from Yen Han began to recede, coming coalescing and settling like the ebb of a great tide. And at last, after arduous exertion, his cultivation stabilized firmly at the apex of the fifth realm, nearly one step away from the sixth. Shen Yuanrua, whose heart had been clenched tight until this moment, finally exhaled in quiet relief and drifted down from midair with effortless grace. Almost instantly, Yen Han's eyes snapped open, their gaze meeting his master's precisely. Before joy over his breakthrough could even touch his features, he rose swiftly and bowed deeply, a solemn reverent kowtow offered to his master. "Your disciple pays homage to master." With serene composure, Shen Yuanrua nodded faintly and asked softly, "How did your cultivation advance so dramatically, so suddenly?" Yen Han withheld nothing. He recounted the incident with Ye Yang delivering the wine. Upon hearing it, Shen Yuanrua's peerless countenance flickered ever so slightly. "Since you have encountered such rare fortune, grasp it firmly, and devote yourself wholly to consolidating your foundation." With those words, she vanished in a shimmer of light, leaving the courtyard empty. Back in her own abode, Shen Yuanrua's exquisite eyes gleamed with quiet calculation. Her younger sister truly was blessed with naivety, yet rewarded with extraordinary fortune, having secured a son-in-law whose origins were shrouded in profound mystery and immense power. This Lu Wei, his background was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even tracing back to the ancient reclusive clans of the Zhangzhou continent. How unfortunate that she had not drawn such auspicious fate. Wait. A sudden realization struck her. A faint knowing smile curved her coldly elegant lips. Though she lacked such a formidable son-in-law, her sister did, and was that not in essence the same as possessing one herself? Just as the Dou enlightenment pills belonged to her sister, did they not by extension belong to her as well? At this thought, Shen Yuanrua began to muse, how might she discreetly acquire more of this extraordinary wine from her sister? After all, if her disciple had advanced so far, then her own disciple, the disciple of the Peak Master, could scarcely afford to fall too far behind. To seize it outright, that would surely strain their harmony. And hadn't she just taken the Dou enlightenment pills? To now also claim the wine, would that not verge on sheer oppression? No, better not provoke her sister. After all, she was her blood kin. Theft then, stealthy undetected theft. If she stole it without being discovered, surely her sister would not grow too enraged. "Senior brother, why are you being so courteous with me? It is just a matter of inviting you for a few drinks. There is no need for you to feel obligated to reciprocate. This seems rather distant of you." Lu Wei with a beaming smile pulled Zhou Mushui to sit gracefully, continuing to exchange pleasantries. This time she only brought Zhou Mushui along and did not have anyone else accompany her. Yu Yang smiled and replied, "Ha, junior brother, this was not my idea, it was master who wished to host you. I am merely responsible for making the arrangements." Just as the two were engaged in light banter, a graceful and alluring figure stepped into the room like a slender willow swaying in the breeze. The newcomer was dressed in a flowing translucent lavender gown, the delicate fabric swirling around her like mist, revealing glimpses of the white garment clinging to her voluptuous figure, igniting endless imagination. Especially at her high bosom, large patches of snow-white delicate skin subtly appeared and disappeared as if they could be revealed at any moment. Looking behind her, the voluptuous curves of her backside were perfectly outlined, the gentle rise both dignified and alluring. Her figure was a perfect embodiment of beauty, with every curve exuding an irresistible charm that stirred one's heart and made it hard to maintain composure. Even though Lu Wei had seen many beautiful women, encountering such a mature and alluring woman made his heart skip a beat. Ba, what am I thinking about? No, that's blasphemy. Despite the tumult of thoughts surging within him, the others in the room seemed to share a silent understanding, rising from their seats in perfect unison. They slightly bowed, their faces filled with respect, and said in unison, "Greetings, master." Lin Mangluan smiled, her smile as radiant as flowers blooming in spring. She gently nodded, then elegantly raised her fair delicate hands that resembled jade, lightly gesturing for everyone to sit, softly saying, "Please take a seat, there's no need to be so formal. Today is a family gathering and everyone need not be so polite. Lu Wei has been here for several days, and as an elder I haven't had the chance to properly host. It's a good opportunity to gather today." At this moment, Lu Wei, sitting aside, quickly stood up, cupping his hands towards Lin Mangluan, and sincerely said, "Thank you for your hospitality, master, I am truly honored." Lin Mangluan, with bright eyes and a smile, replied, "I should be the one thanking you. Receiving such a precious gift upon our first meeting leaves me at a loss for words on how to express my gratitude. I can only personally cook a meal for you. I hope you won't find it lacking. To be able to eat the dishes you prepare is a great honor. Please don't take my small gifts to heart." Hearing this, Yu Yang secretly grumbled, "I hope you feel honored after the meal as well." He was now pondering how to avoid eating the food on the table. Just as he was racking his brain trying to avoid the unknown dishes prepared by Master Lin Mangluan had already cheerfully invited everyone to start eating. Come, don't be polite, everyone, try some and see if my culinary skills have improved." Lu Wei, unaware of the details, eagerly picked up his chopsticks to taste. Lu Wei had initially hesitated, but seeing Lin Mengluan's warm and earnest invitation, he found it impossible to decline her sincere kindness, so he picked up his chopsticks and gently lifted a morsel to his lips. As the dish glided across his tongue, an extraordinary flavor instantly blossomed throughout his mouth. Indeed, its taste was nothing short of astonishing. Perhaps the prolonged famine he had endured had heightened his appreciation for food, making even the simplest fare seem like imperial delicacies. Yet even setting that aside, the dish itself stood as a rare and exquisite creation. Delicious!" Lu Wei exclaimed in genuine admiration. Not only is it refreshingly sweet, crisp and tender, but it brims with abundant spiritual energy, as though each bite were a gift bestowed by nature herself. Truly, such a delicacy is unmatched in all the realms. He continued savoring the dish while lavishing praise without restraint. Hearing these words, Lin Mengluan's heart swelled with joy and quiet fulfillment. She had earlier harbored faint misgivings, fearing her culinary skill might fall short of Lu Wei's expectations. But now, watching him relish every bite and offer such effusive praise, all her anxieties dissolved like morning mist. A radiant smile bloomed across her face, brighter than spring blossoms, luminous as the most brilliant star piercing the velvet night. "Here, eat more if it pleases you." Beside them, Yu Yang watched in quiet astonishment. Had Master truly faltered this time? No, rather he had surpassed himself. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously plucked a piece and tasted it. It really was quite good. Had Master's cooking skills genuinely improved? Though each guest harbored private thoughts, the banquet remained filled with laughter and cheerful banter, truly a gathering where host and guests alike reveled in harmony. Yet as time passed, Lu Wei gradually sensed something amiss. He noticed their complexions growing increasingly flushed, as if bathed in rosy twilight, their eyes growing hazy and unfocused, losing their earlier clarity, and their once composed, dignified expressions now tinged with feverish excitement. Even within himself, a rising tide of warmth stirred an unsettling restlessness, and when he glanced at Lin Mengluan, his gaze carried an involuntary smoldering intensity he could not conceal. Still, Lu Wei paid it little mind. He reasoned that perhaps it stemmed from having spent recent days in close proximity to Zhou Muxue, who was now with child, leaving him no choice but to admire her from afar, unable to draw near or claim her embrace. With that thought, he murmured softly to Zhou Muxue, "Schwer, the hour grows late, return to your chamber to rest. I fear my impulses may overwhelm me and endanger the child within you." Seeing this, Lin Mengluan promptly rose and offered, "Then let Muxue stay in one of the guest chambers here in my courtyard, spared the exhaustion of traveling while carrying her precious burden." Lu Wei nodded in agreement. After all, this was the residence of Zhou Muxue's own master, surely a place of utmost propriety and safety. Once Zhou Muxue had departed, the feast resumed with renewed vigor, glasses clinked, laughter soared, and merriment swelled ever higher. Eventually, Lu Wei brought forth a treasured vintage he had long reserved. This wine was no ordinary brew, a gift from the Dragon King himself, which Lu Wei had carefully divided among the women. First, to ensure fairness; second, because each returned a distinct variant shaped by her unique resonance with the elixir. For instance, the vintage returned by Lu Xiaoxiao possessed no miraculous amplifying effect, yet held one extraordinary trait: no matter how profound one's cultivation, it would inevitably induce intoxication. At Lu Wei's level of mastery, few wines could cloud his senses, nor could Yu Yang for that matter be easily overcome by drink. That robbed much of the joy from drinking, for what pleasure lies in imbibing without surrendering to euphoria? It was little better than sipping water. This wine, however, defied all such limits, regardless of one's cultivation depth or physical constitution. A single draught guaranteed intoxication. It is important to note that Lu Wei's extraordinary physique is no mere boast. Ordinary poisons are utterly ineffective against him, as such common toxins cannot penetrate the formidable defenses of his body. However, when faced with a substance that is not a poison but rather a mysterious elixir that can enhance pleasure and is beneficial to the human body, the situation becomes entirely different. After all, in the presence of such special substances, his body does not instinctively resist and counteract them as it would with poisons. What's more alarming is that right before them lies an exquisite wine so divine that even immortals would be intoxicated by. When this miraculous wine merges with that unique beneficial substance, the wondrous effects it produces are far beyond the simple arithmetic of 1 + 1. Lu Wei called out loudly, "Come on, cheers." Lin Mengluan, not backing down, joyfully responded, "Cheers, brother Lu Wei. I'm famously known for my drinking capacity." With that, she tilted her head back and downed her drink in one go. Immediately a silver bell-like laughter echoed. It was Lin's. She playfully exclaimed, "Haha, brother Lu Wei, you're not bad either. Today we must have a good contest and determine who is superior." Lu Wei pounded his chest full of pride and replied him, "Are you afraid? Bring it on." At this point the table in front of them was filled with empty glasses and their cups clinked together with a clear sound. As shot after shot of strong liquor went down, their faces grew increasingly flushed and their eyes gradually became dazed as if they had lost focus. Their expressions became hazy and their words began to slur, yet they continued to raise their glasses and drink heartily, seemingly intent on getting thoroughly drunk. Standing aside, Yu Yang watched this scene and couldn't help but shake his head lightly, secretly mocking, "Humph, what a pair of rookies. With such a little drinking capacity they dare to boast about being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." With that, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. However, despite his disdain for their drinking abilities, Yu Yang himself leisurely lifted his glass, savoring the fine wine within. The liquid was as clear as jade and exuded a rich, enchanting aroma. As it slid down his throat and into his belly, a warm sensation spread through him, leaving Yu Yang utterly entranced. This truly is a wine that even immortals would find intoxicating. Yu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. He felt that he had never tasted such a mind-boggling nectar in his life. Each sip was like a feast for the senses, bringing him endless enjoyment and satisfaction. Even the euphoric, dreamlike feeling that accompanied drunkenness captivated him, making him forget all worldly troubles and worries. Time slipped away unnoticed and the moon had climbed high into the sky, casting a silvery glow over the earth. At this moment the night had deepened and the surroundings were silent save for the gentle night breeze that softly brushed past. Inside, as glass after glass of fine wine was consumed, the bottles on the table had long run dry, leaving no drop to pour into their cups. At this time Lin Mangluan suggested it was time to leave. Though she had drunk quite a bit, she still retained some clarity. She remembered that her trap was already set and the prey was likely to arrive, and so she swayed as she stood up. "Yu Yang, you continue to keep brother Lu Wei company. I'm heading back first." Her body swayed unsteadily as if a mere gust of wind could topple her to the ground. Yet, drawing upon her profound cultivation, she barely managed to steady herself. She staggered slowly toward her chamber, each step an arduous struggle. Were it not for her formidable cultivation sustaining her, she would long have collapsed onto the floor, lost in deep slumber. Lin Mangluan was intoxicated, yet not wholly so. The potency of the immortal drunkenness elixir was unmatched, yet within her heart lingered a single thread of lucidity. That thread was her unyielding resolve, the vow of vengeance, and thus with astonishing fortitude Lin Mangluan clung fiercely to wakefulness. After stumbling and lurching back to her room, Lin Mangluan braced herself against the doorframe, breathing heavily. She gathered her composure for a moment before stepping across the threshold. Yet the instant she lifted her gaze, her pupils contracted sharply, and inwardly she cursed that accursed woman has actually come. There sat Shen Yuanrua perfectly at ease upon a stool beside the room's table, serene as a lotus in full bloom. Her exquisite face betrayed no flicker of emotion as she spoke softly, "Where is that wine? Bring me some at once." Her tone was utterly unruffled, as though inquiring about something trivial, like "Have you eaten today?" At those words Lin Mangluan's fury erupted instantly. Eyes blazing, she glared at Shen Yuanrua and shouted, voice trembling with outrage, "Do I owe you anything? Why on earth should I hand over the wine to you?" With that she planted her hands on her hips, her chest heaving violently with indignation, a portrait of unyielding defiance. Shen Yuanrua sighed, rising reluctantly. "Honestly, must I trouble myself to fetch it? Can't you simply surrender it without resistance?" She had originally intended to steal it discreetly, avoiding Lin Mangluan entirely. But after searching the room thoroughly she found nothing, realizing at once that the item must be concealed within Lin Mangluan's personal spatial storage artifact. There was no choice left, stealth was impossible, only direct seizure remained. "You're shameless. A brazen hussy. If I weren't outmatched I'd..." Lin Mangluan raged, glaring furiously at Shen Yuanrua. Finding her clamor unbearable, Shen Yuanrua casually sealed Lin Mangluan's cultivation, then proceeded to search her thoroughly. Within moments she unearthed a trove of items, including the spirit-enhancing wine. "Is this it?" Shen Yuanrua held up the jade vial and waved it gently before Lin Mangluan's eyes. Lin Mangluan refused to answer, merely scoffing coldly and turning her head away. Unfazed, Shen Yuanrua uncorked the vial and inhaled deeply, immediately feeling a surge of mental clarity and a noticeable acceleration in her spiritual energy circulation. A subtle ripple stirred within her mind. This must be the wine, just as Yan Han described, truly extraordinary. Yet, why does its aroma taste so peculiar? Perhaps this was simply its natural scent.
Watching Shen Yuanrua uncork and inhale the wine, Lin Mengluan's eyes gleamed faintly, triumph flickering like a hidden flame. The jade vial indeed contained genuine spirit wine, but one laced with a potent volatile additive. So fierce was its effect that mere inhalation sufficed to ignite overwhelming desire and shatter rational thought. Once Shen Yuanrua succumbed, Lin Mengluan would seize the moment, recording the entire spectacle with a soul reflection stone. With such damning evidence in hand, how dare that wretched woman ever bully her again? Yet sometimes even the most carefully laid schemes yield to the smallest of unforeseen twists. Early the next morning, the morning light filtered through the window and illuminated the room. Lu Wei slowly awakened, feeling a heavy fog in his mind as if countless tiny figures were beating drums inside his head. He couldn't help but reach up to massage his temples, gently shaking his still fuzzy head, secretly lamenting, this drunken immortal wine truly lives up to its reputation. I never thought that my cultivation would reach such depths, yet I still got drunk from it. Thinking of Yu Yang, who had been drinking with him last night but ultimately passed out under the table, a smug smile crept onto Lu Wei's lips. Humph, with your little drinking capacity, how dare you think of competing with me? Now you know the consequences, right? Let's see if you dare to be arrogant in front of me again. Just as Lu Wei was immersed in the joy of victory, he suddenly felt something unusual about the bed. Why was it so cramped? He furrowed his brow in confusion, slowly opening his eyes to understand what was happening. However, when he saw the scene before him, he was instantly frozen, his eyes widening as if struck by lightning, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. The bed was strewn with disheveled fabric scraps, not a single piece remaining intact. Before him lay black hair scattered about, some straight and some curled. The skin was both fair and flushed. Lu Wei looked down at his own body, which, despite being comparable to the Nine Realms, was marked with streaks of blood, revealing just how intense the previous battle had been. Blowing away a small curl near his mouth, Lu Wei smacked his lips, finding them a bit salty. Ahem. At that moment, the other two individuals also began to awaken. One was a 6th realm cultivator and the other was a 7th realm cultivator. At the slightest sound, they became alert. If it weren't for the exhaustion from the previous night combined with the effects of the drugs, they wouldn't have slept so soundly. The moment the two opened their eyes, they were slightly bewildered, turning to look at Lu Wei, their expressions instantly shifting dramatically. How did you end up here? This is Lin Mengluan. Who are you? This is Shen Yuanrua. Lu Wei shrugged, reluctantly smiling. I say I don't know, either believe it or not. A few minutes later, the three pieced together what had happened the previous night. Lin Mengluan looked at Lu Wei with a complex expression, her eyes filled with regret, self-reproach, and a hint of inexplicable emotion. If it hadn't been for her setting a trap for Shen Yuanrua last night, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. However, she hadn't anticipated that although Shen Yuanrua had fallen for the trap, she didn't immediately lose her combat ability. Just before losing consciousness, she managed to force some of the spiked spiritual wine into Lin Mengluan's mouth. Now both of them had drunk that wine and the consequences were predictable. At that moment, a drunken Lu Wei accidentally walked into the wrong room and everything unfolded as expected. If it had been someone else, Lin Mengluan wouldn't have felt so troubled, but Lu Wei's identity was different. As for Shen Yuanrua, upon learning the whole story, her expression alternated between anger and murderous intent. She contemplated killing Lu Wei to eliminate this blemish. But as a cultivator who had practiced for so many years, she also knew that Lu Wei's background was definitely not ordinary. If she killed Lu Wei, it could potentially bring disaster to her sect. However, if she didn't kill him, what would happen next? Would her pristine reputation be tarnished like this? This left her in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. As for Lu Wei, he could hardly suppress the smile on his face. This was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Since it had already happened, let it be. What is cultivation for? Isn't it to live freely and pursue eternal life? Therefore, there was nothing to hold back. No matter who she was or what her identity was, he would do as he pleased. Since things had already happened, he would simply let them unfold naturally. You two can rest assured I will take responsibility for you both. Just obediently stay by my side from now on. You will lack nothing that you need. No. Lin Mengluan cried out instinctively, her voice trembling with panic and unwavering resolve. This sudden turn of events shattered her composure entirely, leaving her mind adrift in confusion, yet the last vestige of reason warned her fiercely she must not stray further down this perilous, misguided path. Though the unfolding scene left her utterly disoriented, even trembling with fear, she was acutely aware of the chasm that gaped between them, unbridgeable and absolute. Their station stood as distant as heaven and earth. Should this forbidden bond ever come to light, the consequences would be catastrophic beyond imagining.
At that very moment Shen Yuanrua, who had stood silently beside them torn by inner turmoil, felt her fury erupt like a volcanic surge upon hearing Lu Wei's words. Her eyes flared wide, locking onto Lu Wei with searing intensity, as if she longed to rush forward and strike him down, to prove once and for all that she was no helpless maiden to be trifled with. In the blink of an eye, just as Shen Yuanrua tensed to act, Lu Wei vanished from his place and reappeared before them, swift as lightning, his hands shooting forth, one encircling Lin Mengluan's slender waist, the other seizing Shen Yuanrua's arm in a firm, irresistible grip, yanking both women sharply into his embrace. Instantly a potent masculine aura enveloped her. Shen Yuanrua's mind reeled with a sharp, deafening buzz, and her entire being froze in stunned silence. Never in her life had she stood so close to a man. This unfamiliar, scorching proximity locked her muscles rigid, as though time itself had crystallized around them. After all, Shen Yuanrua was the revered sect master of Feishu Epique, the legendary Feishu immortal maiden of the Northern Realm, whose admirers dared not approach within 3 chi of her presence, let alone hold her thus intimately and unbidden. Snapping back to awareness, Shen Yuanrua flushed with mortified rage and fought desperately to break free from Lu Wei's hold. Yet no matter how fiercely she struggled, she felt like a caged bird, fragile, powerless, against the overwhelming force radiating from Lu Wei. Only then did terror pierce her realization this enigmatic man possessed strength far beyond her reckoning. "You," she gasped, staring at Lu Wei in astonishment, only for her words to vanish beneath his kiss. Lin Mengluan, watching from the side with quiet amusement, blinked slowly, then felt an inexplicable quiet thrill at seeing her senior sister so thoroughly flustered. All her life she had been the one overlooked and mistreated, while her senior sister remained an untouchable immortal maiden, beyond reproach, beyond reach. To witness her thus now stirred a deep secret satisfaction within her. Yet the situation spiraled rapidly beyond control, and soon even she, the detached observer, found herself drawn irrevocably into its whirlwind. Meanwhile, Zhou Muxue awoke to find Lu Wei gone. Seeking to bid farewell to her master, she discovered his chamber sealed behind a formidable spirit barrier. Assuming her master was in deep cultivation and must not be disturbed, she quietly withdrew from his courtyard and returned to the shared residence. There, Lu Ruyan, overseeing maids preparing breakfast, immediately bowed low upon spotting her. "Greetings, First Madam." Zhou Muxue feigned mild reproach. "How many times must I say it? We are sisters, no formalities needed." "Tradition must be upheld," Lu Ruyan replied, gently shaking her head. "Our family grows ever larger. Without order, chaos will follow." "Very well, I yield to your will. But have you seen young master?" Shen Yuanrua lay there with flushed cheeks, eyes closed, breathing heavily. Beside her, Lin Mengluan fared even worse, her gaze verging on vacancy. Lu Wei gazed silently out the window as the sun dipped low on the western horizon, staining the sky in radiant hues of tangerine and crimson. Then he turned, calmly retrieving 2 items from his spatial storage. One of them he gently extended toward Shen Yuanrua, murmuring softly, "Yuanrua, this is a Millennium Ice Marrow drawn from the Dragon Palace. It possesses extraordinary properties, especially for cultivators who have just broken through to a new realm and must stabilize their cultivation foundation. Not only does it accelerate stabilization, but it also purifies the body, fortifying one's foundational roots with unparalleled solidity, precisely what you need now." Shen Yuanrua's faintly closed eyes slowly fluttered open. The moment her gaze fell upon the luminous azure ice marrow resting in Lu Wei's palm, astonishment and disbelief flooded her expression. "The Dragon Palace," she whispered, as if the very name carried an ineffable mystique. The Dragon Palace, the legendary abode shrouded in myth, said to house boundless treasures and peerless artifacts. And yet here before her lay a Millennium Ice Marrow hailing from that fabled realm. "Yes, take it." A chime echoed inwardly. "System alert, host has gifted target a Millennium Ice Marrow, triggering 100-fold return. Awarded 10th Asandir Jade Marrow. 10,000-year Jade Marrow, a post-heavenly spiritual treasure, usable for spirit forging, pill refinement, or self-cultivation enhancement, effective up to the 10th realm." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Wei's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. At his current cultivation level, few things still held tangible value for him, yet this Jade Marrow remained effective even below the 10th realm. Truly a rare and priceless treasure. Still, Lu Wei made no haste to use it. Attributes in his personal cultivation space outweighed any artifact. This could be reserved for a pivotal moment ahead. "What about me?" Lin Mengluan blurted, seeing Shen Yuanrua receive such a treasure. She might yield to anyone, but never to this insufferable woman. "Yours is already prepared," Lu Wei replied, lightly patting her plump snow-white buttock with a teasing smile. Lin Mengluan's face instantly flared crimson, his tone stirred within her a strange blend of discomfort and exhilaration. After all the nature of their relationship, this is a superior spirit wine, far more potent than the last. It will perfectly support your breakthrough. Combined with the Dough Enlightenment pill I gave you earlier, ascending to the 7th realm will be effortless. Lin Mengwan puffed indignantly. Don't mention it, the Dough Enlightenment pill you gave me was stolen. Lu Wei's brow furrowed sharply. Stolen? Here on Xiefeng Peak. Who dares rob you? I'll retrieve it for you. To steal from my woman. I'll make him regret the day he drew breath. Lin Mengwan's eyes sparkled mischievously. You'll truly help me take revenge? Really? She had just experienced firsthand the sheer terror of Lu Wei's cultivation, herself and her senior sister rendered utterly helpless in his hands like infants without a trace of resistance. For the next 2 days Lu Wei truly lived by the verse. Spring nights are brief, the sun rises high, henceforth the sovereign neglects his morning court. It was not lust that bound him but rather the sheer allure of these two women. Compounded by their identities, they nearly drained him utterly. By the 3rd day, when Lu Wei finally had to leave for the auction, the two women lay spent and hollowed, stripped of all the ethereal grace befitting high-rank cultivators. They resembled nothing so much as courtesans who had endured 3 months of relentless patronage. Their faces were sallow and drawn, their complexions pallid, their frames visibly gaunt. As Lu Wei strode away, Lin Mengwan trembled at the lips and whispered 2 words: a beast. Meanwhile Lu Wei himself departed in radiant vigor for the auction. He had not gone far before encountering the other women also en route to the auction. Where on earth have you been these past few days? Qin Xinyu stood with hands on hips, glaring furiously at Lu Wei like a tiny tiger provoked beyond patience, ready to pounce and bite at any moment. The rest of the women likewise turned their gazes upon him, eyes brimming with confusion and quiet resentment. He had vanished without trace for a full 3 days. Had they not known well his unfathomable heaven-defying cultivation realm, they would long since have been frantic, like ants scurrying atop a searing wok, and chaos would have erupted at home. Faced now with their collective interrogation, Lu Wei remained unruffled, replying calmly, I attended to certain matters, something I cannot yet disclose. When the time is ripe you shall know. Hearing this, the others asked no further. Such is the privilege of authority. Were a man powerless within his own household, even a simple trip to relieve himself would invite relentless scrutiny. Soon the group arrived at the auction hall and entered directly using the invitation letter bestowed by Ye Yang. The auction venue was vast, akin to a colossal football stadium, capable of accommodating over 10,000 souls. Lu Wei led the group to a private viewing chamber arranged by Ye Yang and settled inside. After all, the Qingling sword sect was the host. Securing a private chamber posed no difficulty. After waiting roughly about 30 minutes, the auction commenced. Such a grand auction naturally opened with a spectacle, a truly extraordinary rarity. Yet though this item was both wondrous and scarce, few showed interest in bidding. Behold the first lot, the mysterious void-piercing needle, a formidable artifact famed for its singular ability to rend open spatial barriers. This rare spatial attribute renders it an exceedingly precious and vanishingly rare treasure. Imagine holding this needle in your palm, able at will to tear open the void itself, traversing freely across dimensions and realms. Whether for exploration, evasion of peril, or acquisition of rare resources, its utility defies imagination. Such a divine artifact is profoundly rare, truly a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Esteemed guests, if this peerless treasure stirs your interest, seize this fleeting opportunity without hesitation. As the ancient saying goes, opportunity knocks but once. Miss it now and you may never again cross paths with such an unparalleled relic. Bid boldly, let this void-piercing needle find its destined master. At these words, murmurs rippled through the crowd below like wine through reeds. Enough, old Jean, cease your wild exaggerations. Everyone here knows precisely what this so-called void-piercing needle truly is. Let us move on to the next item without further delay. Someone waved dismissively and spoke impatiently. Another quickly chimed in, indeed. Who hasn't heard of the void-piercing needle? At best it merely pricks a pinprick-sized aperture, utterly useless in practice. To claim it can rend open space itself and roam freely across the myriad heavens. Old Zhang, you're brazenly deceiving us, how utterly shameless. Another voice joined the mockery, exactly right. If this needle truly possessed such miraculous power, capable of effortlessly tearing rifts in space, would it ever have fallen into the hands of insignificant folk like us? Surely it would long since have been seized by mighty cultivators of profound cultivation. After all, artifacts capable of sundering space are exceedingly rare treasures. Even an ordinary spatial storage artifact, far less extraordinary than a true space-rending divine object, is an unattainable dream for most fifth-realm martial artists. Standing upon the dais, old Zhang remained utterly unruffled by the taunts, and instead chuckled warmly, I know you're eager, but let us honor the proper procedure. Very well, the first auction item, the void-piercing needle. Cultivators interested in acquiring it may now bid. Starting price 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, minimum increment 100 spirit stones. Bidding begins now. A clamor of murmurs filled the hall, but no one raised a bid. 10,000 spirit stones, though modest in grand auctions, was no trivial sum. None would squander it on a worthless trinket. Yet Lu Wei was different. Though the needle seemed mediocre, it held unique utility for him. 10,000. Lu Wei declared from his private chamber. Instantly all eyes turned, curious, incredulous. Who was this fool spending 10,000 spirit stones on such a relic? Alas, the chamber's array obscured its interior from view while granting perfect clarity outward. After several confirmations with no competing bids, the void-piercing needle was awarded to Lu Wei. Lu Wei casually handed the needle to Lu Xiaoxiao, triggering a 100-fold return. In that instant he received its true form, the void-shattering spike, capable of fracturing space itself, invincible against all resistance. The moment Lu Wei first touched the void-shattering spike, his soul trembled. Its usage, its essence, flooded his consciousness like a tidal wave. It was far more than a mere tool for rending space. It was a weapon of transcendent might, a battlefield marvel whose combat potential defied imagination. Its power was staggering. Once unleashed, it tore through dimensional barriers, striking enemies instantly, regardless of distance, as if teleporting straight before them. Such an assault was ghost-like, unpredictable, and utterly inescapable. No matter where the foe concealed themselves, so long as they remained within the wielder's spiritual sense, flight was impossible, and defense futile. Imagine in the heat of fierce combat an enemy believes himself safely distant, only to see a flash of light, and suddenly the void-shattering spike pierces toward him like lightning. Faced with such blinding speed and lethal precision, who could possibly survive? During the subsequent auction segment, numerous valuable items emerged. Lu Wei was able to acquire almost everything he set his eyes on. Few could match his prowess. After all, the return of 100-fold was simply extraordinary. Spending 10,000 spirit stones would yield an immediate return of 1 million. Lu Wei held several tens of millions of spirit stones in his hands. The sheer quantity of these stones was so immense that not even ordinary sects could amass such a vast fortune, even if they exhausted all their resources. His extravagant spending instantly drew the attention of everyone present. All in attendance were left dumbfounded, secretly speculating about the identity of this mysterious figure who was so generous. Among the crowd there were naturally those with ulterior motives. Take for example the infamous Sacred Flame sect, known for their tyranny and greed. At this moment the sect leader Huang Tianba squinted his eyes, fixating intently on the direction of room 9, a sly glint flickering in his gaze. He slightly turned his head and quietly inquired of his capable assistant Xiao Kuan, "Do you know the background of the person in room 9? Xiao Kuan promptly bowed and replied, reporting to the sect leader, "As far as I know, the people in that room are a group of loose cultivators from the chaotic lands. Moreover, it is said that they have some connection with the Feishui peak of the Qingling sword sect." Upon hearing the name of the chaotic lands, Huang Tianba furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. In his impression, that was a barren and desolate place devoid of resources. How could such wealthy individuals possibly emerge from there? Indeed, and I heard that Elder Huang had a conflict with them a couple of days ago. Huang Tianba eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh. What about Elder Huang-san? I haven't seen him these past few days." Xiao Kuan shook his head. "I don't know, I haven't seen Elder San either." "Send someone to look for him. If we can't find him, we'll have to ask the Qingling sword sect for an explanation." Understood. On Lu Wei's side, he lavishly spent millions of spirit stones at the auction, acquiring nearly everything he already possessed. This auction seemed to be organized solely for him. As a result, he became well known among the various sects. Lu Wei did not wish to be so ostentatious, but he had no choice. These items were bought for returns and he naturally could not leave them for others. Moreover, the prices he offered were far higher than others. Even doubling or tripling the price would not be a loss. However, others could not afford to pay such inflated prices for an item who would be foolish enough to do that. With the auction concluded, the next step was the secret realm exploration. The rules for this exploration were quite simple. Any young individual under the age of 40 could participate. Within the secret realm there existed a special type of demon beast, with the highest rank being 5 realms, along with various secret treasures. The rankings of the competition would be determined by the number of demon beast horns obtained within the realm. Originally Lu Wei had little interest in such secret realms, but seeing everyone else so enthusiastic, he did not want to dampen their spirits, so he agreed to join in. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, some mysterious individuals had begun to gradually surround the entire Qingling sword sect with a mysterious formation. They were merely waiting for the right moment to make their move. The Bayou Grand Gathering had entered its 8th day, and the entire Bayou region was steeped in an atmosphere of unparalleled festivity. On this very day, the long-awaited secret realm at last opened its gates. The opening of this secret realm was arguably one of the principal reasons for the assembly. Countless sects and cultivators had been watching with bated breath, eager to uncover its mysteries and claim its treasures. It was said that the realm abounded with a bewildering variety of rare spiritual flowers and exotic herbs, their numbers so vast that they seemed to be everywhere at once, leaving observers astounded. These spiritual blooms and strange herbs not only held immense medicinal value but also possessed incalculable power to hasten a cultivator's advancement. Therefore, whenever the secret realm opened, the great sects would send forth their most outstanding disciples, all striving to gather as many precious resources as they could. Yet gaining smooth entry into the secret realm was by no means simple. Two unusual restrictions governed admission. First, only those relatively young and blessed with vigorous chi and blood could step inside. Second, bringing any form of storage artifact into the realm was strictly prohibited. In truth, the secret realm was an independent miniature space, its internal structure intricate and unstable. Because it repelled other miniature spaces, anyone rash enough to force a storage artifact inside would see it crushed in an instant by overwhelming spatial pressure, and the items within would dissipate without a trace. Of course, exceptions existed. If someone possessed a space artifact larger and more stable than the realm itself and could successfully bring it inside, they would not be subject to the usual rule. Alas, such vast and resilient portable space artifacts are virtually non-existent in the present age. Although legends tell of ancient masters capable of refining a realm-like microcosm into a portable space artifact, those accounts remain insubstantial and elusive. Even a ninth realm powerhouse would likely be at a loss when faced with such a daunting task. Thus, whatever one could harvest inside the realm and actually bring out was severely limited. Common specimens, those of low worth or immature age, would naturally be discarded. "Are you two going?" Lu Wei asked casually. The question made Shen Yuanrua and Lin Mingwan, who had been reclining to catch their breaths, both momentarily gasped. They turned and glared at him with exasperated, aggrieved eyes. Lu Wei felt somewhat dazed under their stares, then recovered and stared in surprise at the two, who still appeared like maidens. "Your age exceeds the limit. Those over 40 cannot enter the secret realm. Does that mean you two are decades-old matrons?" At that remark, the two women immediately erupted. Their ages had always been their greatest secret. Given their cultivation level, they could hardly be called youthful. Each was at least 50 years old. But knowing something and having it blurted out by Lu Wei, even with him calling them old hags, was like rubbing salt into a wound. It was no wonder they were incensed. They no longer bothered with modesty. They rose and pinned Lu Wei beneath them. "How dare you call us old hags? Today this matron will teach you a lesson. Ha ha ha, help. Save me. The matron is molesting the young man. Ha ha ha." Watching the two flustered women, Lu Wei laughed uncontrollably. For a moment the chamber blossomed with a vernal warmth. At dawn the next morning, as the sky paled, all those intent on contesting the secret realm had already gathered. The vast square churned with a dense throng of people alive with bustling activity. Among them were not only disciples from several of Bias' great sects but also numerous solitary cultivators who had arrived on the winds of rumor. A rough reckoning put their number in the hundreds of thousands, crowding the great plaza so tightly that no space remained and its far edge could not be seen. Those gathered were the promising young talents of Bias sects, representatives of the region's future and its core strength in cultivation. It was no exaggeration to say that if the majority of these youths were to be lost within the secret realm, Bias' cultivation community would face a grievous talent gap, possibly consigning its progress to prolonged stagnation. As murmurs ran through the crowd, a clear, resonant shout suddenly rang out: "The auspicious hour has arrived. Open the gates." The call rolled over the assembly like thunder, seizing every eye. Immediately the masters of Bias' four great sects stepped forward in unison, their expressions solemn and dignified. Each produced an ancient inscrutable token from his bosom and hurled it into the air with deliberate force. The four masters then formed hand seals and chanted incantations, pouring their formidable spiritual energy into the tokens suspended above them. In an instant, the four tokens, once quietly hovering, seemed to be breathed into life and burst forth with a blinding radiance. From each token shot a thick pillar of light that tore upward toward the heavens. The four resplendent beams met and collided in the sky like colossal dragons entangled in combat, erupting a glare so fierce it was hard to look upon. Beneath that overwhelming brilliance, a vast luminous screen suffused with a faint blue glow slowly took shape. "Very well, pass through that screen to enter the secret realm. A reminder: do not bring storage space equipment. Those older than 40 may not enter. Proceed." At the speaker's words, a rustling tide of figures surged toward the screen like a swarm of locusts. Lu Wei, however, remained unhurried. He had no expectation of vying for any rank. He cared little for the trinkets awarded to first place. Besides, if he wished, claiming first would be astonishingly easy for him. Where others could not bring spatial devices he possessed a system space allowing him to store as much as he pleased. As he contemplated this, a sudden thud sounded at the screen's threshold and an instant goods cascaded to the ground and a bloodied figure toppled out. It was obvious the man had been stubborn enough to bring spatial equipment despite warnings. Upon reaching the gate, the device had exploded, scattering his belongings everywhere. He had been wounded by the erupting spatial energies. He was by a mercy of fate still alive, severely injured but not fatally so. Were luck not on his side and the space had sliced him apart, there might not even have been a body to retrieve. The elder presiding over the event was unperturbed with crowds this large. Such incidents were inevitable. See? This is the outcome of ignoring counsel. Tend to your own safety. Those in the crowd who had yet to step forward but still carried storage apparatus found themselves suddenly uncertain, hesitating between advancing and retreating. All right, let's head inside. Lu Wei greeted everyone with a smile. His handsome features appeared particularly vibrant under the sunlight. This operation was of considerable scale with a large number of participants. Except for Zhou Muxue, who was pregnant, all of Lu Wei's women were present, including Lu Xiaoxiao. Basically anyone with a cultivation level of 4 or above would participate. However, not everyone qualified to go together. Those maidens whose cultivation had not yet reached the 4th level could only wait in place. For instance, a few women like Lu Ruyan were still at the 3rd level, relatively weak in strength. If they were to enter, they might encounter unforeseen circumstances that Lu Wei couldn't handle, putting them in danger. Therefore, despite their reluctance, they understood their limitations and had to stay behind quietly. Standing aside, Lin Mengluan watched the departing group with a hint of worry in her eyes. She couldn't help but step forward a few paces, softly advising Lu Wei, be extra careful once you go in. If things go awry, don't push yourself too hard, try to come back early. Although Shen Yuanrua did not speak, her gaze towards Lu Wei was filled with concern and reluctance. Lu Wei glanced at the two women, a slight smile gracing his lips, reassuring them with a nod indicating he had taken their words to heart. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, wrapping everyone tightly as if in an invisible giant hand. Immediately after, he flashed, transforming into a streak of light, racing forward with the group towards the shimmering barrier. Standing beside Lu Wei, Zhou Muxue cast a glance at both her master and Lu Wei. For some reason, she felt there was an indescribable and strange atmosphere between the two, as if they were hiding some secret. However, she could not pinpoint what it was at that moment. This strange feeling lingered in her mind, leading her into deep contemplation. However, before she could think much more, Lu Wei and the others had already vanished behind the light. Whoosh! With a swirl, Lu Wei and the others had arrived in the secret realm. Lu Wei quickly checked on the people beside him. Thankfully, no one was missing. Surrounded by a bustling crowd, they dashed towards the surroundings to seize the initiative. It seemed everyone had entered the secret realm without being teleported. Looking back, the blue barrier at the entrance remained. Let's go, let's explore around. Lu Wei said, waving his hand to usher the women along, casually choosing a direction to fly towards. With a cultivation level of 8 and a physical body at level 9, Lu Wei's flying speed was beyond ordinary people. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. As Lu Wei flew with the women, he swept his divine sense across the ground. He noticed spirit herbs appearing at intervals on the ground. Although their value wasn't very high, the density was truly astonishing. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Lu Wei finally spotted something that piqued his interest. He paused and landed directly. I've found something good, let's go take a look. Saying this, Lu Wei landed on the ground. The women quickly scanned their surroundings to see what good thing Lu Wei was referring to. It's right here, Lu Wei said mysteriously, waving his hand forward. Suddenly, the seemingly ordinary withered tree trunk emitted a subtle cracking sound and pieces began to scatter in all directions. As the fragments fell, several round white little creatures rolled out from within the tree trunk. The crowd quickly focused their eyes, gasping in shock, for these little creatures turned out to be several large white worms. They wriggled their bodies with clear segments visible, looking somewhat eerie. Ew, that's disgusting. Is this what you call a good thing? Qin Xianyu frowned, glaring at Lu Wei with a face full of disgust, clearly unhappy with him bringing out such things. However, Lu Wei merely smiled slightly, not angered by her reaction. He beckoned and a few large white worms flew up and landed in the palm of his hand. What good can this do? Unlike Qin Xianyu, Lu Xiaoxiao had no qualms for disgust towards the worms. After all, during the days of fleeing, even tree bark became a rare source of food. Compared to that, what were these worms? Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's question, Lu Wei revealed a proud smile and slowly explained, these are not just any worms, they are called beauty worms. Their main function is to slow down the aging process of the human body. Each of these worms can keep a person's appearance unchanged for an entire year. Lu Wei's words struck like a bolt of lightning through the night sky, instantly capturing the attention of the other women around. Their previously dull eyes suddenly brightened as they turned their gaze towards the seemingly unremarkable large white worms in Lu Wei's hand. At this moment, looking at the large worms that had once seemed repulsive, the women's feelings had completely changed. In their eyes, these worms were no longer ugly and terrifying creatures but had transformed into plump and adorable beings, even exuding a cute aura. Although cultivation could delay aging once a certain age was reached, unless one broke through to the 7th realm, aging was still a possibility. Especially after 100 years, if one had not broken through to the 7th realm, they would inevitably become an old hag. Thus many female cultivators would go to great lengths to maintain their appearance and figure. After all, it has been an unchanging truth throughout history that women love beauty. Something that can keep a person's appearance unchanged for a year is undoubtedly a rare treasure. How do you use this? Qin Xianyu asked curiously. It's simple, just eat it. Do you want one? Lu Wei asked, offering the worm in front of her. Qin Xianyu stared at the plump worm, its patterns appearing somewhat strange, wriggling as if taunting her. After a while, Qin Xianyu seemed to finally resolve herself, taking a deep breath, then biting her lip fiercely, quickly reaching out to grab a large worm. Just as she was about to put the worm in her mouth, her hand involuntarily trembled, but ultimately she mustered the courage to throw the large worm directly into her mouth. In an instant, with a pop, a thick white viscous liquid erupted in Qin Qianyu's mouth like a volcanic eruption. The liquid instantly spread, filling her entire mouth. Immediately after, a strong nauseating fishy odor assaulted her senses, accompanied by a slightly bitter taste spreading across her tongue. This strange and intense combination of flavors suddenly evoked an extremely familiar feeling in Qin Qianyu's heart. However, at this moment she had no time to ponder what this familiar feeling was, as the nauseating taste was threatening to surge up her throat and out of her mouth. She bit down hard on her teeth, tightly closing her lips, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit. This thing won't make me pregnant, will it? After a strenuous effort, Qin Xianyu finally managed to swallow the bug with great difficulty. Her face turned pale as if she had just survived a life-and-death battle. Oh my! I swear I never want to touch this thing again in this lifetime, it's simply unbearably disgusting. Qin Xianyu complained while patting her chest to calm herself, still feeling shaken. Standing nearby, Yang Xiaohu and Bai Xining frowned at the scene. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, they asked Xianyu, please tell us, what does it actually taste like? Qin Xianyu furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment, then cautiously leaned towards Yang Xiaohu's ear and whispered, well, it smells a bit like the unique scent on Lu Wei. Yang Xiaohu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting shock, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. At that moment, Lu Wei, who had been silently standing beside them, leisurely spoke up, what you don't know is that if this bug is roasted or fried, it actually tastes incredibly delicious. However, eating it raw is indeed extremely unpalatable. I really didn't expect our Qianyu sister to be so brave, daring to put such a fierce thing in her mouth. I feel utterly ashamed, there's absolutely no way I'd eat it raw. After saying this, he looked at Qin Xianyu with an expression of disdain. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Qin Xianyu was struck dumb as if hit by lightning. She stared at Lu Wei with wide eyes, her face filled with disbelief, and stammered, you should have said this earlier. Her voice was filled with shock and anger. Lu Wei shrugged helplessly and explained, but you didn't give me a chance to say anything, you just grabbed it and gobbled it down without a second thought. You can't blame me for this. Ha ha ha. Lu Wei laughed even louder at Qin Qianyu's flustered appearance, his laughter echoing. At that moment she finally realized that she had been played by this guy, and her anger surged like a raging fire. Ha ha ha, why are you so unreasonable? You can't blame me for this. Ha ha ha. Lu Wei laughed even louder at Qin Qianyu's flustered appearance, his laughter echoing in the air as if deliberately provoking her. The two continued to joke and play around for a while, causing everyone nearby to burst into laughter. After a while, the crowd calmed down slightly and continued on their journey. To conserve energy for the potential dangers and challenges ahead, Lu Wei volunteered to lead everyone in flying. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky, with the others closely following behind. Due to Lu Wei's profound cultivation and immense strength, he flew at an incredible speed, like lightning streaking across the sky. After just a short flight, they had covered a distance that would take an ordinary person days to reach. Thus they sped along, unwittingly passing several hours. Estimating that they had arrived at a relatively safe location far from the entrance, Lu Wei slowly descended to the ground. At this moment, several girls, including Qin Xianyu, also landed. Looking around, they found the environment here serene and tranquil, with lush trees, chirping birds and fragrant flowers creating a very pleasant atmosphere. This place is simply a natural herb garden. A myriad of spiritual herbs are on display, countless in number. While comparing their quantity to weeds may be an exaggeration, encountering a spiritual herb every 10 steps is an undeniable truth. As far as the eye can see, these spiritual herbs grow alone or in clusters of 3 to 5, exuding enchanting fragrances. Wow, look over there. There is actually such a vast expanse of heavenly vine. It's truly magnificent. Chin Qianya's face flushed with excitement as she pointed her delicate finger towards the enormous vine area nearby, resembling a green ocean, and loudly exclaimed. The heavenly vines intertwined with one another, forming a towering green barrier that seemed as if a giant dragon was about to break through the sky. Indeed. There are so many Lingxiao sword grasses here. They grow like sharp blades, it's simply wonderful. Yang Xiuhu, unable to contain her joy, ran to a nearby patch of grass, crouching down to observe carefully. The clusters of Lingxiao sword grass stood tall and straight, with narrow and sharp leaves resembling a row of gleaming swords plunged into the ground from a distance. The few girls had just landed on this magical land and were deeply captivated by the sight before them. They resembled a flock of cheerful little birds chirping and running around, exploring this world filled with unknowns and surprises. After a while of wandering, they began to gather spiritual herbs. They came here specifically to gather spiritual herbs. They could not forget their main task. You all gather herbs and I will set up the camp. Lu Wei said as he took out the tent from the system space and began to set up the camp, as they needed a place to stay for 2 nights. Once the camp was set up, Lu Wei started preparing dinner. Although they could all go without food after maintaining this habit for many years, it was hard to completely avoid it. In Lu Wei's space, while other items could be absent, food must be present. Moreover, there was an abundance that could not be finished. This was the aftermath of having gone hungry. Wow, it smells so good. Brother, what exactly are you making? Why does it smell so delicious? Lu Xiaoxiao's big eyes widened as she stared intently at the bubbling pot, her little face filled with greed. Haha, look at that greedy expression of yours. Today I prepared clay pot chicken, steamed gem fish, braised pork ribs, and grilled steak, along with some fresh and delicious spiritual fruits, all of which are your favorites. Lu Wei smiled as he looked at his sister's adorable demeanor. He knew very well that this little girl was a true carnivore, completely unable to resist any type of meat, and coincidentally he was also a meat lover, so he always prepared several meat dishes whenever he cooked. Wow, brother, you're amazing. I love you so much. Hurry up and serve the food, my stomach is already growling. Lu Xiaoxiao excitedly urged Lu Wei. Don't rush, the food still needs to simmer a bit longer. How about this, you set the table and then go call your sister-in-law and the others to come back for dinner. Lu Wei gently ruffled his sister's hair and instructed softly. Okay. I promise to complete the task. Lu Xiaoxiao cheered excitedly and ran off to fetch the dishes and raced outside to find her sisters-in-law to come home for dinner. Just as Lu Wei and the others were merrily preparing to eat, dark clouds loomed over the outside world. Look! What is that thing? In the spacious and bustling square of the Qingling sword sect, the vibrant marketplace continued to thrive with lively exchanges. Suddenly a sharp, piercing scream filled with terror erupted, shattering the originally harmonious atmosphere like a stone thrown into a serene lake. People reacted instantly, swiftly turning their necks towards the direction from which the sound came. In that moment everyone could not help but widen their eyes, their faces filled with shock and horror. In the distance an alarming crimson light curtain slowly emerged from the horizon, though no one knew when it had appeared. The light curtain was as red as thick blood, glaring and eye-catching, emanating a chilling, sinister aura that seemed to originate from the depths of a hellish sea of blood, with ghostly figures constantly surfacing. As time passed, this eerie and terrifying blood-red light curtain began to rise from the ground as if it had a life of its own. Though its ascent was slow, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of oppression that felt unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the vast sky around had been completely enveloped by this ominous blood-red light curtain. From a distance, the light curtain resembled a gigantic birdcage, tightly trapping the entire expanse of land within a radius of several dozen miles, leaving no gaps whatsoever. At that moment, the leaders of various sects flashed into the air, their expressions solemn and their gazes heavy as they stared at the massive blood-red light curtain. This light curtain was like a red barrier that blocked the sky and the sun, exuding a heart-pounding aura. It is the Blood Sea formation of the Blood Demon sect. One of the sect leaders frowned deeply, lowering his voice gravely as he spoke. His words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that instantly tightened the hearts of everyone present. However, Ding Jianyang gently shook his head, denying, "No, this is by no means an ordinary Blood Sea formation." His gaze was fixed on the blood-red light curtain, seeming to pierce through it to uncover the hidden secrets behind. Indeed, whether from the overwhelming momentum or the vast area it covered, the Blood Sea formation before them far exceeded any normal formation. It resembled a long dormant giant beast opening its bloody maw waiting for prey to throw itself into the net. Indeed, given such powerful might and pressure, even someone like me, a 7th realm powerhouse, can faintly sense a hint of threat. Although Huang Tianba had a poor reputation as a highly skilled 7th realm powerhouse, his insight was exceptional. At this moment his expression grew particularly grim. So what exactly does the Blood Demon sect intend? Why go to such great lengths to trap us here with this formation? Someone could not help but ask, their tone filled with confusion and unease. Is it even necessary to ask? The answer is already evident. They must be intending to take advantage of our gathering of various sects, attempting to eradicate us all in one fell swoop, another person replied, gritting their teeth, anger flickering in their eyes. Oof, what a big appetite. Be careful not to shatter your teeth in the process, another person sneered, responding fearlessly. In an instant the crowd was abuzz with discussion, interweaving various speculations and concerns. What on earth happened? Why does it feel like my cultivation has been diminished by an entire minor realm? A disciple shouted in fear, his voice filled with disbelief and deep terror. No. I can't sense any spiritual energy around me at all. Where did the spiritual energy go? Another disciple's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. It must be the doing of this bizarre formation. There is no doubt about it. An older disciple looked around with a grave expression as the blood-red light seemed ready to devour their very souls. As the Blood Sea formation completely enveloped the Qingling Sword Sect's area for several dozen miles, the originally clear sky instantly transformed into a sea of blood-red, as if the apocalypse had descended. Everyone stared at the horrifying scene, their hearts filled with extreme anxiety and fear. What was even more despairing was that they were stunned to discover their cultivation had been forcibly reduced by an entire minor realm. The techniques they usually executed with ease became exceptionally difficult to perform at this moment, their power significantly diminished. Meanwhile, the familiar fluctuations of spiritual energy had completely vanished, and no matter how hard they tried to sense it, they could not capture even the slightest hint. At this time a chilling and extremely malevolent aura pervaded the air. This aura wrapped around each person's body like a parasitic infection, desperately trying to burrow into them. Everyone gritted their teeth and summoned the little spiritual power they had left to resist, but as they could not draw in new spiritual energy from the outside, this resistance became increasingly strenuous. In desperation, many began to take out the spirit stones they carried, hoping to replenish the consumed energy through the power within the stones. Ding Jianyang frowned tightly, his eyes fixed on the terrifying evil formation ahead, an unprecedented seriousness etched on his face. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly turned and said solemnly to the other sect leaders behind him, everyone, the current situation is extremely grave. For some reason, even our level of cultivation has faced significant suppression and weakening. In my opinion, this formation is no ordinary affair. Therefore, I ask you all to remain here for the time being while I personally go to consult the ancestor and seek guidance on how to deal with this situation. Upon hearing these words, the sect leaders exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation all nodded slightly in agreement with Ding Jianyang's proposal. After all, the terrifying aura emitted by this formation was too astonishing. Just observing it from a distance was enough to induce an overwhelming sense of pressure. Given their current strength, forcibly breaking the formation seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, everyone understood that if they clung to their pride at such a critical moment, refusing to seek stronger support and instead relying solely on their own strength to withstand it, it would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction, a foolish act born of sheer stubbornness. After all, preserving one's life was far more crucial than any sense of pride. At this moment, Xin Yuanruo's eyes flashed as she prepared to fly towards Feishuo Peak after Ding Jianyan left. At this time at Feishuo Peak, all the disciples had gathered together awaiting the sect's orders. Lin Mengluan stayed by Zhou Muchu's side, comforting her. You must be careful with that big belly of yours. If a fight breaks out, make sure not to get too close, do you understand? Master, the visitors this time are not here with good intentions. In my humble opinion, they are certainly not ordinary individuals. Otherwise we should find a way to summon Lu Wei back. Zhou Mushui spoke with a solemn expression. It is known that she possesses a cultivation at the 5th realm, granting her insights that far exceed those of ordinary people. The other party dared to launch an attack during the gathering of major sects in the northern region, and they meticulously set up such a grand and powerful formation, clearly having come prepared with a strong backing and a hidden agenda. Upon hearing her disciple's words, Lin Mengluan was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing her face. Swear, do you have a way to convey a message to Lu Wei and the others? Currently, this secret realm passage has already been sealed. Unless we wait for the designated time, no one can open it, and how could we possibly call someone out from within? In response to her master's inquiry, Zhou Mushui simply nodded gently but did not explain. Lu Wei had given her a crucial life-saving trump card. For such a long time she had never used this trump card, knowing well the treasure's rarity and value, saving it for emergencies, and now at this critical moment it was undoubtedly the key time to use it. Seeing Zhou Mushui, not a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Mangluan's eyes. She was aware of Lu Wei's wonders and resources, but the ability to send messages through the secret realm was something she had not anticipated. There was no way around it, she knew too little about Lu Wei. The time spent with that rascal was 99% on the bed, leaving little time for other conversations. Let's assess the situation first. If the major sects cannot hold out, then you should find a way to inform Lu Wei and the others to hurry and come up with a plan to escape together. The secret realm will only reopen in 3 days. If they cannot hold out, then those inside will essentially walk into a trap once they emerge. It would be better to get out early and look for an opportunity to escape. As for asking Lu Wei to confront the enemies, she had also briefly entertained that thought. After all, Lu Wei has always been mysterious and unpredictable. He is capable of presenting all sorts of astonishing treasures, which undoubtedly suggests he hides secrets and trump cards unknown to others. However, after careful consideration, she felt that the possibility of that was very slim. After all, if even the Qingling sword sect, expending all its strength and resources, cannot withstand this formidable enemy's invasion, then even if Lu Wei truly had some powerful trump card, it would likely be insufficient against the entire Qingling sword sect. It must be noted that the Qingling sword sect is not an ordinary sect. It is the premier sect of the northern region, presided over by an ancestor with an impressive cultivation at the 8th realm. This ancestor's strength is unfathomable and serves as the stabilizing force of the Qingling sword sect. Just as everyone was whispering and discussing, the already dim sky began to turn increasingly blood-red, as if soaked in blood. Immediately afterward, shadows resembling specters swiftly flew in from the distant horizon. From a distance, these shadows were densely packed together, their sheer numbers enough to send chills down one's spine, as if they could completely obscure the entire sky in an instant. In no time those shadows had approached, and at this point the true mastermind behind this fierce battle finally made their official appearance. In the ethereal void, time seemed to slow down, yet in merely a moment a crowd as dark as storm clouds surged like a tidal wave toward the grand formation of the Qingling sword sect. Their figures sliced through the air, leaving behind afterimages accompanied by the howling of the wind, as if grim reapers from the darkness were heralding the impending terror. The leading figure stood out prominently, his white hair dancing wildly in the wind, reminiscent of frost and snow and winter, exuding a cold and mysterious aura. Surprisingly, his face appeared to belong to a young man of merely 20 or 30, with skin as smooth as jade and features deep and exquisite as if crafted by the heavens. However, when people's gazes focused on his eyes, a chill instantly surged from the depths of their hearts. His pupils were pitch black, devoid of any light, resembling an endless abyss that seemed capable of swallowing all light and hope. That eerie visage sent a shiver down one's spine, causing every hair to stand on end as if countless ants were crawling along their spine. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a sudden flash of light erupted from the back mountain of the Qingling sword sect as 3 figures shot up into the sky like shooting stars. Their forms appeared particularly upright under the sunlight. The foremost was an elderly woman with white hair, her back slightly hunched as if burdened by the weight of years. Her steps seemed slow, yet carried a steady strength, as if she were one with the heavens and earth. Her face was covered in wrinkles like cracks in parched earth, recording the marks of long years. She looked as if she were on the verge of being extinguished, ready to be blown down by a gust of wind. Trailing behind her were 2 other elderly men, also with heads of white hair, dressed in loose Taoist robes that fluttered gently in the wind, resembling celestial beings descended to earth. Their expressions were calm, and their gazes revealed a profound wisdom and extraordinary demeanor, embodying an ethereal quality, as if all worldly disturbances were irrelevant to them. The 3 formed a solid barrier, firmly hovering in midair, facing off against the leading figure, and the atmosphere instantly became tense, as if the air were thick with the scent of gunpowder. The leading figure's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sneering smile as he let out a chilling laugh. Hee, Wen Zhao, I never expected that after just 300 years you would become so decrepit. At your age, why not hide away and live in obscurity instead of seeking death? What is the point? The splendor of this world has no relevance to you anymore. You should quietly await your demise in that dark corner. Why bother to engage in this futile struggle? Do you think that the 3 of you can halt our advance? His voice echoed in the air, filled with disdain and contempt, as if the 3 of the Qingling sword sect were nothing more than ants in his eyes. The white-haired elderly woman chuckled gently, her demeanor remarkably kind. In my youth, sparing you was the biggest mistake I ever made. For so many years I have been waiting for you to come and give me the chance to rectify my mistake. 100,000 people in the condensation realm, what a grand scheme. Upon hearing this, the onlookers below gasped in astonishment. How are we supposed to fight that? On the eve of this tumultuous battle, the situation was as despairing and chilling as a crumbling high-rise. Upon learning that the opposing side had 10,000 condensing Dan realm experts, the flickering hope in the hearts of those present was instantly doused with a cold bucket of water, leaving it feeble. 10,000 condensing Dan realm experts, someone could not help but exclaim, their voice filled with terror and despair. It is important to note that in the world of cultivation, the condensing Dan realm represents a core strength. Every practitioner in this realm possesses considerable power, skilled in utilizing various spells and manipulating the celestial spiritual energy to serve their needs. With 10,000 such powerful individuals gathered together, it constituted a terrifying force capable of annihilating everything. Even without employing sophisticated tactics, nearly overwhelming numbers could bury their own side alive. Imagine 10,000 condensing Dan realm experts surging forth like a tidal wave. Their overwhelming momentum would instill despair in anyone. Looking at their own situation, the several major sects had only 7 experts present, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, each possessing world-destroying strength, yet there were fewer than 50 of such experts. These 50 individuals could normally command respect, but in the face of 10,000 condensing Dan realm experts, they appeared as sparse stars in the night sky, seeming so insignificant and helpless amid the encroaching darkness. Although they were powerful, confronting 10,000 condensing Dan realm experts made it difficult for them to turn the tide. The 6 realm experts were relatively more numerous, but even they numbered only about 100. Yet in light of such a stark disparity in numbers, they felt somewhat powerless. As for the 5 realm condensing Dan practitioners, they could at most total a few hundred. In this great battle, they resembled a swarm of ants facing an elephant, full of courage and determination, yet they appeared utterly insignificant against absolute strength. The majority remaining were disciples of the 3rd and 4th realms. Before the condensing Dan realm, they were akin to children just learning to walk, with their combat power being exceedingly limited. In stark contrast, the 10,000 condensing Dan realm experts loomed like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating everyone. Forget about engaging in real combat. A single casual spell from one of them could unleash a wave of spiritual energy that would drown them. Imagine 10,000 spells streaking across the sky like shooting stars, radiating dazzling light and terrifying power descending upon their side. That scene was nothing short of a nightmare, unthinkable to behold. Everyone's heart sank to the depths. The only remaining hope lay with the 3 8th realm experts. They were the last bastion of the Qingling sword sect. If they fell, the rest would merely become lambs to slaughter. The white-haired demon lord's dark pupils seemed to emit a ghostly glow. "Haha, good, I shall give you a chance today to see if you can kill me." With that he waved his hand. "Children, the feast has begun." In an instant, bloodlight surged into the sky, and everyone felt a sinking in their hearts, an indescribable pressure blocking their chests. The spells they had grown accustomed to now appeared obscure and inscrutable. In an instant, bloodlight surged into the sky, and everyone felt a sinking in their hearts, an indescribable pressure blocking their chests. The spells they had grown accustomed. A cold snort reverberated like the chime of a morning bell, shaking the hearts of the crowd, momentarily alleviating some pressure. Egregious. You overestimate yourselves. Heaven has no time to concern itself with such ants. Brother, will we live in the Qingling sword sect from now on? Lu Xiaoxiao looked up with her greasy little face, suddenly asking a question that Lu Wei had never considered before, leaving him momentarily silent. He had never really thought about where they would ultimately go. At first he just wanted to find a place where they could have enough to eat. But now evidently food was no longer an issue. The question was how to develop with the thousands of people following him, and where to develop. Should they find a place to establish a local power, or continue traveling the world with them? This world is vast, truly vast. One could say that the places they have traversed do not even amount to 1,000th of it. Lu Wei pondered for a moment before asking, "What about you all? What are your thoughts?" A few girls exchanged glances, and Yang Xiaohu was the first to speak. "I want to settle down for a while, elevate my strength, and then take a trip to the northern ice plains." Upon saying this, she glanced at Bai Xining. Coincidentally, Bai Xining also looked up at her, shrugged, and nonchalantly said, "If you want to go, then just go. After all, the old man doesn't have much time left to live." This was not Bai Xining trying to deceive her. The ancestor of Qingqiu had already calculated his fate, and his lifespan was not long. The recent predictions had taken a significant toll on him. If it weren't for his profound cultivation, he might have already transcended. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's eyes flashed with a complex expression. In the end, she said nothing and continued to eat quietly. Regardless, she had to make a trip to the northwestern ice plains. For her parents, and to seek justice for her experiences over the years. Seeing this, Lu Wei took Yang Xiao's hand and smiled, saying, "If you're in a hurry, I'll accompany you once we go out." Yang Xiaohu looked up at Lu Wei, her eyes filled with tenderness. "There's no need, I want to resolve this by myself." Lu Wei shook his head. "I can't let you go alone. Even if I don't need to intervene myself, I must accompany you. Besides, I have some scores to settle with those demon clans as well. He hadn't forgotten the incident concerning the millions of citizens in Yangzhou City. No matter how one looked at it, that was his former hometown. It was one thing to be powerless in the past, but now that he had sufficient capability, he must avenge this grudge. Yang Xiaohu smiled and nodded. All right then. Bai Xining, seeing this, felt secretly anxious. If Yang Xiaohu went, she wasn't afraid. Even if Lu Wei provided her with more resources, it would be impossible to break through to the 7th realm in a short time. Without reaching the 7th realm, she posed no threat within the clan. Even if the ancestor gave Yang Xiaohu some leeway out of respect for Lu Wei, the losses would be limited. But Lu Wei was different. He was someone whom the Qinglong king proactively befriended. If a conflict broke out, could the clan still have any survivors? No time was of the essence. They couldn't delay any longer. Only by becoming Lu Wei's woman could Qingqiu ensure its security. She was his woman, and Yang Xiaohu was also his woman. No matter how biased he might be, he wouldn't resort to harming his own kin for the sake of Yang Xiaohu's family affairs. Moreover, with Lu Wei's support, defeating the Pure Fox clan and reclaiming what belonged to her race was no longer a dream. Qin Xianyu shrugged indifferently. I'm fine wherever I am, but I want to wait here for my father. I wonder where he is now. Just as everyone was chatting, Lu Wei's expression suddenly changed. Lu Wei's heart tightened. Suddenly his perception informed him that Zhou Shui had activated the teleportation talisman, which was supposed to be used only in life and death situations. This teleportation talisman was Zhou Shui's last means of survival. She would only activate it without hesitation when faced with an insurmountable crisis. Now that the teleportation talisman had been activated, what did it mean? The answer was self-evident. Zhou Shui must have encountered an extremely dangerous situation that could even threaten her life. Lu Wei's expression instantly turned serious. He had no time to think further and immediately activated another teleportation talisman without hesitation. The talisman in his hand suddenly radiated a dazzling light, as if a sun had appeared suddenly in the night sky. At the same time, the space before Lu Wei seemed to be torn apart, revealing a deep dark vortex. This vortex resembled an abyss, exuding a chilling aura as if it could swallow everything. The spatial passage had opened, and Lu Wei quickly said, Mu Shui is in danger, we must hurry back now. Without giving the girls a chance to ask further questions, he waved his hand to envelop them and turned to enter the spatial passage. With Lu Wei's level of cultivation, he could easily open a spatial passage for teleportation. Especially in this subspace, which was inherently fragile. If he wished, he could even directly destroy this secret realm. At this moment, the external battle had entered its most intense phase, as if the entire world was shaken by this overwhelming force. The ancestor of the Qingling sword, Sequenshu, and the white-haired demon lord shot through the clouds like two meteors, their every clash reverberating like thunder, causing violent tremors in the void. The battle between 8th-level powerhouses was earth-shattering, a magnificent spectacle rarely seen in a century. However, the onlookers below had no time to appreciate this thrilling duel, as their own battles were equally arduous. On the blood demon sect side, over 10,000 golden core-level cultivators continuously injected their blood demon power into the blood sea great formation. In an instant, the entire Qingling sword sect was submerged in an endless sea of blood, which churned and surged, exuding a sinister and chilling aura. The blood color resembled a fierce beast clawing and rushing towards everyone. It madly burrowed into people's bodies, corroding their flesh meridians and spiritual energy. Some martial artists with lower realms simply could not withstand this powerful force. Before long, their spiritual energy was completely drained and their bodies were corroded by the eerie blood, ultimately turning into piles of bones. Zhou Shui and several disciples of the Flying Snow Peak were protected behind Shen Yuanruo and Lin Mengwan. Fortunately, there were not many disciples from Flying Snow Peak, and they were all relatively strong. Even the weakest Yen Han had broken through to the 5th realm, so they were temporarily safe. However, this was only temporary. Under the erosion of the Blood Sea, if they did not break this formation, they would eventually be wholly consumed. Moreover, Blood Demon Sect's experts kept launching attacks, forcing them to waste spiritual energy in defense. Seeing the situation, Zhou Shui knew it was imperative to call Lu Wei back. Delaying further would only lead to more deaths. The key was that she was also worried about her child being affected by this eerie bloodwater, so she resolutely activated the teleportation talisman. Instantly, a portal appeared before her. Then a figure flew out from the passage. At this moment, the people on Feishui Peak were trapped, facing a fierce siege from over a dozen members of the Blood Demon sect. Surprisingly, Shen Yuanruo, who had just broken through to the 7th stage, was being held back by several 6th stage masters from the Blood Demon sect. In theory, unless it was an unparalleled genius of extraordinary talent, a few 6th stage masters could never hope to match a 7th stage powerhouse. After all, although the difference between the 7th stage and the 6th stage is merely one realm, the gap is as vast as that between an adult and a child. Even if 10 6th stage masters attacked together, it would be difficult to pose any substantial threat to a 7th stage powerhouse. However, due to the Blood Sea formation, the experts of the Qingling sword sect had their powers suppressed. Their overall combat strength had decreased by a whole realm. The consequence of this suppression was that facing thousands of masters from the Blood Demon sect, they were practically being beaten down. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before everyone present would be slaughtered. Just as despair filled the hearts of the crowd, suddenly a figure shot into the sky like lightning. His movements were light and graceful, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, completely unlike someone engaged in a life and death struggle. He merely raised his hand, the gesture delicate as if swatting away a bothersome fly. However, at the moment he raised his hand, a small sword radiating a faint golden light shot out from his palm. This small sword did not fly quickly, in fact it could be considered rather slow. Even a martial artist with only 3rd or 4th stage cultivation could easily evade its attack. Yet surprisingly, this faint golden sword light continued to expand and grow as it traveled. Originally only a little over a foot long, it rapidly grew to dozens of meters long and over 10 meters wide within just a few breaths. Moreover, as the golden sword light continued to fly, its volume kept expanding, ultimately reaching over 1,000 meters long, blotting out the sky and radiating a heart-stirring, scorching golden light. When this massive golden sword light met the crimson hue of the Blood Sea formation, it was as if spring snow encountered the morning sun. The blood color swiftly melted away, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Finally, the golden sword light, like a graceful butterfly, lightly pierced the blood-colored barrier in the sky. With a soft crack, the seemingly indestructible Blood Sea formation shattered like a fragile eggshell. The Blood Sea formation was broken. As the formation collapsed, over 1,000 members of the Blood Demon sect simultaneously vomited blood, their auras instantly wilting. The strength of the Blood Sea formation stemmed from its connection to these thousands of bloodline condensation practitioners. Now that the formation was destroyed, their meridians shattered and their cultivation was rendered null. Moreover, their cultivation had been enhanced through dark methods. Now that their powers were gone, it was tantamount to losing their lives. A significant number perished on the spot, and the few remaining wouldn't last long. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, having lost their opponents so suddenly that they were caught off guard. In the sky, the Blood Demon ancestor who was engaged with Wenshu suddenly changed his expression. He looked at Lu Wei with eyes filled with suspicion. He was acutely aware of the power of the Blood Sea formation, not to mention himself. Even an ordinary 9th stage powerhouse could not easily break it. Yet this young man had shattered it effortlessly. Who exactly was he? After emerging, Lu Wei first checked on Zhou Muxue and the other women. Seeing that none were injured, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Are you all unharmed? Lu Wei casually struck down several Blood Demon sect experts who rushed forward, then turned and asked. We're fine, just severely drained. Lin Mengluan gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling with exertion. Hearing this, Lu Wei produced several supreme-grade pills to restore spiritual energy and handed them to the group. Recover your strength, I'll dismantle the formation first. With that, he flicked his wrist and unleashed a sun-blazing sword art, shattering the formation effortlessly. Seeing the formation collapse, the white-haired demon sovereign whirled about, intent on fleeing. But Lu Wei would never allow the chief architect of this calamity to escape. With a single move, dragon-grasping palm, he seized the sovereign from midair, pinning him in an iron grip. So, you are the one stirring chaos. Let me see precisely what foul machinations lie behind this. Lu Wei saw no need for interrogation. Instead, he immediately initiated soul probing. What he discovered was staggering. Not only had this demon sovereign orchestrated the current crisis, but even the earlier beast tide that ravaged the chaotic lands originated from his hand. His sole purpose had been to amass sufficient blood essence and soul energy to forge the Sea of Blood formation. Hundreds of thousands across the 3 northern provinces of the chaotic lands had perished by his design. Such atrocities were possible only because the chaotic lands lacked true cultivators of power, leaving it vulnerable to demonic sects. Upon comprehending the full chain of causality, Lu Wei's expression darkened like a storm-laden sky. He had intended to march northward to hold the beast clans accountable, only to discover the true culprit was human. The beast clans themselves had merely been pawns manipulated into serving another's malevolence. You delight in extracting souls. Today I shall let you taste the agony of soul combustion. Gazing upon the sovereign with icy detachment, Lu Wei ignited golden flames in his palm. The flames surged forth, enveloping the white-haired demon sovereign and beginning their searing work. This solar true flame was the bane of all corruption, a lethal poison to demonic cultivators. It consumed not only flesh but also the very essence of the soul. Ah! The sovereign screamed skyward in excruciating torment.
Lu Wei, unwilling to endure his wail, severed his vocal capacity, leaving him to burn in silence within the inferno. By now Qingling sword sect's senior experts had converged near Lu Wei and the others.
None dared underestimate this youth who had effortlessly averted their annihilation. Each stood respectfully aside, reverent and still.
Only when Shu, the sect's ancient ancestor, advanced with sect master Ding Zhenyang and several 7th realm elders to pay formal homage.
One Shu of Qingling's sword sect pays respects to the senior elder.
In the cultivation world, strength dictated reverence.
Lu Wei, manifestly a 9th realm or higher cultivator, commanded absolute deference. Lu Wei waved dismissively, his tone faintly impatient. You need not attend to me, treat me as if I were not here. I shall remain for several days, then depart on my own.
Hearing this, the assembled masters exchanged glances, but dared not object.
Instead they replied, it is the greatest honor for Qingling's sword sect, every disciple, every elder, that the senior elder graces our mountain with his presence. Then we shall not disturb you further. Should you require anything, please command us without hesitation, we shall obey without fail. Lu Wei nodded silently, then turned to the women. Let us go.
I have matters to discuss with you.
With a mere gesture he gathered them all into a vortex of wind and vanished from sight. As for the white-haired demon sovereign, he continued burning, his agony destined to last for days before final dissolution. To suffer such torment for several days was for the hundreds of thousands lost the lightest of punishments. Upon returning to Feishue Peak, Lu Wei declared directly, for now we shall reside here at Feishue Peak until the child of Zhou Mushue and I is born.
Only then shall we decide whether to continue our travels or settle permanently somewhere serene.
None questioned his words. All nodded in quiet assent. And so Lu Wei and the women settled upon Feishue Peak. Yet what he did not anticipate was that this stay would stretch into 5 long years.
Dad, will you play hide and seek with me?
The exquisitely carved Lu Mengmeng tugged at Lu Wei's hand, shaking it incessantly. Lu Wei smiled as he picked up his daughter, gently pinching her little face, and said indulgently, good girl, father doesn't have time today.
Can we play next time?
Upon hearing this, little Mengmeng felt a bit wronged. Is it because dad has a younger brother now that he doesn't love Mengmeng anymore?
Lu Wei laughed heartily. How could that be?
Mengmeng is the most precious treasure of my life. I will always love you the most, Mengmeng.
Really? Really, if you don't believe me, let's make a pinky promise. Okay. Young master. Madame Luan is about to give birth. Madame Yuan Rua is asking for you to come over. Lu Ruyan rushed over anxiously.
Upon hearing this, Lu Wei directly disappeared with his daughter. Even though this was the 7th child born, he still felt very expectant. 5 years ago he decided to wait until little Mengmeng was born before leaving. However, he never expected that before Mengmeng was born, Qin Xianyu was already pregnant again. Now he could only stay for a few more months until Qin Xianyu gave birth before leaving. But before the child in Qin Qianyu's belly was born, Lu Ruyan and Xiaobai became pregnant again. Then came by Xining Shenwanwan Shen Yuan Rua Lin Mangwan. Aside from Yang Xiuhu, who had matters of her own and couldn't have children for the time being, the rest of the women were having children one after another.
To treat everyone equally, Lu Wei couldn't favor one over the other. Fortunately, Lin Mangwan was the last one.
The remaining young maidens and the clam spirit from the Dragon Palace as well as the mermaid also wanted to have children for Lu Wei, but he did not agree. He couldn't allow any more births, otherwise it would never end.
Yang Xiuhu had already been ignoring Lu Wei for several days out of anxiety. Now Yang Xiuhu had already become a powerful figure at the 8th level.
Even if she went to the northern lands by herself, she wouldn't face too much danger. However, Lu Wei disagreed. If she wanted to go, he must follow, or else he wouldn't feel at ease. But with the women continuously giving birth, Lu Wei could only stay by their side for these 5 years. If he hadn't put a stop to it, he probably wouldn't be able to leave for several more decades. Upon arriving at Lin Mengluan's courtyard, most of the women were already there and they all brought their children.
From a distance it looked like he had entered a kindergarten. Lu Wei didn't have time to greet everyone and directly entered the house.
In this world there is a custom that men do not enter the delivery room.
However, how could Lu Wei possibly abide by that?
Although with Lin Mengluan's cultivation giving birth would not pose any danger, Lu Wei still felt more at ease being by her side. As soon as he entered the room, the maid inside exclaimed with joy, "It's a boy and a girl, a pair of twins." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei laughed joyfully. Great. Pass it on, reward everyone in the family with 10000 top-grade spirit stones, and everyone in the Qingling sword sect will receive 1000 mid-grade spirit stones. With this order, the entire Qingling sword sect would probably erupt in celebration again. They had already experienced this 7 times over the past few years, and initially they couldn't believe it. To think someone was giving away spirit stones for free, and it was even 1000 mid-grade spirit stones at once, they wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. When the spirit stones truly arrived, they even pinched themselves to see if they were dreaming. In recent years, the disciples of the Qingling sword sect had been living as if in paradise. The spirit stones from the flying snow peak were so abundant that they couldn't use them all. Each of them became a land tycoon, making other sects in the northern region envious. There was nothing they could do. After all, they had such a generous ancestor. Master, thank you for your hard work. Lu Wei glanced at the 2 little ones, then came to Lin Mengluan's side, holding her in his arms and smiling as he spoke. Lin Mengluan shot him a charming glare and said impatiently, "You only know how to make me suffer. Since you know I've worked hard, you should properly thank your teacher tonight. Is it really okay since you just gave birth?" Lu Wei hesitated a little. There was no helping it, men tend to favor novelty. After playing with a toy for a long time, one finds it uninteresting. It's the same with wives. As for feelings, they remain unchanged and may even grow deeper. However, when it comes to sexual interest, it tends to fade over time. After all, doing it too often inevitably becomes monotonous. Lin Mengluan, feeling wrong, drew circles on Lu Wei's chest. "You're about to leave, and I don't know when you'll come back. Shouldn't I eat well before you go?" "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Thus Lu Wei delayed for another half-month, ensuring the women were settled before setting off to the chaotic northern region of the demon clan with Yang Xiaohu. However, he never expected that this time he would encounter someone he least expected. The end.